Game of the World Tree Chapter 347 to Chapter 428. The area of the underworld was not smaller than the surface world at all. Not only that, but the underworld actually had 3 levels. If all 3 levels were added together, it might even be larger than the surface world. However, the area occupied by the believers of Death Hela was very small. It was only in the southern western part of the continent of Seekers, which happened to be near the Elven Forest. With the 500-kilometer range that Eve had opened up to the players, it just happened to include this area. In addition, like most of the underworld states, Hela's believers were also in the first level of the underworld, which was the upper level. The upper level of the underworld was close to the surface world and often came into contact with the surface world creatures. There was abundant water and food there. The conditions were much better than the deeper 2 levels. It was also where many dungeons were. Black Rock City was one of the best examples. These dungeons that worshipped Hela were the source of her faith. It was obvious that Death Hela was still very concerned about her faith in the world of Seekers. Otherwise, she would not have come to meet Eve personally. Of course, this was also because Eve's original body was in the world of Seekers. Hela also knew that the Chosen Ones were like oracles to Eve in a certain sense. However, they were weak and did not have faith. Therefore, they did not raise the vigilance of other beings. And it was impossible to bypass the true gods by using oracles. As for what Hela wanted the players to do, it was to help defend the dungeons that worshipped her and participate in the counterattack against the god of darkness and shadows, Holdel's forces. Considering that the underworld's environment was complicated and the paths were winding and difficult, if the players were to explore step by step, it would take at least a month to reach the battlefield. If the players were really allowed to walk, they would probably give up before they even reached their destination. After all, to them, they were here to play games. Why would they walk for a month to complete a mission in the monotonous and boring underworld with complicated paths? Perhaps some of the players did not care. After all, they could walk for such a long time when they explored Maple Leaf City. However, the minority did not represent the majority. If they wanted to fight as an army, they would definitely not be able to. This was one of the limitations of the players. However, this was not without a solution. That was the teleportation portal. Running maps was slow, and he didn't want to run maps for long periods of time. In that case, he could just teleport. Therefore, Eve and Hela had a discussion and decided to set up a long-distance teleportation circle in each of the dungeons that led directly to Black Rock City. When the time came, the players could directly teleport over. There was no doubt that such a long-distance teleportation formation would consume a lot of magic stones. In any case, with the Elven Forest's current foundation, it would be difficult for Eve to bear it without using her divine power. However, to the wealthy Hela, this was nothing. The underground world was rich in mineral resources, and there was no lack of dark dwarves among his followers who were good at mining and forging. The number of magic stones stored was huge and could completely support the consumption of such teleportation. Actually, Rivendell also had a lot of minerals. Unfortunately, compared to the boring mining, the players preferred to fight monsters and do quests in the Elf Forest. Of course, there were also players who considered if they could use the crypt spiders to mine in Rivendell, but it turned out that they were better at eating minerals than mining. However, with the gradual trade with the dark dwarves and the human world, not only did the players have contribution points in their hands, but many of them had also saved some common currency in the Seeker's world. Therefore, some people had their sights set on the slaves. They planned to buy some dwarven or orc slaves to mine in Rivendell. Eve estimated that it wouldn't be long before there would be players who would buy slaves to mine in Rivendell as coolies. She neither supported nor objected to this. She planned to let the players do whatever they wanted. Previously, he was still worried about bringing other races into his sphere of influence and possibly exposing his existence. However, after Eve decided to step onto the stage as the goddess of life, these were no longer a problem. He had digressed. In short, after negotiating with the Grim Reaper Hela, this true god had promised to bear all the costs of the teleportation. She could even provide supplies for the chosen ones who lacked weapons and equipment. Anyway, the dark dwarves didn't lack these. Of course, for some reason, Eve kindly reminded the other party that the chosen ones didn't have much integrity and should be careful not to lose too much money. However, Hela didn't care. Eve naturally didn't comment on this. Well, as long as Hela didn't regret it, she had already reminded her. And the players needed to go to the battlefield. Well, in a sense, they were a bit like mercenaries. Killing people was enough. While they were at it, they could also set fire and loot. This was the most suitable job for the players. Of course, setting up the long-distance teleportation array required a long time, and Eve also planned to use this time to let the Dark Dwarfs cooperate with her believers to give a plot explanation. It was a game, so the necessary process was still necessary. It could more or less strengthen the player's sense of immersion and identity, and it could also improve the friendship between the two forces. Hela naturally had no objections to this. Therefore, not long after Hela's return, a Dark Dwarf's diplomatic mission left the underground world and rushed toward the Elf Forest. However, before the Dark Dwarf's diplomatic mission arrived, another matter attracted Eve's attention. That was the main mission, Goddess of Life, that she had previously issued had finally been completed by the players. The efficiency of the Meng Committee was beyond Eve's imagination. They didn't spend too much time and finished remodeling Eve's temple. At this moment, all the symbols that symbolized the world tree in the temples had been removed and changed to the symbol of the scepter of life. Not only that, but the ancient reliefs that symbolized the history of the world tree in Fei Lin Tsui, Rivendell, and the nature temples in the nearby ruins were all hidden. They were changed to a single mural that symbolized nature and life. Eve was still very satisfied with this. At the same time, the newly compiled Sacred Codex of Life appeared in Eve's hands again. This time, the players used a total of more than 300 people to compile it. They also asked for help on the Blue Star Network and brainstormed for a long time before the Sacred Codex was finally compiled. It was as thick as a brick. Of course, the players wrote it in Chinese, but when the book was compiled, it would be converted into the Elvish language and the common language of the Seekers through the system and directly displayed. This was the effect of the divine power. After the Sacred Codex was compiled, Alice immediately checked it and expressed her satisfaction. She also gave it a rating of 100 points through the system. Eve was also looking forward to this. She sat on the throne and flipped open the results of the players, the Sacred Codex of Life that praised the Goddess of Life and spread the goddess's faith. After browsing for a while, Eve was also very satisfied. The players finally made full use of their own advantages. They borrowed some of the knowledge and experience of the predecessors on Blue Star and perfectly integrated it with the original Sacred Codex of Nature. In the new Sacred Codex, Eve was described as the successor of the Nature and Life priesthood, the companion of the god of death, and the savior of the elves. As for the origin of the goddess, although it was not explicitly stated, it was faintly misleading in the direction of the elves. It was easy to misunderstand that this was an elf who inherited the Nature and Life priesthood with the help of the god of death. In addition, the new Sacred Codex not only highlighted the doctrine of life and nature, but it also had considerable influence and persuasiveness, or rather, brainwashing ability. Eve estimated that, if she took this Sacred Codex to preach, the effect would definitely be increased by several levels. However, Eve also found something strange. Why is the whole Sacred Codex praising my appearance? Those who don't know, would think that I'm a beauty. Eve muttered. In the underground world, in the underground lake to the southwest of the Deep Fissure Cave, a gigantic earthwater lizard was swimming in the water. Behind it sat more than 10 members of the underground race in different attire, mainly dark dwarfs and subterranean pygmies. If one looked closely, they would notice that although these underground races were dressed differently, they all had the same sickle-shaped symbol on their chests. That was the symbol of the Grim Reaper and was usually used in formal occasions. In the underground world, this symbol had another meaning. The wearer belonged to a large city-state organization in the western region of the underground world, the Silent City Alliance. They were one of the many residents of the underground city who believed in the Grim Reaper. The City-State Alliance was a common joint force in the underground world. Although the structure of this alliance was loose and the city-states were often at war with each other, some of them were even mortal enemies. However, when faced with the invasion of a powerful external force, they would unite against the external force. The Silent City Alliance was an alliance formed by many small and medium-sized city-states who believed in the Grim Reaper. They occupied part of the upper region in the western region of the Underdark region and were perennially enemies with another city-state organization in the western region, the Dark City Alliance, which believed in the god of darkness and shadows. Of course, unlike the Dark City Alliance, which had a long history and had close to 50 underground cities, the Silent City Alliance was young and weak, with only 17 cities in total. It was worth mentioning that although Black Rock City in the Deep Fissure Cave also believed in the Grim Reaper, this underground city was located in a remote location and was very small in scale. Moreover, it was first established by dark dwarves who had different beliefs, so it did not belong to any city-state alliance. Of course, as time passed, the Grim Reaper Church had taken control of Black Rock City, and Black Rock City was close to the entrance to the surface world at the western border of the underground world. Its geographical location was superior, so it was only a matter of time before it joined the Silent City Alliance. It was obvious that this time the Earthwater Lizard should be a diplomatic group from the Silent City Alliance, and their destination was Black Rock City, located in the Deep Fissure Cave. On the head of the Earthwater Lizard, a bald old dark dwarf with a long grayish-red beard was holding a magic staff and standing there silently, vaguely looking like the leader of the group. He wore a black wizard robe and had a solemn expression. The deep wrinkles on his face and the vicissitudes of life made him look a little melancholic, as if he had a lot on his mind. The old dwarf was called Huasu, and he was 141 years old. The reason why he was given this name was because the dwarfs were proud of their beard. When he was young, he had a long red beard that was like fire, which made the dwarfs very proud of him. He was popular among the female dark dwarves. Of course, that was when he was young. Even though Firebeard was a lower gold-level professional and had a lifespan that was almost twice that of an ordinary person, he was considered an old man among the dark dwarves who had an average lifespan of 100 years. Logically speaking, no matter how powerful a dark dwarf at this age was, he would usually choose to retire in the underground city. At most, he would participate in important decisions as a member of the Elder Guild. However, war had come. This war was initiated by the Dark City-State Alliance, which worshipped the god of darkness and shadow. Their goal was simple: to defeat and destroy the Silent City-State Alliance. The Dark City-State Alliance had been hostile and coveting the Silent City-State Alliance for a long time. However, due to the constant internal strife and serious internal friction, the Dark City-State Alliance had maintained a delicate balance with the Silent City-State Alliance for thousands of years, even though the Dark City-State Alliance was far stronger than the Silent City-State Alliance. However, since the mana of the entire Seeker's Plane recovered last year, the Lich King Poloni, the mayor of the largest underground city in the Dark City-State Alliance, Morso City, took the opportunity to break through to the legendary level. With the support of some hidden existences, he integrated the power of the Dark City-State Alliance in a very short time. This balance was broken. When the balance was broken, the war had come. As the previous chief of Blade City, the largest underground city in the Silent City-State Alliance, as well as the Grim Reapers chosen in the underground world and one of the leaders of the Dark Dwarves, Firebeard naturally had to shoulder his responsibilities. This time, he would lead the envoys of other underground cities to Black Rock City to ask for help. As a dark dwarf, Huasu had also traveled in the underground world when he was young. He had also been to Black Rock City. In Huasu's memory, Black Rock City was just a small, remote city with a population of less than a few thousand. Such an underground city was weak and had a weak foundation. Except for the presence of another dark dwarf oracle, it could be said to be very weak. It could even be said that if it was not at the remote border of the underground world, such a city would have been swallowed up by other underground cities long ago. However, such a city had become the hope of the dark dwarves and the oracle of the god of death, telling them that the chance of winning the war was here and hinting them to go there to ask for help. Not only that, the god of death had even given the oracle to set up a long-distance teleportation circle in each underground city. The other end of the long-distance teleportation circle was naturally Black Rock City. In other words, the reinforcements would be directly teleported from Black Rock City to each underground city and join them in the war. However, Huasu could not figure out what kind of reinforcements would come from Black Rock City. He had been to Black Rock City before and knew that there were only a few thousand dark dwarfs in Black Rock City. There were not many of them who had reached the upper level of Dark Iron. The scale of this war was huge. What could a few thousand dark dwarves who were not good at fighting do? Of course, as a devout believer of the god of death, Huasu was already used to his god's habit of not telling the truth. Moreover, he did hear some rumors some time ago. Although the content was ridiculous, it was very likely to be related to the oracle of the god of death. Half a year ago, Black Rock City was besieged by the Shadow Army and successfully defeated them. They even defeated a shadow dragon. However, considering that there had been strange occurrences all over the world in the past year, and all kinds of strange and ridiculous news had been spreading in the black market, it was difficult to distinguish between the truth and the lies. Therefore, Huasu did not know whether it was true or not. However, despite his doubts, Huasu still carried out the orders of the god of death. However, it was different for the others. Most of the people in the diplomatic mission had a heavy expression and were worried. This situation continued until they passed through the underground lake and arrived in front of Black Rock City. Is this Black Rock City? The place of hope in the oracle of the god of death? The city that defeated a shadow dragon according to the rumors? Looking at the low city walls in front of them, one of the underground dwarves in the team frowned. They could see the borders of the city at a glance. Due to the dangerous environment, the size of an underground city was usually proportional to the city's strength. The more powerful an underground city was, the easier it was to attract the underground races to settle down. Naturally, the scale of the city would be larger. Although Black Rock City seemed to have been renovated and expanded, it was still a small city overall. Seeing this, Huasu muttered to himself. Was the news of resisting the Shadow Army and defeating the Shadow Dragon true? Of course, although Huasu was muttering to himself, as the leader of the team, he could not show his hesitation. Moreover, His Holiness the True God's oracle couldn't be wrong. Since His Holiness said that Black Rock City was the place of hope, they must have not discovered the real hope. Thinking of this, Huasu coughed and said to his companions, "Don't be anxious. Don't worry, everyone. We'll know everything once we enter Black Rock City and meet Lady Eleanor." Lady Eleanor was the leader of the death shrine stationed in Black Rock City. She was a devout god's chosen one. She was also the target of Hela's god's descent twice. By the way, Hela's original body wasn't short. It was only because the dark dwarfs were short that they appeared short when they were possessed by God's descent. That was off topic. Hearing Huasu's words, the team suppressed their doubts. They tidied up their appearances and prepared to enter the city. However, just as they were about to enter the city, they saw a team of tall figures walking over from the other side. They were 5 elves who were dressed like mercenaries. 2 of them were spellcasters while the other 3 were strength type. The equipment on their bodies was incomparably gorgeous. Each of them carried a large and bulging backpack. They chatted and laughed as they walked towards the city gate. "Oh death! Are they elves? I actually saw wild elves in the underground world. And they're mercenaries." Seeing the dazzling figures, the underground gnome couldn't help but cast a curious, admiring, and greedy gaze at them. Not only him, but the rest of the team was also surprised. To be honest, they were all members of the Elder Council of their respective cities. Naturally, they had seen these long-lived species that were said to be the most noble and beautiful in the world in the slave market of their own cities. However, in their memories, this was the first time they had seen an elf in the wild. Not to mention, these elves were completely different from their companions who had been reduced to slaves. They were brimming with vitality and possessed a unique aura that made it difficult for one to look away. How should I put it? Perhaps clothes made the man. With their exquisite equipment, these elves were even more dazzling than the elven slaves in their memories. They chatted and laughed with each other. Their bright smiles were like bright lights in the darkness under the fluorescent stones on top of the cave, causing the haze in the hearts of the group to dissipate. This was the effect of good looks. For a moment, everyone naturally had a good impression of these unfamiliar elves, and they subconsciously associated the elves with words like sunshine, kindness, and nobility. Elven mercenaries? Unlike the other members, Huasu's expression froze. This was because he sensed a dense aura of death from the other party's body. How could an elf possess the aura of death? As a necromancer and priest of death, Firebeard was extremely sensitive to the aura of death. These elves were not priests of the god of death, so there could only be one source of the aura of death on them, slaughter. These elves were far from the sunshine and kindness that they appeared to be. At this moment, the backpack of one of the elves seemed to be unable to withstand the weight. It suddenly broke, and a large bloody object fell out of it. It was a piece of magical beast meat. At the same time, the elf who accidentally broke the backpack exclaimed. F***ck. My ingredients fell on the ground. The other elves quickly stopped and helped him tidy up the broken backpack while saying casually, "It's fine. You can still eat it after you wash it." Then, they packed up and entered Black Rock City as if nothing had happened. Everyone was speechless. For a moment, the underground races subconsciously shuddered. They looked at each other and saw the absurdity and shock in each other's eyes. "Just now, he said ingredients? They eat meat? Elves eat meat? Don't they always eat grass?" The underground gnome's voice was very strange. Huasu was also horrified. He pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe it's a variant of the elves? A race that migrated to the underground world or something like that." After saying that, he took a deep breath. "We've arrived at Black Rock City. Let's enter together." The diplomatic group continued forward and soon entered Black Rock City. They expressed their intentions to the city guards. After verifying their identities, the dark dwarves guarding the city immediately became respectful. "The temple master has already informed us in advance. Please follow me, my lords." Then, he led the group to the God of Death's temple in Black Rock City. After entering Black Rock City, the diplomatic group realized that Black Rock City was far more prosperous than they had imagined. People came and went and it was very lively. Instead of calling it a remote underground city, it was more like a flourishing trade city. Of course, what surprised them the most was the large number of elves they saw after entering the city. "Oh God of Death, did the elves settle down in Black Rock City?" Not only that, but all the elves in the city were wearing luxurious equipment. The shiny special effects were especially eye-catching in the dark underground world. These elves were active in various parts of Black Rock City. They were either doing business or passing by in a hurry. Many of them were even riding ferocious spiders. The surrounding gloomy dwarves were also used to their presence. "Oh God of Death! I've never seen so many elves in my life. If it wasn't for the darkness, I would have thought that I've come to the surface world." The underground gnome exclaimed. Another dark dwarf in the team shook his head. "The surface world? I'm afraid you've never seen so many elves in the surface world." Just as they were moving forward, there was a commotion and cheering from the side. Huasu and the others subconsciously looked over and saw that it was two fully armed elven warriors fighting. Duels were very common in the underground world. As long as they did not destroy the city's facilities, nobody would stop them. But, when the duelists were elves, it felt a little strange. When the diplomatic group saw the state of the two duelists, they were even more shocked. The two elves were covered in blood and had hideous wounds. One of them had his stomach cut open by the other, and the intestines could be vaguely seen. The other had his shoulder chopped off. The scene was extremely bloody and violent. However, the two elves were laughing heartily at each other and were still fighting. While they were fighting to the death, their attitudes towards each other were very strange. It was as if they didn't care about their injuries at all. They would even chat with each other as if they were old friends. Obviously, these two fellows were not fighting because of personal grudges. Seeing this scene, the diplomatic group was stunned. The image of the elves in their hearts collapsed instantly, but they could not understand. Are these elves crazy? Huasu was also stunned. At the same time, he suddenly remembered a rumor in the underground world. It was a rumor about the elves. That was the news from a traveling merchant from the Desert of Death. It was said that last year, the orcs organized a war against the evil god but suffered a crushing defeat. Tens of thousands of soldiers were annihilated, the orc king died in battle, and even their inherited artifact was lost. Rumor had it that the orcs were fighting against a group of elves who believed in the evil god. They were well-equipped, numerous, brutal, and extremely powerful. When Huasu heard the news, he did not believe it at all. Elves who believed in the evil god? Brutal? Numerous? How could they annihilate an army of tens of thousands of orcs? What a joke! Even though Huasu was an underground resident, he knew the elves very well. Although the beautiful long-eared elves were powerful, they were as gentle as sheep and were famous for their piety. How could they believe in the evil god? They rarely killed their enemies even when confronting them, let alone being tyrannical. Moreover, Everyone knew that the elves' population was decreasing. How could they have the strength to annihilate an army of tens of thousands of orcs? In Huasu's opinion, the news of the orcs' crushing defeat should be true. After all, they had suffered many defeats in the past 1,000 years when they were fighting against the human empires. This time, there was an 80% chance that they were at war with the human kingdom of Iris. However, it was too exaggerated to say that the defeat came from the elves and caused their entire army to be annihilated. Impossible, absolutely impossible, it must be a rumor. Huasu threw such ridiculous news to the back of his mind. He did not care, nor did he believe it. However, when he came to Black Rock City today and saw these strange elves, he suddenly became vigilant. These elves were so similar to what was described in the ridiculous rumor. Not only that, if Huasu remembered correctly, the deep cave where Black Rock City was located under the Gloom Mountain Range. It was very close to the Elven Forest and was even closer to the rumored battlefield where the orcs were defeated, God of Death. Could it be that the rumor was true? For some reason, Huasu hesitated. Along the way, he carefully observed these elves and compared them with the long-eared elves in his memory. The more he compared, the stranger and more vigilant he felt. He had to be vigilant. To the Silent City Alliance, the evil gods were a very sensitive issue. They were constantly on guard against the corruption of these fallen beings. Hence, Huasu's heart skipped a beat when he realized that there might be something wrong with the elves and that they might be related to the evil god. However, looking at the elves who were roaming freely in Black Rock City and the dark dwarves who were used to the presence of elves, Firebeard felt that things might not be as simple as he thought. While the old dwarf was deep in thought, the group finally arrived at the Death Shrine in Black Rock City. The higher-ups of Black Rock City were already waiting in front of the shrine, and Firebeard saw the Shrine of Death's shrine from afar, Lady Eleanor, the Chosen. He put away his thoughts and put on a smile on his face. He beckoned the members of the diplomatic mission to present the gifts while speaking to the Dark Dwarf Shrine Master. "It's been a long time, Ms. Eleanor. You're still as beautiful as ever. May the Grim Reaper protect you forever. Long time no see, Your Excellency Firebeard. May the God of Death protect you forever." The Dwarf Temple Master bowed in return. Then, she showed a friendly smile and said, "I've received a message from the Oracle. I've already received the Oracle, and I know the purpose of your visit. It's been a long journey, and the shrine has arranged accommodation in a tavern. Please take a rest, and we'll continue our conversation after lunch." Hearing this, Firebeard felt a little hungry. They had rushed here in a hurry, and indeed had not had a good rest or meal for several days. After expressing their gratitude to Lady Eleanor, the diplomatic mission was led by the dwarf guards to a brand new tavern called Amway opposite the shrine. The tavern's exterior was plain and unremarkable, but the interior was rather exquisite and elegant. Dwarves in exquisite maid and deacon uniforms came and went in the tavern, and dwarf bards played relaxing and melodious music. This place was completely different from the boorish style of the ordinary taverns in the underworld. It was very much like a noble's inn in the surface world. This surprised the group. After washing up and resting, they sat down at the table. The food prepared by the tavern was an eye-opener for these emissaries from the bustling underworld. Different from the food commonly seen in the underground world, they were served white bread that emitted a rich wheat aroma, exquisite and spicy barbecued meat, all sorts of indescribably gorgeous dishes, fragrant fruits, and a transparent wine that had a strong aftertaste but was extremely delicious. "Oh God of Death? There's white bread in the taverns of Black Rock City? The last time I ate this was at the city's celebration. TSK, fruits. So many fruits. So sweet and crunchy. These are definitely fruits from the surface world. The barbecue here smells so good. It seems like they've added spices. They're actually extravagantly adding spices to the barbecue. And wine. This is definitely the best wine brewed from grains. It has a unique mellow fragrance. So Black Rock City, is this rich?" As expected of an underworld city close to the surface world, the emissaries could not help but exclaim as they enjoyed the delicacies. After all, the environment of the underworld was harsh, and the food was monotonous and scarce compared to the surface world. Even if they were powerful in their own city, they rarely enjoyed such delicacies. And it was obvious that these delicacies originated from the surface world. However, unlike the others, Huasu was surprised and a little bewildered. He had been to Blackrock City once more than 10 years ago. As far as he could remember, Blackrock City did not have such good conditions back then. After all, underworld cities close to the surface world did not necessarily have developed businesses and abundant resources, because the location of the entrance to the surface world had to be taken into consideration. Generally speaking, only a developed civilization close to the surface world, especially a human civilization, would bring abundant surface world specialties to the underworld cities close to the surface world. Blackrock City's entrance to the surface world was very remote in the world of seekers. It was in the dark mountain range where even birds did not want to shit. At most, it was adjacent to the elven forest, where there were only magical beasts and plants left. So, where did these abundant resources come from? Firebeard had just noticed that they were not the only ones eating these delicacies. The dwarves in the tavern hall were also enjoying the delicacies from the surface world. Thinking of this, Firebeard could not help but pull back the dwarven deacon who served them and asked curiously, "Friend, where did you get these delicacies?" The dwarf who was pulled back by Firebeard was somewhat reserved. He first bowed, then replied respectfully and proudly, "Sir, our tavern belongs to the Amway Trading Company. The Amway Trading Company is a trading company that we founded together with our elven companions. Our food is all traded with our passionate elven companions." Elves? Elves again. Firebeard was slightly taken aback. The servant's answer surprised Firebeard. He thought that Blackrock City had established a long-term business relationship with a human kingdom on the surface. He did not expect it to be the elves. Out of curiosity, Firebeard had a further conversation with the attendant. He gained a deeper understanding of what had happened in Blackrock City over the past year and inquired more about the elves who were active in Blackrock City. However, he was more and more shocked after that. Blackrock City did resist the siege of tens of thousands of shadow army. However, the ones who made the greatest contribution were not the dark dwarves, but the elves. The elves were mercenaries from the surface. They were tough and tenacious in battle. They were very keen on hunting monsters and magical beasts. Not only that, they also settled down in the elven forest. It was said that they even formed their own city. These elves were completely different from the traditional elves. Not only were they the strongest warriors, but they were also the smartest merchants and they were also the most passionate friends. They traded with Blackrock City and brought abundant food from the surface to Blackrock City. At the same time, they also accepted various requests from the dark dwarves to encircle and exterminate the active magical beasts and monsters in the deep cave. They even helped to fight against the shadow crack left behind by the shadow army. In addition, they did believe in a new god. However, it was not an evil god. It was a new god who had inherited the priesthood of life and nature, the goddess of life, Her Holiness Eve. It was said that he was suspected to be a true god who had ascended to godhood with the support of His Holiness the Death God and was on very good terms with Her Holiness Hela. There were also rumors that he was actually a subordinate god supported by Her Holiness Hela. Not only that, the war with the orcs half a year ago did happen. It happened at the border between the Gloom Mountain Range and the Elven Forest. The ones who defeated the orcs were the elves. When Firebeard asked how many elves there were and where they came from, the dark dwarf servant sighed and said, "That's right. No one knows how they came. It's as if they appeared in an instant." However, although they are a little strange sometimes, they are undoubtedly elves. I don't know how many of them there are, but it is said that they seem to have their own elven army. That's why they were able to defeat the orcs, an elven army that could defeat the orcs. Firebeard perked up when he heard this. "I'm afraid their elven army is much stronger than I thought. Their main force might even be a silver professional." Faintly, he felt that he already knew what the god of death meant by the chance of victory. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the diplomatic group once again arrived at the temple and met with the dwarf temple master and the higher-ups of Blackrock City in the temple's meeting hall. Seeing that Firebeard's expression was less melancholy and more anxious and expectant, the dwarf temple master smiled faintly. "Your Excellency Firebeard, it seems that you already know the true god's intention." Huasu took a deep breath and asked expectantly, "Are they, the elves who are active in Blackrock City? Were they mercenaries? Can we hire them?" "That's right." The dwarf temple master nodded. "They are our allies and will be our reinforcements in this war. I've already notified our elven friends in the elven forest and officially requested for their assistance. I reckon that their representatives will arrive here soon. Alice asked me to go to Black Rock City, and she even asked you guys to come along? In the City of Heaven's Chosen, Limu, who had completed the Goddess of Life quest, looked curiously at Salty Meow, who had found him while doing his daily quests. That's right. Not only you, but the leaders of the major guilds have also been notified. Salty Meow sat on a rock and swung her legs. She looked a little excited. Did they say what it was about? Limu's heart skipped a beat as he asked carefully. It seems to have something to do with the underground world. It seems that two forces of the underground world are fighting. One of them seems to be an ally of Black Rock City. They asked for help from Black Rock City, and then came to us for help. Underground world? Help? War. Limu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Is this a new instance dungeon quest? A new instance dungeon quest might be coming when Alice, Zero, and the other NPCs were about to bring the higher-ups of the major guilds to Black Rock City to negotiate with the Dark Dwarves. The news quickly spread among the players. Due to the participation of the 4th beta testers, the Elven Forest, which had become much livelier, became even noisier. A war in the underground world? Is a new map going to be released? I'm not sure yet. I heard that Brother Moo and the others are going to Black Rock City for a meeting. I'm looking forward to it. It's been a long time since a new instance dungeon and war quest. It'll be great if it's really a war. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. The news spread like wildfire. When Alice and Limu set off, they were followed by a large group of players who wanted to join in the fun. When the diplomatic group of the Silent City-State Alliance in Black Rock City saw the majestic elven army that crowded the streets, they could not help but be stunned. Oh Death God! So many elves? Lord Firebeard, are these the reinforcements that you and Lord Eleanor were talking about? The underworld gnome's eyes widened as he muttered in surprise. Huasu had already guessed it, so he was not that surprised. But, to his disappointment, he noticed that the elves were not very powerful. They were all iron level, and most of them were middle-level iron level. He had thought that since the elves could destroy the orc army, there would be no lack of silver-tier professionals. Unfortunately, the elves were considered to be at the lower end of the underground world. It would be fine if there were a large number of them, but if there were only a few of them, perhaps, it would not be enough. And these elves? How many of them could they send? A few hundred? A few thousand? It could not be tens of thousands, right? He was here to ask for reinforcements, while the elves were at most mercenaries. With their strength, they would only be cannon fodder. It would be impossible to ask them to fight with their lives. Of course, although he was disappointed, he would not say it out loud. Since the true God had placed his hopes on them, there must be a reason. With that in mind, both parties began to communicate in the temple's meeting hall. The process of asking for reinforcements was very smooth. Firebeard was surprised to find that the elves were more proactive than he had imagined. After knowing that the Silent City Alliance needed reinforcements, the elves had volunteered to provide reinforcements without waiting for the emissary group's request. They gave off the feeling that they couldn't wait to fight. What a strange group of battle maniacs. However, when Firebeard asked how many reinforcements they could send, the elves' answer was a little strange. We can send as many reinforcements as you can provide us with weapons and equipment. Weapons and equipment. The underground world was at war all year round. It was rich in minerals and had a large population of dwarves. What they lacked the least was equipment. Although the elves had different physiques, this was not a problem. With the City Alliance's strength and efficiency, they could easily modify the equipment for their use. Although it was strange, Firebeard chose to accept in the end. According to Lady Eleanor, the provision of equipment was one of the true God's oracles. Speaking of which, Firebeard even felt that the price offered by the elves was too low. In this way, both parties quickly reached an agreement on the matter of reinforcements for the underground war. The news of the new instance dungeon mission spread further in the Elven Forest. A new mission was coming. With the return of the player delegation, the video of them reaching an agreement with the underground race was quickly posted on the forum. Underground world, city-state hegemony. equipment for participating in the war, and other news instantly flooded the forum's comment section, causing a heated discussion among the players. New map. It's definitely a new map. And it's a new map of the underground world. A mysterious maze, a mysterious underground city. Just thinking about it makes me excited. A new map has been released so soon? I haven't finished exploring the current map yet. This game map is too big. That's why it's called an epic masterpiece. Compared to Elven Nation, the maps in other games are so small that it's like playing house. It doesn't feel real at all. What's the new mission type? Didn't you see it carefully? It's a war mission. Damn. War mission? Can we have a full-service gang fight again? Who are we fighting this time? The underground world, it must be the underground race. And all the participating players can obtain equipment provided by the Dark Dwarves. Damn. Participating in the war will give out excellent equipment made by the Dark Dwarfs? This is good. Black Rock City's equipment rating has always been blue rare and above. A set can be sold for a lot of contribution points. I want to go. I want to go. After seeing the video of the agreement exposed by a few guild bosses, all the players who participated in the war mission were excited. Everyone was eager to try and look forward to the next mission. In the various nature temples, as well as the central square of the City of Heaven's Chosen, a large number of old players began to appear. They all chose to enter the exchange shop at the same time and reluctantly spent their accumulated contribution points. They wanted to quickly exchange for a skill or item that could increase their strength as much as possible before the mission officially began. Everyone was a veteran who had experienced war missions. They knew that in this kind of mission, whoever was more powerful and killed more enemies would gain the most, so, of course, they had to adjust their condition to the peak as soon as possible. Even the lifestyle players who stayed in the City of Heaven's Chosen all year round chose to make a last-minute effort and began to prepare for war. Such a mission was also very attractive to them. Even the expansion of the City of Heaven's Chosen by the Mangmang Committee slowed down. As a result, all kinds of low-quality MP potions that were sold among the players were almost instantly sold out. The supply could not meet the demand, and the alchemy products that some players usually made, such as gunpowder packs, were also sold at sky-high prices. All the players who were interested in this quest were doing everything they could to prepare for it. Looking at the excited veteran players, the newly joined 4th beta testers were filled with curiosity. There was no lack of newcomers who expressed their doubts. Bosses, what is a war mission? Why do you all look so excited? The person who asked the question was quickly met with enthusiastic answers from the old foxes. Hey! Judging from your question, you must not have watched the Elven Nation game video, right? War quests should be the most exciting and rewarding quests in Elven Nation. Tens of thousands of people fighting in a team battle, that scene. I guarantee that you'll get addicted after experiencing it once. This is different from other games. Here, you can experience a truly shocking war. Not only that, in every war mission, as long as you are strong enough and cunning enough, you can make a fortune. If you're lucky, you can earn tens of thousands of contribution points and level up a few times without a problem. The replies from the veteran players naturally attracted the amazement of the new players. F***CK. Is it that strong? I've been working hard for half a month. Excluding the money used to buy equipment, I've only earned less than 1,000 contribution points. I want to go too. Of course, he was quickly dampened by the veteran players. Hehe, don't get excited too early. We're going to the underground world. The map of the underground world only opens at level 11. It's better to level up properly. So there's a level restriction? Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm going to work on my quest. After hearing the veteran player's words, the new 4th beta tester hurriedly went to find an NPC to accept the quest. Ha 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 ha. But don't worry. Look at the situation in the video. The NPC said that this war might last for a long time. It might become a long-term quest. The players' discussions could be heard almost everywhere in the City of Heaven's Chosen. After knowing that the underground world required level 11 players to enter, the new 4th beta testers began to work harder on their quests and monsters. They all hoped that they could level up to Black Iron before the quest officially opened so that they could participate in the war quest that the veteran players had been advocating. Of course, it had been more than 10 days since the start of the 4th beta tester in the game. Those who really worked hard were not far away from this goal. In just a few hours, the entire Elven Forest was like a huge war machine that was slowly operating, sensing the rapid consumption of contribution points by the veteran players in the game system and the sudden increase in the speed of the new players' quests. Eve sighed in her heart. War is a good way to promote productivity and spending power. After teasing in her heart, she quickly issued the quest in the form of a system quest. Ding, large-scale war quest. Underground City War activated. Quest objective: assist the Silent City Alliance that believes in Hela, the god of death, to defeat the Dark City Alliance. Quest time limit: unlimited. Quest headcount: unlimited. Quest level: level 11. Quest reward: all players who accept the quest will receive Black Iron equipment made by the Dark Dwarves after participating in the war. Upon successful completion of the quest, they will receive the exclusive title Elven Veteran. Upon successful completion of the quest, they will receive 3 lottery tickets from the lucky prize pool. To be honest, Eve did not give out much rewards for this war quest. The equipment was provided by the believers of Hela, and the title was just an honor. The real reward was only 3 lottery tickets. But even so, within 10 minutes after the quest was officially opened, almost all the veteran players who were online had accepted the quest. As time passed, the number of players who accepted the quest increased steadily. Many players received the news in real life and quickly went online, fearing that there would be changes to the quest. After several war quests, everyone knew that the best rewards for such large-scale quests did not come from the quest rewards, but from the loot during the quest. So, even though Eve only gave out 3 lottery tickets, the players were still full of enthusiasm. The players' enthusiasm was extremely high. Meanwhile, the diplomatic corps of the Silent City State Alliance had finally completed their other mission of visiting Black Rock City. They had constructed a long-distance teleportation circle in the city that connected to the Alliance's city-states. If there was a difference between the war in the world of Seekers and the war in the era of cold weapons in the Blue Star, it was that the addition of extraordinary powers made the direction and changes of the war more complicated and unpredictable. And the existence of the teleportation portal, which was like a bug, completely changed the mode of city warfare in the world of Seekers. Unlike in the Blue Star, the war in the world of Seekers was often a large-scale battle of defending or attacking a city that could determine the direction of the entire war. The most important reason for this was the existence of the teleportation portal, which made long-distance support a reality. Of course, the maintenance of the teleportation portal required magic stones. During the teleportation, more magic stones would be consumed according to the teleportation distance and the strength of the target. This consumption was extremely small in the beginning, but as the number of teleportation targets increased and their strength increased, the consumption would soar at an exaggerated rate. Therefore, for an ordinary surface civilization, using the teleportation portal to provide military support was a rather extravagant act. Unless it was a decisive battle as a last resort, they would not use the teleportation portal. However, it was different for the underground world. The underground world was extremely rich in mineral resources and had a huge reserve of magic stones. Not only that, but because the underground world was closer to the plane origin, when using the teleportation portal to teleport, the consumption of magic stones was also much lower than the surface world. Therefore, for them, using the teleportation portal to teleport an army was a rather common operation. If not for the constant war between the underground cities and the Underdark, even if they were all in the same city-state alliance, the degree of trust between them was generally not high, or else the teleportation portal would have become a common method of travel long ago. In fact, it was only this time that the Silent City-State Alliance encountered a real crisis, and the goddess they believed in had given an oracle. Otherwise, they would not have easily set up such an ultra-long-distance teleportation portal, which was as risky as it was profitable. And it was also the existence of the teleportation portal that caused the originally intense war in the underground world to go to 2 extremes once the war was over. Either the war would quickly end after a big battle, or it would turn a siege into a protracted war. Sometimes, it would not be impossible to besiege a city for more than 10 years. At this moment, Blade City, the largest underground city in the Silent City-State Alliance, which was also known as the smithing capital, was facing such a siege. Blade City was located in the north of the central part of the western region of the underground world. It was at the junction of the first and second layer of the Underdark. It was about 300 kilometers away from the Deep Cave. It was the front line of the Silent City Alliance against the Dark City Alliance. The city consisted of a large cave formed by hollowing out stalagmites, next to the Underdark Sea. Blade City had a large population, with a shocking 50,000 permanent residents. Among them, the main residents were dark dwarves and underground gnomes, accounting for more than 80% of the total population. Don't underestimate these 50,000 people. A city with such a population was already considered rare in the underground world. Not only that, but unlike the human cities on the surface, almost all the residents in the underground world were extraordinaires. The number of extraordinaires who had reached the level of black iron was at least a quarter of the city's population. The most populous underground city even had half of the population above black iron. In other words, there were at least 10,000 residents in Blade City who had reached the level of black iron. In this huge underground city, the dark dwarfs used the stone pillars as the smelting center. They built their own houses, workshops, mining tunnels, and alchemy workshops around them. They also built a magnificent city wall outside the city with solid iron ore. The city wall shone with a cold light under the illumination of the fluorescent stones in the underground world, like a sharp blade. This was also the origin of the name Blade City. It had the largest magic stone mine in the entire western region. At the same time, the reserves of mithril, fine steel, and iron ore were also quite shocking. As early as thousands of years ago, the dark dwarves had built it into a well-known smithing city in the underground world. The various equipment produced in Blade City was even as famous as the elves on the surface. The rich mineral resources naturally created a huge amount of wealth in Blade City, and this huge amount of wealth naturally attracted the covetous eyes of other forces. Therefore, the first underground city that the Alliance of Dark States chose to attack was Blade City. At this moment, the chief of Maple Leaf City, an underground dwarf named Breen, was standing on the city wall of the city. He looked at the army of spirit-suckers, dark dwarves. This was what the dark dwarves called their kin who believed in the god of darkness, undead, monsters, and goblins outside. His expression was solemn. The enemy's attack came earlier than expected. He never thought that before the diplomatic mission sent out to ask for help returned, they would be besieged by the Alliance of Dark States. Up until today, Blade City had already repelled the enemy's attacks several times. And on the city wall, it had long been dyed black and red by the blood of the dwarf and dwarf soldiers. Under the dim flickering light of the fire, it looked exceptionally tragic. A strong smell of blood floated in the air. Of the nearly 20,000 soldiers of the Alliance of Dark States who were originally guarding the city, 5,000 of them had already returned to the kingdom of the goddess. On the city wall, the soldiers sat on the ground, exhausted. From time to time, the moans of the wounded soldiers could be heard. Breen's heart was getting heavier and heavier. The number of enemies was far beyond his imagination. This time, the Alliance of Dark States army that participated in the siege was probably more than 100,000, if not for the fact that Blade City was sturdy and had the defensive core of the Temple of Death in the city, which could cast defensive theurgy to resist the strong soldiers in the enemy's army. The city would have been breached long ago. But even so, if there were no reinforcements, they would not be able to hold on for long. Casting defensive theurgy also required manpower. And because Lord Firebeard, who could cast God's Descent, was not here, Blade City lacked high-end combat power. They needed more power to maintain the operation of the theurgy. Under such circumstances, the number of soldiers on the city wall could only decrease as the battle went on. What made Breen feel even more depressed and fearful was that there were high undead in the enemy's army. The enemy seemed to have some kind of artifact that could interfere with the power of the goddess. Once a soldier was killed by the enemy, he would turn into an undead and join the enemy's army. Of course, this was also because the Lord of Darkness and Shadows had stolen part of the goddess's authority. Otherwise, how could he be bullied by these undead who betrayed the goddess? Lord Firebeard. When will he bring back reinforcements? Thinking of the diplomatic mission to Black Rock City, Breen sighed deeply. His originally short figure looked even more stooped at this moment. The diplomatic mission had left for many days. If Breen guessed correctly, Lord Firebeard should have gone to the surface world to ask for help through Black Rock City. After all, in the goddess's oracle, she had instructed Blade City to modify a large number of humanoid equipment in advance for the use of the reinforcements. Probably, the reinforcements would be humans. Human mercenary groups were very famous in the world of Seekers. The most outstanding ones were said to even have legendary masters. If Lord Firebeard could return with such a powerful mercenary group, there would be a turning point. While Breen was deep in thought, suddenly, a dwarf warrior stumbled onto the city wall and shouted excitedly. Lord Firebeard is back. Lord Firebeard is back with reinforcements. Lord Firebeard is back? Reinforcements are here. Breen was refreshed when he heard the news. He suddenly turned around and looked up at the dwarven warrior in front of him, and asked excitedly, "What are you doing? Reinforcements are here? Is it a human mercenary group?" Hearing Breen's words, the dwarf was slightly stunned. He said with a strange expression, "No. Not humans, but elves." Elves? Breen was stunned. The reinforcements were elves. Breen was stunned for a moment. He did not seem to understand the dwarf warrior's words. He dug his ears and frowned. "Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. What reinforcements are they? A mercenary group from the surface world that specializes in hunting elves?" He believed that he must have heard wrongly. After all, creatures like elves could not be related to reinforcements. And reinforcements for the war in the underworld, those pitiful long ears, it was good enough to protect them. There were even some elven slaves in Blade City. Yes, the elven slaves he mentioned were bought by the gnomes and dwarf nobles to compete with the human caravans from the surface world. They were raised as maids and servants. However, after hearing Breen's question, the dwarf warrior's expression became more and more strange. "No. Chief, it's not a mercenary group that hunts elves. It's the elves commonly seen in bard stories. Those tall, beautiful long ears. They really came, and there were so many of them." Really elves?" Breen opened his mouth wide. But soon, his expression changed. Death God above. Was Lord Firebeard crazy? Putting aside where he found the elves and how he persuaded them to come, Breen felt that it was ridiculous that Lord Firebeard dared to find elves as reinforcements. Damn it. Finding those long ears who could not even bear to kill a gopher to participate in a war that would determine the future of the underworld, what a joke. Although he admired the elves, after all, who did not like a kind race? But he also knew that the elves and the long ears were in two different worlds. There must be a mistake somewhere. "Bring me to see them," Breen said eagerly. As a descendant of Firebeard, Breen was very respectful to this dark dwarf elder. He did not believe that Firebeard did not know what kind of reinforcements the underworld needed. There must be a reason that he did not know. He wanted to see what was going on. Accompanied by the guards, Breen quickly arrived at the place where the long-distance teleportation circle was set up in Blade City. That was where the death shrine of the dungeon was located. It was also the core of the dungeon's defense. The teleport portal was set up there to make use of the power of the dungeon core to reduce the cost of long-distance teleportation. When Bren arrived, she saw Firebeard from afar. Seeing Breen walking over, Firebeard perked up and hurried over. "Sir First Seat, I've returned. I've also brought back the warriors from His Majesty the Grim Reaper's oracle." The warrior mentioned in the oracle of His Holiness Death, Breen was slightly taken aback. He followed Firebeard's gaze and looked at the portal. The teleportation portal was surrounded by residents of the dungeon. They curiously sized up the tall figures that walked out of the teleportation portal. He was handsome and beautiful with an elegant figure. They were indeed elves. As the light from the teleportation portal flickered, the elves walked out of the portal one after another. They looked at Blade City with curiosity, and one could even hear the occasional exclamation. "Wow! This place was much more spectacular than Black Rock City." So Blade City was built in a hollowed-out cave. It's much darker than Black Rock City. It should be deeper underground. But the fire in the city is so beautiful. That's the furnace fire used for forging and the lava drawn from the underground, right? Don't tell me, stalactites, steam, lava, furnace fire. This is the mysterious underground world in fantasy games. The elf's discussion could be heard. It was the Seeker's world common language that Breen was familiar with, their curious and excited expressions, their excited and joyful voices made it clear that they were the reinforcements invited by Firebeard. Those who did not know, would think that they were tourists here for sightseeing. Not only that, Breen also noticed that the elf's equipment was even more polarized, the good ones were fully armed. That gorgeous equipment looked like it came from the most brilliant elven artists. It could even shine faintly in the dark underground world. One look and one could tell that it was definitely expensive. However, such eye-catching equipment could easily make people wonder if it was just for show. However, there were not many elves like this. Most of the elves were just holding weapons that were similar to the former. Other than that, they did not wear any equipment. Instead, they only wore simple close-fitting gowns. Well, they were not as good as the former. Breen was depressed. These were the reinforcements? These were the warriors in the oracle? What a joke, seeing the unreliable attire of these elves, as well as their relaxed and joyful atmosphere, as well as their undisciplined formation. Breen felt that it was ridiculous. With his 20 years of experience as a mercenary in the underground world, he could guarantee that these elves were not professional mercenaries. They were more like a group of noble young masters and ladies who were here for sightseeing. As for their strength, Breen was even more disappointed. There was not a single silver professional among them. If the reinforcements called by Lord Firebeard were such existences, then Breen really did not know what the chance of victory was. They are the warriors in the oracle? Finally, he could not help but ask. Seeing Breen's strange expression and forced smile, Firebeard actually understood. He nodded slightly and sighed. Don't be surprised, Your Excellency. Actually, my heart is also filled with confusion. However, I've already prayed to His Majesty Death and received his response. You may not believe it, but they are really the reinforcements that His Majesty True God sent in the oracle. His Majesty Death's response. Breen was stunned. Nothing was more convincing than the oracle of a true god. However, when Breen shifted his gaze to these undisciplined long-eared elves, he really could not associate them with brave warriors. Disregarding everything else, just the discipline alone was enough to kill them. A few minutes after the teleportation, Breen saw some elves shouting, "I'm going to scout the way," as they slipped away happily. He did not know where they went in Blade City. If he did not know that these elves were brought back by Firebeard, he would almost suspect that they were spies. Ahem, Your Excellency, the equipment provided by the city for the reinforcements is ready, right? Their reward for participating in the battle is equipment. Firebeard saw that Breen's expression was not good, so he asked again. Equipment? More than 8,000 sets were modified, and they are all humanoid. Don't worry, the equipment is enough. Breen answered absent-mindedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slightly taken aback. He understood why most elves did not have equipment. They were waiting for him to provide them with equipment. Since someone was willing to provide equipment, the players were naturally happy to participate in the war without any equipment. After all, binding equipment also cost contribution points, and many war missions had proven that this kind of war was the most damaging to equipment. They were naturally happy to use the dwarven white equipment without the special effects equipment that they had exchanged with great difficulty. If not for the fact that the special effects of the weapons exchanged in the exchange shop were quite important, many people even planned to not bring any weapons and just use the dwarven ones. As for the fully armed players, most of them had drawn equipment with the special effect of tenacity, or simply had equipment with a golden legendary rating. This kind of equipment had ridiculously high durability, and they were not afraid of being tossed around in the war. Of course, there were also players who wanted to ensure that they were strong enough in the war, so they brought equipment to participate in the war. Of course, Breen did not know about these things. At this moment, he only felt that these reinforcements had disappointed him. But things had already come to this, and nothing could be changed. At least, they had already come. Moreover, since His Holiness the Death God had issued an oracle, he should have his own considerations. Breen sighed and comforted himself with various reasons, while at the same time, he called the dwarves and gnomes to distribute the equipment that had already been prepared for the elves. This was the promise of a true god, and they naturally would not go against it. Not many elves were teleported over, but they were still being teleported over. However, Breen estimated that the number of elves should not be many, and 8,000 sets of improved equipment should be more than enough. But what surprised him was that there was no lack of female elves among these elves who came to support. There were quite a number of them, and many were even warriors. The proportion of elven spellcasters was quite high, accounting for almost a third of them. This was a bit awkward, as most of the equipment that they had prepared was actually strength type. However, these elves did not care too much, as if it was enough for them as long as they were provided with equipment. He asked one of the elven mages indirectly, and the elf told him that the reason he didn't care about the equipment was because he didn't lack any equipment. And he intended to use the equipment as a reward and sell it after the war was over. Hearing this, Breen finally felt that these elves were a bit like elves. They were really quite silly, as it was still a question whether they could survive after the war was over. What was the use of equipment for the dead? He shook his head slightly. Just as the dwarves and gnomes were giving out equipment to the elves, suddenly, a dull roar came from outside the city. The sound was like that of a water buffalo, but it also carried a kind of bloodthirst and excitement. It rang for a very long time, causing echoes in the underground cavern. This was the roar of an underground monster. Underground monsters were a common mount in the underground world. Because of their extremely loud roars, the armies of the various city-states in the Underdark often used this as a signal. In the army of the Dark Coalition, their shouts were also a form of command. The other party was preparing to attack again. As soon as the roar ended, another roar came from afar, and the ground of Blade City began to shake. The army began to move. After hearing the signal and feeling the tremors of the ground, the residents of Blade City turned pale. The dwarves and pygmies who had been surrounding the teleportation portal to watch the show dispersed and hid. It's the Dark Coalition's attack signal. They're about to launch a new round of siege. Breen looked serious. At the same time, he noticed that the elves were suddenly shocked. Everyone stopped what they were doing at the same time and instantly looked outside the city. Unlike the Dark Silence Alliance soldiers who were starting to get nervous, these elves suddenly became excited. Their eyes were sharp, as if they had changed into another person. Their expressions flashed with excitement. Haha! Are they going to fight? Get your weapons, get your weapons! I thought it would take a long time like last time. Hurry up and inform those who are not online. Get them to come quickly. There are too few people now. Don't screw up. The army has formed a team. The army has formed a team. The Autobot Guild's army has formed a team. The Mang Mang Committee's army has formed a team. Add Salty Meow to the team. Welcome to the team. There are many druid girls, healers included. Don't just focus on forming a team. Hurry up and go to the battlefield channel. Brother Moo asked us to go to the battlefield channel to listen to the command. Coming, coming. They spoke words that Breen did not understand and quickly moved. It was chaos in front of the Temple of Death. At the same time, Breen noticed that this chaos was only temporary. These undisciplined elves seemed to be adjusting something. After a moment of chaos, they suddenly became disciplined. Although no one was commanding them, they seemed to have received some kind of order and began to line up. Although they were still not very professional, there was clearly order. Not only that, their high fighting spirit was written all over their faces. Many of them were shouting excitedly, as if what they were about to face was not a battle where they could die at any time, but a bloodthirsty carnival. Looking at these elves who had suddenly changed, Breen was faintly frightened. They looked like this. Were they really the elves who hated war and loved peace? At this time, for elves who were obviously more well-equipped than the others walked over. There were 3 males and 1 female. Their strength was also outstanding among the elves. Who came as reinforcements? All of them were at the upper level of iron rank. Other than one warrior who seemed to have just broken through, the rest of them had a strong aura. They were obviously at the peak of iron rank. Of course, this strength was still insufficient in the eyes of a middle silver rank like Breen. However, in war, the strength of an individual was sometimes not important. Especially in the siege of the underground world. The 4 elves seemed to be led by a druid. He came in front of Breen and bowed, then said solemnly, "Greetings. I'm Li Mu, the commander of the elven army who came to support. May I ask, what do you want us to do in this war? Elven army? Breen was stunned. His expression also became solemn. He suddenly felt that perhaps he had underestimated these elves. How many people do you have? He first asked a question that he was very curious about. The elf who called himself Limu grinned. He glanced at the upper right corner and smiled. 1643 people have been teleported over, but this is only the vanguard. There are many more behind. I can't give you an exact number, but it's enough to continue the war. Limu's answer did not satisfy Breen. However, looking at him and the elves behind him who were full of anticipation, the chief of Blade City thought for a while and said, "This time, we're on the defensive. This time, we are fighting a defensive battle. The main battlefield will be on the city walls. I hope that everyone can cooperate with our warriors and resist the enemy's attacks on the city walls." Hearing his words, Limu nodded. I understand. In addition, considering that there will be more and more elves participating in the war, I hope you can ensure the logistics and time. We may need a lot of equipment. Don't worry, what we don't lack the most is equipment in Blade City. Breen waved his hand nonchalantly. That's good. Limu smiled. After that, he bowed to Breen again. Then, he waved his hand and led the elves who were shouting excitedly toward the city wall of Blade City like a flood. The horn for the Dark Coalition's attack sounded, and Blade City was like a huge war machine, slowly operating from the inside to the outside, switching to wartime mode. The entire city was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The residents dispersed. Those below Black Iron level returned to their homes to hide, while those above Black Iron level carried bags of supplies and spontaneously formed civilians to support the war. The current chief of the Elder Council, Bryn, accompanied by soldiers, followed the flood of gamers to the city wall. As the current ruler of Blade City, he had to shoulder the responsibility of commanding. However, the Dark Dwarf Firebeard did not choose to leave. Instead, he returned to the Death Shrine in Blade City and activated the dungeon's defense core under the gaze of the Death High Priests who heaved a sigh of relief. Though other people could do this job, the previous siege proved that it was better for Firebeard, who was a god's chosen one, to operate it. Under Firebeard's control, the power of faith stored in the shrine instantly activated the defense system. The dark gray energy split into two directions, with the shrine as the center. One of the energy traveled along the ground and quickly covered the entire city wall of Blade City. The other energy soared into the sky and covered the dome of the cavern. It was like an inverted bowl that covered the entire Blade City. This was the same method used by Black Rock City to defend against the Shadow Army. It was a large-scale divine spell defensive barrier that covered an area comparable to a forbidden spell. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that this divine spell defensive barrier was not sealed. Instead, there was a gap in the city wall. This could not be helped. If it was completely sealed, the consumption of the power of faith would multiply, and the remaining power of the shrine would not be able to last for long. Hence, the divine spell defensive barrier could only cover the most likely areas above and below the ground that would be ambushed. At the same time, it left the area above the city wall empty as a battlefield for the enemy. This area was also the main source of casualties for the Dark Silence Alliance army. In the underworld, which was filled with climbing magical beasts and monsters, the city wall's function was far inferior to the surface. Its value was only in choosing to fight on the city wall. At this moment, the Dark Dwarf warriors and gnome mages were already standing on the city wall. They were preparing various long-range machines to fight against the army while looking nervously below the city wall. Monsters, dark dwarfs, spirit leeches, specters, and goblins formed the Dark City State Alliance army and gradually surrounded them. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of black. Accompanied by the tremors caused by the army's march, as well as the constant roars and roars of the monsters echoing in the cavern, the Dark Faction's army appeared even more oppressive and frightening in the already dark underground world. Some of the soldiers of Blade City had a slight change in expression because they noticed that the scale of the enemy's attack this time was much larger than the previous ones. After a few days of siege, the Dark Alliance had more or less figured out the strength of Blade City. Under the command of Lich King Poloni, the army had decided to take down the bridgehead of the Dark Alliance in one fell swoop. At the front was the Goblin army. They were poorly equipped, but there were many of them. Under the threat of the Death Knights behind them, they carried ladders and howled as they charged towards the city walls. They were both cannon fodder and vanguard. "It's a goblin! Prepare to fire!" Seeing the sea of goblins charging towards them, the dwarf soldiers on the city walls turned solemn. They raised their bows and arrows and shot at the same time. With a swishing sound, thousands of arrows fell like rain into the sea of goblins. In the blink of an eye, the weak creatures fell to the ground. But there were too many goblins. Under the command of the Dark Alliance army, their eyes were red as they brandished their low-quality swords, carried crude ladders, and raised their short bows to shoot at the city walls as they charged forward. The dwarven steam cannons on the city walls emitted loud sounds. Large steel balls were fired at the goblin army, smashing the unlucky creatures into meat paste. But no matter how many casualties there were, the goblins didn't retreat a single step. This was the tragedy of the week. As one of the subsidiary races of the Dark Alliance, the spirit leeches and dark dwarves kept the goblins as cannon fodder. If they didn't fight with all their might, they would also die and implicate their own tribe. After paying a huge price, the goblins successfully reached the bottom of the city walls. Under the bombardment of the gnome mage's spells, they desperately built ladders and started climbing upwards. The hand-to-hand combat had officially begun. The dwarven warriors roared as they waved their axes and hammers. They either split the climbing goblins in half or hammered them into meat paste. The goblins either panicked or screamed crazily. But regardless of whether they were scared, panicked, or motivated, none of the goblins on the city walls chose to retreat. Instead, they waved their weapons and hacked at the dwarven warriors. Perhaps the goblins' abilities weren't high, and most of them weren't even level 10, but their locust-like numbers were enough to drown any dwarven warrior. Curses, screams, groans, the sound of arrows piercing through the air, and the sound of axes sinking into bones mixed together, rendering the city walls into a hellish scene. In fact, because the city walls were too long and there were too many goblins, the warriors of the Dark Steel Alliance were quickly surrounded by the goblins. Wounds began to appear on their bodies one after another. The axes in their hands began to bend as they hacked again and again. Their breathing also became heavier and heavier. But at this moment, they suddenly heard a burst of battle cries coming from behind them. "Kill! For the elves! No, for the friendship of the Dark Alliance! Charge! Comrades! Hurrah!" Accompanied by excited shouts, one after another, tall and slender figures rushed up the city walls. There were both men and women among them. Some of them were clad in gorgeous armor and robes, while others were draped in the standard equipment of Blade City. Like a torrent, or like a sharp knife, they instantly charged into the midst of the battle between the goblins and the Dark Silence Alliance soldiers. F***CK. So they want to fight the goblins. There are so many of them. Haha. I'm the best at this. They laughed heartily, their faces ferocious as they chopped the goblins to the ground like vegetables, and consciously began to drive them away. The goblins were shocked by the sudden addition of enemies. They quickly fell into chaos, instinctively dodging and huddling together. However, these fellows that had just gathered were quickly burned to ashes by the fireballs or pierced through by the ice blades amidst the rhythmic incantations. The elf's skillful movements, the accuracy of each strike aimed at the opponent's weak points, and the flawless one-stop service of torture, terrorize, expel, and magic dispel seemed to be their profession. Elves? Seeing the players suddenly rush up the city walls and begin a frenzied slaughter, the dark dwarfs and underground gnomes were stunned. Fighting with the goblins was the gamer's specialty. Besides the first beta gamers, the second and third beta gamers who continued to explore the elven forest had more or less battled with these creatures. There were also relevant strategies on the discussion forum on how to quickly defeat these cowardly and cunning creatures. Of course, even if they weren't facing goblins but other creatures, the gamers' attacks wouldn't be weak. This was the valuable experience that they had accumulated through numerous team battles. They had to thank the cute creatures who provided them with shadow gems in the deep cave instance dungeon. Who's afraid of a group fight, especially when the opponents were weak? Hence, the situation of the battle on the city wall changed. The charging elves were like maniacs as they chased after the goblins and slashed at them. In the blink of an eye, the goblins who had reached the top of the city wall were pushed back. This situation didn't happen only once. Wherever the elves reached the top of the city wall, the goblins were massacred. The goblins resisted, but the elves didn't care about their attacks. Besides protecting their vital points, they didn't care about the swords and sabers that landed on their bodies. It was as though pain and fear of death didn't exist to them. All the elves were focused on how to kill the goblins. Many of the elves were wearing magnificent heavy armor. They were like monsters disguised as humans. They carried greatswords or steel axes as they charged around the goblins. Some of the weaker goblins were even knocked to the ground and sat on by the weight of the armor. This was a battle tank gamer. His skills were focused on defense and close combat. When Bryn reached the top of the city wall, he saw such a scene. He looked at the excited elves who were killing the goblins and laughing heartily. Some of them were even counting the number of goblins. He felt his scalp go numb. Wasn't this too cruel? Were these creatures really elves? Bryn was filled with shock and absurdity. However, the feelings of shock and absurdity came and went quickly. After a short period of shock, Bryn's emotions were quickly replaced by ecstasy. The combat power of the elves was beyond his expectations. Although they were weak as a whole, their cooperation was perfect. It was obvious that they had fought a lot. More importantly, they didn't seem to be afraid at all. Instead, they seemed to be enjoying this battle. When they were not fighting, they looked rather undisciplined. However, once they entered the battle, they all turned into wild wolves. At the same time, they were extremely cooperative and had a faint sense of discipline. Bryn only needed to watch for a moment to realize that the elves weren't fighting without order. Not only did they know how to work together, but they also knew how to take a break. It was as if someone was commanding them. However, Bryn stretched his neck and searched for a long time, but he still couldn't find the elven commander. Li Mu, who claimed to be the elf commander, held his magic staff and stood behind the crowd. He threw vines at the goblins as he commanded loudly, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the shouting. It was impossible for such an existence to command all the sprites on the city wall. Bryn couldn't understand. In the end, he could only conclude that these elves were natural warriors. Of course, Bryn didn't know that the gamer's perception was completely different from his. Their ears were filled with passionate and high-spirited battle background music. Every time they killed, the system would sound the kill notification. In the voice channel that they were connected to, Li Mu was shouting himself hoarse as he commanded passionately. To the gamers, these goblins who were giving experience points were too cute. This crushing battle was too satisfying. Who didn't like a crushing battle? The more they fought, the happier they were. The happier they were, the better they performed. The first wave of elves that charged onto the city wall wasn't over. As time passed, more and more elves began to yell and howl like hungry wolves that had seen food. They rushed to the top of the city wall and joined in on this feast of slaughter. The proportion of elves on the city wall was increasing at a visible speed. Gradually, Bryn discovered that some places had been completely occupied by the elves. The dark dwarfs and gnomes that were guarding the city wall were pushed aside and became a contrast. It wasn't that no elves died in the battle, it was just that nobody cared about the dead. The elves' indifference to life and death shocked Bryn, but at the same time, he was in awe. These elves were really suitable to be the believers of Her Holiness Hela. At this moment, he finally understood why Her Holiness Death God had given the elves the chance to win. If they were all so powerful, with the cooperation of the warriors of the Dark Alliance, as long as they persevered and didn't allow the powerful warriors of the Dark Alliance to break through the city's defensive sacred spells, Blade City would be able to hold on. Bryn took a deep breath and joined the battle as well. He recited mana spells and used his free time to command the dwarves and gnomes on the city wall, as if to verify Bryn's thoughts. With the frenzied killing of the elves, the goblins finally collapsed. The goblins weren't rocks. When the casualty ratio rose to a terrifying number, when faced with a group of enemies who were as bloodthirsty as demons, when the fear of the enemy overwhelmed everything else, they would also be afraid, and they would also run away. Faced with the increasing pressure from the elves, the cannon fodders were scared out of their wits. They either fled or knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Of course, they were only met with the enemy's pursuit, attacks, and merciless slaughter. There was no mercy on the battlefield. Soon, the goblins on the city wall were either killed on the spot or pushed down by the crowd. Some even turned around and jumped down the city wall. No one knew if they were dead or alive. The number of goblins outside the city wall decreased as the number of goblins on the city wall decreased. The goblins who escaped from the city wall caused a chain reaction, causing the goblin army to collapse. At this moment, another loud bellow sounded from the army of the Dark City-State Alliance. The earth rumbled once again, and the dark mass of the army began to move again. The skeletons were clad in armor and their eye sockets were flickering with ghostly flames. They formed a neat formation and charged toward Blade City under the command of the Death Knights. They ignored the fleeing goblins and drowned them. The Spectre army started their attack. As they advanced, the corpses of the goblins stood up again. The unlucky goblins outside the city wall became specters and joined the army of the Dark Alliance. If the goblin army was the first batch of cannon fodder, then the Spectre army of the Dark City-State Alliance was the vanguard of the official siege. The armored skeleton soldiers and the goblins who had turned into specters surged towards Blade City like a flood. After the appearance of the Spectre army, the underworld became even colder. It wasn't the first time that the dwarf warriors and gnome sorcerers on the city walls had come into contact with the specters. Their gazes became serious, and their breathing became heavier. As believers of the death god, nobody knew the terror of the specters better than them. They didn't feel pain or emotions, and they loyally followed the orders of their controllers. They were a group of killing machines. When fighting with the Spectre army, unless the controller behind the Spectre army was killed or the Spectre army fought against the Spectre army, even if they could defeat the Spectre army, they would have to pay a huge price. Among them, the most frightening thing was that a teammate who was fighting alongside you a second ago could be killed by the undead in the next second. The undead would then join the enemy's army in the form of an undead and fight against you with their swords and blades. Contrary to the soldiers of Blade City, the elves had strange expressions when they saw the specters. Specters? Aren't we allies with the death god? Seeing the puzzlement of the elves, Bryn sighed deeply and explained, "These are the Dark City-State Alliance's Dark City-State Alliance. These are the fallen specters of the Dark City-State Alliance. They betrayed our lord and sought refuge with the god of darkness and shadows. They obtained great power from the Shadow region and the Endless Abyss. They're evil degenerates. They're scarier than ordinary specters. They can even corrupt corpses and other specters and turn them into their own." Bryn gazed deeply at the rear of the Spectre army and gripped his magic staff tightly. Actually, there was something that he didn't say. Under normal circumstances, as believers of the death god in a city protected by the death god, they should be able to borrow the power of the true god to destroy the specters easily. However, the Dark City-State Alliance seemed to have a special power that suppressed their ability to control the specters. The necromancers of Blade City couldn't even summon their own specters, let alone influence the fallen specters. Even if they were summoned, their condition would be very poor, and they would be easily contaminated by the other party's power. After listening to Breen's explanation, the players were slightly stunned. Meanwhile, the players who had experience fighting the undead discovered that these undead creatures were different from the rest. Unlike the specters summoned by the goblin high priest, these specters' eye sockets didn't have blue soulfire. Instead, they were dark red. In addition, their bodies were shrouded in a faintly discernible black fog. They looked like the shadowy monsters in the Shadow Instance dungeon. At the same time, they had a hint of déjà vu with the despair-scaled monsters. "We must not let them reach the city walls. Quickly remove the corpses from the city walls. Otherwise, they will contaminate the corpses on the city wall and turn them into new fallen undead." Looking at the approaching undead army, Bryn reminded sternly. However, the elf's response was much more positive and optimistic than he had expected. Who cares if it's an ordinary undead or a fallen undead? It's better if it's fallen. Maybe the experience points will be even higher. Haha. He could do it. Is this considered a natural disaster versus a natural disaster? There are so many of them. How much experience points will they provide? Today, I'm going to kill to my heart's content. Change weapons. Change weapons. Against the specters, the initial wooden weapons are the best. Gosh. You should have said so earlier. I didn't bring any. The elves did not seem to care about Bryn's warning. On the contrary, they were chattering and itching for a fight. It seemed that they couldn't wait to fight the undead. Seeing how excited the elves were, Bryn didn't know if he should say that their mentality was good or that they were overly optimistic. It was as if his words didn't calm down these elves who had a strong desire to fight, but instead made them even more excited. He sighed and gave up on commanding the elves. Instead, he ordered the soldiers of the Dark Still Alliance to remove the corpses from the city walls and find a grand priest to purify them and bring the souls back to the goddess kingdom. However, after the order was given, the soldiers did not take much action. What are you waiting for? Bryn frowned. Upon hearing his words, the soldiers had strange expressions. A dwarf warrior nearest to Bryn scratched his head and said, "Chief, there aren't many corpses left." "Lord Chief, there don't seem to be many corpses on the city walls. They have already been dealt with. Disposed of long ago." Bryn was taken aback. How could that be? So many goblins were killed by the elves, and the elves suffered casualties. The corpses could not have been disposed of so quickly. With that in mind, Bryn took a closer look from the top of the city wall. But what he saw left him astonished. On the city walls, there were not many corpses, but there were many broken equipment left behind by the goblins. In some places, the equipment was piled up into small hills. He even saw a few elves happily picking through the equipment like scavengers. It was a little unsightly. The corners of Bryn's mouth twitched, and he averted his gaze. But, where were the corpses? He was bewildered. At this moment, the young chief caught sight of an elf who was chasing after a goblin. It was a goblin that had escaped in the wrong direction. The other goblins were either killed or escaped from the city walls. This goblin had escaped in the wrong direction and was blocked by the elf. Then, Bryn saw a scene that shocked him. The elf smiled maliciously and slashed the goblin to the ground. The goblin died on the spot, but its corpse seemed to have been weathered and turned into ashes. The corpse disappeared. Bryn stared with wide eyes. He turned his head and signaled to a Grand Priest of Death beside him. The Grand Priest of Death understood and closed his eyes to recite something. After a while, the Grand Priest opened his eyes. "Its soul is gone." "Its soul is gone," Bryn was shocked. Suddenly, he understood something, and he was energized. "No, it's not gone. The elves must have purified the goblin's corpse. Yes, no wonder the elves weren't afraid. They were fearless even when facing the undead army. They had the ability to purify corpses on the spot." Wait, the dead elves were gone. Was it the same? Bryn inhaled deeply and thought that he had discovered the truth. At this moment, he looked at the elves in a different light. No wonder the true god designated them as reinforcements. They had such a trick up their sleeves. During the siege, the Dark Faction's shadow creatures and fallen undead were the biggest headache for the Dark Faction. The elves could purify the ashes of their enemies while killing them. This meant that the fallen undead were unable to replenish their energy, coupled with their fearless, crazed, and reckless attitude when they fought. Bryn was looking forward to the battle between the elves and the undead. The gamers didn't have the means to purify the corpses. It was just that the hidden war sacrifice ability in their bodies activated, allowing the goblin corpses and souls without faith to return to nature in a different way. Of course, Bryn didn't know about this. Eve disguised the war sacrificer ability well, so it was normal for the goblins to treat it as a purification ability. In a sense, it was considered purification, but it was more thorough. After discovering the secret of the elves, Bryn became excited. At the same time, the Spectre army climbed the goblins' ladders. Bryn noticed that some of the elves on the city walls had the ability to destroy the ladders before the undead could climb up, but none of them did so. They were eager to fight the specters. Some of them even guarded the ladders, waiting for the specters to come up and kill them. They were a bunch of lunatics, Bryn muttered in his heart. At the same time, he made up his mind to never become enemies with these fearless and cruel creatures. The specters that climbed the city walls started fighting with the elves. The sounds of swords clashing on the city walls were mixed with the chanting of spells and the angry shouts of the elves. The battlefield was in chaos again. Unlike the goblins, the specters were more powerful. Most of them were between the lower and middle ranks of black iron, and they were disciplined like an emotionless army. The difference between the two sides was obvious at the start of the battle. Most of the elves lacked experience in fighting the specters, and they didn't have the calmness when they slaughtered the goblins. Though some of the specters were beheaded by the elves, their soulfire extinguished, and they turned into a pile of bones. Most of the specters withstood the attacks. The undead were simply too resistant to beatings. Even if one of their legs or an arm was removed, it was nothing to them. Losing a few bones would at most affect their combat power and movement. If the specter's vital parts weren't hit, the attacks wouldn't be effective. In fact, the best solution was to let the Grand Priests use light divine spells to suppress the specters and destroy their soulfire while their powers were suppressed. It was a pity that the true gods of the spirit world didn't have light divine spells, and the elves didn't have priests either. In the end, besides a few black iron warriors who could use their powerful strength to fight, many of the elves were flustered by the specters' attacks. Though the elves knew how to cooperate, the specters were also disciplined. This time, the specter army's attack was more powerful than any previous attack. With their superior numbers, the specters quickly created a gap in the city walls. They gradually occupied the key areas of the city walls, and the elves and the Dark Alliance were forced to retreat. More and more specters and the battle, more and more specters, and the battle became more and more intense. The city walls of Blade City had completely turned into hell. SSSSSS2's S's. SSSS Bren was well aware of the terror of the specters, but the elf's tenacity was beyond his imagination. When they were fighting with the goblins, Bren noticed that the elves weren't afraid of death or pain. But when they really fought with the specters, the shocking scene once again refreshed Bren's understanding of the elves. There were elves dying in battle every moment. However, every elf that died in battle fought tenaciously until the very last second before collapsing. They were fearless in the face of the specters' attacks. Even if there were more and more wounds on their bodies, even if they were fatally wounded, the elves didn't seem to feel pain. They laughed heartily as they fought with the specters. Moreover, the more serious their injuries, the more desperate they were in battle. They thought of ways to bring away a bunch of skeletons before they died, as though it would be a loss if they couldn't do it. At that moment, it was as though they were the real specters. When an elf died in battle, his corpse would be purified on the spot. Nobody cared about the sacrifice of their companions. They only had eyes for the enemy, and their goal was to kill. As Bren watched the intense battle on the city walls, he admired the strange elves more and more. Perhaps they weren't powerful, but they knew how to cooperate. They were tenacious and had high morale. Such existences might be weak individually, but when they formed an army, they were terrifying. As time passed, though there were more and more specters on the city walls, the number of elves increased as well. As the injured elves fell, there was a steady stream of new elves rushing over from the city to join in the battle against the undead. The battle on the city walls turned into a long tug-of-war. The elves and the specters clashed, and the scene was extremely chaotic. The warriors of the Dark Silence Alliance had been pushed aside by the elves to provide support. The war-loving Long-Ears charged forward as though they were afraid that the elves would fight with them. Looking at the Long-Ears that occupied the entire city walls, Bren suspected that all the elves on the surface plane had been brought back by Lord Firebeard. Though he was in awe of the elves' fighting spirit and tenacity, he also felt pity when he saw the elves collapse one by one. The elves had long lifespans, and their fertility rate was notoriously low. After this battle, who knew how many elves would be left? In fact, Bren felt that the elves were foolish. They could have destroyed the scaling ladders while the goblins were fleeing and trapped the specters at the bottom of the city walls. In that case, as long as the summoned undead army ran out of mana, it would retreat on its own, and the elves would be able to avoid too many casualties. However, they had to fight the specters head-on. Although such a choice allowed him to kill more undead creatures, he had also paid a heavy price. Bren had witnessed many elves die in battle. The remaining elves continued to charge dauntlessly into the front lines of the battle. Lunatics, they were lunatics. They weren't afraid of the consequences, didn't care about the losses, and didn't cherish the lives of their companions. In fact, as time passed, Bren began to worry that these crazy elves would be wiped out by the undead army because too many of them had died. That was very likely because he could see that the elves only had killing in their eyes. Besides killing enemies and looting equipment, they didn't care about anything else. However, he didn't see the number of elves decreasing. Instead, he saw a sweaty dwarf soldier running from the city. The other party brought him a piece of news that shocked him to the core. "What did you say? The 8,000 sets of equipment in the city have been distributed?" Cece felt that she was very lucky. First, she hugged her good friend's thigh and reached level 10 by killing monsters in the wild in a few days. Then, she received a very suitable book writing hidden quest. It had to be known that the boss of her research group was involved in writing the Blue Star teaching materials. She was responsible for writing the first draft and organizing the text. Sure enough, with her rich experience and professional confusion, she easily sneaked into the mission group. Not only did she participate in the completion of the Holy Bible, but she also secretly added a lot of personal stuff to it. After completing the quest, Bayan received 30,000 EXP and almost reached the requirement for class advancement. He also received 10 lottery tickets. In her excitement, she used up all the lottery tickets in one go, but she was not satisfied with the result. 2 sets of rare blue equipment, as well as 400 revival coins. Using her good friend Meng Jihan's words, his equipment was pretty good, and the revival coins were a consolation prize. To be able to draw 8 revival coins in one go, and 50 of them at that, he was lucky in a sense. At the very least, he could die whenever he wanted in the short term, and he didn't have to remind himself every day to exchange for revival coins for future use. CC also thought the same. At least, she could use this as a consolation prize when she saw her good friend draw 3 purple epic equipment and an epic meditation technique. However, just when CC felt that her luck was bad, a new quest came, large-scale war quest, Underground City War. What attracted her attention was one of the rewards. All players who accept this quest will receive a set of dark iron grade equipment made by the Dark Dwarves every time they participate in the war. Every time they participate in the war, every time. That meant that if she died during the quest, she could revive and participate in the war again and get the equipment again, CC had already asked. A set of dark iron grade equipment made by the dwarves, including the helmet, upper, lower, and weapon, was equivalent to 4 out of 6 pieces of equipment. A set of dark iron grade equipment made by the dwarves would be sold for 1,200 contribution points. If it was sold to a player, it would be sold for 2,000 contribution points. That meant that this set of equipment was worth 8,000 contribution points. And she had just received 400 revival coins. Great, the quick-witted Sina instantly knew that she was going to be rich. At level 11, dying once would cost 11 resurrection coins. These 400 resurrection coins were enough for her to die 36 times and exchange for 36 pieces of equipment. This was the limit. If he died again, he would lose a level without any resurrection tokens. And 36 sets of equipment, oh my god, that's 280,000 contribution points, waha. It was enough to exchange for 2 sets of golden legends. She had long been drooling over that beautiful golden legendary robe in the shop. Bayan quickly became excited. He hurriedly completed a few daily quests and successfully obtained the last bit of EXP needed to level up. Then, he rushed to the temple and advanced to level 11, becoming an elven mage. After that, she didn't learn any new skills, mainly because she didn't have any contribution points. Instead, she hurriedly dragged her friends to cheat for equipment. Oh, no, she went to participate in the war mission. This was my first time playing a virtual MMORPG, and my first time participating in this kind of large-scale group combat mission. Although she initially wanted to get some equipment, when the war really began, she was shocked by the real and magnificent war scene of Elven Nation. A shocking number of goblins, an orderly and horrifying undead army, and solemn dwarf warriors and gnome mages, besieging, fighting, roaring, killing, the brutality and chaos of war, the shock of being there, the pungent smell of blood, and the heatwave of magic explosions made Ruby wonder if this was the real world. If you ignored the game system screen, the vigorous background music, and Brother Moo's roaring commands in the war channel, as a girl who loved war movies, horror movies, and blood thrillers, Bayan quickly put her initial thoughts behind her and completely immersed herself in this large-scale mission. Of course, because her level was too low, she was dying more often than not. For example, she gave her first hit to a goblin that wasn't even level 10. The goblin jumped on her and pierced her chest with a sword. Of course, dying was one of her goals. However, after seeing how cool and spectacular this mission was, she decided to have some fun. You're asking why a goblin jumped on a mage in the back row? Well, Bayan. You're a mage. You're in the back row. Come with me, 1 CC, 1 DPS. Don't charge forward. Meng Han's face was filled with black lines as he watched his friend charge into the undead with the staff bound to the system. She used CC spells to restrain the undead attacking her friend as she shouted, "Look at Meow Meow. Look at Big Boss Salted Meow. He's been hiding in the back and throwing fireballs at the undead. How many have died? Where's your fireball spell?" Bayan coughed dryly when she heard her friend's roar. She said, "Salty Meow's fireball spell is at Circle 3, and she's wearing gold equipment. She can kill an NPC with her eyes closed. I haven't learned Circle 1 spells yet, also, close combat is more interesting. It's very realistic. I like boxed lunchbox." As she spoke, she raised her head in a certain direction. Meng Han followed her gaze and saw a ghostly figure shuttling through the undead. It was Boxed Lunchbox. While dodging little Salty Meow's fireballs, this max-leveled ferocious being would occasionally cast a skill and destroy a skeleton soldier. No one could stop her. Meng Han was stunned for a moment before reacting. She laughed and scolded Bayan. "Then why don't you choose to be a hunter? Why did you choose to be a mage? Che, aren't close combat mages supposed to be the strongest?" Bayan's voice came from afar. After dying a few times, she was able to last half a minute in front of the undead. She also used the ice block buff to break one of the enemy's ribs. Speaking of which, this guy really did have some talent in close combat. Although she had the help of her friend, she was still a weak mage at level 11. Being able to last so long in front of the undead was already a feat. Just as Bayan was about to break the undead's second rib, suddenly, a huge fireball fell from the sky. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, Swanee, with a bright smile on her face, returned to the embrace of nature together with the undead soldier whose bones she had knocked out. "Shit. I hit the wrong direction." Salty Meow's apologetic voice came from behind the crowd. Meng Han was speechless. The unexpected death did not make Siwen angry. She was just a little regretful that she did not manage to break the undead's second rib at the last moment. Moreover, dying was also one of her goals. Although she intended to have fun, with her current strength, she was at most a cannon fodder. She only needed to practice her combat skills. Her ultimate goal was to take advantage of her low level and plenty of resurrection coins to take the opportunity to die for equipment. Mages were too safe at the back. She did not want to commit suicide, so of course she had to go to the front. This was Siwen's 11th resurrection. She had relied on death to gain 10 sets of equipment. And these 10 sets of equipment were deposited in the Nature's Heart Guild's public space ring. It was exchanged by Limu with funds to serve the guild members. Almost every large guild had a similar public space ring. In fact, after this mission was released, there were many players who had the same idea as her. Even a max level 40 player could use death to get equipment and earn a difference of 4,000 contribution points out of thin air. It was just that most players had limited resurrection coins, so they could not die too many. And those who had more resurrection coins, except for the lucky ones like Siwen, were almost all big shots in the lottery pool. They did not lack money and did not care about this little bit of contribution points. They wanted to have a good time on the battlefield. After Siwen changed her clothes, changed her hairstyle, and covered her face with dirt to ensure that the dark dwarf could not recognize her, she once again used the long-distance teleportation portal to come to Blade City. At this moment, the teleportation portal of Blade City was still crowded with players. Among them, some had come here after being resurrected, and some had rushed over after receiving the news and accepting the mission. They were noisy as they waited for the equipment to be distributed and then went to the city wall to fight. And just as it was about to be Siwen's turn, there was a sudden commotion from the crowd in front. "What? There's no more equipment? It's all distributed?" The equipment was distributed. Siwen was slightly stunned when she heard the news. Wait, could the equipment be distributed? Wasn't this a game? Shouldn't there be no limit to such rewards in the game? Could it be that the bug had been reported, and the game discovered that someone was using this loophole to get equipment? Siwen frowned. At this moment, the dark dwarf in charge of distributing equipment wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled bitterly. I'm very sorry. We didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. We clearly prepared 8,000 sets of equipment, but we didn't expect them to be distributed so quickly." The gamers were in an uproar. 8,000 sets? Isn't this too little? Is it really not intentional? I know some people will definitely use this opportunity to get equipment, but we're new here. Yeah. What if you didn't have any equipment? We can't fight the undead with our bare hands, can we? Yeah. That's right. We're new here. Zao also joined the crowd and shouted. Looking at the angry elves in front of him, the dark dwarf in charge felt a headache coming on. But they didn't expect so many elves to come, 8,000 sets. Didn't this mean that the elves had over 10,000 reinforcements? This fact was quite exciting, but if they didn't have enough equipment, it would be a little awkward. Just as the elves were in a frenzy, Chief Bryn, who had received the news, finally arrived. He looked at the increasing number of elves and felt his scalp go numb. So many elves actually came? True God above. He couldn't see the entire situation when he was on the city wall, and the death rate of the elves was too high. He really didn't notice that there were so many elves participating in the battle, although Bryn hoped that there would be more elves. When their numbers exceeded his expectations, a new question popped up in Bryn's mind. When did the elves become so common? Where did these fellows come from? Or was the news that the elves were few in number fake, just like how the elves were very peace-loving? Was it a scam by the human merchants who sold elven slaves to them at high prices? Yes. After witnessing the madness of the elves, as a believer of the death god, Bryn's first suspicion wasn't the elves' identity, but whether the legends about the elves they knew before were misreported. After all, the residents of the underworld wouldn't go to the surface. Their sources of information were mostly human merchants. However, no matter where these elves came from, with the true god's oracle, they were definitely the most solid reinforcements. Since the oracle had promised to give them equipment, Bryn naturally didn't dare to go back on his word. He pondered for a moment before saying, "The equipment will definitely be given to everyone. I've already arranged for people to go to the city wall to collect it." Then, he sighed. "Your companions are really very brave. They're true warriors." After hearing Bryn's words, some of the players gradually came to their senses. "Wait, don't tell me you want us to use the equipment left behind after the elves died?" Bryn didn't deny it. "It's an emergency. That's the only way." But when he said that, the elves exploded again. "No. No. Our comrades who died in battle are true heroes. The equipment they obtained belongs to them. We can't use it. Personal gains are sacred and inviolable. That's their stuff. It can't be used to pay us." "That's right. This is a matter of principle." Looking at the determined elves, Bryn was speechless. Why are these guys so stubborn? Should I say that they respect their dead companions, or should I say that they're stubborn? If they're dead, what's the use of equipment? Of course, at this moment, he didn't know that even if he really sent people to the city wall to look for equipment, they probably wouldn't be able to find much. Bryn thought for a moment before saying, "How about this, let's put on the equipment of the dead first and leave a record here. When the war is over, everyone can come here to exchange for equipment that belongs to them. As for the equipment of the dead, let their relatives collect it." He had already decided to quickly contact the other city-states and make the best use of the time to rush the equipment. Although Blade City would feel the pinch if they took out too many pieces of equipment at once, it was nothing compared to winning the war. Of course, he had another alternative. "Also, I saw that some of my friends brought their own equipment. We can also exchange the equipment for gold pounds of equivalent value. If you agree, we'll pay in gold pounds instead of equipment. How about it?" After listening to Bryn's words, the elves agreed with him. "That's a good idea. We don't need equipment. Gold pounds of equivalent value is also good. Magic stones will do too. Even if it's magic materials, I won't refuse." "Haha. Me too, me too." Seeing the elves instantly change their minds after getting the promise, Bryn finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although they couldn't take out the equipment for the time being, their Blade City was very rich. In a situation where the high-level combat power did not appear and the mid-level and low-level forces were evenly matched, the war in the underground world would generally last for a long time. Perhaps before the reinforcements from the Allied army, the possibility of the Silent Castle Alliance successfully defending Blade City was still debatable. But after the players joined the war as a fresh force, the balance of the war that was clearly tilted towards the Dark Alliance quickly returned to balance. Of course, the overall strength of the players was not high, and there was not a single powerhouse above silver. Such strength was not enough to completely reverse the situation, but now that the magic power of the Seegers had just begun to recover, and the main forces of the various races were still at the Black Iron level, it was more than enough to let the players, who were the bottom troops, bear the pressure of the frontal battlefield. At least, that was the case for now. Hence, a long tug-of-war began on the city walls of Blade City. The Dark Alliance did not know how many undead soldiers they had accumulated over the years, and wave after wave charged towards Blade City, vainly trying to exhaust the opponent's strength step by step. Close combat was always the most powerful means of the undead. Looking down from the sky above the underground cavern, one would see a shocking scene. The undead were like a tide surrounding Blade City, which was flashing with defensive divine spells. They lined up neatly, and under the command of the Death Knights, they charged to the bottom of the magnificent city walls. Then, these cold undead climbed up to the top of the city walls like ants along the pre-built ladders, and engaged in battle with the defenders on the city walls. On the city walls, the crowd was clearly divided into two groups. One was the undead army that climbed up the city walls along the ladders, while the other was a strange alliance that included the elves, dark dwarves, and underground gnomes. They engaged in a fierce battle on the city walls, and the situation was extremely tragic. Swords flashed, and arrows flew everywhere. Angry shouts, loud laughter, screams, and the sound of bones breaking mixed together. It was extremely chaotic, but at the same time, it maintained a wonderful balance. Neither side could completely drive the other side off the city walls, and the two sides were in a deadlock. From time to time, the undead were pushed off the city walls, and from time to time, the defenders fell off the city walls. Of course, if one observed carefully, they would find that most of the defenders who fell off the city walls were elves who came to support. These warriors from the surface world had completely replaced the soldiers of the Silent Alliance, becoming the main force of the defensive battle. Perhaps, they were not as numerous as the dwarves and gnomes, but they were always at the forefront. Of course, they also had the highest death rate. The city walls were filled with bones. They were the remains of the undead soldiers who had been destroyed. These bones had long since lost their vitality. Therefore, a certain great being had merely used the power hidden in the elves to absorb the soul fire of the undead, and then ignored these tattered skeletons. On the other hand, there were some elves who had collected quite a lot of materials, and they were even muttering about how they were all top-notch materials. As the battle continued, the defenders of the Dark and Still Alliance began to admire their elven allies more and more. The underground world was very chaotic, and in a chaotic place, only the strong would be respected. Perhaps the individual strength of these elves wasn't high, but the unity they displayed as a whole, their bravery and fearlessness, and their willingness to give up their lives for the sake of vanquishing the enemy, all of this left the underground residents in awe. Don't mess with these strange elves in the future. It's better to be their friend than their enemy. After witnessing the madness of these elves, this idea had become the consensus of the defenders of the city. However, what surprised the defenders of the Dark and Still Alliance the most was that no matter how many of these elves died, there would always be new ones to replace them. These mysterious reinforcements from the surface seemed to be endless, just like the cockroaches of the underground world. Not only that, as time passed, their numbers continued to increase. However, the elves who came later were generally not very strong, and they obviously lacked actual combat experience. One look and you could tell that they were inexperienced. But even so, they were like the seniors of the same race. They shouted excitedly, howled, and rushed into the battlefield. Of course, their death rate was even higher. Under such a strange situation, the soldiers of the Dark and Still Alliance gradually found themselves isolated at the edge of the war. Apart from assisting the elves, they were almost reduced to spectators of the war. This kind of war lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The chief Breen of Blade City, who had promised the elves a reward, was also in pain and joy as the war continued. He was happy because with the support of the elves, it was obvious that Blade City could be defended. And he was in pain because he realized that he seemed to have paid a small price for his promise. Tucker, are the statistics out? Breen asked expressionlessly as he stood near the teleportation portal and looked at the underground dwarf who was in charge of calculating the payment. The underground dwarf, who was holding a thick book, wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "The chief is here. Mr. Chief. The statistics are out. Even after we've finished distributing the armors and weapons in our storage, there are still many elves who requested to pay with equipment. In these 3 days, we owe them a total of 13,184 sets of black iron equipment." Breen was speechless. Hearing this exaggerated number, the chief of Blade City felt his vision darken and he felt a little dizzy. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and asked again with a trembling voice. He asked in a trembling voice, "Then, what about the gold pounds?" The underground dwarf in charge of the statistics swallowed his saliva. He hesitated for a moment and said with difficulty, "A set of excellent black iron equipment can be replaced with 300 gold pounds, and in the past 3 days, we have paid a total of 18,580,000 gold pounds." Breen was speechless. Hearing this number, the young chief felt a sweetness in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had personally witnessed the elves surging like a tide over the past few days, and even he had gradually turned from shock to numbness, when he heard this number, he still felt a sharp pain in his heart. 18 million gold pounds, that was 18 million gold pounds. Blade City's annual revenue was only 3 million pounds. All of a sudden, 6 years of savings had gone down the drain in just 3 days. Of course, behind this number, the number of elves who had come to support them was also shocking. If it was converted, including the first batch of 8,000 sets of equipment, the elves had actually mobilized a total of nearly 80,000 people, and now, the number of elves fighting on the city wall was about 15,000, which meant that 65,000 of them had died in battle. Not even their corpses were left behind. Where did so many elves who didn't care about their lives come from? It was impossible to find so many even if one turned the entire world of Seekers upside down, right? Breen's heart was filled with doubts. But, all of this was the truth. At this moment, Breen simply wanted to travel back in time to 3 days ago and beat himself half to death for making such a promise so easily. Regret, really too much regret. With such a large sum of wealth, even the wealthy Blade City would suffer a loss if they took it out all at once. It would be great if there was no need to compensate the dead. Such a thought flashed through Breen's mind. Of course, it was just a thought. The contract had been set, and the other party was an ally in the Oracle. The elves obviously had not reached their limits, so he did not dare to fall out with them. Of course, with the elf sacrifice, Breen would not do that. He was not those cunning humans. The reason why Blade City could become one of the famous commercial centers of the underground world was because the dark dwarves and gnomes here were more trustworthy than other places. Moreover, although the elves suffered heavy casualties, they also caused great damage to the undead army. Looking out from the city wall, the number of undead army had been reduced by almost half. After all, the Dark Alliance had mobilized close to 100,000 undead soldiers. The army formed by the fallen undead was different from the shadow monsters. They were controllable. Before every war, the Dark Coalition would spend a lot of time and energy to prepare the fallen undead as an important force in the army. Directly destroying the undead was far more useful than exhausting the magic power of the other party who controlled the undead army. This meant that once this war ended, the other party would not be able to summon the undead army for a short period of time. In addition, the purpose of the Dark Coalition's attack on Blade City was to occupy the city, not to destroy it. Therefore, it was unlikely that they would summon the Shadow Army because no one knew what kind of things would be summoned in the end. Therefore, once the undead army was destroyed, this war would be half won. As long as the high-end forces won another battle, the tone of this war would be more or less set. Thinking of this, Breen took a deep breath, squeezed out a smile, and asked, "Tucker, how much money do we have left?" Tucker was not only responsible for calculating the remuneration of the elves this time, but he was also the chief financial officer of Blade City. After hearing the chief's words, the old dwarf wiped his sweat again and replied, "Chief, we still have 10 million left." "Lord Chief, if you must say, we still have 10 million left. However, we can only use another 5 million at most. Otherwise, it will affect the normal operations of our city and business." After hearing the chief financial officer's words, Breen fell silent. 5 million, at this rate, they could only hold on for a day. Although the money could always be earned back, they could not be so extravagant. Now that he thought about it, he might as well hire mercenaries from the underground world to help him defend. hiring a large professional mercenary group with an average strength of iron rank and more than 50,000 experienced members to participate in the war would only earn £50,000 a day. And even if a mercenary group was hired to participate in the war, it was impossible to hire them for a single day. Usually, it would be calculated on a monthly basis, and a month would only cost 1.5 million gold pounds. Of course, this was just a thought. Putting aside the fact that the Dark Alliance had cut off the source of mercenaries hired by Blade City in the underworld, even if they were hired, could they do better than the elves? No matter how elite the mercenaries were, if more than 30 to 40% of them died, they would collapse. However, the death rate of these elves had already reached more than 80%, but they were still ferocious. Moreover, if they had not fought desperately, the undead army would not have suffered such great losses. If ordinary mercenaries were to replace them, they would probably have to fight a long war. It might even take a few years or more. That kind of expenditure and loss would also be an astronomical figure. War had always been a money-burning thing. Actually, in the beginning, Breen was able to agree to exchange equipment for the support of the elves because he considered that this war that the Dark Alliance had been preparing for a long time might become a long war. And a set of equipment to hire the elves to fight for a few years or even more than 10 years was simply too profitable. The ideal was perfect, but the reality was cruel. Who knew that the death rate of these elves would be so high? After getting a set of equipment, they died in the blink of an eye. Although he had killed the enemy, he had died a little too quickly. They were caught off guard. Of course, it was not without benefits. Based on Breen's experience, the undead army had lost nearly half of its forces in a short period of time. It was estimated that this siege would last for a few more days before the other party retreated. Although the Dark Alliance still had an army formed by the Dark Dwarves and Spiritsuckers, with the undead army's losses, Breen did not believe that the other party could not see that Blade City had become a tough nut to crack. Under such circumstances, the other party would most likely choose to give up on besieging Blade City. Breen took a deep breath. He already had a plan in his mind. He turned around and looked at the Chief of Foreign Affairs, who was standing on the other side, in charge of negotiating with the elves. He said, "Go and inform the other city-states, this war is the war of the entire Dark Still Alliance." The elven allies were invited by everyone, and the oracle was also issued to all the city-states. If they want to win, if they still have respect for the goddess, they have to bear the compensation of the elven allies. Blade City has already paid enough as a battlefield. They have considered their own safety and did not send a large number of reinforcements. We can understand, but this is no longer a war of Blade City. If Blade City could not bear it, then he would pull the other city-states to bear it together. As long as he could end this war as soon as possible, spending more money would be worth it in the long run. After instructing the Chief of Foreign Affairs, Breen looked at the city wall that was still in battle with a heavy expression. Sigh, they were clearly at an advantage. But his heart was in pain. Perhaps he should persuade these elves not to fight so aggressively. At this time, Breen suddenly saw the Chief of Finance, Tucker, hesitate for a moment. He wanted to say something but stopped. His heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Tucker, what do you want to say?" Tucker hesitated for a moment and said tactfully, "Lord Chief, I don't know if it's my illusion, but there were many times when I felt that I had seen the elves who came to participate in the war somewhere before." How should I put it? Some of the elves who joined the war later looked very familiar to me. I even felt that I had seen them a few times. I specially asked them, and they said that the elves from before were their relatives. They said that they were either their brothers or sisters. Some even said that they were twins. It's just that one or two of them are fine, but such elves seem to be a little too many. Tucker smiled bitterly after he finished speaking. He had kept this matter in his heart for a long time. Now, he finally could not hold it in anymore and brought it up to the chief. After hearing his words, Breen frowned slightly. "You mean, after the elves joined the war, they came back and received their compensation again?" Tucker hesitated for a moment and nodded. Breen frowned even deeper. He glanced at the city wall and then at the teleportation portal. After pondering for a moment, he gently shook his head. It shouldn't be possible. The elves who came to participate in the war all came through the teleportation portal. The long-distance teleportation portal is connected to Black Rock City. After the elves fought on the city wall, very few came down, except for those who died in battle. If it's really like what you said, can they teleport to Black Rock City, which is hundreds of kilometers away, and then teleport back? Although Bryn had refuted Tucker's conjecture with a rhetorical question, he still had some doubts in his heart. There was no other reason. The behavior of these elven allies in the war was too strange. The elves were not low-level cannon fodder like the goblins, but a rare and well-known long-lived species, a former silver race, and there were tens of thousands of such beings all of a sudden. More than half of them had died on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. If someone else had told Bryn this, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Unfortunately, this was his personal experience. The calmness of these elves in the face of death made Bryn surprised and impressed, but at the same time, he was deeply puzzled. Although devout believers could retain their memories and return to their divine kingdom after death, the only ones who could give up their beautiful lives without hesitation were those fanatics, right? And these elves. How should he put it? After observing them for so long, Bryn knew that they seemed to believe in a goddess called Eve. But according to his own experience, he felt that most of these fellows could not even be considered devout believers. In short, all of this was too strange. There must be something wrong. Unfortunately, although Bryn had a vague feeling that something was wrong, he could not figure out what it was. If there are any familiar elves coming to the exhibition, pay more attention. You can secretly use a recording stone to record their appearance. After some thought, Bryn still gave such an order to Tucker. However, Bryn's new order was not carried out. Just as the two were talking, cheers suddenly came from the city walls. The sound came like a wave, from the dark dwarves, subterranean gnomes, and elves. Looking from the city, one could see the soldiers of the Silent Alliance and the elves on the 30-meter-tall city walls, cheering with their weapons raised. At some point, there were no undead figures on the city walls. At the same time, the roars of the subterranean creatures could be heard from afar. Bryn, who was familiar with the signals of the Dark Alliance, could tell that this was an order to retreat. The Dark Alliance had retreated. His expression brightened, and he exchanged glances with Tucker, seeing a hint of joy in each other's eyes. The two quickly got up and rushed towards the city walls, accompanied by their personal guards. The skeleton soldiers on the city walls had been completely wiped out, and outside the city walls, the undead army was slowly retreating under the command of the Death Knights. That was what Breen saw when he climbed up the wall. They are retreating. They had finally retreated. Praise the god of death. We've won this defensive battle. Like the other Dark Silence Alliance soldiers, Talon could not help but cheer when he saw the retreating undead. Of course, half of the old manager's cheers were for Blade City's finances. However, although the majority of the people were cheering, there were also different voices. Ah? Why did they retreat just like that? I just got here. We haven't killed a single monster yet. That's right, that's right. I was so close to leveling up, and you guys actually retreated at this time? They were elves who hadn't fought to their heart's content. They stood on the city walls, brandishing their swords or magic staffs as they watched the retreating undead creatures. Their faces were filled with pity and longing for more. Naturally, they received strange looks from the soldiers of the Dark Silence Alliance. Aren't these elves too warlike? However, this was not the most impulsive. Breen saw that when the undead army retreated, there were actually many elves who climbed down the city walls using the ladders they left behind. There were quite a few of them. As these elves climbed, they called out to their companions and said some strange words. Is there anyone brave enough to go and touch the buttocks of the other side? Go go go. Beat them up when they're down. Ha ha ha, I'll go too. I still need 1,000 experience points to level up. In the blink of an eye, under the astonished gazes of the soldiers of Blade City, many elves ran to the outside of the city walls. In groups of 3 to 5, they chased after the undead army that was left behind and slashed at them. Of course, these audacious fellows were naturally discovered by the Death Knights who were in charge of commanding the undead army. The Death Knights ordered the retreating undead to surround them. It was true that the Dark Coalition's army had retreated, but it did not mean that they had no combat power left. Naturally, except for a few elves who ran fast enough to escape, the rest were all shouting F***ck. Oh my god. I've gone too far. Quick! Save me! And even ha 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 ha. While being surrounded, after struggling for a while, they sacrificed themselves heroically on the spot, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. At the same time, the other elves on the city walls also burst into laughter. No one mourned, and no one grieved. Looking at the elves who ran down the city walls, the entire city walls were filled with a cheerful atmosphere, as if they were watching a joke. Well, these fellows were just short of moving a small chair and finding some nuts to chew on. Brain was speechless. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He felt that his impression of elves and his memory needed to be completely refreshed. This was a group of battle maniacs with a unique way of thinking. Of course, not all the elves who slipped down the city walls went to chase after the undead army. Even more people were running around the battlefield where the undead had retreated, picking up the remaining arrows and equipment in a frenzy. The equipment on the city walls had long been picked up during the battle, but there was none outside the city walls. When the first batch of elves did this, it quickly caused a chain reaction. F***ck. We can pick up the equipment outside the city. Why didn't I think of that? Let's go. Let's go. It'll be gone in a while. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the dark dwarfs and gnomes, the elves who recovered their senses climbed down the ladder. They started to frantically plunder the battlefield, picking up the fallen arrows and equipment left behind by the undead and goblins. In an instant, the empty battlefield where the undead army had retreated was occupied by the elves. They didn't seem to care if the undead army would retaliate. Instead, they focused all their attention on plundering the loot. It was as if this was more important than their lives. Wherever they went, not a single arrow or armor was left behind. Even the skeletons scattered on the ground were collected by the elves. Brain was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Have they retreated? At this moment, an old voice was heard. Brain turned his head and saw that it was the former first seat, the dark dwarf's chosen one, Firebeard. This gold-level professional ended his defensive theurgy and came to the city walls. However, unlike his fellow elves who were cheering, his expression didn't relax as he watched the retreating army. I mourn the heroes who sacrificed themselves in the epidemic. Don't wait for the first update tonight. I'll make up for the second update tomorrow. The Dark Coalition retreated too quickly. Looking at the terrifying number of troops outside the city wall, Huasu muttered. As a dark dwarf who had participated in many wars, Huasu had a much better understanding of the Dark City Alliance than others. The fallen undead were the common vanguard of the Dark City Alliance. Generally speaking, it was impossible for the other party to retreat until the target was breached or the undead army was exhausted. But now, the other party had only lost half of the undead army and stopped the siege of Blade City. This was not normal. There was only one meaning for such a situation to occur, and that was that the other side was determined to win this war. Therefore, after discovering that Blade City was stronger than expected and there was no hope of breaching the city, the army of the Dark Coalition retreated. This kind of retreat was not giving up the attack, but like a vicious wolf that had bitten its target, they once again lurked in the darkness to preserve their strength and prepare for a better opportunity to strike a fatal blow. However, this also showed that the other party had realized the power of Blade City. Looking at the undead army that was gradually retreating, Huasu sighed. Looks like this war is really going to take a long time. I don't know when my lord will be able to truly control his authority and make these traitors pay a painful price. The undead army actually attacked the city that worshipped the god of death, although the other party was a fallen undead that escaped the control of the god of death under the influence of the shadow power and the abyss power. There was nothing more depressing than this. However, this was the reality of the Church of Death in the underground world. Compared to the god of darkness and shadows who had started to set up the underground world 10,000 years ago, the influence of the god of death Hela in the underground world was too small. Perhaps her status was higher than that of the god of darkness and shadows, but it did not mean that she could suppress the other party in all aspects. The underground world had long become Holder's home ground. It was already amazing that the Church of Death could tear open a gap under his nose and establish a city-state alliance that could contend with him. If the power of faith was weak, no matter how powerful a true god was, it would be easy for them to fail in the struggles of the mortal world. Not to mention, this was the underground world that was filled with dark power, infiltrated by Holder, and closer to the abyss. Of course, what Huasu didn't know was that the Dark Coalition was also shocked by the power displayed by Blade City. Amongst them, the elves that had appeared out of nowhere, with fearsome combat power and complete disregard for their own lives. At the same time, their bodies seemed to carry a strange power that could absorb the soulfire of the undead and completely destroy the undead army to replenish their own strength, were the key factors that made the Dark Coalition choose to retreat. The higher-ups of the Dark Coalition had already begun to investigate the strange elves that had appeared on the battlefield. Behind the Dark Coalition army, in a temporary camp, a humanoid monster with a light purple body and a black cloak was standing in front of a burning black flame, chanting something. His head looked like that of a giant octopus, and there were 4 wriggling tentacles near his mouth that extended all the way to his chest. A layer of transparent mucus could be faintly seen. This was a spirit-absorbing monster. Similar to the dark dwarfs and underground gnomes, spirit-absorbing monsters were also an intelligent species in the underground world. They were natural-born spellcasters who were good at spirit and soul spells. Most of them believed in the god of darkness and shadows, Holger. The man in front of him was the mayor of an underground city-state called Allander in the Dark City-State Alliance. He was a bloodline warlock with the strength of an intermediate gold rank. Allander was an underground city that was not far from Blade City and had trade conflicts with Blade City all year round. The two cities were historical enemies. The army that besieged Blade City this time was also led by this underground city castellan who was subdued by Lich King Poloni. Of course, with the power of Allander City, it was impossible to gather such a powerful army on normal days. This was the army that Lich King Poloni gathered from the nearby cities after he consolidated the power of the Dark Coalition. At this moment, the castellan of Allander City stood in the camp and chanted an obscure spell. As he chanted, the black flame floating in front of him quickly expanded, and finally turned into an eye made of deep flames. The eye emitted a heart-palpitating pressure, causing the castellan of Allander to lower his arrogant head and speak with slight respect. The great castellan of Morso City, Lich King, your loyal subordinate has something to report. Our siege on Blade City has suffered a setback. Blade City has sought the support of the elves. The elves are very strange and there are a lot of them. Their weapons seem to have been blessed by the gods of the underworld, causing great damage to the undead. We have sent out investigators and have a preliminary understanding of the origin of these elves. They come from the underworld and seem to believe in an unfamiliar god called Eve. I suspect this war has attracted the attention of other great beings. The commander of the allied forces told him everything he knew. Hearing his words, the eye made of flames flickered a few times and a dignified and heavy voice sounded. I am aware of the matter. I will inform the Lord of this matter and ask him to make a decision. The forces of the Dark Still Alliance have always been scattered and not united. Since Blade City has sought strong reinforcements, then withdraw your troops and go north to support Xianxia. Xianxia was another underground city that belonged to the Dark Still Alliance. It was also the first target of the Dark Still Alliance's attack. However, Blade City was the main attacking force and Xianxia was the supporting force. Xianxia was closer to the other cities of the Dark Still Alliance, so it was more convenient for them to provide reinforcements. I understand. The castellan of Allander bowed deeply to show his respect. The Dark Still Alliance had retreated. When the army besieging Blade City finally retreated, the entire city welcomed a festive cheer. Merchants once again boldly entered the city to trade with the dwarfs and gnomes. The entire business of Blade City was once again in operation. Bren also let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he did not have to go bankrupt. However, although he was relieved, he was still vigilant in his heart. Unlike the people, Firebeard had already told him his worries. He knew that the war was far from over and that the Dark Still Alliance had temporarily given up on attacking Blade City. Just as he was thinking about how to arrange the city's defense, he suddenly received a piece of news that shocked him and made him instantly understand the series of events that had happened recently. What? You said, these elves who are supporting us have the ability to not die? After they die, they will be revived in the underworld? There were no airtight walls in the world. In fact, there were many residents of the Seeger's world who knew that the players could be resurrected. For example, the orcs of the Grotto tribe who had fled to the Desert of Death, the border barons of the Holy Mania Empire, and the dark dwarves of Black Rock City who were already familiar with the players, and this time, it was the messenger from Black Rock City who told Bryn this shocking news. When the long-distance teleportation portal connected Blade City and Black Rock City, the two cities naturally took the opportunity to sign some business agreements. This was how the messengers were sent. When the messenger from Blade City arrived at Black Rock City, he naturally had a deeper level of communication with the local residents. At the same time, he learned the secrets of the elves from them. They could be resurrected. Resurrection from the dead was not something difficult to understand in the world of Seekers, which was full of extraordinary powers. Of course, for most of the creatures in the world of Seekers, resurrection from the dead was the power of the Grim Reaper. Being able to resurrect from the dead was, in a sense, making a deal with the Grim Reaper. Therefore, after knowing the secret of the elves and associating it with the oracle of the true god, as well as some groundless news about the true god brought by the messenger, Breen thought that he had finally discovered the truth of the matter. Understood, everything was clear, no wonder the elves were not afraid of death. It turned out that they could not truly die, Goddess Eve? An elf who was resurrected from the dead and whose personality had changed greatly? And an oracle that pointed directly to the elves, could it be that, it was really like the rumors that the emissary had brought back, that this new true god was actually a subordinate god of Her Holiness Hela, or was it simply an incarnation of Her Holiness Hela? Breen made many connections in his mind. At this time, he finally understood that there was no 80,000 elven army, no 60,000 elves who died in battle. It was clearly the same batch of elves who were constantly sending themselves to death. Of course, they were indeed seriously killing the enemy. They were cheated. Their equipment and gold pounds were all cheated. Perhaps the true number of elves who came to participate in the war was only 15,000 or so. Of course, this number was still very terrifying. But considering the death god's ability, along with the life and nature priesthoods, Bryn felt that he could vaguely understand, with Her Majesty Hela's ability, after controlling life and nature, it was indeed possible for her to do this. After understanding this matter, Bryn quickly linked it to the rewards that the elves received. Forget about the tens of millions of gold pounds. Those that had already been given out would probably be difficult to get back. However, the remaining 13,000 sets of equipment. How many of them were duplicates? Breen's first thought was to restrict the elves from receiving the equipment. They had to be present in person. What a joke. How many sets of equipment would a person receive? No matter how rich Blade City was, it would not be able to withstand such a torment. A few more times and he would really go bankrupt. However, after he informed Hwasu, the dark dwarf, of this matter, and the two of them had a discussion, they changed their minds. There were two reasons for this. One reason was that although they were suspected of being tricked this time, the agreement was made by both sides. Even if they were tricked, it was because Blade City did not have enough information. Since the agreement had been made, and the overall strength of the elves was strong enough, Blade City did not have the confidence to break the agreement. The other reason was that after seeing the elves' dedication to the equipment, Bryn also suspected that going back on the agreement would greatly anger them and even worsen the originally good relationship between both sides. Bryn already understood that the war was not over. Blade City was very likely to need the elves' support. Under such circumstances, it was best to get along well with them. Furthermore, how could they refuse? As of now, unless the long-distance teleportation portal was closed, the elves were completely capable of collecting the debt by force. Thinking of more than 10,000 undying elves wreaking havoc in the city, Bryn felt terrified. As long as the teleportation portal was guarded, these fellows would be invincible. In addition, without the elves as reinforcements, with the current strength of Blade City, there was probably no way to resist the remaining forces of the Dark Coalition. After thinking through all this, the former and current First Chiefs quickly reached an agreement on the elves' attitude. First of all, the promises that had already been made should not be changed. It was just a few years of financial income. Just treat it as spending money to avoid disaster and to improve the relationship between both sides. Firebeard was quite interested in these elves, especially the various businesses that they did in Black Rock City. He also wanted to develop business cooperation with these elves in the future. Secondly, they sent an emissary in time to update the agreement with the elves with an official attitude. The general idea was that they knew that the elves could be resurrected. They would abide by the effects of the previous agreement, but they could not do so anymore. Before the war completely ended, new elves who participated in the war could only receive one piece of equipment. Of course, the two of them did not actually expect new elves to join. In their opinion, the number of elves now was already terrifying enough, and it was enough. The other purpose of updating the agreement was to completely tie the elves who had already participated in the war to the war chariot of Blade City. Since they had received the equipment, then, they had the responsibility to help Blade City completely through this war and even obtain the final victory. It was not enough to just fight one battle. The new agreement also needed an emissary to go and sign. Considering the uniqueness of the elves and the importance that Blade City attached to them, Bryn decided to go personally this time, while Firebeard stayed behind to guard the city. With the help of Black Rock City, the elves quickly responded. Similarly, they sent out representatives, Nature Saintess Alice and an elf known as Cuckoo Bird. Both sides updated the new agreement in Black Rock City. To Bryn's surprise, the elves agreed rather quickly, and he even saw guilt on Alice's face. At that moment, Bryn finally found some of the legendary kindness of the elves in this Nature Saintess. Of course, what he did not know was that even if Blade City no longer provided equipment to the elves after this war, the players who had tasted the sweetness of war would still rush over to participate in the war as soon as possible. This was the real reason why Alice felt guilty, because she understood the players too. Well, experience, contribution, and even the spoils of war after killing the enemy were all extremely attractive to them. However, the elves also made a request, and that was that the elves would not stay in Blade City permanently. Instead, they would provide support when Blade City was in danger. Bryn agreed to this as well. At this stage, the Dark Coalition was huge, and their high-end combat power was crushing the Dark Coalition. They could only hole up in the city and defend, and could not take the initiative to attack. Just as he was about to leave Black Rock City after renewing the contract, Bryn met a familiar figure that he had never expected. There's another update later to make up for yesterday's debt. Deluru, why is this guy here? Looking at a certain figure that appeared in Black Rock City, Bryn muttered in his heart. It was an underground gnome wearing a gorgeous human aristocratic costume. Although the human costume looked good, it did not match the gnome. Not only did he not look noble, but he looked more like a clown. At this moment, this underground gnome, accompanied by a few guards, hurriedly walked toward the Grim Reaper's shrine in Black Rock City. There was a hint of anxiety and worry on his face, as if he had encountered something urgent. Underground gnome Deluru. He was Bryn's classmate when he was studying in the underground city of Xianxia when he was young. He was the first successor of the most powerful underground gnome family in Xianxia City and also the grandson of the current chief. He was currently a diplomat in Xianxia City and was said to be the next chief. Just like the relationship between Blade City and Xianxia City, although the two were classmates, they had always disliked each other. After Bryn became the chief of Blade City, it was said that Deluru had once said in public that with Bryn's idiotic ability, he will definitely lead Blade City into decline and so on. Of course, in reality, it was because he saw Bryn become the chief of Dungeon City first, so he just felt jealous. When Bryn saw Deluru, the other party also saw him. The moment he saw Bryn, Deluru immediately put away his expression and at the same time, raised his nostrils to the sky and ridiculed in a strange manner. Yo! Isn't this Bryn from Blade City? I heard that not long after the war started in Blade City, they had already spent all their years of savings. They also owed the surrounding city-states close to 10,000 sets of superior equipment. They even caused the reinforcements to suffer heavy casualties. It seems that, this year's chief of Blade City is still not good enough. I don't know what Lord Firebeard is thinking, passing the chief's position to such a guy. Hearing the ridicule in the other party's words, Bryn's expression darkened. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and replied, "It's better than trash who only knows how to talk about people behind their backs." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the tired and worried guards behind Derolo. He thought of the geographical location of the two cities and the military arrangement of the Dark Coalition that he already knew. He understood something in his heart. He smiled faintly and said, "That's right. Lord Deluru, you should do your job as soon as possible. I heard that Sanatar has also become the target of the Dark Alliance. Now that we have defeated the enemy, they might change their target. If that's the case, your city will be in danger. It's a pity." Our Blade City has suffered heavy losses in this war. There's no way we can provide any support. Humph. Deluru's face darkened after hearing Breen's words. He took a deep look at Bryn and walked towards the Temple of Death with his personal guards. Gazing at his back, Bryn shook his head. Judging from Deluru's reaction, it was likely that Lord Firebeard's guess was correct. The Dark Coalition did not choose to retreat. Instead, they changed the direction of their attack and targeted another underground city, Xianxia. As for Deluru, it was clear that he was here to ask for help. Speaking of which, although the Elves and the Dark and Still Alliance had formed an alliance, many of the Dark and Still Alliance's underground cities were still observing the Elves. On one hand, it was because they were not under much pressure from the war. On the other hand, it was because they were very doubtful of the strength of the long-eared Elves. Blade City was besieged by an army and urgently needed reinforcements. That was why they called the Elves over and completely displayed their terrifying combat power. Blade City successfully defended itself, which allowed the other city-states to truly witness the power of the Elves. Of course, they did not know enough about the details of the battle. What they knew was that with the help of the Elves, Blade City only took 3 days to defeat the enemy. Also, Blade City seemed to have owed a lot of debts in this war. Seeing Deluru enter the Temple of Death, Breen's lips curled into a cold smile. Hee. Blade City owes a debt. I want to know how much Xianxia owes. He did represent Blade City to change the agreement with the Elves, but that was only Blade City's unilateral decision. The underground world was originally full of competition and chaos. Although Blade City and Xianxia were both allied city-states of the Dark and Still Alliance, there was also competition between them. Under such circumstances, Blade City, which had suffered a great loss, naturally would not consider the other city-states, even if they were allies. Speaking of which, it was this group of allies who wantonly raised the prices of goods when Blade City was besieged and profited from the war. Even the equipment that Blade City owed was bought at a much higher price from other city-states. Not to mention the extra reinforcements. It was no wonder that the Dark and Still Alliance could not defeat the Dark Alliance. If they were not united, no matter how strong they were, they would not be able to exert their strength. Not to mention, they were not as strong as the enemy. In fact, in the agreement between the Dark and Still Alliance and the Elves, the explanation about equipment was only that the Alliance needed to provide the necessary equipment for the Elves who supported them. The other details were added by the underground cities during the specific implementation process. In other words, the agreement of Blade City did not apply to other underground cities. And now, seeing that it was Xianxia's turn to ask for help, Bryn naturally would not remind him of anything. With the Elves' participation, the city would most likely be defended, but he did not know how much debt they would owe. They would most likely go bankrupt. After all, Blade City was not taken down. The Dark Alliance would definitely invest more forces to besiege Xianxia, Bryn thought in his heart. Thinking of Deluru's possible expression after the war in the future, Bryn felt a trace of pleasure in his heart. As a mature underground resident, he was also very vengeful. When he went back this time, he would prepare well and see if he could use Xianxia's defense to make up for the lost wealth. That's right, as a qualified commercial underground city chief, he was already thinking about how to use the gap in information to cut off Xianxia's fleece. Deluru was indeed here to ask for help. After the Dark Alliance's army gave up on besieging Blade City, they quickly shifted their main target to them. For a time, the pressure on the entire city multiplied. And with Blade City's success as a precedent, they naturally directed their request to the Elves. The process of their request for help was very smooth. After losing the way to use the resurrection ability to farm equipment in Blade City, the regretful players received a request for help from the new city-state. They immediately became excited as if they had discovered a new continent. Thus, Deluru easily reached an agreement with the players. Just like Blade City. To be able to have an army of the undead attack the organization under her protection, and not be able to stand up for herself. Even her own believers do not dare to use the power of the undead to counterattack. In a sense, Hela is quite pitiful. In the World Tree's divine kingdom, Eve sat high on her divine throne and sighed slightly. At this moment, she could more or less understand why Hela was willing to form an alliance with her despite being a mid-level true god. Apart from the fact that Hela was likely to be on good terms with the previous World Tree, she also needed a powerful ally outside the underworld, especially in the world of Seekers. In the previous war, I felt that Hela's power seemed to be suppressed in some way. Could it be a divine artifact? TSK, it seems that Hela has a deeper reason for insisting on fighting this war. This war in the underworld will probably continue for a long time. Just as well. Let's treat it as a training ground for the players, a battlefield in the game. Eve shook her head and swung her slender legs gently. She was in a good mood. Those who enjoyed the show did not mind the drama. At this moment, the great new goddess of life was holding a fruit that resembled a blue star watermelon from her divine kingdom. She nibbled on the sweet flesh of the fruit as she looked at the giant sand table in front of her with great interest. This was a three-dimensional sand table formed by divine power. It was the result of Eve's tinkering after she was promoted to low-level divine power. The purpose was to better spy on, track the movements of the players. If one looked closely, they would find that the sand table was centered around the world tree in the world of Seekers and included all the areas that the players had explored. It was just like a pocket-sized three-dimensional map. Among them, there were also blue photons that were active in the sand table, representing the players. Whenever Eve wanted to check the vision of a player, she only needed to think, and the corresponding photon's image would be switched out. Through this sand table, Eve could easily understand the movements of all the players and cast her gaze on the people she was interested in at any time. If she was willing, she could even directly project her avatar to the location of the corresponding player according to the game system connected to the corresponding player. Of course, that would consume a lot of energy. And all this was only possible after she was promoted to low-level divine power and had more precise control over her divine power. Needless to say, this feeling of opening the entire map was quite interesting. Perhaps, this was the feeling of a god. It was like playing real-time strategy games in the previous world, and the players were her villagers and soldiers. Currently, nearly one-third of the 60,000 photons in the server were concentrated in the underworld. These were the players who accepted the Underworld War mission. Among them, the 3 beta testers were still the main players, but there were also some 4th beta testers who had leveled up faster than the rest. In the beginning, they had gathered in Blade City. But now, except for some lifestyle players who were interested in doing business with the Dark Dwarves or exploration players who liked to explore unknown maps, most of the players who were in pursuit of promotion and equipment had run to another underworld city next door, Xianxia. Eve had already checked their vision and knew that the players had once again engaged in battle with the enemies who were besieging Xianxia. But it was obvious that in the 3 days of battle in Blade City, the players had used up most of the resurrection tokens that they had accumulated for a long time. So, except for the new 4th beta players, the old players were much more cautious when fighting this time. And with the lesson of Blade City, the Dark Coalition was much more vigilant. They did not blindly attack like before. Instead, they began to focus on using long-range attacks to deplete the strength of the Dark Coalition. And the result was that the Dark Coalition's combat strength was greatly reduced. Naturally, this also meant that this war was going to turn into a protracted war. As for the players' side, in the situation where they did not have enough resurrection tokens, the old players were very careful to stay alive. After all, if they were not careful, they would lose levels. But it was different for the young 4th beta players. The penalty for their imperfect resurrection was not high. And if they were stuck at level 11, they could exchange enough resurrection tokens for a perfect resurrection in a day. So, they were still happily using death and resurrection to harvest the equipment promised by Xianxia City. Almost once a day, if this trend continued, when the remaining tens of thousands of 4th beta players were promoted to Black Iron, Eve seriously suspected that the city would be bankrupted by the players. Of course, regarding the players' use of resurrection to harvest the wealth of the underworld city, Eve did not take back their harvest like the previous time in Maple City when the players used the binding function to harvest the wealth of the Black Market Chamber of Commerce. The reason was that the players had only obtained some good equipment. It would not affect the balance of the game like when they obtained many high-grade items from the black market. On the other hand, the tens of thousands of new players needed a large amount of equipment to arm themselves. In addition, once the replenished equipment was damaged, most of the players would choose to sacrifice it to the goddess in exchange for a certain amount of contribution points. After the players sacrificed the damaged equipment to her, Eve could repair it and add some special effects to make it into higher-grade equipment. Then, she could sell it to the players in the shop. Yes, a perfect cycle. Mutual benefit. As for the consumption of divine power in the process of the player's resurrection in the underworld, now that she had sufficient divine power, Eve, who was rich, did not care. Not to mention, in theory, each resurrection of the players would consume resurrection tokens, and these resurrection tokens were earned through their hard work. In the process of hard work, they were actually working for Eve. In short, you may earn a lot, but I, Eve, will never lose out. Of course, this was only limited to resurrecting players who were level 40 and below. Silver was the first watershed of extraordinary power. When one was promoted to silver, he would leave the category of low-level professionals and become a middle-level professional. Although the gap between a middle-level professional and a low-level professional was not as big as that between a high-level professional and a middle-level professional, the life force contained in a living body was already on a different level. Therefore, when the players were promoted to silver, the cost of resurrecting them would directly increase by many times. In summary, Eve did not intend to open higher levels to the players for the time being. She intended to wait until her divine power was sufficient, or to find a way to completely repair the scepter of life before opening the new levels to the players. Anyway, with the current exaggerated number of players, once everyone was promoted to the black iron level, just the number of players was enough to kill the existence below the gold level, and the enemies above the gold level would naturally be dealt with by Eve's gods chosen. Of course, all this was not absolute. Before that, perhaps some exclusive promotion quota could be set so that some outstanding players could be promoted to silver in advance to make up for the lack of middle-level professionals. It seemed that she had found a good reward to encourage the players to work hard, Eve thought happily. The war in the underworld continued, and as time passed, the strength of the players, as well as the number and form of participation in the underworld war, were also faintly changing. Due to their natural yearning for higher levels and greater power, the fourth beta testers worked harder after witnessing the strength of the veteran players. They either did missions like crazy or farmed wild monsters in the elven forest in order to level up quickly. Gradually, the 50,000 fourth beta testers reached the climax of leveling up to black iron. At the peak, there were 5,000 people leveling up to black iron in a day. Almost every 10 seconds, there would be new fourth beta testers entering the Temple of Life or coming to the central square of the City of Chosen to pray to the World Tree. Then, they would enter the profession change interface and change to the profession they wanted. Among them, the most popular profession was still the strength profession. After leveling up to black iron and changing professions for the first time, the number of strength professions was warrior, followed by hunter, and archer was the least, less than half of mage. This was because the strength profession had become a recognized civilian profession. Compared to the mage profession, the strength profession was more approachable. At low levels, their combat power was stronger than that of mage, and their equipment was easier to obtain. Spellcaster equipment could only be exchanged in the shop, and the price was slightly higher than that of the strength profession of the same level. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Eve also knew this principle. The inventory of spellcaster equipment in her hands was far less than that of the strength profession. The reason why there were so few archer players was that even with the assistance of skills, this profession required a certain level of combat ability. After all, there were too many players who could not hit accurately. If they could not hit accurately and mastered the archer's damage skills, the destructive power caused by the combination was simply a disaster. In fact, many players who formed teams to explore maps and players who farmed shadow dungeons openly expressed that they did not welcome archer players into their teams. However, for some veteran archer players, they also found a solution to the problem. The more tiring ones practiced archery non-stop, while the shortcuts were to find a way to exchange or find an elven NPC to learn a zero-circle magic skill called Hard Arrow. Hard Arrow was a support skill that could allow the user to enter a special state of calmness and concentration. It could greatly enhance the accuracy of archery and was very suitable for archer players. In fact, this was also one of the necessary skills for veteran elven archers. Of course, most archers would choose to do both. In addition, there were also some players who were not interested in bows and arrows. They had been tinkering with the steam guns they bought from the dwarves. They planned to use the knowledge of Blue Star to modify it and find a way to attach skills to it so that it could provide killing EXP. Of course, this experiment had yet to succeed. This was understandable. At the moment, most players were still focused on leveling up. Although they would devote part of their energy to other things before their levels were maxed out, they would never completely sink into it. This was also why, after coming to the Zerg's world for so long, although the players had come up with many gadgets that could only be found on Blue Planet, very few people would do things that were slightly more complicated and technical. There was no other reason. Everyone was distracted by leveling up and training. Eve could roughly guess that after most players reached the maximum level, they would no longer have the pressure to level up and would have more free time to explore more playstyles. When that time came, perhaps it would be the time when the various Blue Star technologies would explode in the world of Seekers. At the moment, compared to the technology in the world of Seekers, the players were obviously more interested in leveling up and magic, which was not available in the Blue Star. After all, how many bigwigs were willing to settle down and develop technology? Most of them were just doing it for fun and relaxation. In fact, the players' interest in magic was much stronger than Eve imagined, if not for the fact that elves were magical creatures and could learn and cast simple spells even if they chose the strength class. There would be a lot of players who chose the magic class even if there was a shortage of equipment for spellcasters. Even now, almost 40% of the 4th beta gamers had chosen to be spellcasters. Of course, in real battles, perhaps due to the lack of equipment, or because they felt that the damage of low-level magic was too low, many players disguised themselves as close combat mages. Among the spellcasters, there were more elven mages after changing their class, followed by druids. This was because druids had too few offensive skills in the early stages. Most of them were control-type and healing-type magic, and these two types were actually very unsuitable for the distribution of experience when killing enemies. The druids' truly powerful offensive skills could only be acquired when they were at least mid-iron rank, and that was the skill, Transformation. Only druids with the Transformation skill could be considered a druid with combat power. They could transform into a powerful magical beast and gain about 70% of the opponent's abilities. Of course, considering that druids were the only stable healers and were also good at control-type support, their employment prospects were better and they were well received by various combat teams. As for the elven mages, it was better to spend money. Salty Meow, who was fully equipped with golden legendary equipment, had proven that there was nothing that could not be solved by a fireball with various buffs. If there was, then 2 would be enough. And to obtain powerful spells that could cleanse the ground, a full set of high-quality magical equipment was a must. At least, that was the case when he was at the iron rank. Back to the present. The number of 4th beta gamers who were promoted to iron rank was increasing. Naturally, they were more interested in the underground war mission where they could get a full set of equipment for free. As a result, more and more players joined the defense of Xianxia. However, the awkward thing was that the Dark Coalition did not launch a fierce attack on Xianxia like they did on Blade City. They adopted a low-intensity, high-frequency, and continuous long-range attack style. The result was that although Xianxia City's army was pressuring the border, bringing about great visual shock and pressure, the actual battle pressure was not that great. Under such circumstances, even Li Mu gave up on commanding and let everyone do as they pleased. However, as time passed, the number of players joining the battle increased. Although some 1st beta gamers and 2nd beta gamers who had maxed out after the war chose to leave the battlefield, more 4th beta gamers joined in. The pressure of a defensive war was not great, and the number of enemies that could be killed was limited. Moreover, the 4th beta gamers lacked the ability to kill enemies. The few specters that charged forward were dealt with by the veteran gamers. As a result, the real goal of the new 4th beta gamers was to freeload equipment. Never overestimate the quality and integrity of the gamers. No matter how many restrictions there were, no matter how many hints there were, when they were faced with a large enough benefit. What was integrity? Could it be eaten? Therefore, all kinds of freeloading on the city walls started to happen. Some of them even took the equipment and fled after they died. Some even jumped off the city walls to commit suicide. Thus, the miserable city-state of Xianxia fell into a rather awkward situation. Underground world, Xianxia City. This was an ancient city located in the upper region of the western region of the Underdark, separated from Blade City by an underground lake. It was said that this underground city was first built by the Dark Dwarfs in the early Silver Era and was destroyed in the war in the Middle and Late Silver Era. Then, it was rebuilt by the underground gnomes on the original site 3,000 years ago. Like Blade City, which was located at a commercial node, Sanatar City was also a commercial underground city. Its structure was very similar to Black Rock City in the Deep Crack Cave. However, it was slightly different from Blade City's Dark Dwarfs who specialized in selling armor and swords. Although Sanatar City also sold similar equipment, the underground gnomes here used the spider silk of the crypt spiders to weave mage robes that were more famous in the underground world. Of course, this was also why the siege of the Dark Coalition army had become less intense, and the players could no longer quickly earn EXP by killing the undead. However, there were still so many new players who would think of ways to get a set of equipment even if they had to die once. There was no other reason. Mage equipment was too good. It was too little, of course. While the players were happy, the higher-ups of Sanatar City were not so happy. At this moment, the city's current chief, the old gnome Katra, was lying on the bed, looking expressionlessly at the higher-ups of Sanatar City in front of him. Among them were the city's finance director, intelligence officer, military minister, as well as a diplomat who had invited the elves for external aid and the successor of the chief, Deluru. The situation of the city's defense was obviously going well, but the atmosphere here was very solemn. Everyone was facing the chief lying on the bed, trembling as they listened to the finance director's report. Lord Chief, the finance director's voice was very bitter. Ever since the elves joined the war, although the pressure on us has been greatly reduced, our expenses have been rising at a terrifying speed. It's been a week since the elves joined the battle, and we've used up all the spider silk robes and armor in our storage. We owe over 20 million gold pounds, as well as an additional 5,000 sets of spider silk robes. This is our city's income for nearly 20 years. There was a deathly silence. Hearing this number, Kutra's face turned ashen. He coughed a few times, looked at the military minister, and asked coldly, "Tell me about the defensive battle, especially the situation of the elves." The military minister was a dwarf. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "Lord Chief, the current state of the city's defense is good. After the elves joined the battle, the casualties of the soldiers have been greatly reduced, and the pressure on the defense has also been greatly reduced. However, the elves' casualties are somewhat shocking." As he spoke, he paused and gave a shocking number. "According to our statistics, the elves have sent out nearly 100,000 soldiers to join the battle this week." 100,000? This was impossible. There are at most 20,000 elves guarding the city walls. Deluru couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't until Chief Carter coldly glanced at him that he shuddered and shut his mouth in embarrassment. Then, the military minister explained, "Your Excellency Deluru, the reason why you only saw 20,000 of them is because these 100,000 were reinforcements that came one after another. Not only that, most of them were killed." "Dead?" Deluru's expression was very interesting. He didn't participate in the city defense battle, so he really didn't know much about the Battle of the Elves. "That's right. However, they didn't all die in the battle with the undead. Many of them fell from the city walls and died accidentally. However, I'm more inclined to believe that they committed suicide." "Suicide? How was this possible?" Deluru felt that it was ridiculous. Looking at Deluru's dazed expression, the old chief snorted and looked at the female intelligence officer of the city-state. "Shauna, tell him what you found out." "Yes, Lord Chief." The underground dwarf called Shauna bowed respectfully. She looked at Deluru with a hint of disdain in her eyes and said calmly, "We found out about the elves. We have already investigated the background of these elves and know the true situation of Blade City's defense. These elves came from the surface. They abandoned the belief of the world tree and believed in a goddess of life named Eve. It is said that she controls the two priesthoods of nature and life. It is said that this is a newly promoted god. It is suspected that she was supported by the great Hela and inherited the priesthoods of the world tree. Of course, there are also speculations that she is a true god clone created by His Holiness Death in the surface world. These elves are the dependents of the goddess of life. Not only are they numerous, but they also have the ability of immortality. Once they die, they will be resurrected in another place. They changed their beliefs and at the same time, their temperament seems to have changed. During the defense battle of Blade City, it is said that there were 80,000 elves who participated in the battle. However, the number of elves guarding the city walls was not more than 20,000 at most. It was similar to our city-state. After the battle, Blade City owed a huge amount of gold pounds and equipment. All of this needs to be paid to the elves. In addition, many witnesses testified that they saw familiar faces among the elves who received the equipment to participate in the battle. Many suspected that they received it repeatedly. Goddess of life? Immortality? Resurrection? Deluru was dumbfounded. After the female intelligence officer finished her report, she stood respectfully at the side. The chief glanced at the dazed Deluru, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He covered his mouth and coughed a few times. He sighed and said, "Everyone, leave. Everyone else, leave. Deluru, stay." The finance minister and the others quickly left, leaving only Chief Kutra and his grandson Deluru in the room. "Deluru, do you understand what's going on now?" the chief asked coldly. Deluru's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "I know. We were tricked by these elves who came to support us. They actually used their abilities to cheat us of our wealth. Stupid." As soon as he finished speaking, he was greeted with an angry roar from the chief. The old chief was trembling with anger. He coughed a few times and said angrily, "There's something wrong with these elves. Didn't you see it from the beginning? Didn't you communicate with the emissary who went to Black Rock City? Although Blade City successfully defended against the attack, don't you understand their situation? Even if you don't know the specific information, don't you know to inquire? When you didn't understand everything, you easily signed an agreement with the elves like Blade City. Isn't that stupid? These strange elves are as cunning as humans, but your stupidity is the biggest reason for our current situation." The old chief roared angrily. Deluru looked flustered. He lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. As if he was tired, the old chief took a deep breath and shook his head deeply. Sigh, his voice was very tired. After a moment of silence, the old chief looked at Deluru again. This time, his gaze was very serious and solemn. "Deluru, I'm asking you now. What should we do next?" Hearing the chief's words, Deluru raised his head. When he saw the stern gaze of the chief, who was also his grandfather, he subconsciously avoided it. But soon, he mustered his courage and gritted his teeth. "They're deceiving us. If that's the case, these elves are constantly repeating the process of death and resurrection. In this case, we don't have to pay the promised reward at all. Not only that, we should also get back the money that we overpaid them." Hearing Deluru's words, the old chief's face turned even paler. He grabbed a walking stick and smashed it on Deluru's face. At the same time, he roared angrily. "Stupid. Humph. These elves have the ability to revive. Don't you understand the reason behind it? In this world, who is the great being that can revive living beings? It's the great death god. No matter what kind of being the life goddess that the elves believe in, she must be closely related to the Lord that we believe in. This request for help is a decree from the goddess. Although we were tricked by the elves, the contract is real. We are under the protection of the goddess. In this case, violating the contract is violating the decree of the goddess." Looking at Deluru, who was hugging his head, the chief elder was exasperated. He panted heavily for a moment, and then said angrily, "And, you want to violate the contract? Have you asked the elves if they agree? These elves may have their flaws, but their combat strength is real. Have you ever thought about what would happen if you infuriated them under the current circumstances? These are 20,000 elves that can revive continuously. Although we don't know what price they have to pay to revive and how many times they can revive, our dungeon with a population of less than 50,000 can't withstand them. We are already under attack by the Dark Coalition. If we turn against our allies now, do you think that our dungeon's lifespan is too long?" The chief elder roared, his spittle spraying all over Deluru's face, but Deluru didn't dare to retort. As though he was tired from speaking, the old chief's body trembled as he stopped, panting heavily. When Deluru saw this, he hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "What's wrong?" Then, "What should we do?" Seeing Deluru's reaction, the chief elder was disappointed. "Sigh, it's my fault for not educating you well. Letting you become the next chief is a serious mistake. You're far inferior to Blade City's Bryn. If you're still so foolish, how can I entrust the dungeon to you? You don't have the qualifications and ability to become the chief elder. It seems that I have to reconsider the successor. Hearing the chief elder's words, Deluru's face turned pale and he lowered his head even more. The chief elder sighed deeply and shook his head. I've already told the chief financial officer. The promise that has already been made still stands, but the newly joined elves can only receive one set of equipment. This is also Blade City's way of doing things. With that said, he glanced at Deluru and sounded a little dispirited. You may leave. Duolulu bit her lips when she heard that. He took a deep breath, bowed slightly to his grandpa, and then turned to leave. After Deluru left the residence, his expression turned gloomy instantly. When he returned home, he angrily pulled out his dagger and smashed all the furniture he saw into pieces. At the same time, he angrily roared, "I'm stupid? What's wrong with my thinking? Am I not doing this for the city? You've suffered a loss, so should you just endure it? This is the underworld, the Dark Still Alliance, not the surface. So what if he's revived? Even the Grim Reaper's chosen could only resurrect a few times. Could the elves be resurrected indefinitely? What was there to be afraid of? If we turn off the teleportation array, they won't be able to come over." Deluru roared as he smashed everything in the house into pieces. The servants were so scared that they hid far away. Deluru's expression was ferocious, like a mad monster. The protection of the Grim Reaper? So what if he's the Grim Reaper? Wasn't he still besieged by the Lord of Darkness? Humph. That old thing actually wants to revoke my right to succeed him. How dare he compare me to that damned Breen? I knew it. In his heart, there's only that outstanding disciple of his, never me, this grandson. Humph. Since you want to do this to me, then don't blame me. As if he had made up his mind, Deluru gradually calmed down. But at this moment, his expression became very frightening. He threw away the dagger in his hand, put on his comical human noble robe, and left the house alone. He walked to the streets of Shatar City and followed the winding roads to the business district of the city. Finally, he came to the chaotic gray area and found an inconspicuous tavern. He walked in. There were very few customers in the tavern. After Deluru entered, he went straight to the corner of the tavern and found a figure wearing a pointed hat. It was a dark dwarf wizard. The other party did not seem to be surprised by Deluru's arrival. He smiled slightly and asked in a sinister tone. "Your Excellency Deluru, have you thought about it?" Deluru narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party deeply. "I can participate in your plan, but I have a request. After the plan succeeds, I must be the joint chief of Shatar City and Blade City." Hearing this, the dwarf wizard raised his eyebrows slightly, then chuckled. "Mr. Deluru, this is not part of the conditions. At most, we'll support you to be the chief of Shatar City." Upon hearing this, Deluru wasn't surprised. He snorted and said, "That's right." He snorted and said, "Humph, isn't it the same to you who's the chief? And, if I'm the chief, I'll naturally vigorously promote the conversion of the two cities and let the citizens return to the correct faith as soon as possible. In addition, I have an important piece of information that I can tell you as a gift. Aren't you curious about the origin of these elves?" The defense of the city of Sanatar had entered a protracted state. As time passed, the frequency of the Dark Coalition's attacks became lower and lower. It was so low that the Dark Coalition suspected that the other party wanted to end the war. But even so, the army besieging the city did not retreat and still put great pressure on Shatar City. This also showed that the other party had not given up on the war. Perhaps due to some unknown reason, the Dark Coalition temporarily stopped attacking and chose to station outside the city to maintain the situation of the army pressing in. Of course, because most of the troops besieging the city were fallen undead, as long as the commander had enough mana, they could theoretically maintain the situation forever. However, while the Dark Coalition could maintain the situation, the players could not stand it anymore. They were here to play the game, not to be real soldiers. Defending the city day after day without being able to fight a painful battle, and the experience gained could not keep up. This became a kind of torture for them. Many players decisively gave up on defending the city after a few days. They chose to return to the surface or explore other areas of the underground world in order to level up as soon as possible. The number of players participating in the defense on the city walls decreased, but it was maintained at a relative level. This was a kind of balance brought about by the constant flow of players. Regarding this, the higher-ups of Shatar City were also quite dissatisfied. However, considering that the pressure on the city defense was not great now, and that the other party had promised in the agreement that once the war started, they would immediately return to provide support, they endured it. Under such circumstances, the war in the underground world gradually evolved from a large-scale mission to a war scene in the underground world. Participating in war was no longer the main theme of the players who came to the Dark Coalition. Instead, it was business activities and exploring unknown maps. With the help of the long-distance teleportation portal, the Amway Chamber of Commerce, which was sponsored by Nature's Heart and supported by the Mengmeng Committee, had established a connection with the local forces of Blade City and Shanatar with the help of the Dark Dwarfs of Black Rock City. The actions of the players were very fast. Based on their experience in doing business in Black Rock City and Maple Leaf City, as well as the snowballing wealth they accumulated through some scientific fundraising methods, they successfully settled down in the commercial areas of the two underground cities. Unlike the cities on the surface, the cities in the underworld were mostly three-dimensional. The actual area of the cities was quite vast, and the land price was not high. The players did not spend too much to buy the land. In less than a few days, they built 2 surface elf-style buildings in the city and hung the sign of Amway Chamber of Commerce. It was the construction team of the Mengmeng Committee who built the buildings. The reason why they chose the elf-style buildings was that Salty Meow thought that by playing the elf card, it would be easier to arouse the curiosity and yearning of the underworld residents, which would be more beneficial to business activities. That's right, Salty Meow had joined the Amway Chamber of Commerce. To be more precise, she had become one of the shareholders of the Amway Chamber of Commerce. After Limu accepted Damasia's suggestion and officially incorporated the Amway Chamber of Commerce into the management of the Nature's Heart Guild, the chairman of the Mengmeng Committee, Salty Meow, smelled a business opportunity. This female player, who was only 15 years old in real life, used her exaggerated wallet to directly invest and become a major shareholder of the Amway Chamber of Commerce. In this regard, Limu and Damasia naturally welcomed it. Salty Meow was famous for being rich, and the Mengmeng Committee relied on the real estate of the City of Heaven's Chosen to make a fortune was also well known. With the two guilds working together, it was possible to create a business giant in Elven Kingdom. Just as the players of the two guilds had imagined, the Chamber of Commerce's development in the underworld was very smooth. The various goods produced in the surface world attracted the attention of many underworld residents. On the first day of the Amway Chamber of Commerce's opening, they welcomed a large number of dark dwarfs and gnomes as customers. The goods that were originally prepared were sold out in less than a day. Not only that, but they had also attracted the local forces of 2 underground cities to invest in them, making Amway's online and offline business model very popular. Come to think of it, the players' commercial activities were expanding rapidly in Elven Nation in a way that no one had expected. In the beginning, when Damasia started his pyramid scheme, the other players treated it as a joke. After all, everyone knew that this thing was unreliable. They guessed that this guy was just taking the opportunity to cheat money. Could a MMORPG virtual online game really be played as a commercial game, not to mention that it was a pyramid scheme that was like a castle in the air? In the end, who knew that Damasia actually made a name for himself, with the first bucket of gold he obtained from the natives through deceit, coupled with the large number of materials he obtained from the players. He actually managed to transform the pyramid scheme organization into a chamber of commerce with a bit of a pyramid scheme nature. Not only that, he had even managed to dupe Black Rock City into supporting him. He managed to get a lot of dark dwarfs to work for him. The development of the Mengmeng Committee's real estate project was similar. In the beginning, there were only beta gamers who liked construction. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s to do missions for their own entertainment. That was how the others saw it. However, Salty Meow used her money to gather these people together and formed a construction team, which formed the embryonic form of the Mengmeng Committee Guild. After the guild was officially established, she made use of the various construction missions in the City of Heaven's Chosen to turn the originally self-entertaining construction team into a real estate developer, Even some of the elves who had returned to the elf forest were attracted to her team and took up positions in charge of landscaping. Not to mention the black dragon, who was often tricked into being a porter for barbecued meat. All these actions made people suspect that this self-proclaimed high school student gamer was a real business tycoon in disguise. Even if she was not, she was definitely an adult with rich social experience. Of course, when the guild was offline, it was proven that Salty Meow was really a 15-year-old girl, even if he was influenced by his family environment and had some capital, that's all. After the incident was exposed, the official forum exploded, and even Eve was involved in the gossip for a few days. While countless players cried out in disbelief, they also doubted their own abilities to the point of doubting their own lives. They were both playing games and starting at level 1. While the players were working hard for the next set of equipment, the other party had become a capitalist in the game. Really, they had to experience the cruelty of society and their own weakness while playing a game. It could only be said that comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Of course, although the players also experienced the Blue Star-like social beating in Elven Nation, they still had a lot of fun. This was a very strange phenomenon. Eve thought that it was because the players subconsciously thought that this was a game and not reality. No matter how miserable they were in the game, they would still treat it as entertainment and would not feel the pressure of reality. And the gap between the players and the game wouldn't make the players think that they were inferior to each other. At most, they would call each other big shots, but in their hearts, they would want to suck up to each other and get familiar with each other. However, the development of commercial activities also made more players have a deeper understanding of the freedom and diversity of the game Elven Nation. Limu's comment about the game, "Here, there is nothing you can't do, only things you can't think of. This is a whole new world," had really entered their hearts, and they did not just listen to it. This was indeed a magical game, a very magical game. Of course, with the passage of time in the game, Elven Nation did not attract the attention of some Blue Star officials. However, with the strengthening of Eve's divine power and the deepening of her ability to influence the Blue Star network, she had enough power to eliminate this kind of attention through various methods such as data tampering and psychological suggestion. In her opinion, if there were no unexpected situations, it would be best if the people in Blue Star never found out that this was a real world. The ignorant were fearless, and this was the fundamental reason why the players could shine in the world of Seekers. Although the infinite resurrection was important, it was not essential. As for the officials, they should never be involved. For the people of the Blue Planet, this was nothing more than a dreamlike game that transcended centuries. An elf that can resurrect? The life goddess? Inside a majestic temple, a tall figure clad in black armor and wearing a demon mask was holding a parchment letter in his hand, deep in thought. His eyes flickered with a faint blue light, and his aura was extremely deep. The dim lights in the entire temple were faintly discernible as he breathed. Lich King Poloni. He was the ruler of the Dark City-State Alliance, the blessed of the god of darkness and shadows, holder, and the instigator of this war in the underground world. Haha, what interesting information. After reading the letter in his hand, he chuckled and then turned to the 10-meter-tall statue in the center of the temple. The statue had the appearance of an old man with a hunched back. He was dressed in a black robe, holding a skull scepter in one hand and a thick book in the other. Lich King Poloni knelt respectfully in front of the temple and then prayed in his hoarse and heavy voice. Praise the Lord! The protector of darkness, the master of shadows, the true master of the underworld, the great holder. Your humble believer, Poloni, has important news to pray to you. With his words, dark light gradually gathered on the statue, and traces of terrifying and solemn power descended into the temple. The underworld. A huge area shrouded in shadows. This was the place closest to the endless abyss in the underworld and was full of chaotic laws and monsters with distorted minds. However, this place was different from the fallen abyss. Although the laws were chaotic, they were full of order, showing a strange distortion. This was the land of darkness, also known as the Shadow Region. It was a special area created by the primordial death to solve the problem of erosion in the abyss, and it was also the hometown of shadow monsters. In the center of this area, there was a kingdom shrouded in shadows. A thick layer of divine power protected this place, isolating countless shadow creatures outside. All the shadow creatures did not dare to approach this place easily and had a kind of reverence and fear that came from their souls. This was the Shadow God Kingdom, the kingdom of the god of darkness and shadows, Holder. At this moment, this ancient true god, who possessed intermediate divine power and had once been the deputy of the death god, was sitting in front of a terrifyingly powerful shadow dragon. He was stroking the dragon's head as if he was petting a pet while receiving prayers from the chosen. Immortal elves? Goddess of life? There was a hint of interest in Holder's old voice. Hella, he muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, Holder patted the shadow dragon that was obediently kneeling beneath him. His majestic voice resounded throughout the divine kingdom. Darkness, go to the Underdark in the world of Seekers and meet a few old friends for me. Ask them if they are interested in regaining their strength. Now, there is a good opportunity on the surface of the Seeker's world. With that, the shadow dragon under him roared obediently, then left his seat. It flapped its bat wings that were surrounded by black smoke and left the divine kingdom. After the shadow dragon left, Holder took out a scroll made of animal skin and gently tore it into pieces. Your Holiness Allure, I can accept your alliance proposal. But, before that, I hope to see more sincerity from you. Of course, I think there are some things that you would be happy to do, the Underworld. It had been a month since the defensive battle of Blade City, but the war here was still ongoing. However, there was no longer a high-intensity siege like the one in Blade City. The two sides of the war entered a strange stalemate, as if waiting for a better opportunity. Although the Dark Army that besieged the city of Sanatar had not retreated, the residents of the Silent City-state had gradually become familiar with this strange atmosphere. It was the same for the players. There were not many players who were still active on the city walls. Only when the Dark Army routinely sent out small groups of undead troops to attack the city would there be people gathering. Most of the time, everyone's attention was focused on doing business, exploring the surroundings, and cleaning up some shadow monsters that the Dark Alliance had deliberately placed outside the city, or some other powerful underground monsters. Outside Blade City, 30 kilometers to the southeast. Here, the straight-line distance from the World Tree on the surface was close to 500 kilometers. It was almost the limit of the player's activity area. 5 elves in different clothes were standing in front of a huge monster that had fallen on the ground. They were chatting excitedly as they cut up the corpse. Phew. I've finally maxed out again. I didn't expect the underground monsters to be so tough. But they're all good materials. The tank warrior Optimist stood in front of the monster that looked like a crocodile. He wiped his big sword and said, happily, bah. If you hadn't been so crazy in the defensive battle that you didn't pay attention to the resurrection coins, would we be here helping you level up? You must save enough resurrection coins for emergencies. The one who spoke was the Gourd. He glared at Optimist in disdain as he squatted on the ground and cut up the corpse. Don't worry, I've saved up a lot these few days. The Optimist replied. This was Boxed Lunch's battle team. After the defensive battle of Blade City, they did not immediately return to the surface to continue exploring the western part of the elf forest. Instead, they hunted monsters in the underground world. The reason was that the taunting warrior in the team, the player with the ID Optimist, was too excited during the battle and did not notice that he did not have enough resurrection coins. As a result, after he died, he was short of 7 resurrection coins and lost 7 levels. Hence, after the battle, the team discussed for a while and decided to accompany him to kill monsters in the underground world to get his level back. Anyway, they were all liver kings and had maxed out long ago. They did not mind accompanying their teammates. After playing together for so long, they were all old comrades. Other than Boxed Lunch, everyone had met online and offline many times. Whether it was in the game or outside, they had all become friends. Naturally, when one was in trouble, everyone would help. Of course, curiosity about the surroundings of Blade City was one of the reasons. Today, Optimist finally leveled up to level 40. After the team finished the last battle, they planned to return to the surface and continue the unfinished exploration. Hurry up and keep the essence materials. Let's return to the surface. I miss Miss Nightingale's breakfast. The elf mage with the ID I'm Invincible was helping Calabash cut up the monsters while winking at Boxed Lunch. Am I right, Captain? Boxed Lunch was speechless. Do your job well. He kicked Calabash's butt and sent him into the monster's wound. His face was covered in blood. I'm invincible, ha 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 ha. Looking at the elf mage's dumbfounded expression, the other players laughed. After laughing for a while, Calabash seemed to have thought of something and said, speaking of which, I heard from Giant Xianxia that a few guilds are planning to take advantage of the October holiday to have a large-scale offline Elf Nation event in Demon Metropolis. Cuckoo, Tomato, Brother Moo, Dima, and the Autobots Shapeshifter G gang are all going. Are you going? I'm Invincible was taken aback. Then, he touched his chin. I can consider it. Anyway, I don't have anything important on October 1st. Druid Chopin shook his head. Forget about me. Demon Metropolis is too far from my house. But I can video call you then. That's a pity. This time, the host, Salty Meow, promised to provide food and accommodation. Of course, it's only limited to the high-level players of the Meng Meng Committee. Calabash shook his head and sighed. Damn. Tycoon. Even if she's a high-level player, she must have spent a lot of money, right? Optimist widened his eyes. I think it's her hotel. Poverty limits my imagination. +1 +2, Captain? Captain, aren't you going? After asking around, Calabash looked at Boxed Lunch. Boxed Lunch shook his head. Calabash was a little disappointed when he saw Boxed Lunch shaking his head. Sigh. Captain, I wanted to take a photo with you as a souvenir. But you don't come every time. What a pity. Chopin also chimed in, that's right, that's right. If you go, Boxed Lunch, I'll go no matter how far away my house is. Boxed Lunch still shook his head. Well, I'm afraid our captain is definitely a super social phobe in real life. I'm Invincible spread his hands. Boxed Lunch remained silent. Seeing that their captain was determined not to go, the others did not force him. The few of them chatted and quickly moved on to other topics. From Elf Nation to other games, from games to real life, and from real life to all kinds of jokes. For a while, they chatted happily. However, just as the team members were chatting happily, suddenly, Boxed Lunch, who was standing at the outermost edge, frowned slightly. He suddenly made a gesture for silence. Then, he said in a low voice, quiet, the other 4 players subconsciously stopped talking. Then, they looked at Boxed Lunch warily and picked up their weapons at the same time. As a hunter, Boxed Lunch had the highest perception in the team. Boxed Lunch looked in a certain direction in the distance. His expression gradually became serious. There's something coming. As soon as Boxed Lunch finished speaking, the few of them felt an overwhelming pressure coming from the sky. They were shocked and raised their heads one after another. Accompanied by a deep roar, they saw a huge figure that was almost 100 meters long fly over their heads. The bat wings that covered the sky flapped, creating terrifying hurricanes. Its mummified body was as black as ink, and the overflowing shadow power turned into grayish-black smoke, leaving a long trail in the air of the catacombs. The Shadow Dragon. The players who had participated in the defense of Black Rock City instantly recognized the other party's identity. Such an appearance, such a cold and terrifying aura, there was no doubt that they had seen it before. It was also one of the few epic creatures known in the Monster Guide on the official forum, the Shadow Dragon. However, this Shadow Dragon's size was even more terrifying than the one that was killed by Zero, and the aura it exuded was far beyond that of the legendary monster at that time. The moment it appeared, the players could not even think of fighting back. The solid dragon's aura almost made them fall to the ground. The last time they experienced this kind of pressure was in Maple Leaf City. On that day, the power of a true god descended. The Dragon of Despair, Nyord, and the Lord of Eternity, Eternity's demigod avatar fought in the sky. The aftermath of the battle gave the players this feeling. There was no doubt that this was a shadow dragon with demigod strength. The faces of the 5 players, including Boxed Lunch, instantly turned pale. Feeling the doomsday-like pressure, the players even stopped breathing, afraid that they would accidentally attract the other party's attention. Of course, although they had stopped moving their bodies and held their breaths, their minds were still controlling the game system at the same time. They skillfully turned on the recording function and recorded the appearance and whereabouts of the Shadow Dragon. Recording new monsters or boss-level monsters they encountered was a habit of the players. Organizing this information and uploading it to the monster guide in the game would also earn them a certain amount of contribution points. The small movements of the players did not attract the other party's attention. This shadow dragon did not seem to notice them, as if it was just passing by. Or rather, even if it noticed the players, it did not pay attention to them. Instead, it just whistled over their heads and left. It wasn't until the figure of the enemy and the terrifying aura gradually disappeared that the players finally heaved a sigh of relief. Hiss. This feeling is too scary. Elven Nation is a good game in every aspect, but the deterrence of these boss-level monsters is just too strong. I don't know how they did it. Seeing the shadow dragon fly away, the gourd shuddered and said with a lingering fear in its heart. The feeling that the monster gave him just now was really frightening. Even though he knew that this was a game, he still felt a sense of fear. Of course, he didn't know that this was a natural suppression from a superior being to a lesser being. The creatures of the Blue Star couldn't understand the pressure brought about by the difference in supernatural power. Is this a demigod monster? It feels much scarier than Rose. There are actually wild shadow dragons in the underworld? I heard from the NPCs that such powerful shadowy monsters only exist in the underworld. A player who was optimistic said doubtfully. I don't know, but it's really scary. I almost thought we were going to die. Sigh. I've already reached level 40, but I still feel so small when I encounter such an existence. The high-end combat power of this game is really terrifying. Chopin said as he patted his chest and straightened his back. His face was still a little pale, and he seemed to have a lingering fear. Of course, everyone's expression was similar to his. The relaxed atmosphere just now was gone in an instant, and everyone's mood was a little heavy. This was because they realized that even if they were at the maximum level, they were just slightly bigger salted fish in Elven Nation. There were still many powerful existences. In fact, the higher their level, the more they knew how powerful Goddess Eve was. Under that holy and beautiful appearance, there was also a terrifying and fierce person with terrifying strength. I don't know, when will we have such strength? I'm invincible, sighed faintly. In the future, it should be released to higher levels. And such boss-level monsters must be either ganged up on, or dealt with by big boss-level monsters like the goddess, or simply killed in the plot. We're just weak adventurers, Calabash shook his head and said. Then, he looked at Bento Box. Am I right, Captain? Bento Box didn't answer. Instead, he looked in the direction where the shadow dragon left thoughtfully. Captain? Calabash called out to him again. This time, Bento Box responded. He picked up his backpack and said concisely, upload the files. Upload the information, we will follow and take a look. Follow and see? The players were startled. Bento Box nodded and said in a deep voice, try to trigger a mission. Trigger a mission. Hearing this, their eyes lit up, and they instantly understood what Bento Box meant. The hidden missions and main storyline of Elven Nation could be triggered in various ways. However, after the conclusion of various players, there were two situations where hidden missions were most likely to be triggered. One was to explore a new map, and the other was to encounter a powerful and strange boss. Without a doubt, this time, it was very likely to be the second type. Wealth came from danger. At most, they would die once. After all, they had saved enough resurrection tokens these days. If they were really lucky, they would be able to climb the wall again and reap a wave of huge rewards. The few of them quickly figured everything out. Then, they decisively uploaded the information they had recorded to the system and labeled it as unknown suspected demigod shadow dragon. Then, they followed the direction where the shadow dragon flew and carefully chased after it together, in the kingdom of the world tree. Suspected demigod shadow dragon? Looking at the additional label in the game system's monster illustration handbook, Eve, who was watching the players play house with relish in the game's sand table, raised her eyebrows slightly. The game system was under her control, and all the information about the existence of legendary and above that appeared in the system would be fed back to her immediately. Therefore, after Bento Box and the others uploaded the information, Eve immediately received the news that the shadow dragon had appeared in the underground world. When she clicked on the video recorded by the few of them and saw the roaring monster in the video, she raised her eyebrows slightly. A shadow dragon with a clear mind? Shadow monsters were brutal, and the shadow power they possessed had the characteristic of corroding the material world. The more powerful the shadow monster was, the stronger the corrosive power. And this shadow dragon, whose strength had reached the demigod level, flew through the air but did not spread out its shadow power. This meant that the other party's mind was clear and controllable. And there was only one situation where such a shadow monster existed: the other party had been subdued by some great existence. Could it be a subordinate of the god of darkness and shadows? Eve was deep in thought. She thought for a while, quickly found the position of bento box and the others in the sand table, and cast her gaze over. They're chasing? They actually dare to chase the shadow dragon? When she saw the activities of the few players and heard their conversation during the journey, Eve was slightly taken aback. But soon, he heard more things and came to a realization. I see. They think it might trigger a hidden mission. Seeing this, Eve touched her chin. It's indeed strange. A demigod shadow dragon that appeared alone in the underground world and is suspected to be a subordinate of the god of darkness and shadows. No matter how you think about it, the other party's activities are definitely not aimless. Since they want to chase and want to see if they can trigger a hidden mission, then I'll give them a hidden mission. It just so happens that I'm also a little curious about the movements of this shadow dragon. After pondering for a while, Eve adjusted the range of bento box and the others' activities and temporarily lifted their 500-kilometer range of activities. Then, she used her divine power to give them the task of tracking the other party. There's only one update tonight. Everyone, don't wait. Sorry. I'll make up for the second update tomorrow. Ding, you have triggered a team hidden mission: track down the mysterious shadow dragon. Mission description: while exploring the underground world, you found a shadow dragon with strange movements and decided to track down its tracks. Mission objective: follow the tracks left by the shadow dragon, track it down, and report the information to God's favored. 0. Mission time limit: unlimited. Number of mission participants: 5. Mission level: 40. Mission reward: 3,000 contribution points. Advanced class change quota: reserved. With the system's soft sound, a new system message appeared in front of Bento Box and the others. A mission really came. Haha, Captain, you're good. And it's a team hidden mission. Looking at the mission scroll symbol in the game system's mission bar, the players' eyes lit up. However, when they saw the mission reward, they were slightly disappointed. Only 3,000 contribution points. It's not even enough for us to buy a resurrection coin. 40 resurrection coins add up to 4,000 contribution points. They didn't care much about the experience points. When they reached the maximum level of 40, their experience points stopped increasing. Even if there were missions to gain experience points, it was useless to them. But, wasn't 3,000 contribution points too little? The group was a little disappointed. Of course, this disappointment was only for a moment because they quickly noticed that there was another reward besides the contribution points. No. There's another reward? Advanced class change quota? What's this? The players were a little confused. Bento Box frowned slightly and then focused his attention on the advanced class change quota reward. When he focused his attention, the details of this reward immediately popped up in the form of an information box. Advanced class change quota. After the next game update, players who obtain the advanced class change quota will have the opportunity to advance class change. Under certain conditions, they can advance to the second class change in advance and obtain more power. Prerequisite for advanced class change: 1. Advanced class change function activated. 2. Player reaches level 40. 3. Contribution points consumed: 30,000. Advanced class change? More power? Seeing the description, the few of them were moved. They were already at the maximum level, and their equipment had reached the minimum standard for graduation. What was left was nothing more than to accumulate more contribution points and strive to replace all of his equipment with the Black Iron Upper Gold legendary equipment that had been put on the shelves not long ago. At this moment, the reward in front of them that they had never seen before caused their imaginations to run wild. Second class advancement. During the first class advancement, we were promoted to Iron rank. Is this the chance to promote to Silver rank? Is the game going to release the Silver level? The Calabash said excitedly. Although it hadn't experienced the thrill of being at the max level, it still hoped that it could level up to a higher level after seeing all sorts of powerful monsters in the game. He wasn't the only player with such thoughts. Elven Nation was different from other online games that added 10 levels to their lives after a major update. Her levels seemed to have been perfected long ago. Under such circumstances, the players naturally had a strong yearning for higher levels. Very likely. But this reward says that it's reserved, and it also says that it has to wait for the game to be updated. I guess it will only be activated after the game version is updated, the optimist said. The others nodded silently. They agreed with the optimist's guess. We have to complete this mission. They could see the determination in each other's eyes. Let's go. Boxed Lunch said in a low voice as he drew his dagger. The other members of the team nodded. Then, they sped up and followed the traces of shadow energy left behind by the shadow dragon. Darkness, the shadow dragon, soared in the huge underground world. Along the way, all the creatures that saw him hid in a panic. The monsters, magical beasts, and intelligent races on the ground crawled on the ground and shivered, while those flying in the air hid in fear. Some even fell to the ground and pretended to be dead. The more intelligent and powerful the creatures were, the more difficult it was for them to escape. This was because they could clearly sense how terrifying darkness was, and all of this was sensed by the shadow dragon from the underworld. Humph, what a bunch of weak and pitiful creatures. A hint of disdain and pride flashed in the eyes of the demigod mythical creature. He slowed down his speed, flew and stopped, and rushed towards a certain direction underground. The scenery around him changed as darkness flew. After flying past an underground water system, he arrived at a volcanic lake filled with burning lava. This was a huge volcanic lake surrounded by underground water systems. Hot lava boiled in the lake, and the smell of sulfur was pungent. The horrible environment was like purgatory. Darkness circled in the air. Then, he unleashed his terrifying aura and shouted respectfully at the center of the volcanic lake. Shadow Apostle under the Lord of Darkness and Shadows, Devouring Dragon, Darkness, greets Lord Azazel. His rough voice spread far and wide above the volcanic lake. Not long after Darkness finished speaking, the center of the volcanic lake started to boil. Red lava flowers bloomed from the boiling bubbles. The thick lava started to rise. A huge whirlpool appeared in the center of the volcanic lake. The moment the whirlpool appeared, the entire volcanic lake started to shake. An ancient, evil, and chaotic aura was released from the volcanic lake. The whirlpool in the center of the volcanic lake stirred up thick and hot lava. Then, a fiery face with a goat's head appeared in the middle of the lake. A majestic voice rang out in the cave. Shadow Apostle of Holdell? Why does Holdell remember an old man like me? Darkness didn't seem to mind the disrespect. He lowered his head and said, I'm afraid that you won't be able to defeat me. Lord Azazel. My lord has ordered me to come and ask you a question. The magic power of the world of seekers is recovering. Do you want to recover your power as soon as possible? After hearing Darkness's words, the fiery face in the volcanic lake fell silent. A moment later, a terrifying aura spread out. The aura was so terrifying that even Darkness, who was circling in the air, was forced to land on an island at the edge of the volcanic lake. He crawled toward the volcanic lake. What do you want to say? The voice in the volcanic lake faintly carried a trace of indifference. Darkness lowered his head even further. He faced the volcanic lake and replied respectfully, Lord Azazel, I have brought you some interesting people. Your Holiness Azazel, I brought a few interesting fellows. You'll know everything once you check them out. Darkness turned around and spat out a plume of gray smoke toward the huge river outside the volcanic lake. The smoke turned into a huge cage and dragged out 5 confused elves who were hiding under the water. They were sent to the fiery face of the fiery goat. F***CK. When were we discovered? The members of the Boxed Lunch team were horrified. The scorching lava roasted their bodies and made them sweat profusely. It was as though they were in a furnace. If not for the fact that their sensory system could be adjusted, the players believed that the roasting of their bodies in such a hot environment would have made them faint from the pain. In fact, after being discovered by the boss-level monster that they had been chasing all this way and being captured in one fell swoop, their HP bar in the game system had been rapidly decreasing. But at this moment, they weren't in the mood to pay attention to their health bars. They were stunned by the shadow dragon's sudden attack and the monster in front of him. At this moment, they finally realized a problem. They had been discovered by the target that they had been tracking. It made sense. How could 5 weaklings who were only at the upper level of dark iron not be discovered when they were tracking a demigod? The fact that they had been able to follow the tracks of the demigod was enough to explain the problem. The demigod was clearly waiting for them along the way, otherwise. How could they have caught up with the shadow dragon's flying speed so easily? The few of them had probably been discovered from the very beginning. The veteran beta gamers instantly understood everything, but they weren't afraid. They knew that this was only a game, and the encounter in front of them was probably related to the mission they had received. Or perhaps, it was the hidden mission that triggered the plot. Although they thought so, when they saw the huge flaming face in the volcanic lake, they felt their hearts beating wildly. They couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of horror and fear. "What the hell is this? A devil?" the Gord exclaimed. Elves? Looking at the shadow dragon offering a few little guys, the flame face showed a trace of interest. "Interesting, their minds weren't affected by my power. Furthermore, I seem to sense a trace of life and nature from their bodies," the Gord muttered to itself. Having said that, the flame face looked at the 5 elves, and a hint of curiosity surfaced on its face. "What, is your relationship with Yggdrasil?" Yggdrasil? The gamers were taken aback. They felt that the name was familiar. "It's the goddess. That's the surname of the goddess. He's talking about the goddess Eve." Optimus typed in the team's chat channel. "Goddess?" The other gamers were excited. "We can't reveal the goddess secret. Otherwise, the mission will definitely fail." The Calabash also typed. The players looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They secretly nodded and were about to open their mouths and try to trick the other party, but they found that they had lost the ability to speak. Lunchbox, Gord, Chopin, the Optimists, "I'm invincible." Damn, he was muted by the system again. It seemed like this was another cut scene. Their expressions quickly relaxed, and they switched to watching the show. This was the natural attitude of the players when they were going through the plot. However, at this moment, it seemed a little strange. After all, he had been captured and was clearly in a disadvantageous situation. Under normal circumstances, no one would be able to remain calm and observe their surroundings as if nothing had happened, let alone look at the monster in front of them with a curious and pure gaze that would gradually become excited as time passed. Interesting. Looking at the silence of the 5 elves and their unnatural expressions, the giant flame face seemed to be even more interested. A ray of light shot out from his huge pupils formed by flames, instantly enveloping the few of them. The few of them felt a huge amount of soul power surging into their minds. However, the moment the soul power surged into their minds, their vision suddenly became dark, and the system's screen appeared with the routine death prompt, "You have died. Please be careful next time." Lunchbox, the Calabash, Chopin, the Optimists, "I'm invincible." And on the other side, when the terrifying existence in the volcanic lake tried to use his powerful strength to forcefully break through the other party's heart and control the other party's soul, he hit an unbreakable wall. At that moment, the monster called Azazel only felt that he seemed to see a huge net with countless twinkling stars. This was very similar to the belief network of the true gods in his memory, but it seemed to be a little different. When Azazel saw this huge net, a familiar yet strange soul power suddenly surged out. It blocked his probing and almost backfired on him. Azazel did not expect to encounter such a situation and was not prepared to defend himself. He was shocked and quickly cut off his probing of the elves. "This is Yggdrasil's chosen one? No, it's not him. That soul power is different from Yggdrasil's, and it feels much weaker." Azazel muttered to himself as he recalled the soul power that he had just suffered. When he looked at the 5 elves again, they had already turned into ashes. Azazel fell silent for a moment. The lava in the volcanic lake continued to churn. The giant flame face in the shape of a goat demon looked at darkness again. This time, the majestic voice sounded a little displeased. "Little fellow, you've lured a true god's chosen one here. What is your intention?" He was an enemy of almost all the true gods and had been hibernating here for thousands of years. As soon as he awoke, it involved the chosen of another true god, and it was very likely that his own whereabouts would be exposed. This caused this ancient existence to be both fearful and furious at the same time. Darkness did not panic. He continued to prostrate himself and replied respectfully. Great demon god Azazel, I was worried that you would not believe what I am about to say, so I brought these elves to you. You should have noticed the power in them. It is the power of nature and life. It is the power of the mother of gods. You should have noticed that this is a being that inherited nature and life. She is not very powerful. This is a newborn true god. I wonder if you are interested in such power. After hearing Darkness's words, the flame face fell silent. Tell me, what does Holdal want? After a moment of silence, he asked in a low voice. Instantly, Darkness felt the pressure on him weaken significantly. He raised his head and looked at the center of the volcanic lake. He put on what he thought was a friendly expression and said, "This is just a suggestion from the true God. It is a deal, and friendship." At the same time, in the core area of the elven forest, in the World Tree Kingdom hidden in the distorted space, Eve sat on her throne and pondered. Azazel? Azazel, one of the 7 demon gods of hell? There will be another update later. You can read it tomorrow morning. The supreme existences of the Seeker's crystal wall system were the gods, and the true gods were the masters of the universe. The true gods of the entire universe were also divided into 2 distinct camps. One was the true gods and ancient gods under normal circumstances. Perhaps there were occasional conflicts between them, and some were even enemies, but they belonged to the same camp and controlled the order of the entire universe together. The Pantheon Temple was the supreme council center of the gods in name. However, there was good and evil. Among the gods, there were always some existences who were eroded by the power of the abyss for various reasons, or chose to fall. Their powers went out of control because of the pollution, and their minds became extreme or even crazy. Some even became the slaves of the abyss to attract the plane to fall into the abyss, making the end of the universe the goal of their lives as gods. Such existences also had another unified name, evil gods. Just like how the gods of faith opened up the heavenly plane to better unite the power of the true gods, the evil gods also had their own core plane. That was located in the endless abyss, a 3-dimensional composite plane formed by the strongest 7 planes of the abyss, and it had another name, Hell. The 7 most powerful evil gods that controlled Hell were called the 7 demons of Hell, or the masters of the abyss, the 7 lords of Hell. Azazel was one of them. He was the master of the first level of Hell, and also the 7th-ranked demon god. He controlled the 3 priesthoods of Lust, Goat-horned demon, and Earth Fire. At his peak, he had the strength of a mid-level divine power. This was an evil god who loved to lure intelligent creatures to fall. 10,000 years ago, in order to gain control of the underground world of Sigas, this demon god had engaged in a divine war with the gods. He had even used his true form, but in the end, he was defeated by the gods and was sealed underground. However, even if he was sealed, this demon god had never given up. He had always been thinking of ways to escape, and used the power that escaped through the seal to quietly develop believers in the underground world in order to seek salvation. The above content was found by Eve through the inheritance of the world tree left behind by her predecessor, and from the information related to evil gods. By the way, the predecessor of the world tree was also one of the true gods who had participated in sealing Azazel. Demon god Azazel escaped the seal? Thinking about the scene she had just seen through the players, Eve was deep in thought. He was not surprised that the other party could escape the seal. The war of the gods 1,000 years ago had riddled the world of Seekers with holes. The seals that had been applied with the power of the world of Seekers must have been loosened. This was one of the main reasons why the gods had decided to protect the world of Seekers. As the oldest plane, the world of Seekers had sealed many terrifying fellows. Once they were released, it would be very lively. However, it was clear that even with the protection of the gods, the seal would eventually weaken. With Eve's intervention, the magic energy of the entire plane suddenly increased. While the seal had yet to be strengthened, it caused the sealed beings to awaken one after another, giving them the opportunity to accumulate power and think of a way to break free from the seal. It was precisely because of this that the Seeker's plane had been bustling with activity recently. The various churches were overwhelmed, and this gave Eve the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. So, the Lord of Darkness and Shadows, Holdel, is in cahoots with the seventh demon god, Azazel? Hela had once told Eve that the god of darkness had an ambiguous relationship with some evil gods. Therefore, when she discovered this, she was not surprised at all. At most, she did not expect that the other party would be working with the seventh demon god. This was considered one of the most powerful evil gods sealed in the underground world. And through the Shadow Dragon's performance, Eve had some guesses. I see. No wonder I was wondering how Boxed Lunch and the others could be alive to record the information of the demigod-level Shadow Dragon. The other party did not kill them, and the follow-up tracking was much smoother than I thought. So it wasn't that the Shadow Dragon ignored them, but that he had been paying attention to them from the beginning. He led the players to Azazel to inform him of my existence? They already know that there's someone behind the players, and plan to attack me? Eve had already expected the god of darkness to do this. After creating the identity of the goddess of life, Eve intended to spread it out to prepare for her debut. Almost all the dark dwarves in Black Rock City knew about it. Under such circumstances, her information was passed to the Dark Alliance and then to the god of darkness and shadows. Although it was much faster than she had imagined, it was still within her expectations. I don't know if the god of darkness sees me as a new god supported by Hela or as the incarnation of Hela. But, since the messenger he sent brought the players to Azazel, this means that he's probably trying to rope in this demon god. And the target is most likely me? It seems that the god of darkness is determined to win this war in the underground world. Obviously, the god of darkness already knew some of the players' characteristics. For example, the players could not die. For example, the players were his dependents and were different from ordinary living creatures. In fact, Azazel's peeping on the players had already exposed some of Eve's things. Her priesthood of life and nature was definitely exposed, and Eve's spiritual aura was also exposed. Even her game network was almost exposed. Of course, for the latter, Eve believed that the god of darkness would more likely treat it as a belief network, and then completely confirm the player's identity as his adorer. As for the spiritual aura, she was always different from her predecessor. However, even though a lot of things were exposed, Eve wasn't too worried. From the day she summoned the players, she knew that some things would be exposed sooner or later. This time, she planned to appear as the goddess of life, and she was already prepared to show some of her trump cards. As long as the core issues, such as the players' true identities and her own body, were not exposed, Eve would still be safe. And just now, while Azazel was spying, he had actually taken advantage of the opportunity to set Azazel up. That was, she had only displayed the spiritual power of a weak divine power. This was intentional by Eve, and she had already thought about it. Someone who could spy on the power behind the players was definitely a mythical existence, and it was always advantageous for her to show weakness and hide her strength. While Azazel was spying on her, she also figured out the other party's power. It was probably not even a weak divine power. It was understandable. Having just recovered, this power was already very good, and it could not be higher. Otherwise, Eve would not have been able to expel him when he was spying on her. And this discovery also made Eve's thoughts come to life. How much divine power can the awakened seventh demon god provide me? I have to think of a way to lure him over and then eat him. Haha, this is also the god of darkness's goal. To let me and Azazel go up against each other. I'm afraid it would be best for both of us to suffer. However, he would not have thought that going up against an evil god is exactly what I'm looking forward to. Well, before that, let me ask Hela first. The god of darkness may not have only found Azazel alone. As an old rival of Hela, she should know which evil god forces he is involved with. It's better to be fully prepared, and at the same time, see if I can get something from Hela. After all, dealing with Azazel is also helping her. Thinking of this, Eve decisively took out the chest of the dead and used her divine power to send another message to Azazel, passing on the new information and questions she had obtained. After sending the message to Hela, Eve focused her attention on Boxed Lunch's team. The 5 of them had revived on the World Tree and were automatically teleported to the square of the City of Heaven's Chosen. Eve checked the status of the few of them through the game network. She found that other than cursing the game's plot and complaining that the cutscene animation was a little perfunctory, their minds were not affected. Eve heaved a sigh of relief. After the incident with the night roamers, she had added various protections for the player's consciousness on the game network. However, it was still dangerous to face the invasion of an evil god. Fortunately, he was prepared. He decisively cut off the connected consciousness of the few people and even took the initiative to grind their bodies into ashes. Although Boxed Lunch and the others were baffled by the plot, they managed to glean some information from the conversation between Darkness and Azazel. After discussing for a bit, they began to look for the elusive gods chosen, Zero, intending to complete their report. Eve did not make things difficult for them. He conveniently descended his avatar into the temple of the City of Heaven's Chosen, informed them of his location through the system prompt, and accepted their work reports. Yep, even though Eve already knew the details of what they were reporting to her from the sidelines. I already know. The evil gods are likely to be involved in the war in the underworld. I'll report this to the true God. You've done well. She had to put on a show. After listening to their reports, God's Chosen Zero nodded slightly and completed the mission. At the same time, Boxed Lunch's team received the system notification that they had completed the mission. They received 3,000 contribution points. A silver scroll-like item appeared in their personal inventory under the system panel. It was called Advanced Profession Change Quota, Reserved. Although the process was a little strange, the few of them had indeed completed the mission, so Eve naturally kept her word. Boxed Lunch's team was the best among the first beta gamers. Eve had planned to give them the quota to advance their profession. This mission was just a title. Not only them, but Eve also planned to give the higher-ups of the major guilds such as Limu, Demacia, Salty Meow, Cuckoo Bird, Fried Tomato, and Shapeshifter G Gang. The reason was, they were the top players and the leaders of the management system formed by the players. The stronger they were, the better because it would help the stability of the player system. Of course, their contributions to the game were second to none, and their online time was among the best. They deserved this privilege. In a sense, it was predetermined. The silver slot was also a kind of investment. For Eve, it was natural that the players who could bring her more benefits would have priority. As for the silver quota, Eve planned to release it slowly through various missions and rewards. Of course, it was a minority. Although she would not say it explicitly, Eve decided to create a maximum of 100 in the early stage. This was also based on the current needs. If there were more, it would consume too much during resurrection. As for the promotion of silver, it would depend on the recovery of the magic power in the world of Seekers and the strength of the enemy. In the next few years, the strength of the creatures in the world of Seekers would definitely increase rapidly. In the past, silver professionals were already considered strong, but in the future, this strength would gradually become middle level. Eve planned to follow this change step by step. However, increasing the strength of the players quickly did not mean that they would fall behind. Instead, the overall strength of the players would be slightly higher than the average strength of the world and maintain a certain advantage. By doing so, not only could she prevent excessive consumption of her divine power, but she could also avoid raising the vigilance of other existences under the premise of having sufficient combat power. The saying "the hunter shoots the bird that sticks out" applied to any situation. Eve was able to fish in troubled waters because of the recovery of magic power and the revival of mythical creatures in various parts of the continent, by rising like a frog boiling in warm water. When other existences finally began to pay attention to Eve, she would have reached the point where she would no longer be afraid of being besieged. Eve had long-term considerations in her heart. As for the few lucky players, they were only left with excitement. Haha, I got the reward. This mission is quite simple. It's just that there's no follow-up plot. It's a bit depressing. Maybe it hasn't been triggered yet. It's an advancement and class change. I've never looked forward to a game update so much. Me too. Me too. Haha, I must go to the forum to show off. I must go. Boxed Lunch, the few players received their rewards and were satisfied. And Eve also quickly received a reply from Hela. This Grim Reaper, who stayed in the underworld, replied much faster than she expected this time. Eve could not help but guess that the Grim Reaper attached more importance to this war than she thought. With a thought, Eve opened the casket of the dead, and Hela's familiar voice sounded again in the Supreme Temple. I already know about it, Her Holiness Eve. Thank you for your reminder. Hodel does have dealings with some evil gods in the underworld, and as far as I know, they are the Lord of Plague, the Queen of Pain, and the Fallen Angel. Among these three evil gods, the strongest is the Fallen Angel. He used to be the deputy of the Lord of Eternity and has the strength of a weak divine power, while the other two are weak divine powers. Although these three evil gods are mythical creatures, they have their own enemies and can only hide underground. However, Her Holiness Eve doesn't have to worry about these three evil gods. They will be dealt with by me. What's more worrying is the demon god Azazel. Although I had some guesses before, I didn't expect Hodel to have dealings with the seven lords of hell. It seems, he has forgotten the glory of the underworld's true gods. Her Holiness Eve, according to your description, I'm afraid Hodel will let Azazel deal with you. I know you have the power of absorb and are very interested in Azazel's power. Here, I need to remind you of something. Don't underestimate Azazel just because he only retains the strength of a weak divine power. He is not easy to deal with. Her Holiness Eve, do you know why Azazel's true god came to the world of seekers thousands of years ago and why several true gods joined forces to deal with him, but in the end, they did not kill him but only sealed him? This is because, the seven lords of hell are existences that cannot be killed. In history, it's not that no true gods have tried to kill them, but every time their true bodies were killed, they would awaken in hell once more. The seven demon gods of hell are different from other evil gods. They control the seven layers of hell and have achieved fusion with the origin of the hell plane. This fusion restricts their ability to advance further, but also gives them unlimited power to recover. As long as the corresponding hell plane is not destroyed, they will never be truly killed. The hell plane is hidden in the endless abyss, and no true god can withstand the corrosion of the abyssal power and infiltrate there unscathed. Even if they did, they would lose the power to destroy hell due to resisting the abyssal power. In history, the true gods who tried to do this either could not withstand the corrosion of the abyssal power and fell to become evil gods, or were suppressed by the seven lords of hell because their strength was suppressed. Therefore, the only thing the gods can do for the seven lords of hell is to lure their true bodies out and find a way to seal them, but not to kill them completely. Therefore, if Her Holiness Eve wants to kill Azazel, I'm afraid it's unrealistic, and it's more likely that your true identity will be exposed. The best choice is to lure him into the divine territory, absorb his power, and seal his true body again. However, because I need to be distracted to deal with the other evil gods, I'm afraid I won't be able to provide much help in dealing with Azazel. Of course, I can help you conceal your identity. If I'm not wrong, Azazel should now have two suspicions about your identity: you're one of my incarnations, or a new true god that I'm supporting. I'll use my channels and various hints to lead your identity to the new true gods. The new true gods are all weak, and in this case, it's very likely that Azazel will let down his guard, and then have the idea of finding your true body and devouring your power, and that will be your chance. Her Holiness Eve, I wish you success, and I wish us a happy cooperation. Hela's message ended there. After listening to the message she sent, Eve fell into deep thought. So Hela is in contact with the other three evil gods, and she's already prepared, Lord of Pestilence? If I remember correctly, one of Hela's priesthoods is disease. Could it be, this is one of the reasons why she values this war so much? No matter how I look at it, plague seems to be a subdivinity separated from disease. As for the fallen undead, I don't believe that as the true ruler of the undead, Hela would tolerate other existences manipulating them against her. However, Hela seems to have a plan. I don't know what she plans to do. It would be great if Hela could cause a ruckus in the underground world. She could share the burden of fighting against the seventh demon god. It's just that the seven lords of hell can resurrect infinitely. This isn't mentioned in my world tree inheritance. Looks like it's impossible to silence him. However, from another perspective, perhaps an unkillable demon god is more useful to me. Of course, the prerequisite is that I can successfully seal it. Hela's suggestion coincides with my thoughts. However, I'll be in a passive position if the other party comes knocking on my door. It doesn't feel realistic. The news of the players defeating the half-orc army must have spread in the underground world, including the news of Allur's demigod avatar being destroyed. This will definitely alert the other party. Perhaps I can change my approach and take the initiative to attack. Eve took a deep breath, a clear plan gradually forming in her mind. While Eve was planning how to obtain the power of demon god Azazel, The advancement slots she gave to Boxed Lunchbox and a few other players caused a huge uproar among the players in the City of Heaven's Chosen. Brother Moo, Brother Moo. Did you see the official forum? Calabash and the others seem to have received an incredible reward. Demacia eagerly ran to the Nature's Heart Guild's encampment and found Li Mu, who was researching the forging of magic equipment with Meng Han. Demacia and Li Mu had already reached level 40 in the war in the underground world. They no longer had the pressure of leveling up. The rest of the time was basically using their own methods to earn contribution points to exchange for the final graduation equipment, or to find other ways to have fun. Reward? What reward? Li Mu was slightly surprised. These few days, he was engrossed in making magic equipment. He wanted to improve the silver robe he took from the half-orc high priest Zhu Shan, so he didn't pay much attention to the forum. It's the advancement to silver. The lousy producers are going to release the silver level. However, it doesn't seem to be completely free. It still requires a specific quota. Calabash and the others got it through doing quests. Demacia said. As he spoke, he was jealous. I'm so jealous, that's silver. Sigh, they just reached level 40, but it seems like they're going to fall behind soon. Isn't this game in closed beta? How? Can they release the new level so quickly? Isn't it better to leave it for open beta? Advancement to silver, Li Mu raised his eyebrows. He immediately opened the game system, logged into the official forum, and found the post that Demacia mentioned. In fact, there was no need to look for it, because this post had already reached the top of the headlines. It had only been less than 24 hours, but the number of posts had already exceeded 100,000. The title of the post was also very eye-catching. Hidden quest to obtain a quota for advancement. The silver level is about to be released. Li Mu calmly clicked on the post and began to browse through it. The post was posted by Calabash, describing the experience of the Boxed Lunch team in this hidden quest. It also posted the rewards. The most attractive one was the silver patterned scroll, advancement quota, reserved. Advancement quota? After the next update? Is the silver level really going to be released? But it doesn't seem like it's going to be released to the whole server. Li Mu was a little surprised. He flipped through the comments, and found that the comments were polarized. One was expressing strong expectations for the new level, while the other was complaining that the new level was released too quickly. However, the biggest controversy was the way to release the new level. There was a limit to the quota for advancement? Not everyone would be able to advance in rank, wasn't this too unfair? Or was it too destructive of the game balance? After playing the game for so long, the players were very clear about the gap between a silver and iron class. The gap was even bigger. It could be said that regarding this issue, the comments section was about to explode. All kinds of voices popped out, and it was very lively. Li Mu understood the players' dissatisfaction. In fact, even he was a little upset when he saw that the silver level was going to be released, and there seemed to be a quota limit. After all, he had just been promoted to level 40 not long ago. It was not easy for him to reach the maximum level, and before he could show off enough, a new level was going to be released. Anyone would be upset, right? Not to mention, the new level did not seem to be released fairly, and it seemed like it depended on one's luck. If something went wrong, he might leave Europe and enter the wrong world, and he might fall behind. Such an outcome was bound to give the players a sense of insecurity and unfairness. Of course, discomfort aside, Li Mu had some guesses as to why the officials would release the new level when he thought about the unique plot and ecological mechanism of Elven Nation. It was probably to control the ecological balance of the game. It would not work if the players were too weak, but if they were all silver, according to the simulated ecological system of Elven Nation, they might collapse if they were not careful. A silver player's destructive power was much stronger than a black iron player. Li Mu still remembered how the players almost wiped out all the magical beasts in the core area at the beginning. He thought about it, and simply opened another post to express his opinion on this matter, and at the same time, he had edited the official account of Elven Nation that almost never appeared. Recently, a player obtained the quota for a second class change while doing a hidden mission. It is foreseeable that the officials of Elven Nation are preparing to release the new level. Regarding this, there is a lot of controversy on the forum, and regarding this matter, I also have some immature personal thoughts. Listen to me one by one. The reasons for opposition and dissatisfaction are very comprehensive, and it is nothing more than the release of the level too fast, or the game's fairness and balance, and so on. I won't go into detail about these. Here, I would like to try to stand from the official point of view, and analyze why the new level is being released in such a way. Everyone knows that Elven Nation is different from other online games. In this game, monsters almost never respawn except in certain dungeons. It is to create authenticity, to imitate the ecological system of reality. From this point of view, it is more or less understandable to control the quota of players to advance to silver. I'm afraid it is to stabilize the ecological environment in the game. If the levels are released all at once, it is very likely to affect the ecological environment that has been created in the game. Although the solution to this problem is actually very simple, just respawn the monsters and set up new dungeons. We have been playing the game for so long, and everyone should be able to see that Elven Nation is different from other games that add plot and dungeons as they progress. In this game, everything is set up in advance, the players, to play the game, to promote the development of the plot. In this case, for Elven Nation, the game is the game Elven Nation's most important, and other things that would affect the games to the best of their abilities. In fact, the officials have done a good job. Authenticity has long been one of the charms of Elven Nation. I'm sure all the players can't help but wonder if they've really transmigrated when they play the game. For a virtual online game, this is a huge success. Similarly, we can understand the restriction on the number of people who can advance to silver. Apart from the ecological balance, authenticity also needs to be considered. In a real world, it is impossible for everyone to have the same ability. It is normal that there are few high-end players, and there are a lot of low-end players. From this point of view, it is also very realistic to let a small number of people become high-end players. However, this involves another problem, and that is fairness and balance. In other words, there is no such thing as absolute fairness in the game. Compared to fairness, I think everyone is more willing to see themselves become a small number of high-end players, and they are worried that they will become a majority of low-end players. In this regard, I don't think everyone should be anxious or worried, because I think even if only a small number of selected players can advance to silver after the next update, it is only a transitional method. Everyone should know that in the background of the game, with the recovery of the goddess power, the magic level of the entire world will increase. In other words, the strength of monsters and enemies will also increase over time. I think this should be another way that the officials have chosen to balance the power between players and NPCs. Under such circumstances, it is foreseeable that there will be more and more silver slots, and it is only a matter of time before higher levels are completely opened up to players. It is just that in the beginning, only a small number of lucky people can advance to higher levels and enjoy the joy of greater power in advance. In other words, unlike other online games that open up levels, Elven Nation has chosen to open it up in a trapezoidal manner, slowly opening it up from top to bottom. In fact, from another perspective, this approach is also very interesting, isn't it? The prerequisite is that we all have the opportunity to become that small number of people. So, I hope that the officials can announce the regular method of obtaining slots as soon as possible, so that everyone can work hard and compete instead of relying on luck to complete hidden missions. In addition, regarding the balance between silver and black iron players, I also hope that the officials can carefully consider it. In fact, we can also see some signs of this, and that is, in this game, the strength brought by levels and data is not absolute. Players can completely defeat the strong through strategies, tactics, equipment, or other methods. Generally speaking, Elven Nation is very different from traditional MMOs in all aspects. I think this is an unprecedented path that the officials want to take, the authenticity of the false to the real, the extremely high degree of freedom, and the growth of the story. These are the charm of Elven Nation. I think it will definitely become one of the most loyal games in the history of gaming, and the earlier a player enters the pit, the deeper their feelings will be. I love this game. I hope that Elven Nation will continue to be excellent and not let us down. Good luck. Elven Nation official account. Li Mu's post once again pushed the players' discussion to a new climax. However, this time, the focus of the players' discussion was no longer the so-called unfair issue of the advancement quota. Instead, it was successfully brought to the topic of how to obtain such a quota. For a time, there were all kinds of speculations on the forum. There was no lack of people who tagged the official account and put forward their own suggestions. At first, Eve's attention was focused on how to deal with the demon god Azazel. She did not pay too much attention to it. But when she communicated with Hela several times according to her own plan and decided on an official plan for the mythical masters of the Dark Coalition, she noticed the changes on the forum. Huh? The players' reaction to the advancement of profession is so strong? Looking at the hundreds of thousands of replies, Eve was a little surprised. But thinking about it carefully, she understood. The silver level was a watershed. Who would not want to become stronger? And when she saw Limu's post, her heart moved slightly. That's true. Although I plan to give some players a quota, it's still necessary to leave some hope for the majority of players to compete. Well, in that case, let's set the rules in advance. Eve thought about it, logged into the official account, and officially released the conditions for obtaining the advancement quota on the official website. Announcement: after the next update, Elven Kingdom will open the silver level 41 to 50 in advance for players who have the advancement quota. The way to obtain the advancement quota is as follows. 1. Obtain the advancement quota through the completion of part of the hidden missions or the main storyline. 2. By the time of the next update, October 1st, the top 5 players in the contribution ranking, combat strength evaluation ranking, mission ranking, and reputation ranking will be given the class advancement quota. Those who already have names will be given the quota according to the ranking order. 3. By the next update date of October 1st, the players who have reached level 40 will have a chance to obtain the advancement quota in the lucky prize pool. The higher the player's ranking is, the greater the chance. The game ID of players who have obtained the advancement quota will turn silver on the ranking list. Eve didn't say how many slots there were. Of course, in his heart, the first quota was 100 players. As for the other players, he could only wait for the update, and Eve would slowly release the quota according to the specific situation. After the announcement was made, the players were in an uproar again. All kinds of complaints and dissatisfaction were replaced by all kinds of excited discussions in the blink of an eye. The method to obtain it has been revealed. The method to obtain the advancement slots has been revealed. F***CK. The top 5 of the 4 rankings would be guaranteed a spot? Are they forcing us to rush up the rankings? Ha ha ha, it's time to identify your bloodline. Although there's no level ranking, players who have reached level 40 have a chance to draw a slot in the lucky prize pool. Speaking of which, how many slots are there in total? No, but there are already close to 200 players who have reached level 40. There are still a few days until the 1st of October. I reckon that there will be even more players by then. In a sense, the probability has decreased. TSK, this unlucky bastard still has to make a name for himself. Hidden mission. I want to find the hidden quest. Don't stop me. Don't think about it. The hidden quest is illusory. It's not as reliable as the lucky prize pool. Let's not talk about it anymore. There are too many grinds in this game. I feel that it's too difficult to make a name for myself. I'd better do the quests and accumulate contribution points for the lucky prize pool. Goddess Eve above, please bless me. I must get it. Goddess bless me +1. Goddess bless me +2. Goddess bless me plus 10,086. Crazy. Everyone was crazy, the players were bustling with activity on the forum. In the game, they were also working hard as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Eve's system backend data showed that after the announcement was made, the daily average online time, which had been lowered due to the addition of the 4th beta testers, began to rise rapidly. The players who were leisurely leveling up and had yet to reach level 40 started to grind crazily. They started to crazily grind quests in order to reach level 40 before the update and try their luck at drawing a few lucky prize tickets. The big bosses who had reached the level also picked up wild battles and daily quests again. They either focused on accumulating contribution points to exchange for lucky prize tickets or started to aim for their best ranking on the leaderboard and started to crazily make a name for themselves. For a time, the atmosphere in the entire elf forest was tense. Everyone was fighting for the advancement quota that could decide the fate of the next version. The opportunity to advance to silver. This really could decide one's fate. It was definitely a high-end combat power in the next version, therefore, in the following time, the entire elf forest was in a frenzy. There were more and more materials and equipment in Eve's kingdom of God. She could receive new sacrifices almost every minute. The sacrifices were even more varied. There were abandoned equipment, magical beast materials, metal ores, and even gold pounds. This was all done by the players. Their purpose was to earn contribution points to exchange for the lucky prize pools, lucky prize pools, lucky prize pools, lucky prize pools contribution ranking. The elves of Jade Cold also realized that these chosen ones, who were originally very enthusiastic, suddenly became even more enthusiastic. They circled around the NPCs and turned into bootlickers. Their faces were full of flattery, concern, and everything. The elves believed that if they asked them to die, they would not even frown. Yes, these were the players who were trying to make a name for themselves on the reputation ranking. In addition, the efficiency of the expansion of the City of Heaven's Chosen and the reconstruction of Phelan Tsue also soared. Even the reconstruction of Rivendell, which had not been participated by many players previously, started to have a large number of players joining in. Even the quests of feeding livestock and poultry, as well as the quests of cleaning up the excrement of the players in the City of Heaven's Chosen, had become popular goods. Yes, these were the players who were trying to make a name for themselves on the mission ranking. To them, the more missions they completed, the better. In short, except for those who did not want to reveal their names, such as a first beta druid player who had full reputation points, everyone else who had the slightest idea started to crazily rush to the leaderboard or contribute to the game. The monsters and magical beasts in the elf forest and the underworld were miserable. They became the best leveling and sacrificial materials in the eyes of the players, and they started to enjoy an unprecedented pursuit. If not for the fact that the Dark Faction's troops were stationed together in the underworld battlefield, there might have been players who wanted to find trouble with them. While Eve was surprised by the players' high fighting spirit, she was also rather pleased with it. The advancement quota was a good reward for motivating people. As time passed, the date on the Blue Star was getting closer and closer to October 1st. However, before the update time arrived, an unexpected situation occurred in the underworld. The dungeon, Banksinator, which had withstood the low-intensity siege of the Dark Faction for several months, was suddenly breached. No one had expected that the resource-rich and well-defended Xianxia would be breached. In fact, the underground city had not been breached by the Dark Alliance's army from the outside, but from within. No one had expected that the grandson of the current first seat, the diplomat of the underground city, Deluru, would collude with the Dark Alliance. Deluru had taken advantage of the first seat's deep sleep to steal the key to the underground city's core, bypassing the defensive divine spell barrier of Xianxia City to secretly set up a teleportation spell formation that connected the outside and the inside of the city. Thus, before anyone could react, a large number of undead suddenly appeared in the city. They destroyed the long-distance teleportation spell formation in the city, as well as the Statue of Death in the Shrine of Death. The Statue of Death was the core that provided the source of power for the defensive divine spell. Once the statue was destroyed, the defensive divine spell of Xianxia City collapsed. With the long-distance teleportation spell formation destroyed, the elves who had come to support could no longer teleport. Over. Thus, the entire city's defenders and elven troops immediately fell into a situation of isolation and helplessness. Thus, the Dark Alliance's army that had long been prepared outside the city worked together with the spies and ambushers in the city, easily opening the city gates that had not been breached for months. The siege that should have been a grand one did not happen. The Dark Alliance quickly took over Xanadar's city walls, while the original defenders were attacked from both sides, leaving corpses strewn across the ground as they retreated into the city with difficulty. The battle quickly turned into a tragic street battle. The defenders of the city and the Dark Alliance army that had invaded the city began to fight fiercely within the city. However, the Dark Alliance's army had long since made ample preparations. They had gathered an army of 150,000 undead and 80,000 normal troops. They could be said to be the strongest force in the western region of the underground world. In comparison, Xanadar's army of the Dark Alliance was too weak. There were less than 20,000 defenders in the city, and even the elves that remained in the city were limited in number. There were less than 3,000 of them. Under the attack of the Dark Alliance army, the army of dark dwarves and gnomes had suffered heavy losses. The elves had also died in battle, and the entire city's streets were dyed red with blood. The remaining forces of the Deathly Still Alliance were slowly being forced into the deepest mines of the city, and they were barely holding on with the help of some sturdy fortifications. In less than 2 days, the army of the Dark Alliance had taken over most of Xianxia. Only a few mines deep within the city were occupied by the dark dwarves, gnomes, and elven mercenaries. That place was easy to defend but hard to attack. However, it lacked resources. As long as the Dark Coalition kept them there, they could only choose between surrendering or starving to death. It could be said that the Dark Coalition had already taken over the entire Xianxia. The original residents of the city were forcibly detained at home, and those who resisted were massacred. Chief Katla was killed by the traitor Delura himself, and Delura was appointed as the new chief by the Dark City Alliance and announced that the Church of Darkness and Shadows would become the new official religion of the city. At the same time, the army of the Dark Coalition had also connected the statue of the Lord of Darkness and Shadows to the original Shrine of Death, once again activating the city's defensive divine barrier. But this time, the target of the divine spell barrier had been reversed. At this point, Xianxia had fallen. When this news spread throughout the Deathly Still Alliance, the various cities were in an uproar. No one had expected that Xianxia would fall so suddenly. After the uproar, it was soon followed by panic. Deluru of Xianxia City had betrayed them, and his betrayal directly led to the fall of the city. Then, were the other cities like this one already infiltrated by the Dark Coalition? In addition, Xianxia and Blade City were both gateways from the Deathly Still Alliance to the Dark City Alliance, and their geographical locations were too sensitive. From the map of the Western District of the Underground World, the overall landscape of the Western District was like a gourd with its head facing north. The mouth of the gourd was the passage to the deep cave. The Deathly Still Alliance occupied the upper half of the gourd, while the Dark City Alliance occupied the lower half. The two underground cities were right in the middle of the gourd, and at the same time, were the entrances to the second layer of the dark region. In this case, the defense of Xianxia and Blade City was the key to the entire war. The battle here could even decide the direction of the war in the underground world, and the final battle was likely to take place here. If the defense was good, as long as the battle dragged on, the victory of the secular war would definitely belong to the Deathly Still Alliance. However, if any of the cities were breached, it would open the door to the Deathly Still Alliance, and the army of the Dark Coalition would be able to march straight in, and the situation would instantly deteriorate. But now, one of the cities had really been breached. In a sense, it could be said that the Dark Coalition had achieved a decisive victory in this war. After all, based on the strength of both sides, perhaps the Deathly Still Alliance could rely on the support of the elves to defend a single city, but when multiple cities were attacked at the same time, it would be dangerous. Not every city had tens of thousands of guards like these two cities. Most of the underground cities of the Deathly Still Alliance had less than 10,000 guards. Of course, this was also because the Dark Coalition had special means to corrupt the undead, so the Deathly Still Alliance could not use the undead army in the war against the Dark Coalition. Under such circumstances, the army of the Dark Coalition could rely on their advantage in numbers to easily besiege at least 5 underground cities at the same time, and there was a high probability that they would be able to break through easily. It was worth mentioning that considering the cost of building a long-distance teleportation circle, the Deathly Still Alliance had decided to build a long-distance teleportation circle in every city when they asked for support. However, this was not the case. In reality, only Blade City and Xianxia City, two key cities with surplus resources, had chosen to build a long-distance teleportation circle to connect to Black Rock City. As for the other cities of the Silent Alliance, the closer they were to the mouth of the gourd, the lower the cost of establishing and maintaining long-distance teleportation portals. However, the more remote they were, the poorer they were. No matter how low the cost was, it was impossible for them to bear the cost. At the very most, they could only establish ordinary teleportation portals between them. Of course, this was also because the Deathly Still Alliance was at most a loose alliance of cities, and it was impossible for them to effectively allocate and utilize the resources of each city. Under such circumstances, even the players would find it difficult to provide effective support. Of course, in theory, the players could also first teleport to the two key cities, and then use ordinary teleportation circles to teleport to other cities. However, this was the crux of the problem. Blade City and Shatar City did have teleportation circles that connected to other underground cities, but these teleportation circles were concentrated in Shatar City. Blade City only had one teleportation circle that connected to Shatar City. This led to the fact that once Shatar City was breached, Blade City would be cut off from the other cities of the Deathly Still Alliance. The reason why the Deathly Still Alliance had built a teleportation circle like this was that although the two cities were in key locations, Blade City was closer to the sphere of influence of the Deathly Still Alliance. There were enemies on three sides, and it was too risky to build a large-scale teleportation circle that connected to other cities. After all, according to everyone's estimations, if one of the two cities had to be breached, it would definitely be Blade City. If they wanted to set up a teleportation portal to provide support, Shatar City would be enough. In the end, who would have thought that Shatar City would be breached first? After saying so much, in summary, there was only one thing. That was, the loss of Shatar City had already announced the defeat of the Deathly Still Alliance strategically. If they still wanted to win this war, they could not rely solely on secular forces. 50 kilometers north of Sanatar, in the underground city of Itkar. This was a small city with a population of only 20,000, but in the entire Silent City Alliance, this city was famous. This was because Itkar was the headquarters of the Church of Death in the underground world, and the supreme leader of the church, the Grand Shrine Priest with legendary strength, Neil, also lived here for a long time. It was rumored that the preacher who spread the faith of death to the underground world, the guardian of the underworld, the magic pet of Death Hela before she became a god, and one of the commanders of the heroic spirit army, the demon wolf Fenrir, also slept here. For the intelligent creatures of the underground world who believed in death, this was the holy city in their hearts. At this moment, in the tallest obsidian building in the city, the famous cathedral of Itkar in the underground world, a group of illusory figures were discussing something around an orb that shone with a deep radiance. These figures were the sole projections of the chiefs of the various city-states in the Silent City Alliance. Through the soul storage orb in the Temple of Death in each city-state, they projected their soul power into the meeting hall of the church headquarters to discuss important matters of the Alliance. In the hall, the atmosphere was heavy. A chief of a city-state looked at the illusory figures lined up on both sides, then looked at the empty seat on the upper left, and sighed slightly. Sanatar has fallen. Even with the support of the elves, this war will be difficult to continue. The Dark Army is marching straight in. I'm afraid the next city to be besieged will be the holy city of Itkar. As soon as his voice fell, more than a dozen figures around him began to whisper. At this moment, the first blessed, Huasu, on the upper right, stood up, and his illusory voice resounded in the temple. Your Excellency, don't underestimate the power of the elves. They are allies in the oracle of His Holiness the True God, and like the heroic spirits of His Holiness, they have the ability of immortality. As long as our alliance can give them enough rewards and let them provide support through the road connecting Blade City to Itkar, this war can still continue. As soon as this was said, the 16 chiefs fell into a debate again. The chiefs were clearly divided into two factions. One faction had completely fallen into pessimism, while the other faction led by Huasu believed that this war could still continue. For a moment, the entire meeting hall was extremely lively, and no one could convince anyone. Quiet. At that moment, Grand Shrine Elder Neil, who sat at the head of the round table, spoke. As soon as he spoke, the other chiefs fell silent instantly. The great Shrine Elder Neil was a dark dwarf with white hair and beard. He wore a large black robe that was embroidered with intricate patterns, embellished with the image of the Grim Reaper's scythe. His expression was calm, and his eyes were clear and bright. He didn't seem to be nervous or angry at Xanatar's defeat. He looked around the hall and finally looked at Huasu and said, "You're right. Tell our elven companions that this war has only just begun. Ask them to rush to Itkazer's aid as soon as possible. All rewards will be borne by the church." Huasu perked up and nodded. The other city chiefs opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but after seeing the great divine temple master's resolute and serious expression, they gave up. After giving the order, the Grand Shrine Master turned around and gazed at the historical mural in front of the meeting hall. The mural depicted the descent of the demon wolf Fenrir under the oracle of the true god, spreading the faith of the grim reaper in the Underdark. Huasu followed the great divine hall master's gaze and made a guess. Looking at the majestic demon wolf in the mural, the grand shrine master said with clear eyes, "That's good. The elves have bought us a lot of time for the war. Lord Fenrir is already on the verge of awakening." Hearing his words, the projections of the dozen or so seated chiefs perked up and finally understood the Grand Shrine Master's plan. They were overjoyed. Lord Fenrir is about to awaken? Has he recovered from his injuries? Then, doesn't that mean? The Grand Shrine Master nodded slightly. That's right. Lord Fenrir is our real trump card. Although the Dark Coalition's army is huge, it's just a forced integration of the Lich King. None of them are willing to submit to the other. After conquering Xianxia, they will definitely divide their forces. As long as Khazar can hold on for a while longer, when Lord Fenrir wakes up, everything will be reversed. No one below the true god is a match for Lord Fenrir. F***ck? Xianxia has fallen? The city's defense is better than Blade City's. How did it fall? In the commercial district of Khazar, Demacia was surprised to see the heated discussion in the guild group. He came to Khazar to open up a new business. Ever since the conditions for the advancement quota were announced, Demacia had been thinking about how he could get the quota. After thinking about it, it was too difficult for him to get into the top 5 on the leaderboard. The most reliable method was the lottery ticket. As for the lottery ticket, to put it bluntly, it would cost a huge amount of contribution points. Regarding this, the fastest way Demacia could think of for him was to do business, and then sacrifice the golden claw to the goddess in exchange for contribution points. Brother Dima, then, are we still setting up the Amway Merchant Guild stronghold here? Is it better to go back and help? It feels like there's going to be a war. Another member of the Nature's Heart Guild who came with him asked. Demacia heard and shook his head. It's too late. Xianxia has fallen and the teleportation circle is no longer working. We can't teleport back, and the others can't teleport here either. We can only walk. According to the information sharing group, after the Dark Coalition's army took down Xianxia City, they have divided into 5 groups and attacked the 5 city-states of the Silent City Alliance. One of the armies is heading toward Khazar. The information sharing group was a private group set up by the higher-ups of the major guilds to exchange information. Even if Brother Mu and the others have organized an army, without the teleportation circle, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to win. And with our strength, we can only reinforce one city at most. Of course we have to send reinforcements. Otherwise, this large-scale war mission will fail. Besides, Brother Mu and the others have already discussed it. The target of our reinforcements is Itkar. This is the holy city of the Church of Death. We can't be breached anywhere except here. So, we just have to wait here slowly. As he said that, Demacia scratched his head again. Speaking of which, the Silent Alliance's reaction is a little strange. I heard from Brother Mu that the chief of Blade City, Firebeard, doesn't seem to be worried about Xianxia City being breached. I have a feeling that they should have follow-up preparations. We'll just wait here. Anyway, up until now, the legends and even the demigods of both sides have not made their move yet. When we were fighting the orcs previously, the legends showed up. The scale of the underground war is so big, but until now, it's only the low-level ones fighting. The higher-level ones have not made their move yet. Maybe there's still a chance. The actions of the players were swift. After Xianxia City was breached, the 3 major guilds once again urgently gathered their troops and prepared to reinforce the other city-states of the Silent Alliance. The major guilds discussed and their first choice was the Holy City of Death, Khazar, which was relatively close to them and also more important. Just as the players were gathering their troops, they also received a request from the Silent City Alliance. Just as they had guessed, the Silent Alliance had requested their reinforcement from the Holy City of Death, Khazar. At the same time, a new main storyline mission also appeared in the vision of the players who had accepted the large-scale war mission, Frowny Face Ding, main storyline mission, reinforce the Holy City of Death activated, mission objective, reinforce the Holy City of Death, Khazar, and hold on until the powerhouses of the Silent City Alliance appear. Mission time limit, unlimited, mission headcount, Unlimited, mission level, level 11, mission reward, 20,000 experience points, 5,000 contribution points, lucky prize pool lottery ticket X3, special storyline mission reward. The top 5 players who kill the most enemies will receive a profession advancement slot. Those who already have a slot will not participate in the kill ranking. Without a doubt, when the new main plot mission appeared, the players were once again excited. The other mission rewards were fine, but the last special plot mission reward that was marked as silver in the mission frame completely ignited the players' enthusiasm. Job advancement slots. This was a quota for advancement. All the players who participated in the large-scale war mission seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and entered a state of excitement. The game Elven Nation was slightly different from other online games. In this game, although there was a large difference in strength between extraordinaires of different levels, within the Black Iron level, it was not to the extent where the sky was turned upside down. In other words, this special plot mission reward was not only available to players who had reached level 40. Perhaps they had a greater chance of killing more enemies, but it was not like other players did not have a chance. The battlefield was chaotic and unpredictable. If you were lucky, you might be able to kill a few unlucky fellows with a single spell. If you were unlucky, even if you were a level 40 player, you might be directly sent back to the City of Heavens chosen by an enemy's arrow while charging. Therefore, without the mobilization of the major guilds, the players spontaneously began to log into the war channel and gather at Blade City. This time, the army was gathered with the 4 major guilds as the core. No, they could no longer be called the 4 major guilds. Elven Nation did not have a limit on the number of members. After absorbing the 4th beta testers, the number of members of the 4 major guilds had reached a terrifying level. Even the Autobots, who had the weakest background, had more than 5,000 members. As for the Nature's Heart, which had the most members, it had already exceeded 10,000 members. The total number of players from the 4 major guilds was more than half of the 60,000 beta testers. It could be said that they could now be considered as major guilds. Of course, although the scale of the 4 major guilds was getting more and more terrifying, the small and medium-sized guilds had also become a force that could not be ignored. With the large number of 4th beta testers joining, various new guilds sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Although none of them could reach the scale of the 4 major guilds, there were many large guilds with more than 1,000 players. When the number of players exceeded 1,000, the guild would be able to activate the army function. Therefore, this time, there were not only 4-player armies participating in the war, but there were more than 20-player armies. Of course, these 20-plus legions were still divided into 4 parts, with the First Legion, the Adorable Committee, Nature's Heart, and the Autobots as the core. They were nicknamed the 4 armies by the players, and their commanders were Fried Tomatoes, Boxed Lunch, Limu, and G-Gang the Shapeshifter. Among them, Limu was the overall commander of the Elven Expeditionary Force. With the formation of the command structure, the various guilds began to call for their friends and gather their guild members to participate in the battle. Almost every second, there were players walking out of the long-distance teleportation circle and gathering outside Blade City. The outskirts of the city were gradually occupied by the players who arrived first. They gathered at the northern city wall of Blade City, densely packed. More and more of them gathered, and the total number of people soon exceeded 10,000. Then, 20,000, then, 30,000. The dark dwarf Firebeard, who was looking down from the city wall, was dumbfounded by the increasing number of elves that came to support them. He originally thought that there were at most 20,000 elves, but he realized that he had underestimated them. As for the warriors of Blade City, as the number of elves increased, their excitement turned to surprise, and then from surprise to shock. Finally, they all fell into silence. When the time limit for gathering was up, even the commanders of the player guilds were speechless. The 4th beta test had been open for so long, and most of the players had already advanced to Black Iron, so, the number of players participating in the battle was far beyond their imagination. When the time limit of half a day was up, an army of 50,000 had gathered at the foot of the city wall. An army of 50,000, what was the concept of an army of 50,000? In previous online games, a battle of 1,000 people was enough to create an epic feeling of shock. Previously, the 30,000 orc army gave the players the feeling that they covered the mountains and plains, endless and unstoppable. Now, the players had also reached this level, and there were even more of them. They completely occupied the northern region of Blade City. and it looked like a sea of human heads. At the same time, it made one's scalp tingle. Epic. This is an epic that belongs to us. This is a legend that belongs to us. This is Elven nation that belongs to us. Standing on top of the city wall and looking at the huge army below, Limu was excited and full of pride. In his life, he had never imagined that he would participate in a battle of such scale. He was excited and nervous at the same time, but at the same time, he was full of anticipation. Who else could stop them? Who else? He was overwhelmed with emotions. As he took a screenshot in the system, he ordered the player in charge of the war song to play the most passionate background music. Then, he raised his gorgeous long sword that was specially used for commanding, showing off, and shouted at the players waiting outside the city wall. For the glory of the elves. For the final victory. His voice was hoarse and trembling, sounding a little Chunibyo. However, his excited voice resounded above Blade City and in the battlefield channel that the players had logged in, but no one felt that it was out of place. In the face of such a spectacular scene, when they thought that they were part of it, no one could maintain their inner calmness. The cohesion of the players almost reached a climax at this moment. No one knew who started it, but someone also raised his weapon high, and soon, the other players followed suit. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Tens of thousands of soldiers took out their weapons and raised them high in the air. Their earth-shattering voices resounded. For the glory of the elves. For the final victory. The voices were not very orderly, and it was even a little messy. However, when tens of thousands of people shouted at the same time, the effect was mind-blowing and shocking. The ground shook under the tsunami-like cheers. The echoes reverberated throughout the entire Blade City. Everyone who had witnessed this scene was impressed. Times are changing. Looking at the terrifying elven army, the dark dwarf Firebeard had a complicated expression. Attack! Limu waved the long sword in his hand and shouted again. Hurrah! Earth-shattering cheers. In the flying dust, tens of thousands of soldiers began to move slowly like a terrifying giant beast, on the highest tower of Blade City's city wall. Eve's avatar stood there, using divine spells to hide herself. She looked at the slowly moving player army below and felt relieved. Gently exhaling, Eve said slowly, "The chosen ones have left. The chosen ones have set off. Although there are many of them, they do not have any high-level combat power. Since you've just woken up, go with them and let me see your strength." As she spoke, she turned slightly and looked at a figure behind her. It was a young man who looked 13 or 14 years old. He had black hair and red eyes and was wearing a black dragon-scale armor. Upon hearing her words, the young man bowed slightly and replied in a clear and respectful voice. "As you command." There was no day or night in the underground world, only eternal darkness. The dark environment made the underground world more oppressive and gloomy than the surface. For the holy city of death, Khazar, this oppressive atmosphere could be said to have reached its peak at this moment. The small holy city had been surrounded by a dark army. It was the army of the Dark City Alliance. The Lich King Poloni personally led an army of 50,000 undead, 20,000 cannon fodder troops made up of goblins, monsters, and demonic beasts, and 15,000 ordinary troops made up of spirit suckers and dark dwarves. They besieged Khazar, which had less than 8,000 defenders. Other than the main force of the army, the Dark Coalition also had close to 200 silver professions and 7 gold professions, 4 death knights, 2 spirit suckers bloodline warlocks, and 1 dwarf warrior. Among the silver professionals and gold professionals, nearly half of them had been promoted in the past 6 months. It was also because of the huge increase in strength that the Lich King had the confidence to compete with the Dark Still Alliance. The forces besieging Khazar were equivalent to more than 1/3 of the strength of the entire Dark City Alliance. The Lich King was determined to win this holy city. The Dark Coalition's army had besieged the city for 3 days. In these 3 days, they had already launched 4 consecutive attacks. Although they still had not breached Khazar, they had brought great pressure to the city defense and defenders. Anyone with a little military knowledge could see that although the holy city's defensive divine barrier was still full of energy, the defenders in the city had suffered heavy casualties. Under the several attacks of the Dark Coalition, they had suffered casualties of more than half, and their morale had fallen to a very dangerous level. if it were not for the firm belief in the god of death, and if it were not for the fact that most of the soldiers in Xianxia were devout believers, many would have planned to escape through the teleportation circle. There were no more reinforcements. Other than Blade City, the remaining 10 underground cities that were not besieged were relatively small in scale. Not to mention their weak strength, in the face of 5 allies besieged by 5 Dark Coalition armies, the support they could provide was limited. Xianxia had received the most reinforcements, but in the face of the larger and more powerful Dark Coalition army, these reinforcements could only be exhausted by the repeated attacks. The Dark City-State Alliance, which had 50 underground city-states and integrated their strength, was far more powerful than the Silent City-State Alliance, which only had 17 city-states and a loose structure. Both above and below the city walls were equipment that had been left behind. Fresh blood had dyed the ground a dark red. Corpses that had been purified from afar to prevent them from turning into undead were either scattered below the city walls or piled up on top of the city walls to be burned by the defenders. The pungent smell was nauseating. There was nothing he could do about it. This was because no one knew if these purified corpses would rise again with the next attack of the Dark Coalition and turn into fallen undead to continue the battle, in the camp of the Alliance of Dark States. The Lich King Poloni was wiping a thick black book inlaid with gold, quietly waiting for something. The cover of the book was decorated with bone patterns, and there were also pictures that symbolized death. There was also a faint trace of divine power slowly flowing on it. However, if one looked carefully, one would find that this book was also inlaid with a dark gray shadow gem that was not very suitable. The Lich King injected his power into the shadow gem, and the entire book emitted a faint halo. The halo scattered, and for a moment, the undead army on the Dark Coalition's side bowed down. This was a true god artifact called the Book of Death. It was also because of this true god artifact that the Lich King could control the fallen undead and prevent the Silent City-State Alliance from easily mobilizing the undead army. Just as the Lich King was controlling the Book of Death, suddenly, a Death Knight came in front of him. The Death Knight knelt on one knee and then said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the emissary we sent to Xianxia to persuade them to surrender has been executed by the Church of Death's Grand Shrine Master." They placed the corpses on top of the city walls and cremated them in public. Hearing his words, the Lich King Poloni's movements paused slightly. He was silent for a few seconds, then sneered and said, "Understood. Since they're unwilling to surrender, then let's begin the final siege. Pass down the order, all troops attack and begin the siege. After the city is breached, all soldiers are allowed to plunder for 3 days." Following the Lich King's order, the roars of the underground monsters resounded throughout the battlefield, and the entire Dark Coalition army immediately moved out. Unlike the previous sieges, which took turns to attack the city, this time, the tens of thousands of troops surrounding Xianxia turned out in full force and launched a general attack. The first to launch the attack was still the goblins. Driven by the undead, they waved their crude weapons and carried the ladders that had been made before, howling as they charged towards the city walls. Behind them was an army of 50,000 fully armed and well-equipped undead creatures. They lined up neatly behind the undead creatures. The earth trembled, and the evil and cold power formed by the gathering of the fallen undead turned into endless smoke that shrouded the air. As the smoke continued to spread, the corpses on the battlefield that had been purified by the death priests once again stood up under the influence of some strange power and joined the undead army. In an instant, the already massive undead army grew even stronger. The goblins, monsters, and magical beasts that had died in the previous attacks transformed into fallen undead and gained greater power as they joined the sea of undead. Feeling the terrifying aura, the guards on the city walls turned pale. Their already low morale was shaken once again. The vanguard of the Dark Coalition quickly arrived at the city walls. Under the encouragement of the Lich King, their morale was high, and even the undead army became more ferocious. They did not need to plunder, but they had a strong desire to devour the souls of living creatures. After suffering several attacks, the guards of the sacred city of death were already exhausted. Their resistance was like an egg that had hit a rock. After roaring and killing a few goblins that besieged them, they were quickly overwhelmed by more and more monsters and undead. The ant-like Dark Coalition army surged to the city walls like a tide. They set up ladders and climbed up the city walls, engaging in a one-sided battle with the remnants of the Dark Coalition army. Witnessing this scene, the chief of the city of Xianxia turned pale on the city wall. He looked at Temple Master Neil, who was standing beside him and controlling the city's underground defense core remotely while praying with his eyes closed. He said anxiously, "Don't worry." He said anxiously, "Lord Neil. The Dark Coalition has launched their final attack. Even with the reinforcements from other city-states, we only have less than 5,000 warriors left. Lord Neil, if we don't have reinforcements, we won't be able to hold on." Grand Shrine Elder Neil didn't panic at all. He slowly opened his pure eyes, and his clear gaze crossed the battlefield and met the eyes of Lich King Poloni, who was in the Dark Coalition army. Seeing the gaze from the city walls, the eyes of the Lich King under the devil mask flickered. He gently raised his right hand and made a thumbs-down gesture. Grand Shrine Elder Neil was indifferent to the Lich King's provocation. His gaze passed by Poloni and his Dark Coalition army before finally stopping at a distant place. "Our reinforcements have arrived," he said warmly. Upon hearing the Grand Shrine Elder's words, the chief of the sacred city followed his gaze. At the southeastern border, a cloud of rising smoke suddenly appeared. A strange cavalry made up of elves and crypt spiders appeared in his vision. Swish 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 sounds came from afar. It was the sound of metal rubbing against stone. The sound was uniform and grew louder like thunder, quickly attracting the attention of both sides on the battlefield. The creatures of the Underdark were no stranger to this sound. It was the sound of the crypt spiders' metal legs colliding with the ground as they moved quickly. That's crypt spiders? Looking at the ferocious figures that appeared on the border, the chief of the sacred city of death opened his mouth wide. The crypt spiders were social creatures that lived in the depths of the earth all year round. The dark dwarves often found them in the mines. These magical beasts that fed on ores and occasionally caught some intelligent creatures to taste were almost impossible to tame. Because the crypt spiders were collective creatures, they generally had a mother worm that controlled all the spiders. The mother worm was usually hidden in the depths of the earth and was difficult to find. Even if it was found, it was difficult to tame it. These magical beasts were arrogant. Those who had the strength to tame them would look down on them, and those who had the strength to tame them did not have the ability to tame them. It could be said that in the underground world, no one had ever heard of anyone who could use the crypt spiders as mounts. But now, he actually saw a group of elves riding crypt spiders? God of death above! How did these elves do it? At this moment, the chief of Itkazar felt ridiculous and puzzled. However, after seeing the elves, he quickly became excited. Elves, there was no doubt that they were the reinforcements mentioned in the True God's Oracle. With reinforcements, there was hope. The chief glanced around, then gritted his teeth and shouted. "Our reinforcements are here. Everyone, hold on." Under the effect of magic, the chief's voice quickly spread to every corner of the city wall, and the soldiers of the Dark Still Alliance who heard his words were shaken. The sound of the crypt spider cavalry's advance became louder and louder. Even the soldiers on the city wall, where the battle was the fiercest, noticed this sudden sound. When the soldiers saw the rising cloud of dust and the shocking number of crypt spider cavalry, they were stunned for a moment before they cheered. The morale of the Dark Still Alliance was boosted. The originally precarious situation actually stabilized. Some soldiers even roared and launched a counterattack. In war, momentum was very important. The sudden appearance of the reinforcements was like a shot in the arm for the Dark Coalition, while the Dark Coalition was slightly flustered. In areas where there were fewer undead and more goblins, the Dark Army was pushed back by the Dim Still Alliance and chased off the city walls. Elves? They're finally here. This must be the Dark and Still Alliance's trump card. The Lich King stood in the camp on the hill and stared at the dust in the southeast. He didn't seem surprised at all. No, he was still a little surprised. He turned around and looked at Deluru, who was standing at the side and looking at the crypt spider cavalryman in a daze. He said in an indifferent voice, "Don't worry. Deluru, I remember you once told me that the elves supporting the Dark Still Alliance are all foot soldiers." Hearing the Lich King's words, Deluru shuddered. He forced a smile and replied with trepidation, "Well, Your Majesty, I didn't expect the elves to have the cave spiders as a backup plan, but don't worry, our Western Dark Territory doesn't have any large cave spiders. The number of spiders is definitely small. Though the elves can be revived, there are only 20,000 of them, and they're all dark iron. There's no teleportation portal here. As long as we defeat them, even if they can be revived, it'll be useless. Hearing his words, the Lich King retracted its gaze. He looked at a grey-robed magician, who said respectfully, Your Majesty is right. The grey-robed magician said respectfully, Your Majesty, what Deluru said is true. This magician was the one whom Deluru had met in the tavern. He was also the one who infiltrated Shatar city and instigated Deluru's betrayal. After hearing his words, the Lich King finally nodded gently. He lifted his head and ordered again, Deploy the formation. Spread out the defensive formation and block these charging elves. Following his order, the rear of the Dark Coalition army began to move. The soldiers erected a long shield wall while the spearmen pierced the gaps between the shields with their pikes, forming a defensive formation against the cavalrymen. Seeing the orderly movements of the soldiers, the Lich King Poloni was very satisfied. In fact, Poloni's true thoughts were that he wanted to do it himself. However, Neil, the chief shrine priest, didn't do anything either. That made him wary, and he put away some of his thoughts. The formation formed by 15,000 soldiers should be enough to block the charge of 1,000 elven cavalrymen. Thinking of this, Poloni looked at the elven army again. At first, there were only 1,000 of them. They were wearing gorgeous equipment and riding ferocious cave spiders. They shouted excitedly as they ran. Like a pack of wolves that had seen their prey, the elves sped up after seeing the Dark Coalition army. However, their numbers also increased. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, as the dust rippled, more and more elven cavalrymen appeared in front of everyone. Deluru's eyelids twitched, and Poloni's eyes flickered. When the elves fully displayed their military formation, a total of 20,000 knights riding on underground spiders and other magical beasts appeared before everyone's eyes. The Lich King's camp instantly fell silent. Deluru's eyes were completely dazed. This. How can this be? His eyes widened as he mumbled incoherently. Cracks appeared on the ground under Poloni's feet, and his aura suddenly became dangerous. The surrounding Dark Coalition higher-ups shuddered because this was a sign of their leader's anger. However, they understood very well. No one expected that these volunteer elves were all cavalrymen, 20,000 cavalrymen. These elves that had supported Shatar city actually had their own magical beasts. Considering the magical beasts' combat power, this was far from the combat power of 20,000 people. It could be said that their combat power had directly soared by several levels. 20,000 cavalrymen galloped, and the deafening sound reverberated in the underground caverns. It was like a huge rock that smashed into everyone's hearts. At the very front were the Crypt Spider Knights. They were all wearing heavy armor and were truly heavy cavalry. These were the players who had chosen to be tanks. They formed a cone-shaped formation and charged in front of the cavalrymen. Behind them were the ordinary warriors. They waved their swords and spears, howling and yelling. Finally, there were the archers, mages, and druids. They either raised their bows or chanted incantations. As they moved, arrows turned into a rain of arrows. With the glow of skills, they shot into the Dark Coalition army first. Then, the entire cavalrymen were strengthened by colorful magic buffs. They were like a sharp knife that directly pierced through the shield wall formed by the Dark Coalition army. The command structure of the Dark Coalition army was located on top of a hill. Standing on top, they could see everything around them. At this moment, the army's higher-ups saw an unforgettable scene. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen made up of elves, crypt spiders, and all kinds of magical beasts, flashing with the light of magic, rushed into the army of the Dark Coalition like a rainbow flood. The military formation formed by the Dark Coalition was like a piece of paper that was easily torn apart by the cavalry. Accompanied by screams, wails, the clashing of weapons, and the cracking of bones, the frontmost dark dwarves were trampled into meat paste by the cavalrymen. However, the movement of the elves was only stopped for a moment by the army of the Dark Coalition. Because these large crypt spiders were too strong, they relied on their hard shells and rapid speed to send everything they encountered flying. The elves charging at the forefront quickly pierced through the army of the Dark Coalition. The elves following closely behind attacked the soldiers of the Dark Coalition who were scared out of their wits by the cavalrymen's charge while shooting at the enemies further away, or casting various offensive spells that they had already chanted. arrows flew, and the brilliance of magic bloomed in the army of the Dark Coalition. The chaotic magic waves could even be vaguely felt on the walls of the Holy City of Death. The attacks of arrows and magic made it impossible for the Dark Coalition army to surround the Elven army that had been slowed down by the enemy's charge. Not only that, but they also caused more casualties. In just one confrontation, at least 3,000 soldiers of the Dark Coalition died under the iron hooves of the magical beasts, and even more soldiers were drowned in arrows and magic. Wails were heard everywhere, and the casualties were heavy. However, the elves easily rushed out of the formation of the Dark Coalition army. They still maintained their cone-like formation, and only left sporadic corpses of the magical beasts behind. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be silent for a few seconds. The soldiers of the Dark Coalition on the city walls looked at the shocking scene with their mouths agape. Then, there was a deafening cheer. However, unlike the Dark Coalition whose morale was greatly boosted, the higher-ups of the Dark Coalition on the hill fell into a deathly silence. Looking at the army that suffered heavy losses under the charge of the elves, the Lich King coldly glanced at Deloro. Sensing the murderous intent of the other party, Deloro almost fainted from shock. 20,000 infantry mercenaries. Heh. The Lich King sneered. The mage who once supported Deloro opened his mouth, but in the end, he lowered his head in shame. Looking at the army that was on the verge of collapsing under the charge of the 20,000 elven knights and the elven army that had reorganized their formation after charging out of the battlefield, Poloni's gaze finally turned serious. Even now, he still did not panic. He sighed softly and said, "That's right. I still underestimated these elves. Pass down the order. Since the enemy's reinforcements have arrived, there's no need to wait any longer. Activate the original plan and keep these elves here. Even if these elves can be resurrected, I will make them all die together here today. As for the demonic beasts beneath them, don't let a single one of them leave the battlefield." He could already tell. The only ones whose corpses had disappeared were the elves. In other words, it was impossible for these magical beasts to be revived. Following the Lich King's order, 2 large magic circles suddenly appeared on the left and right of the Dark Coalition army. Those were 2 teleportation circles that had been prepared beforehand. As the teleportation circles lit up, 2 new armies walked out of the circles. They were arranged in a neat formation, and there was no lack of well-equipped undead knights. There were no less than 10,000 of them. Not only that, but the circles were still flickering, and there was still an endless stream of Dark Coalition soldiers walking out of them. They were the Dark Coalition that had besieged the other underground cities. The 2 armies appeared in the middle of the Dark Coalition army and the Elven Knights as though they had been prepared for this. The Dark Coalition had actually prepared an ambush for the elves. None of the higher-ups of the Dark Coalition on the hill were surprised. Only Deluru, who had woken up, opened his mouth wide in shock when he saw the new army. He looked at the Lich King with even more respect now. The Dark Coalition had expected the Dark Still Alliance to have reinforcements from the start. They had planned to wipe out the reinforcements from the start. Although the strength of the elves was beyond their expectations, after the ambush army appeared, they still managed to complete the encirclement, and this time, the new enemies had sealed off their path of retreat. Without the long-distance run-up like before, the elven cavalry could no longer charge forward as quickly as before. They were slowly surrounded by the Dark Coalition army. "Surround and kill them." Poloni grunted coldly and ordered. Following the roars of the underground creatures, the ocean-like army of the Dark Coalition moved again under the command and began to surround and attack the panicked elven army. However, the development of the situation was beyond everyone's expectations. The elven army seemed to be commanded by an invisible hand. Close to 20,000 elves moved as one and quickly got rid of the panic. They turned around without hesitation and charged towards the outer circle of the encirclement. That kind of efficient command, that kind of uniform movement, made the Lich King, who was watching them from afar, slightly stunned. This level of organization, this efficiency, and this ability to react were beyond his understanding of the army. Even for the undead army, it would take a long time for them to be able to react so quickly and perfectly transmit the command. In a battle between armies, for one side to successfully surround the other than factors such as location, terrain, and strength, they also had to rely on the slowness of the enemy's command system. However, these elves were like 10,000 people as one. They did not have the slowness and bloatedness of a large army. They roared and shouted excitedly as they aimed in the same direction and tore apart the Dark Coalition army that came to surround them. They actually charged out. The ambush plan that the Dark Coalition had prepared failed in a very strange way. It was not that the ambush was not strong enough, nor was it that the location was not good. It was just that the reaction and movements of the elves were beyond common sense. It was as if everyone was directly under the same command. How is this possible? How did they command? Could it be that every elf has mastered the sound transmission spell? A high-ranking commander of the Dark Coalition could not help but cry out. Sound transmission spell? No. Sound transmission spell could only be used in a one-on-one battle. How could it be used in a battle of 10,000 people? However, the higher-ups of the Dark Coalition did not have the time to think about this matter. Because at this moment, there were waves of dust rising from the border again. Accompanied by tsunami-like shouts, new figures appeared at the southwest border again. Tens of thousands of elves, dark dwarves, and underground gnomes formed a united army that appeared in the vision of the Dark Coalition. Their bodies were flashing with the colorful acceleration spell. They were only infantry, but they had extremely fast speed. After they appeared, they charged in the direction of the Dark Coalition in a neat formation. When these new armies charged, the elven cavalry that had charged out of the Dark Coalition's encirclement was clearly far away from them. Logically speaking, they should not have noticed the situation on the battlefield at all. However, as if they had received a signal, the elven cavalry turned around again. They rearranged their formation and launched a second round of attack on the Dark Coalition army again. The reinforcements from two directions charged at the Dark Coalition army. The Dark Coalition army that was supposed to surround one side was actually caught in the middle and became the side that was surrounded. In an instant, the situation was reversed. Poloni had never seen an army that cooperated so well and moved so quickly before. As if they had agreed beforehand, the newly formed Elven army and the Elven army that had once again turned into a sharp knife formation charged into the Dark Coalition's army at almost the same time. The Dark Coalition's army that was already in a mess due to the hasty formation was once again torn apart by the Elven cavalry. However, it was different this time. Just as the Elven cavalry was riddling the Dark Coalition's formation with holes, the Elven army on the other side seized the opportunity. Accompanied by a tsunami-like battle cry, they came from the south and completely separated the Dark Coalition's army. Thus, the commanders of the Dark Coalition on the hill once again saw an unforgettable scene. They clearly had the advantage in numbers, and their overall strength was clearly 30% stronger. However, the Dark Coalition's army was easily torn into pieces by the elves' rapid interweaving and cutting. The second wave of Elven and Dark Coalition reinforcements took the opportunity to surround and devour the Dark Coalition's army that had been cut apart. If an analogy had to be made, the Dark Coalition's army was like a plate of delicious food on the battlefield. The Elven cavalry, on the other hand, were knives and forks. They continued to weave in and out, dividing the army of darkness into smaller groups. Then, the divided Dark Coalition's army was swallowed up by the Elven army that was like a hungry giant mouth. And the most important reason for this was the astonishing cooperation of the elves. Perhaps each of them was very weak. However, they were united at this moment. There were clearly more than 10,000 people participating in the battle, and they were clearly in a chaotic battlefield. However, they were able to move in unison, and their movements were highly synchronized. Even their attacks were launched at the same time, and they were withdrawn at the same time. At that moment, they seemed to have become the same person. The feeling they gave the Lich King was that they were not tens of thousands of elves with their own thoughts, but a collection of countless individuals under a collective mind. The power gathered by such a collective was quite terrifying. The gap between black iron and silver was not as big as the gap between heaven and earth. The magic of an iron professional might not be enough to pose a threat to a silver professional. However, if 1,000 or 10,000 iron professionals cast spells in the same place at the same time, the power would be enough to tear any silver professional into pieces. A quantitative change could lead to a qualitative change. At this moment, the elves were doing just that. This seemingly simple but incomparably difficult coordination was as easy as drinking cold water for them. In the face of such a terrifying elven army, even the silver-tier professionals of the Dark Coalition could not help but turn pale. Thus, with the cooperation of the elves, the massive army of the Dark Coalition fell into a passive position due to their size. They could not fight back effectively under the effective cooperation of the elves and could only rely on their experience to resist. It could be said that at this moment, with the attack of the elves, the command system of the Dark Coalition army was almost paralyzed. It was not that the commander had died in battle, but that the commander could no longer control his troops accurately. In fact, including Blue Star, all large armies with cold weapons had this characteristic. That was, when there were enough people, once the two armies fell into a full-scale battle, precise command would become ineffective. At this time, the commanders on both sides could only issue orders such as retreat and charge. It was impossible for them to make any minor adjustments. And just like that, it was able to be transmitted to all the troops. However, who would have thought that such a freak would appear in front of him? The Lich King still did not understand how these elves were commanded. In fact, when he carefully observed the command, he was confused to find that he could not even see where the commander was. It looked like there was no one commanding, but the movements of the elves, all told him that there was definitely a commander. However, the situation on the battlefield did not allow him to think about the elves. If this continued, he was afraid that the army of the Dark Coalition would really be nibbled away by the elves little by little. The Lich King took a deep breath and ordered in a deep voice, "All the high-tier professionals, gather together and eliminate the heavy armored knights at the front of the elven cavalry." After watching for so long, he could see that the main reason why the elves were so successful was because of the nearly 20,000 cavalry. And the reason why the cavalry could be like a sharp sword was because of the heavy armored elven knights in the front row. The defense of those heavy armored knights was too high. They were charging at the front and crushing the enemies they encountered, but they were not affected at all. It was too exaggerated. The Lich King believed that as long as the few gold-tier professionals on his side worked together to eliminate the strange heavy-armored elven knights in the front row, the situation would definitely change. Facing the attack of the elves, the silver-tier professionals might have to temporarily avoid the spearhead, but the gold-tier professionals were different. There was a huge gap between high-tier professionals and low-tier professionals, and the lack of high-tier professionals was the most fatal flaw of the elves. The chance of victory in this war would probably lie with the high-tier professionals. Following Poloni's order, the 7 gold-tier professionals of the Dark Coalition army attacked. The Death Knights and Dwarven warriors cooperated with each other and formed a formation like the elves. They rushed into the elven cavalry, while the 2 bloodline warlocks chanted spells to assist their attack. The cooperation of the gold-tier professionals was quite effective. In just a moment, they relied on the terrifying strength of the gold-tier professionals to tear apart all the elves they encountered like chickens, and the elven formation became chaotic for the first time. Seeing that the elven formation was disrupted and the Dark Coalition army took the opportunity to slow down, the Lich King was relieved. However, he did not relax for long. Just as the gold-tier professionals joined the battle and the elves' attack slowed down, suddenly, a loud dragon roar resounded in the sky of the underground world. Accompanied by the shocking aura of the dragon, a ferocious black dragon with a wingspan of more than 60 meters appeared on the battlefield. It circled above the elven army, puffed up its cheeks, and spat out a sticky dragon breath at the gold-tier professionals of the Dark Coalition. Black Dragon. There was an adult black dragon on the elf's side. Seeing the ferocious figure that suddenly appeared on the battlefield, the Lich King's pupils shrank. He was very sure that there was no black dragon living near the Dark and Still Alliance, so this black dragon could only be brought here by the elves. To be able to subdue the black dragon, which had always been known for its ferocity and arrogance, what else could these elves not do? Who exactly were they? At this moment, the Lich King felt that these strange elves seemed to be more and more mysterious. The sudden appearance of the black dragon once again disrupted the rhythm of the Dark Coalition's army. Under its breath, the 7 gold professionals panicked and were suppressed by the black dragon in the blink of an eye. An adult black dragon had the strength of a gold professional. It was the same for the black dragon. The aura it emitted was around the mid-gold rank. However, as a member of the gold race and with the bloodline of the ancient gods, the strength of the megalosaurus was far superior to other creatures of the same level. Within the same level, they were invincible. The black dragon spread its wings and began to dive. As it roared excitedly, it began to attack the advanced professionals on the Dark Coalition's side. 1 against 7, with the addition of the black dragon, the situation of the battlefield tilted towards the elf side again. The elf side suddenly burst into deafening cheers. The cheers quickly turned into a name: Meryl. 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 Is this the name of the black dragon? On the hill, the Lich King Poloni looked at the ferocious megalosaurus that was suppressing the 7 gold professionals. His eyes flashed. He clenched his fists slightly, as if his heart was far from being as calm as it seemed. The appearance of the black dragon not only thwarted the Dark Coalition's counterattack, but it also made things worse for them. Under the almost corporeal dragon might, the dark dwarfs and spirit-sucking monsters trembled and their fighting strength plummeted. Even the undead were affected and their movements became sluggish. On the other hand, the elves' morale was greatly boosted. They cheered and followed the black dragon's footsteps, launching another attack on the Dark Coalition's army. Seeing this, Lich King Poloni couldn't sit still any longer. We can't wait any longer. He turned around to look at the walls of the holy city of death and made up his mind. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and chanted a spell, summoning a giant net made of white bones to envelop the megalosaurus that was circling in the air. At this moment, he couldn't help but attack the black dragon with his legendary strength. No one expected the Lich King to suddenly make a move. Only the great shrine elder Neil, who had been keeping an eye on him from the holy city of death, noticed his actions. However, just as the shrine master, who also had legendary level strength, was about to relax his defensive barrier and stop the Lich King, he stopped abruptly, because the moment the Lich King made his move, the battlefield changed again. The earth suddenly shook, and a silver spider silk broke out of the ground and hit the white bone net summoned by the Lich King, wrapping it into a ball. Then, a huge black figure broke out of the ground. It was a huge spider that was more than 30 meters tall. It was covered in a black carapace that shone with a metallic luster. The golden patterns on the carapace made it look more dignified and noble. It retracted its silk slightly, and the ball of silk wrapped in the white bone net immediately returned to it. It swallowed it and chewed on it like a snack. Legendary level Spider Empress. The Lich King's pupil shrank. At this moment, he finally understood why the elves had crypt spiders as mounts. They had actually subdued a legendary level crypt spider empress. When the queen of the crypt spiders appeared on the battlefield, the elves cheered even more enthusiastically. Their morale soared once again, and everyone began to fearlessly charge forward. On the other hand, the Dark Coalition was the exact opposite. The sudden appearance of this terrifying monster was the last straw that overwhelmed them. The formation that they had been struggling to maintain under the deterrence of the black dragon finally collapsed. The first to collapse were the goblins. The moment the crypt spiders appeared, these guys who were originally cannon fodder finally had a mental breakdown. Even if there were people behind them threatening them with death, they were no longer willing to fight against the elven army, and all started to flee. Then, it was the army of dark dwarves and spiritual vampires. Their original position was facing the elven army. When the black dragon and the crypt spider empress appeared, they also faced them directly. As the goblins collapsed, so did the elves. The undead army did not collapse. However, they encountered a new enemy. Crypt spiders the size of washbasins drilled out of the ground and began to entangle the elves frantically. They also tried to devour the metal armor on their bodies. After the appearance of these small crypt spiders, the elves became more enthusiastic. They seemed to have gone crazy and began to charge at the Dark Coalition army. This time, there was no suspense. The Dark Coalition finally could not withstand it and was completely defeated. On the hill, looking at the collapsing army, the higher-ups of the Dark Coalition were speechless. They looked at the Lich King Poloni, only to find that the legendary Lich was just standing there quietly. He looked at the army that was being crushed like paste by the elves. He looked at the gold professions that were falling under the joint attack of the crypt spider empress and the black dragon and fell into silence. After a while, the legendary Lich who unified the Dark Coalition let out a deep sigh. "I've lost." After sighing, he suddenly turned around and bowed slightly to a direction behind him. He said respectfully, "Teacher, I've failed. Teacher, I've failed. I've failed to live up to the expectations that you and the true God had for me." Seeing his action, the surrounding higher-ups of the Dark Coalition were slightly taken aback, and they were at a loss. However, before they could ask anything, a deep and cold aura suddenly descended on the battlefield. in the unseen world, everyone on the battlefield seemed to have heard a sigh of vicissitudes. That sigh seemed to resonate in everyone's heart, and it had the power to lead people to depravity. Everyone who heard this sigh could not help but feel depressed. They even faintly had the urge to hate the world and even commit suicide. Not only that, when they heard this voice, many people suddenly began to cough violently. Their bodies became weak in an instant, as if they were suffering from a disease. What's more, they even directly spat out mouthfuls of black blood. Their entire spirit began to decline at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. At the same time, all the undead present suddenly began to be surrounded by thick grayish-black smoke. Their aura began to rapidly expand, and they instantly got rid of the influence of the draconic aura, and those scattered bone fragments began to dance in the air, constantly condensing, and finally turned into a ferocious giant face made of bones. After the giant face appeared, it looked in the direction of the holy city of death, and a majestic voice resounded in the underworld. Fenrir. Don't sleep anymore. I've already smelled your aura. Since you've already woken up, how long are you going to pretend to be dead? As soon as the voice fell, there was also a deep pillar of light in the direction of the holy city of death that soared into the sky. A loud wolf's howl came from the depths of the underground. Along with the loud howl of the wolf, the dark pillar of light that rose from the holy city of death, Xianxia, suddenly changed. It kept condensing in the air and finally turned into a majestic giant wolf. This giant wolf was over 100 meters tall. Its 4 legs were in the air, and its feet were burning with blue flames. Its fur was deep black, and its eyes were scarlet, shining with a cold luster. The moment the giant wolf appeared, it released a pressure that was no weaker than the giant's skeletal face. It instantly dispersed the strange power that spread along with the giant skeletal face's sigh on the battlefield like a plague. With the disappearance of the strange energy, everyone on the battlefield quickly recovered from the sickly state of weakness. However, although they recovered from the weakened state, they found that their strength was suppressed to different degrees. Even the black dragon flying in the sky had to choose to land under the pressure of some powerful force. The crypt spider queen with legendary strength was also crawling on the ground. Everyone felt that the magic power in the air had become sluggish and heavy, and their bodies were like rusty machines. Even moving half a step was extremely difficult. That was the inevitable result of being suppressed by the pressure of a powerful existence. The battle on the battlefield had stopped. At this point, no one could hold on under this kind of pressure. The players raised their heads with difficulty and looked in shock at the giant skeletal face and the giant black wolf that appeared in midair. For a moment, all kinds of exclamations sounded in the crowd. Boss. This is definitely a boss, right? F***. CK. Even Rose is being suppressed. Is this a demigod or a true god? How do we fight? How do we fight next? In the Elven Coalition army. Li Mu, who had been hiding in the team and commanding the army, also widened his eyes. He looked at the giant wolf above the holy city of death and muttered. Good fellow. There's such a powerhouse in the Dark and Still Alliance? It's Lord Fenrir. This is the demon wolf Lord Fenrir. He has awakened. Beside him, the dark dwarf Firebeard, who came with him, looked excited. Demon wolf Fenrir? Li Mu was a little puzzled. He is the guardian of our Dark Still Alliance, the preacher of the Church of Death, and a pinnacle demigod who is only a step away from becoming a god. For the past 1,000 years, he has been sleeping under the holy city of death. I didn't expect him to wake up. Huasu said excitedly. After listening to Huasu's explanation, Li Mu was slightly enlightened. He turned his head to the Dark Coalition's side and looked at the ferocious skeletal face in the sky. Then, what about this? Huasu hesitated for a moment. That energy just now, it seems to be the Lord of Plagues recorded in the literature. It's also an ancient existence sleeping in the underground world, but this is a real evil god. Lord of Pestilence? The real evil god? In other words, he was a true god. Li Mu's expression froze. At this moment, the giant wolf in the air suddenly spoke. He raised his huge head and looked at the huge face made of white bones. Ale, Lord of Pestilence, are you determined to stand with Halder and oppose my lord? His voice was deep and loud, sounding like a young man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. After the giant wolf spoke, the huge face made of white bones sneered. Fenrir, it's been 1,000 years, and you're still so disrespectful to a true god. However, his sneer was met with the giant wolf's disdain. Humph, I respect all true gods, but I don't respect betrayers and degenerates. After that, Fenrir's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Allez, despicable betrayer, today I'll make you receive the punishment you deserve on behalf of my lord. This avatar, you shall stay. After that, his body shone brightly, and he suddenly pounced on the huge face made of white bones. At the moment when the giant wolf pounced, the huge face made of white bones looked solemn. Suddenly, grayish-black smoke rose around him, forming a humanoid body under the giant face. It turned into a grayish-black giant that was about the size of the giant wolf. Then, he waved his fist and attacked the giant wolf that was pouncing on him. With a loud bang, the two demigod existences collided with each other. At the moment when they came into contact, the deep brilliance of divine power suddenly burst out and formed a huge energy storm, tearing everything around into pieces. For a moment, the entire underground space was trembling. Cracks suddenly appeared on the underground dome, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Even the holy city of death, which was protected by the divine barrier, was affected to a certain extent, and part of it collapsed. On the battlefield, it was even worse. The army of the Dark Coalition that was under the huge face of white bones was almost annihilated in an instant. Only the King of Liches, whose strength had reached the legendary level, was lucky enough to escape, but even so, he was in an extremely sorry state, and the flame of the soul was much weaker. It was obvious that he was injured in the confrontation between the two demigod existences. The elf side was a little better. They were far away from the core of the confrontation, and only the unlucky fellows in the front row were affected because they were too close and returned to the embrace of nature. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell into a strange silence. Everyone was stunned by their strength. Fortunately, the two demigod existences only fought for a short while. However, although it was only for a short while, the difference between them was obvious. Half of the huge face made of white bones was shattered under the attack of the demon wolf Fenrir, while Fenrir was unscathed. After they attacked, they retreated one after another, standing outside and inside the city, looking at each other. After the first confrontation, the demon wolf Fenrir looked at the huge face of white bones that was shattered in half, and its heavy voice was even more disdainful. Allez, as a former true god, is this all your strength is left with? If your original body came here, maybe I would be more serious, but with only an incarnation. Haha. Hearing Fenrir's words, the Lord of Plagues, Allez, sighed deeply. As he reformed the huge face made of white bones, he shook his head gently. Fenrir, I admit, you are indeed the strongest demigod I have ever seen. I also admit, because I have just recovered, my strength has not recovered, and at this moment, I have no confidence to defeat you. But, when did I say that I want to face you alone? Just as he finished speaking, another two powerful auras suddenly bloomed in the other direction of the holy city of death, accompanied by a sharp dragon's roar. A shadow dragon surrounded by gray smoke rose into the sky. The earth kept trembling, and hot magma emerged from the cracks in the ground. A sheep-headed demon made of flames and magma slowly appeared, Shadow Dragon Darkness. Seventh demon god Azazel. The former came in his original body, and the latter was a demigod incarnation. In an instant, two more demigod existences appeared on the battlefield, completely surrounding the demon wolf Fenrir. That powerful pressure caused the magic power in the entire underground space to become chaotic, faintly giving people a feeling of doomsday. However, the demon wolf Fenrir was not surprised by the appearance of the two new demigod powerhouses. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes, and his heavy voice sounded again. Allez, do you think you are the only one with helpers? After saying that, he faced the direction of the elven army and bowed his head slightly in a respectful manner. Your Holiness Eve, the demon wolf Fenrir needs your help. As soon as he finished speaking, a green light suddenly bloomed from behind the players. Sorry, the update is late. There is only one update tonight, and I will make up for it tomorrow. An ethereal hymn began to play. Suddenly, countless green photons appeared in the dark underground world. Wherever the photons went, life was everywhere. The members of the Dark and Still Alliance were shocked to find that their wounds were healing rapidly. Flowers and grass that could only grow on the surface world were growing on the ground. Flowers and grass grew continuously. Flower petals fluttered in the air, and vines circled around. They intertwined with each other, and soon, a graceful figure was outlined in midair. It was an elf. She wore a holy dress made of flowers, grass, and vines, and held a scepter of life in her right hand that flickered with endless vitality. Her entire body was surrounded by golden holy light, illuminating the entire underground world with a brilliant radiance. She stood there, her face obscured. Only her long silver hair that reached her waist fluttered in the wind with her divine power. Compared to the other demigods present, her body was only the size of an ordinary elf. She looked so small, however, there was a terrifying power hidden within her. The moment she appeared, everyone felt that the chaotic magic in the air, which had been stirred up by the appearance of the demigods, suddenly quieted down. This could only mean one thing. That was, this existence's status and strength had directly suppressed all the other existences. However, this was only the beginning. The mythical elf suddenly raised her left hand. A crimson light appeared in her hand. The crimson light turned into a beam of light and shot towards the shadow dragon, Darkness. The shadow dragon, Darkness, was shocked. He roared and used his divine power to resist. He flapped his huge bat wings and tried to dodge the attack. However, the beam of light was faster. It seemed to have identified Darkness and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. However, the beam of light continued to wrap around him. It penetrated his defenses and entered his body. After the crimson beam of light entered his body, the shadow dragon's aura began to plummet. His power fell from peak demigod to beginner demigod. Then, it fell from beginner demigod to legend. When it fell to gold, it finally stopped. This senior demigod level shadow dragon was knocked down in an instant, when Darkness fell. From the sky, a few more vines broke out from the ground and trapped him. Then, as he screamed in despair, the vines dragged him underground. In an instant, one demigod was left on the battlefield. Silence. An eerie silence. For a moment, the Lord of Plagues, Alay, and the seventh demon god, Azazel, both looked solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. However, the elf-like being smiled faintly as if it had done something insignificant. "All right, it's 2 against 2 now," she said softly. She spoke softly. Her clear and melodious voice was ethereal and pleasant to listen to, making people unable to help but have a good impression of her. However, in the ears of the 2 evil gods, they felt chills all over their bodies. At this time, a thought appeared in their minds at the same time. If the crimson beam of light had been aimed at them, would they have been able to dodge it? The answer was probably uncertain. It was even possible that the answer was no. The Withering Heart. That's the true god artifact, the Withering Heart, Azazel said in a serious voice. He took a deep look at the mythical being called by the demonic wolf Fenrir. His eyes were full of fear. At this moment, the elves and the 2 city-state alliance who had witnessed the entire process finally realized what had happened. Eve? The goddess of life, Eve? Looking at the holy figure in the air, the dark dwarf, Firebeard, was shocked. He opened his mouth and turned to look at the Elf Legion commander, Limu, who was beside him. He saw that Limu was also looking at the goddess in the air in shock. Limu seemed to have sensed Firebeard's gaze. He turned his head slightly. At this moment, he finally noticed Firebeard's gaze. He coughed dryly, then imitated the way the elven NPCs in his memory spoke to the goddess with a reverent expression. "It's the goddess. I didn't expect her to do it herself. Praise the goddess. Firebeard, the goddess of life." Eve, for a moment, those who knew the rumors behind the elves realized the identity of the mythical being in the air. At the same time, cheers sounded from the elf side. Along with the tsunami-like sound, praises such as "Long live the goddess" and "Praise the goddess" rose and fell one after another. The goddess of life? The successor of the clergy of the world tree, Yggdrasil? Alay, the lord of plague, looked solemn. He sized up Eve from head to toe. His gaze paused on the scepter of life in Eve's hand. His heavy voice sounded again. "I didn't expect someone to obtain the clergy of life and nature in advance and find the scepter of life. It's Hela, right? In this world, if there's anyone who can strip the clergy of the world tree, she's probably the only one who can do it. It seems like you're her true trump card. Your body is substantial, and your aura is pure. I didn't expect you to come with your true body. A true god, this was a true god who came with her true body, because only the true body of a true god could give off such a feeling. Of course, after seeing the scepter of life in her hands, Ale, the Lord of Plague, did wonder if she had used the scepter of life to create a suitable body and was actually just an avatar. But he thought about it again. She didn't seem to have the need to do so, and the power she displayed was far beyond that of an ordinary demigod. This situation coincided with some of Ale's understanding. This was a newly ascended true god, but she had not completely mastered her own power. This was also in line with everyone's understanding. Because with this level of power, if it was really an avatar, her true body would have at least reached the level of a weak divine power. And for a newly ascended true god, even if the upper limit of their clergy was very high, it was impossible for them to advance so quickly. Of course, if he had communicated with a god who had recently suffered a great loss in a battle of faith, he would not think so. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. After confirming Eve's identity, Ale, the Lord of Plague, suppressed the fear in his heart. He looked at the seventh demon god, Azazel, who was staring at the scepter of life on the other side. He asked in a deep voice, Azazel, can you deal with her? Hearing his words, Azazel's fiery face, which resembled a goat's head, revealed a sinister smile. Of course, after using up the withering heart, she is just a true god who is yet to master her own power. After saying this, his body suddenly burned with even more intense flames, and his aura continued to expand. In an instant, an even more powerful aura appeared on the battlefield, suppressing Eve's aura in an instant. True body, Azazel had actually come with his true body, and after revealing his true aura, Azazel looked at Ale, the Lord of Plague, with a faint smile. Let's make it clear. I'll only deal with the goddess of life, and I won't care about anything else. However, the Lord of Plague did not seem to be worried. He nodded lightly and said calmly, don't worry. You don't have to worry about that. Since Hela has shown all her trump cards, then my old friends are naturally willing to come out. We have long wanted the life of this evil wolf, Fenrir. Just as he finished speaking, two more majestic auras descended on the battlefield. I'm going back on my word. I can only update twice today. It's all Mount and Blade 2's fault. I've already deleted the game. A new majestic aura descended on the battlefield. On Fenrir's left, countless black feathers floated from the void. The black feathers continued to spiral and converge, finally forming a tall figure in the air that flickered with an evil light. His figure was illusory, and it was hard to tell whether he was male or female. His whole body was covered in silver armor, and there were 6 pairs of huge black wings on his back. Fallen angel Lilia. On Fenrir's right, a strange song suddenly sounded. The song seemed to have the power to disturb the mind. Everyone who heard it felt a sense of pain and despair from the bottom of their hearts. Their minds couldn't help but recall all the sufferings and sorrows they had experienced in their lives. Along with the song, a purple aura gradually spread, outlining an enchanting long-haired demoness in revealing clothes in the air. Her figure was also illusory. Queen of Pain Elisa. Another 2 new mythical existences, although they were only incarnations like the Lord of Plague Ale, the incarnations of 3 evil gods whose strength had reached the mythical level were more than enough to deal with a peak demigod who had yet to be apotheosized. Of course, like many evil gods, they had just awakened with the recovery of magic power. Their strength was still in the recovery period, and they were not unafraid of death like the 7th demon god Azazel. Naturally, they would choose to participate in the battle with incarnations. The 3 of them formed a triangle and once again surrounded the demon wolf Fenrir in the center. Fenrir, you must fall today. Looking at the demon wolf that was surrounded, the Lord of Plague Ale's huge face revealed a trace of a sinister smile. He was once a true god of the underworld. But as the god of death changed, the underworld changed masters. This mythical existence fought with his successor, Hela. He was defeated and chose to fall. Therefore, Hela and his dependent demon wolf Fenrir were existences that Ale hated. It was also because of this that Ale accepted the invitation of the Lord of Darkness and Shadows. He used the war of faith between the 2 true gods as a medium to set a trap for the demon wolf Fenrir, for the god of death Hela and the Lord of Darkness and Shadows. This war of faith was to compete for the sphere of influence in the world of seekers. But for the Lord of Plague Ale, it was to take revenge on the god of death Hela and the demon wolf Fenrir. It was the same for the other two evil gods. They hid in the underworld and had fierce conflicts with the Church of Death represented by Fenrir. This time, they had come to an agreement with Hodl. They wanted to use this opportunity to completely eliminate the demon wolf Fenrir, the Church of the God of Death's greatest support in Sigus. For a moment, the demon wolf Fenrir was once again in an extremely dangerous situation. However, even if it was besieged, the demonic wolf Fenrir's expression did not show much fear. He glanced coldly at the mythical beings before looking at the Lord of Pestilence again. He said in a low voice, "Don't worry. Ale, is this your plan with Haldr?" Hearing Fenrir's words, the Lord of Pestilence smiled. His ferocious white-bone face creaked softly, and his heavy voice sounded again in the underground world. "Fenrir, without the protection of the Grim Reaper, today will be the day you fall." Death god Hela could not leave the underworld. Even if he used his powerful demigod avatar, he would not be able to do it. Otherwise, the Church of Death would have developed in the underworld. This was why the evil gods dared to use their demigod avatars to deal with Fenrir. On the other side, Eve, who was confronting the seventh demon god, heard their conversation and let out a deep sigh. "Lord Hela, you said you would deal with the Lord of Plague and the other two evil gods yourself." Her voice was not loud. However, the mythical beings present heard it clearly. Ale, the Lord of Plague, was stunned. His eyes flashed with surprise. The demon wolf Fenrir, who was surrounded by the evil gods' avatars, suddenly raised his head. He glanced at the Lord of Plague coldly with a mocking smile on his face. His expression was fanatical. "Of course. My lord never breaks his promise." He looked up to the sky and roared. His body suddenly exploded with a deep radiance. A huge magic circle suddenly appeared beside the demon wolf Fenrir. After the magic circle appeared, a grey door of light slowly appeared. Along with the astonishing pressure, a cold and desolate aura descended upon the battlefield. That aura continued to spread and soon enveloped the three evil gods' avatars, and they were shocked to find that they had actually lost the ability to move in an instant. Death Dominion. This is the Death Dominion. How is this possible? Hela's Death Dominion, this great power that could only be used by a true god's true form, had appeared in the world of Seekers. The three evil gods looked serious. They chose to stay away from the Door of Light almost at the same time, wanting to escape from the suppression of the Death Dominion. However, at this moment, a cold and languid voice suddenly echoed in the underground world. "My demon wolf has not fallen to the point where anyone can bully it." The voice seemed to come from the Door of Light. It was not real, as if it came from another world. But Ale, the Lord of Plague, narrowed his eyes. "Hela. Death Hela," that was her voice. As soon as she said that, the grey door of light suddenly flickered with a deep radiance. A heart-palpitating pressure descended on the underworld. Through the Door of Light, everyone seemed to see a ferocious scythe. The scythe swung slightly, and a dark light appeared. The dark light leaped into the void, crossed the Door of Light, and headed straight for the Lord of Plague. When the Lord of Plague saw the dark light, Ale's huge face made of white bones instantly changed. He could not help but cry out. "Death Scythe. You actually control the Death Scythe." The Death Scythe was a great true god weapon left behind by the original Death God after his death. As long as the user's position was higher than the opponent's, they could kill any enemy affected by its power. In other words, even if the avatars were killed, the true body would be affected and directly fall into eternal slumber. However, there was a huge limitation to the use of this godly weapon. It was bound to the underworld. Only by completely controlling the underworld could one wield it. However, right now, it was being used by Hela across space. After saying that, the Lord of Plague, Ale, actually turned around and struggled to escape. However, the power of the Death Divine territory restricted his movements. What made him even more shocked and angry was that under his feet, a vine had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, completely imprisoning him. Ale was speechless. Ale, the Lord of Plagues, watched in horror as the dark ray of light hit the center of his brow. It was silent. There was no explosion of godly power. There were no energy waves. The moment the light passed through his body, the entire world seemed to quiet down. Then, the eyes of the giant face made of white bones lost their luster and collapsed abruptly. Seeing this, the fallen angel Lucia and the queen of pain Elisa fell into silence. Then, they actually chose to voluntarily destroy their avatars on the spot. At the cost of giving up their avatars, they simply fled the scene. Azazel was speechless. There's no third watch. I can make it up tomorrow. Mythical beings were powerful, but they also cherished their lives. To them, they had eternal time and immortal life. As long as they were careful and did not seek death, they could exist forever as the masters of laws, and this had also been verified by countless true gods who had fallen. Therefore, when the fallen angel Lulia and the queen of pain Elisa saw that Hela had quietly deepened her control of the underworld, not only could she forcibly project a part of her power through the increase in the magic power of the Seekers and when the plane channel was loosened, but she also controlled the true god weapon, Death's Scythe, that all true gods whose positions were lower than Death's were afraid of. They decisively followed their hearts. Of course, this was also because although they were mythical beings, they were at their weakest now. In the 1,000 years when the magic power of the world of Seekers declined, the strength of these evil gods hiding in the underground world was greatly affected. Many of them were even forced to enter a deep sleep. Now, they had only just recovered with the help of the magic power of the Seekers. Their strength was far from recovered. Take the fallen angel Lulia for example. Although she was an evil god with weak divine power, the true strength of her current body might not be comparable to that of a true god with weak divine power. It would take some time for her to truly recover her strength. Under such circumstances, if her avatar was hit by the Death's Scythe, it would definitely affect her true body. Then, she would really be dead. The two evil gods decisively cut off their tails to survive and chose to escape. For a moment, the existence that had originally besieged the demon wolf Fenrir and the life goddess Eve was left with only the seventh demon god Azazel who had come in his true body. Azazel's expression was very ugly. His huge face made of flames was filled with shock, bewilderment, and fear. Although he had the ability to resurrect infinitely, this did not mean that he was not afraid of being killed. Resurrection also took time. He had been sleeping in the seal for so long, and it just so happened that the magic power of the world of Seekers was recovering. All kinds of ancient beings were awakening. He did not want to miss this opportunity because he fell asleep again. Yes, an opportunity. For mythical beings, the return of the magic power of the world of Seekers and the loosening of the seal was a good opportunity for those sealed beings to gain freedom. At the same time, it was also their most dangerous time. This was because this was the time when myths and legends were at their weakest. It was also the time when they were most likely to fall. For those with ambitions, this was a golden opportunity for them to seize the priesthood and power. For example, a certain world tree that did not want to reveal its identity. Therefore, after witnessing the Lord of Pestilence being killed in seconds and the two evil gods fleeing without hesitation, Azazel decisively withdrew his lava and quickly retreated underground, choosing to leave the battlefield. However, what made him feel lucky was that his escape was not stopped by Hela. Only the goddess of life, Eve, saw this and used the scepter of life in her hand to cast an incomplete, life deprivation, spell. She summoned a golden light and smashed it on Azazel's head, taking advantage of the opportunity to cut off a part of his vitality. After letting out a muffled groan, Azazel gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. He was injured. However, he managed to escape. No new power was projected from the deep light gate. After killing the Lord of Pestilence, Ale, the goddess of death, Hela did not pay too much attention to the escaping evil gods. Instead, she focused her attention on the battlefield. The deep light gate flickered once again, and a thick book suddenly rose from where the Lord of Pestilence's avatar had collapsed. That was the Book of Death that the Lich King used to control the army of the dead. It was also the source of power that he used to control the fallen dead and suppress the Dark and Still Alliance's use of necromancy magic. The book slowly floated into the air and finally entered the light gate under a pulling force, disappearing from everyone's sight. As for the Lich King Poloni, in the face of the pressure of a true god, he could only watch as the true god weapon that the Lord of Darkness and Shadows bestowed upon him was taken back by Hela. That's right, taken back. The Book of Death was one of the true god weapons left behind by the previous first god of death. It was also one of Hela's goals in this battle. After taking back the book, the light gate slowly disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The only powerful beings left on the battlefield were the demon wolf Fenrir and the goddess of life, Eve, who had only done a little work and spent most of her time watching the show. Hela's power disappeared, and the demon wolf Fenrir bowed to Eve and said respectfully, "Your Holiness Eve, thank you for your help. I still have to take back the priesthood of the Lord of Pestilence before the other mythical beings, so I won't be participating in the rest." Eve nodded slightly. Seeing this, the demon wolf Fenrir let out a long howl and disappeared from the battlefield, heading towards the location of the Lord of Pestilence's true body. Hela's scythe had traversed the void and not only killed the Lord of Pestilence's true body, but it also exposed the location of his true body. The Lord of Pestilence, Ale, was naturally another target of Hela's operation this time. Ale had fallen, and his true body would definitely leave behind a priesthood. The pestilence and Hela's disease were obviously opportunities for Hela to perfect her own priesthood. Eve even seriously suspected that the other two evil gods had fled so quickly not only to escape from the scythe of the god of death, but also to get the priesthood of the Lord of Pestilence. As for why Hela did not attack Azazel, Eve felt that on one hand, it was because there was no need for it. On the other hand, she suspected that Hela was powerless after killing the Lord of Pestilence. Hela definitely did not have complete control of the underworld. Otherwise, the god of darkness and shadows would definitely be the first unlucky one. So, it could only be because Eve had been providing the crystallized god's blood all this time, which allowed Hela to partially perfect her own power, allowing her to use the scythe of the god of death. She could even use the connection between the underworld and other dimensions to project her own power from the divine realm. Such an operation would probably be very difficult for her to do once. Even if Hela could do it again, the god of darkness and shadows, Holdel, who was still in the underworld, would definitely not let her do so after he realized what had happened. So, just as the two had agreed before, Eve still had to rely on herself to deal with the seventh demon god, Azazel. That's right, although Azazel had escaped, Eve did not intend to let him go. Her own battle had just begun. Eve scanned the battlefield, then followed the mark left on Azazel's body by the life deprivation, and chased after him. The battle between mythical existences ended as quickly as it started. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was left with the armies of the two city-state alliances. Of course, at this moment, the army of the Dark Coalition had completely collapsed due to the defeat of the mythical existences. After the true god left, the pressure on them disappeared, and the players began to react. They once again raised their weapons and excitedly attacked the army of the Dark Coalition. After all, this was the best time to beat the enemy while they were down and gain experience. The soldiers of the Dark and Still Alliance were dumbfounded by the murderous aura that left no survivors. Looking at the time, there were still 2 updates for today, and the second update would be posted in the wee hours of the morning. Azazel escaped very quickly. He turned into a pool of magma and seeped into the second level of the underground world through the cracks in the ground, escaping deeper into the abyss. There was a reason for him to escape like this. Compared to the surface world, the underground world was closer to the abyss. And the closer he was to the abyss, the closer he was to the hell plane, and the more powerful Azazel was. However, perhaps because he escaped too hastily, he did not have time to remove the mark of the scepter of life on his body. And Eve used this mark to quickly catch up. The two mythical beings, one chasing and one escaping, caused the entire underground world to be in chaos, attracting the attention of countless mysterious beings. And it was not until he passed through the second level of the underground world and reached the third level that Azazel gradually stopped. This was the deepest part of the Underdark. Because it was too close to the abyss, the magic here was far more chaotic than other places. In addition, there was magma everywhere, and the food and water here were extremely scarce. Ordinary creatures could not survive at all. There were only all kinds of irrational monsters and a small number of magical beasts. However, for Azazel, coming here made him feel a little closer. He could feel the call of the abyss, and this call was stronger than usual. And his own strength was gradually recovering. He shook lightly and easily removed the mark of a true god on his body. Then, he turned around and looked at Eve, who had caught up. The fear on Azazel's face disappeared. He smiled faintly, and a trace of mockery appeared on the huge face of a goat condensed from flames. As expected of a new true god. You actually dared to chase me all the way here. At this moment, he did not look injured at all. This evil god had actually pretended to be injured under the attack of the scepter of life and lured the other party here. In fact, Azazel did not expect his luring to be so successful. However, he also understood that the other party could catch up. Because for any true god who took root in the Seeker's plane, the appearance of the 7 lords of hell in this plane would be a nightmare. No true god would refuse the opportunity to seal them. Sealing one of the 7 lords of hell would not only prevent the Seeker's plane from being eroded by the abyss, but it would also bring a new true god great prestige and allow him to gain the recognition of the gods. Azazel understood why the other party had chased after them. As for why Grim Reaper Hela didn't arrive. To be honest, before the other party used the Grim Reaper's scythe on him a second time, Azazel realized that this time was probably Hela's limit. Now, he only had to deal with the goddess of life. Azazel's fiery eyes flashed with an imperceptible greed when he saw Eve chasing after him. The true god who ruled over life and nature. Furthermore, he also had a true god weapon, the scepter of life. Although Azazel did not have any rigid requirements for the priesthood of life and nature, devouring the power of such a true god would help him recover his strength quickly. After all, although his race was a flame demon with a human body, he was also a kind of life. Of course, the scepter of life was a pleasant surprise. As long as he devoured the power of the goddess of life, Azazel was confident that he would be able to return to his peak strength in one fell swoop. Not only that, if he could control the priesthoods of life and nature, he could reverse contaminate the other intelligent creatures in the Seeker's crystal wall system through the laws, making it easier for them to fall into the abyss. Thinking of this, Azazel's mood brightened. What did the failure of the god of darkness and shadows plan have to do with him? His goal, from the beginning, was only to completely recover his strength. Azazel raised his hands high, and the lava in the entire area suddenly erupted. The lava continued to flow and soon surrounded the area, turning it into a sea of fire. At the same time, the power of depravity and evil kept emerging, beginning to distort everything. This was Azazel's divine realm, the sea of fallen flames. As a mythical being, Azazel also had his own divine realm. However, just like how a true god's strength would drop greatly in the abyss, evil gods would also be suppressed when they used their divine realms outside the abyss. In the world of Seekers, the divine realms they used were all castrated versions. Of course, in the face of a newly promoted true god who had not even controlled a divine realm, this was enough. Azazel had no way to imprison the other party with the laws, but he could trap the other party in the 3rd level of the underground world. Then, he could slowly take care of the other party. The sea of fallen flames quickly blocked the exit to the 2nd level. The evil and terrifying power kept affecting Eve's mind and consuming her divine power, causing her to frown slightly. However, she did not feel fear or anger because of this. Under Azazel's surprised and understanding gaze, Eve did something that many true gods would do after falling into the divine realms of other mythical beings. She turned around and ran. For a moment, the chase and the escape were switched. Looking at Eve who was running away, the corners of Azazel's mouth curled up. Like a cat playing with a mouse, he blocked the other party's escape to the surface world and turned around to chase after her. Eve kept running northeast. And Azazel followed closely behind with a hideous smile. He did not directly stop the other party, but used the power of the divine realm to constantly erode the other party. He wanted to directly pollute the other party's priesthood here and then devour it in one fell swoop. The two of them, one chasing and one fleeing, started a chase again in the 3rd level of the underground world. However, after fleeing for hundreds of kilometers, the goddess of life Eve gradually stopped. She suddenly turned around and calmly looked at Azazel who was chasing after her. The sea of fallen flames was still burning around Eve, and half of her body was already dyed black. That was a sign of being eroded. Looking at her not in a good state, Azazel smiled slightly. Why did you stop? Don't you like to chase? Are you finally unable to hold on and planning to give up? And this time Eve finally spoke. She smiled slightly and shook her head gently. No. I'm just home. After saying that, under Azazel's shocked gaze, her body suddenly bloomed with green light and turned into a cloud of photons. Then, a powerful life force suddenly erupted, instantly suppressing Azazel's divine realm. At the same time, the surrounding space was constantly distorted, and a space that was originally hidden was revealed. At that moment, what Azazel saw were thick and sturdy tree roots. those were the roots of the world tree. As the world tree, Eve's roots had long penetrated the third level of the underground world. This place was no different from the core area of the elf forest. This is the divine territory. Sensing the substantial pressure around him, Azazel's body, which was made of flames, shook slightly. There was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. However, when Azazel discovered that the source of the divine territory's power came from the ferocious tree roots in front of him, this astonishment quickly turned into shock. The world tree? To be able to have such a large scale of roots, to be able to take root in such a deep area, in the entire world of seekers, only the world tree could do so. And now, sensing the exuberant vitality in the tree roots, sensing the constantly increasing power of the divine territory around him, sensing the almost omnipresent breath of life and nature in the divine territory's power, no matter how slow-witted Azazel was, he finally realized what he had encountered. The world tree, this was the power of the world tree. After realizing what he had encountered, Azazel did not hesitate and immediately decided to escape. What a joke! He had just recovered not long ago, and his strength had barely recovered to the level of weak divine power. To go against other great beings at this time was courting death. Back when he was sealed by the gods, the most crucial step was made by this being. The world tree was very good at all kinds of seals, however, at the same time, a hint of doubt surfaced in Azazel's heart. Didn't they say that during the time he was sealed, the world tree had suffered a backlash from the gods in the heavens and had fallen under the siege of the gods? That news was spread by the pantheon, so it could not be false. But, what was going on now? The world tree did not fall. Azazel was a little confused. But soon, he noticed some clues. No, that was not right. The power of the world tree had greatly declined, and it was not even mid-level divine power. Otherwise, as early as in the first level area, there was no need for Death Hela to make a move. Just the world tree alone was enough to deal with all of them. It was very likely that the world tree had just recovered. After figuring this out, Azazel's eyes lit up. However, although he realized that the other party's strength was not as strong as before, Azazel still had no intention of fighting back. This was the world tree. No matter how bad its condition was, the other party was much better than him now. Run quickly. As long as the world tree was not at its peak, he still had a chance to escape. In an instant, Azazel chose to transform into lava, hoping to make use of the abundant lava lake in the underground world to escape. However, the world tree was even faster. A vast amount of divine power erupted from the roots of Panjin, instantly enveloping Azazel. As for the seventh demon god, he was shocked to find that his sea of fallen flames had been completely crushed in an instant. This was the difference between gods' domains. As an evil god, although Azazel had tried his best to come to the bottom of the underground world close to the abyss, as long as he did not enter the area eroded by the power of the abyss, his divine territory would always be suppressed and incomplete. But the Tree of World was different. The last time it was sealed, Azazel had noticed that the world tree seemed to have a strong resistance to the power of the abyss. Not only that, but the closer they were to the underground, the stronger the world tree's power became. This was because the plain origin of the world of seekers was also hidden deep underground. In a sense, the world tree rooted in the world of seekers was similar to the seven demon gods who had merged with the plain origin of hell. That was, the closer it was to the origin, the stronger it was. Run, he had to run, otherwise, he would be sealed again. Azazel roared and directly detonated his divine power, trying to disturb the other party's divine territory. However, the world tree seemed to be prepared. The moment Azazel detonated his divine power, the surrounding space suddenly distorted, and Azazel was shocked to find that he had been imprisoned in a sealed alternate space. That was the alternate space Eve used to hide her main body. At this moment, she was indirectly using this space to seal Azazel. Eve used her divine territory. From the beginning, she did not intend to use the power of the spirit of words to capture the other party. Instead, she wanted to use the moment of suppression to bring the other party along with her into the alternate space. After all, Demigod Walker almost succeeded in escaping from the divine territory when he fought with his life on the line. As a true mythical creature, Eve did not dare to bet that Azazel did not have similar means. Now that they were here, it would be difficult for Azazel to escape. This space was filled with Eve's power. As long as they entered, unless they killed Eve or opened a space passage, they would not be able to leave. And now that she had recovered her low-level divine power, Eve did not think that she could be suppressed by a newly awakened evil god. To put it bluntly, this was like sealing herself and the other party together, and this was much easier to use than ordinary seals. Azazel also quickly figured out this matter. His expression suddenly became very ugly. He tried to use teleportation, but under the suppression of the divine territory's power, the teleportation failed. He tried to use his divine power to break through this space, but it did not affect it at all. Yggdrasil. It was like this thousands of years ago, and it's still like this now. Do you like to seal me that much? Even if you want to seal me as well? Azazel roared in frustration. However, Eve did not pay any attention to him. Seal him as well? No. She only wanted to create an opportunity. The roots of the world tree suddenly began to move, and another figure was pulled out from the ground. It was the dragon of shadows, darkness, who was tightly bound by the vines and had a confused and horrified look on his face. At this moment, this unlucky fellow's power had been suppressed to the gold level. In Eve's divine territory, he was completely cut off from the Lord of Darkness and Shadows, Holdel. After darkness was brought into this alternate space, Azazel quickly saw another scene that terrified him. The thick roots of the world tree seemed to have a life of their own. They started to grow like tentacles and reached for darkness, who was sealed by the withering heart. Then, the roots pierced into darkness' body as if they were digging into soil. With a shrill cry, Azazel saw the power in darkness being quickly devoured by the roots of the world tree. The unlucky shadow dragon was sucked dry in an instant. Then, he turned into ashes. After witnessing this scene, Azazel's face was first filled with shock, and then he gradually became confused. The world tree was devouring darkness power. Who was the evil god? The world tree that loved life, nature, and peace was devouring the power of other beings. Moreover, the other party was not an evil god but a subordinate of the god of darkness and shadows. It was a shadow creature with the power of a demigod. At this moment, Azazel thought of the elves who killed without batting an eyelid. They were even crazier than his followers. The world tree that devoured the power of other beings, the elves that enjoyed killing. What had happened while he was asleep? Azazel was at a loss. Azazel fell into bewilderment, but the world tree's movements did not stop. After devouring darkness's power, the tentacle-like roots finally targeted him. Azazel was speechless. At this moment, he finally understood the world tree's goal. The other party did not want to seal him. It wanted to devour his power. Yes, it had just awakened. It probably wanted to use the devouring power to recover as soon as possible. At this moment, Azazel's expression turned grim. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die in such a humiliating way. He roared and wanted to detonate his divine power. He wanted to injure the other party even if he had to die. However, he saw a crimson light shoot toward him. The heart of withering, Azazel was shocked. After devouring darkness, this true god artifact could seal a new target. For the world tree, which controlled life, feeding this evil true god artifact some life energy was a piece of cake. The crimson light arrived in an instant. Under the suppression of the world tree's divine domain, Azazel could not escape its range. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the light entered his body, and his strength plummeted almost instantly. He fell from a weak divine power to a demigod, then from a demigod to a peak legendary. Although his power was still in his body, and his divine power had not weakened, it was as if he had been shackled. He could no longer use his divine power. At the same time, the world tree's roots moved again. Just like when they devoured darkness, they pierced Azazel's body in the same way. The soul-piercing pain caused Azazel to let out a muffled groan. The moment the roots entered his body, Azazel felt his strength rapidly drain away. His divine power was quickly sucked away. His aura was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes, Azazel's divine power was almost completely devoured, and he was on the verge of death. For a moment, the unlucky seventh demon god's face turned ugly. He had fallen. This time, he was really screwed. After taking a deep breath, Azazel's expression gradually turned numb. He looked at the thick roots, and the flames on his body gradually dimmed. "Just kill me," Azazel said bluntly. But this time, the roots of the world tree did not move. "Just kill me," Azazel repeated himself. With a soft sigh, bright photons gathered in front of him. Azazel narrowed his eyes, and a graceful figure quickly appeared in front of him. Silver hair, purple eyes, beautiful beyond compare. That was the new follower god supported by the so-called death god Hela, the goddess of life, Eve, whom Azazel had been chasing. Of course, by now, he already knew that this was all a pretense. That was clearly the incarnation of the world tree, Yggdrasil, and that old fellow, Yggdrasil, who had lived for several eras, had most likely formed an alliance with the death Hela. Azazel raised his head and met the other party's deep gaze. Those purple eyes had a hint of a smile. Kill you? And then after you resurrect, spread the news of the world tree's revival? A clear and pleasant voice sounded. There was no lack of ridicule in her words. Eve had never intended to kill Azazel. Although the infinite resurrection of the seven lords of hell took time, the more complete the death, the longer the resurrection. However, this did not mean that their will would be completely asleep before they were resurrected. It was not difficult for a mythical existence like Azazel to send a message. Eve believed that if she really devoured Azazel here, the whole world would know that the world tree had revived in the next second. Azazel could not die. In fact, the purpose of using the withering heart to seal his power was not only to imprison him, but also to prevent him from committing suicide. Furthermore, Eve didn't want to kill Azazel directly, which was a one-off deal. It was more attractive to take a long time. In fact, before catching Azazel, Eve had been thinking about how to use his power after capturing him. Infinite resurrection was really a very bug-like ability. In a sense, Azazel was a perpetual motion machine in the shape of a demon. Unfortunately, he could only resurrect in hell and could not be controlled by Eve. However, in these days, Eve had obtained a lot of information about the seven lords of hell through Hela. According to the inheritance left behind by the previous world tree, after careful research, she made a new discovery. That was, when the seven lords of hell were sealed, in order to prevent them from escaping, they would usually beat them half to death first. However, no matter how badly they were beaten, they could always maintain a clear consciousness when they were sealed. They were not like other mythical beings who would fall into a deep sleep once their strength weakened to a certain extent. And this made Eve vaguely have a guess. That was, the connection between the seven lords of hell and the hell plane was probably far from as simple as resurrecting them. Perhaps this infinite resurrection mechanism had already been activated when their strength fell greatly and they were on the verge of falling into a deep sleep. In other words, other mythical beings might fall into a deep sleep because their strength could not support the power of their souls, but the seven lords of hell could use the power of hell to continuously replenish the lowest level of energy to maintain their souls when they were on the verge of falling into a deep sleep. In other words, they could maintain a continuous and stable state of near death. Looking at it from this perspective, if he sealed most of Azazel's strength, beat him to the brink of death every time, but did not really kill him, and absorbed his energy in the process, wouldn't he be able to borrow the power of hell for free? Yes, this was a great angle. It was worth a try. The complete perpetual motion machine could not be used, but the castrated version could be used. Eve acted as soon as she thought of it. She continued to absorb Azazel's divine power while carefully controlling her strength to prevent him from being directly sucked to death. She also carefully observed his condition. With Eve's absorption, Azazel's divine power was further reduced, and he soon entered a rather dangerous state. However, just as his divine power was about to be unable to support the power of his soul, a scene that made Eve somewhat happy appeared. She clearly sensed that there was a new power bursting out from Azazel's body, replenishing his divine power that was about to fall to the lowest standard to maintain the existence of his consciousness. That aura. Deep, crazy, chaotic, evil, it was the power of the abyss. It really worked. Eve's eyes lit up. However, she also discovered that although the replenishment of this power was stable, it was not fast. Whether Eve slowed down her absorption or accelerated it, the speed of Azazel's recovery would not change. Not only that, when he replenished enough divine power to maintain the power of his soul, the replenishment of this power would stop. After observing this, Eve more or less understood the mechanism of Azazel's replenishment. That was, although the power of the infernal plane would help him stabilize his condition, this stability also had its limits. If Eve's absorption speed was too fast, she could easily suck Azazel to death if she was not careful. In other words, if Eve wanted to use this method to absorb the power of the abyss, she had to control the strength of the absorption and not be too fast. And the unlucky Azazel could only repeatedly jump on the edge of death. Thinking of this, Eve also had an idea on how to arrange Azazel's next arrangements. Using Azazel to strengthen his divine power is a long-term solution. As long as I suppress his strength, it can go on forever. However, my absorption ability is too strong. If I personally absorb it, I have to pay attention to Azazel's condition at all times. I have to be careful not to absorb too much and kill him directly, and, with his recovery speed, it's not worth my attention at all times. If I have this thought, I might as well think about how to find more evil gods. In addition, if I were to directly absorb Azazel's power, I feel that I would be wasting such a good resource. It would be a pity to just treat him as a perpetual motion machine. Perhaps I don't have to do it myself. I can leave it to the players. I can totally use Azazel to set up a dungeon and let the players farm him. The war sacrifice on the players is actually a continuation of the ability to absorb. The player's strength is limited. It's very difficult for them to kill Azazel. I can absorb his power indirectly through the players. I can also increase the strength of the players and improve their teamwork and combat skills. Of course, I can also enrich their gaming experience. With that thought in mind, Eve turned to Azazel again. Azazel's hair stood on end at his faintly glowing eyes, and he said angrily, Yggdrasil, if you want to seal me, seal me. I also accept it. Give me a quick death. Looking at the furious seventh demon god and feeling the humiliation and indignation in his emotions, Eve fell into a new thought. I have to think of a way to prevent this guy from committing suicide. I might as well use the time when the withering heart is sealing him and give him a deep seal. Speaking of which, although there are quite a lot of sealing methods in the World Tree's inheritance, I don't have much experience. It's a good opportunity to hone my sealing skills. Oh, right. If I want Azazel to become a perfect dungeon boss, I have to shut his mouth. Otherwise, with his ability to bewitch people, it's too dangerous. Let's do it this way. I'll make a good plan and set up a new dungeon mission. It didn't take long for Eve to pave a bright future for Azazel in her heart. He waved his hand and put away the imprisoned Azazel. He continued to check his condition. Name, Eve Yggdrasil, race, World Tree, Ancient God, level, 150, mythical, status, lesser divine power, clergy, nature, life, elf, title, goddess of life, mother of nature, ruler of elves, divine power points, 653210000, number of believers, 2175, saint 1, fanatic 108, devout 649, shallow believers 1387, ability, absorb, communicate, bestow, enlighten, heal, summon, descend, divine domain, true God weapon, withering heart, incomplete, scepter of life, incomplete, using the absorb ability to devour mythical existences was indeed the fastest way to gain divine power. The shadow dragon darkness and the seventh demon god Azazel had brought Eve a lot of surprises. The former provided her with nearly 300 divine power points, while the latter provided her with more than 2,000 divine power points in one go. Of course, it wasn't easy for Azazel to recover his current strength. God knows how many believers he had secretly accepted as blood sacrifices over the years. However, in the future, she could only rely on the players as the scythe to slowly harvest his leeks. Feeling the abundant divine power in her body, Eve was quite satisfied. In addition to increasing her divine power by nearly 1/3, the number of believers had also changed significantly. With the Okan's activity in the Holy Mania Empire, Eve would receive new believers every day in the past few months. Among them, most were elves, and a small number were half-elves. What surprised Eve the most was that even some humans in the Okan organization believed in her. Of course, Eve now had a new identity. Everyone no longer believed in the World Tree, but the goddess of life. Only believers who returned to the elven forest would have a chance to know the truth. In this regard, Eve also saw a new challenge. It's good to have more believers, but it also means that the chances of me being exposed will increase, especially since I've done a lot in the underground world under the identity of the goddess of life. I'm afraid my name will spread throughout the world of seekers. The number of new believers will definitely increase, and there will definitely be mythical existences who are curious about me in the future. I have to be more careful to keep my secrets. After that, I'll only tell the truth about the world tree to those elven believers who have returned to the elven forest and settled down in the elven forest. And those elves who have returned to the elven forest and intend to leave have to make a soul oath to keep the secret of the world tree. Well, this can be handed over to Alice. With the faith of the elves, they will be quite cooperative. In the world of seekers where true gods controlled everything, in many cases, wars were the continuation of religious disputes. This time, the war in the underground world was the same. Therefore, when the shadow dragon Darkness, who represented the god of darkness and shadows, fell, and Ale, the lord of pestilence, who supported the Dark City Alliance, was killed, the war was actually over. Hodel and Hela did not completely fall out. Although the former was frustrated, he still retained the ability to send down new demigod messengers. And Hela, who had been staying in the underworld, showed fearsome power, but it was obvious that Hela's power was also greatly limited. Moreover, Hela succeeded in recovering the priesthood of the Lord of Pestilence through the demon wolf Fenrir, and it would take time to perfect her disease priesthood. In this case, neither side had the confidence to crush the other in one fell swoop, so it was meaningless to continue fighting. As a result, the Alliance of Dark States and the Alliance of Silent States became peaceful in a very strange way. Of course, the defeated side was the Dark City Alliance. Or rather, it was Hodel, the god of darkness and shadows. He lost a demigod-level adorer and a true god-level artifact, the Book of Death, which controlled the undead. Not only that, but even an evil god ally fell, and a demon god ally was resealed. It could be said that they were utterly defeated. And for the Dark City Alliance, they also paid a great price. The attacking Dark City Alliance army was almost completely wiped out. Only the Lich King Poloni fled in panic with the remaining troops. Not only that, but in order to obtain peace, they also handed over the city of Sanatar under their control and compensated the Dark City Alliance and the Elven mercenaries with a huge amount of war reparations. Moreover, the two sides also officially divided the sphere of influence. The Dark City Alliance officially recognized the Silent City Alliance's control of the northern part of the western part of the underground world. That's right, officially recognized. Although the Silent City Alliance had been around for many years, the Dark City Alliance had never recognized it. This was because the Silent City Alliance was originally a group of believers led by the demon wolf Fenrir, who secretly poached them and spent many years to forcibly peel them off from the Dark City Alliance. In fact, for a long period of time, they did not dare to publicly declare that they believed in the Death God. In fact, there were people in the Silent City Alliance who didn't want to continue the war. They wanted to attack the Dark City Alliance and expand their sphere of influence. However, the true gods of both sides issued an oracle at the same time, requesting for the war to stop. Naturally, the higher-ups of the Silent City Alliance were disappointed. However, everyone also understood that this was not only a war between mortals, but also a war between true gods. Since the true gods had issued an oracle, although it was a pity, they could only accept it. The believers could accept it. The players weren't satisfied with the outcome. Although the war had ended, many players were still unsatisfied and were even caught off guard by the end of the war. They were still looking forward to attacking Shatar City. It was a siege with tens of thousands of people. It was interesting just thinking about it. In response, some master players had even thought of the content of their next video. The Mangmang Committee and Nature's Heart were even making siege equipment. In the end, the other party actually surrendered. It was impossible to say that they weren't disappointed. However, as Hela's ally, Eve knew some inside stories. It wasn't that Hela didn't want to continue the war and expand her sphere of influence in the Seeker's underground world. It was just that, now was not the time to completely fall out with Hodel. Although Eve didn't know what it was exactly, Hela actually paid a price for using the Death Scythe. She needed time to adjust her state. As for Hodel, Eve didn't think that such a veteran true god who had lived for several eras would sit still and wait for death. He must have many trump cards. Both sides were afraid and had their own thoughts. Thus, the underground world war that had lasted for several months ended just like that. However, everyone knew that this wasn't real peace. It was just a temporary truce. This war of faith had completely brought the conflict between the two true gods of the underworld into the open. One of them was the ruler of the underworld in name, while the other coveted the position of the lord of the underworld. In order to achieve true peace, one side had to fall or submit to the other. However, Hela had achieved her goal. She stabilized her power, intimidated other existences, and took back the Book of Death and the Plague Priesthood. It could be considered a complete victory. And as his ally, Eve had also gained a lot from the battle. Not only did her strength increase, but the combat power and cohesion of the players also increased. However, to Eve's regret, she didn't get any true god weapons from the Shadow Dragon, Darkness, and the seventh demon god, Azazel. The former was normal. As a shadow monster and a dragon, Darkness didn't care about external forces. But the latter, Eve thought about it again and again. She felt that either Azazel had left all his divine weapons in the underworld, or he had died so many times that the divine weapons he had accumulated had long been taken away by other mythical existences who killed him. He was also an unlucky guy, and now he had fallen into her hands. Eve silently lit a candle for him in her heart. The war of the underworld ended. And the news of the war of the gods in the holy city of death quickly spread in the world of seekers. The conflict between the two true gods of the underworld intensified. The god of death, Hela, controlled the god of death's scythe and killed the lord of plague, Ale. This incident shocked almost all the true gods. For a time, many mythical existences turned their attention to the underworld and the underworld. Even the goddess of life, Eve, attracted many people's attention. However, it was a good thing. With this exposure, Eve's identity as the goddess of life was officially established. Even the identities of the players had a reasonable explanation. She had the god of death as her ally and the true god weapon, the scepter of life. So, it made sense to use these two to create some strange elves, right? In short, Eve was very satisfied with this result. She gave the players the system rewards for the Underworld War mission. After the players received the rewards, they dispersed and worked hard again to level up, contribute, and get on the leaderboard. Everything was for the opportunity to advance and change professions. As time passed, the October 1st holiday on the Blue Star finally arrived. The highly anticipated new version update of Elf Nation was coming. September 30th, morning, Imperial Capital Airport. A delicate-looking young girl carrying bags of various sizes entered the departure hall. She looked like she was 18 or 19 years old. She had fair skin, a tall figure, and two long legs that made people's eyes light up. As she trotted along in a panic, she shouted behind her, "Suer, hurry up. We won't be able to catch the plane if we're late." Behind her was a young girl of similar age. The girl had a bob hairstyle, was short, and looked sweet and cute. There was even a small tuft of hair on the top of her head. She was sleepy, panting as she ran. At the same time, she muttered in a coquettish voice, "Han Han, slow down, my legs aren't as long as yours, I can't run fast." Hearing Suer's words, Zhou Menghan turned around and glared at her friend, "Who told you to play games so late last night? And since you played so late, why didn't you sleep in the game? You knew you were leaving today." "Fortunately, I came to the Imperial capital to find you. Otherwise, would you have to farm contribution points until tomorrow and give up on the meetup?" Hearing her words, Suer yawned and said, "Yawn. Didn't metaphysics say that if you play games while you're sleeping, it'll be difficult to get a job advancement slot? So I drank too much coffee and tried it while I was awake." Zhou Menghan, this reason was so good that she was speechless. Especially since she was one of the first lucky ones to get a job advancement slot. "So, did you get it?" Zhou Menghan asked again. Suer was energized. She smiled proudly and gestured a victory sign, "Yay." Zhou Menghan looked at her in surprise and raised her eyebrows. "Not bad, there aren't many fourth beta testers who got it." "He, of course, who am I? I'm a loyal believer of the goddess. The goddess will definitely bless me to get a job advancement slot. He, I won't be left behind by you this time. In time, I can also become a high-end player." Suer put her hands on her waist and straightened her body as she said proudly. Zhou Menghan, she rolled her eyes at her best friend and said, "Hurry up. Hurry up, if you continue to be long-winded, you'll really miss the plane." "If I miss the flight?" "Huh. Then I'll just get a new one. Get lost, I'm not as rich as you. Afternoon, Yaodu South Station. The standard and pleasant voice announcement reverberated in the hall. The bustling crowd came and went, and the train's long whistle sounded intermittently. As the economic center of the south of the Celestial Empire, Yaodu's train station was always so lively, full of vitality and vitality. Number 8 exited the platform. A tall and strong young man in his 20s, wearing a denim jacket and a refreshing hairstyle, walked out. He looked ordinary with a slightly round face and was dragging a medium-sized suitcase in his hand. Although he looked tired and his eyes were bloodshot, the young man seemed to be in a good mood. Looking at the words "Yaodu welcomes you" written on the billboard at the station, he first let out a long yawn, then revealed a bright smile. "We're finally here." His voice was filled with joy and anticipation, but there was also a hint of nervousness. He looked around and pulled his suitcase to the bathroom at the station. After a little relief, he stood in front of the glass mirror of the sink and began to carefully tidy up his appearance. Hairstyle, perfect. Smile, perfect. Clothes, okay. The only thing he was not satisfied with was that even if he wore a loose sweater, he still looked a little chubby. My image should be okay, right? He muttered in a low voice. It's just a little hot. I didn't expect the temperature to be so high in Yaodu. I'm wearing a little thick. Pulling his denim jacket, the young man thought of the heat wave that hit him when he got off the train and shook his head helplessly. However, the only clothes that made him look thin was this denim jacket. Touching his bulging belly, the young man shook his head regretfully. I have to lose weight. How long has it been since I started university? My abdominal muscles have become a lump. Limu, when you go back this time, you should start running and exercising. When you went home for the Mid-Autumn Festival yesterday, even your dad, who has always been careless, could see that you've gained weight. If you don't lose weight, you really won't be able to find a girlfriend. With a deep sigh, the young man patted his face with cold water. Sigh, although I've made a lot of videos, I still feel a little nervous when I really meet in real life. It seems that there are a lot of female players coming this time. After muttering to himself, the young man quickly pinched his thigh again. What are you paying attention to? You're here to meet people with the same interests, not to pick up girls. After teasing himself, he pulled his suitcase again, turned on his phone, and sent a voice message. Little E, GPS, Tianjin Hotel. Yaodu Galaxy District, in a Western-style 3-story villa. Aunt Lu. What do you think of me wearing this? In front of the high-end and gorgeous full-length mirror, a girl who looked to be 14 or 15 years old in a purple dress looked expectantly at the middle-aged woman behind her. The woman who was called Aunt Lu frowned slightly and said, Guagua, don't you think this dress is too mature? After hearing Aunt Lu's words, the girl puffed up her cheeks and said with a smile, mature is what I want. I have to hold the fort. Aunt Lu was speechless. She hesitated for a moment, sighed, and said, if you want to look more mature, you might as well change your hairstyle and put on some makeup. After hearing her words, the girl's eyes lit up, and she quickly sat in front of the dressing table. Oh right. Then I'll have to trouble Aunt Lu. Help me dress up, I want to look at least like an adult. Okay. Aunt Lu nodded helplessly and began to tidy up the girl's hairstyle. By the way, have you booked the hotel? There are a lot of people coming this time. The girl asked again. No problem. Aunt Lu nodded. After that, she paused for a moment and reminded, there's one more thing. Guagua, I want to remind you that although this hotel belongs to the company and it's not impossible for you to organize some activities, in terms of funding, don't worry, Aunt Lu, I'm only paying for a portion of the expenses for our games offline event this time. I'm just giving a discount for the rest of the people. The girl smiled and explained with her fingers. After that, she narrowed her eyes and added, also, if you really want to calculate, there are so many people coming. Overall, the hotel is still making a profit. I've considered changing this kind of meetup event to a regular event. It definitely won't let the hotel lose money. Don't worry, I'm not a real prodigal. I know what's important and what's not. Even when playing games, didn't I spend a lot of pocket money at the beginning and stop later on? After hearing this, Aunt Lu nodded gently. It's good that you know what you're doing. At this moment, a melodious ringtone suddenly sounded. It was the girl's favorite BGM in the game. The girl picked up her phone from the table. After seeing the caller ID, her eyes lit up slightly. She happily picked up the call and said in a sweet voice, "Hello, Sister Gugu, it's Meow Meow." "What? You're already here? Where are you? I'll go pick you up right away." Recently, there were two things that attracted the attention of the players of Elf Nation. One was that Elf Nation would have a new version update on October 1st at 12 noon. At that time, a portion of the lucky players would be able to advance to Silver Profession. The other was led by Salty Meow of the Mang Mang Committee and participated by several major guilds. They would be holding the first Elf Nation large-scale meetup at Yaodu's Tianjin Hotel. It was said that Salty Meow had booked the entire hotel for this event. The number of players who signed up exceeded 500, and almost all of the higher-ups of the major guilds were there. The meetup would last for 1 day and 1 night from September 30th to October 1st. On the first night, all the players would have dinner together, sing karaoke, and interact with each other. On the second day, after Elf Nation was updated, everyone would enter the game in the hotel room's stealth pod. While experiencing the new version together, they would hold a second party in the game City of Heaven's Chosen. Is this the Tianjin Hotel? One of the few 5-star hotels in Yaodu that has a stealth pod in every room? Limu looked at the luxurious European-style hotel in front of him. He looked at the luxurious cars on the parking lot that made people wonder about the price. He swallowed his saliva slightly. He took a deep breath, tidied up his appearance, and walked into the hotel. In the hotel's lobby, a sign and banner with the words Elf Nation Large-Scale Meetup had been hung up. There were also hotel staff members there to guide him. Limu signed his name at the participant registration area at the entrance. He was given a handbag that contained the event schedule, Elf Nation souvenir booklet, the goddess doll, and the room card. The souvenir booklet was made by several big players in the game. Not only were there many classic screenshots from the game, but there were also various illustrations. It was very beautiful. As for the goddess doll, it was exactly the same as the cheering effects of the goddess in the game. It was very cute and lovable. It was said that the event organizers had specially found someone to customize it. Each participant had one. It could be said that they were very thoughtful. After putting away the handbag, Limu handed his luggage to the hotel staff. Then, under the guidance of the young and beautiful waitress, he came to the event venue. At this moment, the venue was brightly lit. Many people had already arrived. The banquet was in the form of a buffet. It was more like a high-end cocktail party. Limu was a little reserved for a moment. He felt that it was not appropriate for him to wear jeans. However, when he noticed that most of the players were wearing clothes similar to his, he was relieved. It seemed that everyone was more or less the same. Well, most of the players were normal people. It was just a gathering for entertainment, not a real cocktail party. Although the scale was a little beyond his imagination, the aroma of delicious food wafted into his nostrils, and laughter rose one after another. The players gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. Many of them had already found their own groups. However, Limu was a little nervous. Although he was an old streamer, he never showed his face or met with his fans. This was his first time participating in an offline game event. And at this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Brother Moo, is that Brother Moo?" Blue jeans and a white hoodie, just like the message in the guild group. It must be Brother Moo. When he heard this voice, Limu's spirits were lifted, and an inexplicable joy rose in his heart. This familiar voice, this slightly frivolous tone, Xianxia. He turned around in surprise and saw a handsome guy who was at least 1.8 meters tall, with combed hair, a handsome face, fair skin, and a refreshing smile. He was wearing a casual suit and had a handsome face. Limu was confused. Could it be that I opened it the wrong way? Dima. Sia? There was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. That's right. It's me. Haha. Brother Moo, we played together in the game for so long. I finally meet you. Xianxia laughed. Limu was speechless. He sucked in a breath of cold air and slightly pinched his temples. He first smiled, then sighed. I didn't expect that. You're so different from what I imagined. You're very handsome in real life. If you're so handsome, why do you have to make a red afro in the game? Even your looks are at the bottom of the elves. Haha, Brother Moo, you too. Your image in the game is soft and weak, and you're a trap. I always thought you were thin and weak in real life. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Haha, this is too surprising. The contrast is cute. Demacia laughed. Limu was speechless. This chatting skill. It was definitely Demacia. He suddenly wanted to beat him up and find a hole to hide in. What should he do? He laughed dryly and changed the topic. Who's in our guild? I just arrived, so I'm not sure. But I just glanced at the signatures. It seems that those who are often online are here. Demacia said. Brother Moo. Is that Brother Moo? Just as the two of them were chatting, another surprised voice came from behind Limu. This time, it was a female voice. Limu turned around and saw two girls, one tall and one short. The two of them looked about the same age as him. They should also be university students. The tall one was tall and had a delicate appearance, while the short one was very cute and gave people a weird feeling. You are? Limu asked doubtfully. Brother Moo, I'm Menghan. My name in real life is Zhou Menghan. Haha, I finally see you in real life. I especially like watching your videos, Brother Moo. The tall girl said happily. So it's you. Miss Blacksmith. Limu suddenly understood. He glanced at Zhou Menghan and smiled. The feeling you give people is similar to the feeling in the game. Is this a compliment? Zhou Menghan smiled with her eyes curved. Limu laughed. He glanced at the short girl again and thought of a certain player who always followed Menghan and was famous in the game because he was good at making faces. He asked, Are you Ruffian? That's right, that guy. Is he completely different from the game? Is he a little radish head? Zhou Menghan said. Suer glared at her, then looked at Limu and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Brother Moo, I'm Suer, ID, Ruffian. Limu smiled and nodded. Hello. After Suer greeted Limu, her eyes quickly stopped on the conspicuous handsome guy beside him. Her eyes lit up slightly and her face blushed. She asked with some excitement and expectation, This is? Demacia smiled. Haha, beautiful, don't you recognize me? I'm Demacia. Demacia, the two girls were slightly stunned. Then, Demacia found that ruffian, who was looking at him excitedly just now, quickly calmed down. Oh. She nodded faintly. Demacia. He was such a good kid, but unfortunately, he was too good with words. Limu smiled and shook his head as he looked at Demacia, who had eaten dust in front of the two female players and had a wronged look on his face. He said a few words to ease the awkward atmosphere. Then, he walked toward the place where the members of Nature's Heart Guild were gathered with a few other guild members. There were many members of Nature's Heart Guild. Limu's arrival naturally caused a small climax on the scene. As the chairman of Nature's Heart Guild, he quickly got along well with the guild members. Cheers could be heard from time to time at the gathering point of Nature's Heart. Brother Moo. Is that Brother Moo? While Limu was meeting up with the guild members to identify each other and connect with each other, another voice of pleasant surprise came from the other side. Limu turned his head and saw a girl in a purple evening dress, surrounded by more than 10 players, walking over. She looked like she was in her teens. Like the main character of the scene, her facial features were delicate and cute, like a porcelain doll. There was a hint of childishness in her eyes. However, her parted curly hair made her look more mature. This maturity and childishness did not seem out of place. Instead, it made her look more energetic, youthful, and beautiful. This age, this temperament, with one look, one could tell that the clothes were expensive. Also, this highly recognizable Lolita voice, Salty Meow. Limu raised his eyebrows. Bingo. Bingo. My name is Chinguagua, ID, Salty Meow. Haha, after working together so many times in the game, I finally get to meet you in person. Brother Moo. The girl was very happy. Limu also had a smile on his face. Yes. I didn't expect you to be so young. I feel old. Humph. I'm not young anymore. The young girl pouted, her cheeks puffing up adorably. Then, she clapped her hands happily and held the arm of another girl who looked about 20 years old. The girl was about 1.7 meters tall and had a delicate appearance. She had a single ponytail and wore thick glasses. She gave off an extremely capable feeling and had a different kind of intellectual beauty. Brother Moo, guess who this is? Salty Meow laughed. Li Mu froze for a moment, then smiled and said, "It should be a cuckoo bird, right?" The only female player who had such a good relationship with Salty Meow was Cuckoo Bird. Oh, there's also Feng. However, Li Mu felt that the girl in front of him had the temperament of a cuckoo bird. Although Feng, the player who was always smiling, was a hidden boss, and most likely the strongest druid player in the entire server, Li Mu always felt that he could not see through her. Whenever he faced her, he would even unconsciously feel a little reserved, speaking of which, it was quite strange. Perhaps her aura in real life had been brought into the game. He wondered what she did in real life. After listening to Li Mu's speculation, the girl with glasses nodded slightly and said to Li Mu, "Gu Qing, game ID, Cuckoo Bird." She was indeed Cuckoo Bird. Although Cuckoo Bird's self-introduction was short and her voice was a little nervous, Li Mu felt a trace of joy in her tone. After all, she was an old acquaintance of his in the game. The two had often accepted the task of the Saintess Alice and cooperated to take care of the children. Well, the children of the elves. Even though they had never met in real life, they were very familiar with each other's voices. "Haha, I finally meet you in real life, the top student in the Elven Kingdom." Li Mu joked with a smile. After chatting for a while, his eyes stopped on the members of the Meng Meng committee behind Salty Meow and asked, "Did boxed lunch not come this time? Where's Feng?" "Salty Meow, didn't you say that she also contributed a lot to the gathering this time?" "Feng can't come because of something." Salty Meow pouted. "Captain can't come because of something at home," another male voice said. Li Mu looked over and found that the one who answered him was a tall and thin boy. The boy looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He looked a little weak with a clean smile and a strong scholarly aura. He smiled at Li Mu shyly and introduced himself. "Hi, Brother Mu, I'm Hulu. My real name is Hulu. Well, it's a homonym. My hobbies are games and reading. But, after the Elven Kingdom, it seems that I only have games left." "Hulu?" Li Mu's eyes lit up. "It's you. Boxed Lunch's teammate, the strongest elven mage in the whole server." Hey, I'm obviously the strongest, okay? My combat rating is more than 1,000 points higher than his. I also kill the most enemies on the battlefield." Salty Meow interrupted unhappily. "Come on, Meow Big, you completely rely on your equipment to crush him." Demacia laughed and ridiculed. However, Salty Meow rolled his eyes at him. "Demacia, you won't get a discount for the next 2 days. F***CK. Meow Big, I was wrong." Ha 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 ha, the scene was filled with laughter. The number of new players who came to greet them was still increasing. As the most famous player in the Elven Kingdom, Li Mu was indeed treated this way. He saw many of his comrades who had fought side by side with him. There were men and women, extroverts and introverts. Everyone was very excited and full of enthusiasm. He also saw the Autobot Guild's president, Ji Gang the Shapeshifter. He was a big boy about 18 or 19 years old. He seemed to have just entered his first year of university and was very bright. Of course, he also saw Tomato Fried Tomato, who had always been at odds with each other. This player who had always made him feel a little dark in the game was a baby-faced youth in reality. The two even drank a little wine and completely buried the hatchet. Indeed, the Elven Kingdom was too different from other games. Although there was competition between players, there was more cooperation. Not only that, but the large influx of fourth beta testers also made the husbands of the closed beta testers subconsciously start to group up. In this regard, the little bit of conflict in the past disappeared with a glass of wine. As time went by, more and more players came to the venue. The young ones were high school students in their teens. The older ones were even middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes who were in their 40s. People of different genders, different ages, and different professions all gathered here because of the same game. It was amazing. Perhaps when the players first came here, most of them felt a little nervous and reserved. They even felt a little unfamiliar and uneasy. However, when they gradually found their friends in the game and gradually substituted their in-game identities into reality, gradually, that indescribable sense of familiarity and intimacy narrowed the distance between everyone. Thus, the entire venue was shrouded in laughter. Speaking of which, although most of the people who came here had not met in real life, perhaps they understood each other better than some friends in real life. People who could become friends in the virtual world were people who were compatible with each other. As long as they were given an opportunity, it was natural for them to become friends in the real world. Limu sat on the sofa in the venue and drank the slightly sweet fruit wine. He looked at the lively scene in the venue and listened to the laughter and the excited shouts of everyone playing board games. The smile on his face became gentler. To be able to play this game. That was great. The event lasted until 2 o'clock in the morning. The players enjoyed a delicious dinner and exchanged contact information in real life. They laughed and joked around on the stage in front of the venue and played all kinds of popular team games. Of course, there were also some players who did not like the crowd. They sat on the sofa with their friends in the venue, either chatting or playing games with their mobile phones. However, this situation did not last long. No one knew who suggested it first, but the general idea was to confirm with Salty Meow whether there was a stealth pod in the hotel room and whether it could be activated at any time. After receiving confirmation from Salty Meow, the player was instantly excited. Wow, that's great. The update is coming soon and there is only one more day left in the game. I have to hurry up and earn some contribution points before the update. Let's see if I can get a job advancement. Thus, the player left the venue early and went back to the game. Yes. He went to complete his mission. His departure quickly caused a chain reaction. Speaking of which, everyone was a fan of Elven Nation. Although many of the people present were lucky people who had obtained the job advancement slots, there were even more people who were unlucky. Thus, F*CK. Me too, I'll try again, what if I get it? I'm leaving too, yawn. I'm sleepy, I'm going back to my room to sleep. After the first player left to complete his mission, the second and third followed suit. Gradually, the number of people in the venue decreased by half. Half of the people took their room cards and went back to their rooms to log into the game. Of course, considering that they could log into the game when they were sleeping, many people saw that it was too late and it was time to sleep. Logging into the game was just a side trip. Well, it was a side trip. It should be. As the number of people in the venue decreased, even the players who were still present began to look tired. Salty Meow and a few others who were still active discussed and suggested that the latter part of the event be changed to an online event. It would allow them to rest and prolong the party. Thus, everyone hit it off and did not follow their original plan. They all returned to their rooms and logged into Elven Nation. It was already night on the Blue Star. However, it was still daytime in the world of Seekers. They came to the central square of the City of Heaven's Chosen and started the second party. However, this time, there were even more players participating. Although there were many players who came for the meetup, they still couldn't help but do quests after logging into the game, working hard for the last chance to advance their class. However, the majority of the players who didn't participate in the face-to-face activities and didn't have the right to draw the advancement rewards were very interested in the party in the central square. This kind of large organized gathering was not common. Not to mention the fact that the major guilds had taken the lead and allowed them to eat and drink for free. One had to know that the current major guilds were no longer the same as before. Ever since the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce, they had discovered all kinds of delicacies. The quality of the banquets was much better than the barbecued meat and fruits during the first open beta. As a result, the second round of parties for players to log into the game quickly developed into a full-service carnival. Even some of the NPCs had joined in. This included a certain black dragon that had been promoted to the peak of the mid-gold level, level 90. Of course, as a member of the golden race, the black dragon Meryl had obtained the ability to transform. In order to be able to eat more delicious food, it transformed into a black-haired, red-eyed young man and shuttled back and forth in the banquet, eating heartily. Meryl, you rascal. Watch your table manners. You've already transformed into a human, don't be like a wild monkey. Aren't you the noble megalosaurus? Looking at the greasy Meryl eating, Salty Meow, who was maintaining order at the event, was speechless. However, she was greeted by the other party's childish and proud voice. Rua. This is the great Meryl's unique way of eating. You don't understand, you don't understand. Oh woo, this dessert tastes really good. It's not worse than barbecued meat at all. Salty Meow was speechless. She was mentally tired. It was not easy to settle the event in reality, but she still had to pay attention to this gluttonous rascal online. She had not seen it for a while, and this rascal had already finished the most difficult cake. Many people had not eaten it yet. Let him eat to his heart's content. He just woke up not long ago, so he's probably craving for it already. Just as Salty Meow was sighing helplessly, a crisp and pleasant female voice sounded beside her. Salty Meow turned around and glanced at the smiling Feng beside her. She pursed her lips. Sister Feng, you don't know. This rascal is too greedy, especially after advancing. Feng smiled gently. Salty Meow grumbled a few words and no longer paid attention to a certain black dragon who had become more and more arrogant and noisy after advancing. She looked at Feng and said regretfully, Sister Feng, it's a pity that you didn't come to the gathering today. You don't know, but there are a total of 518 players here today. Sister Gugu, Brother Moo and the others are here, as well as Calabash, Optimist, Chopin, and the others. There, I even took a lot of videos and photos. Let me show you. As she spoke, she sat beside Feng and opened the cloud album on her game system for her to see. Players could see each other's system interface as long as they chose the right angle. Therefore, little Salty Meow happily opened up the photos and videos that it had taken during the event and uploaded to the album for Feng Yu. Haha, look at Brother Moo. I always thought that he would be a skinny and weak person, but I didn't expect him to be so tall and strong. Guess who this handsome guy is? Sister Feng, you'll never guess that this guy is Demacia. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Sigh, what a pity. Oh right, and Sister Gugu, she's not even as tall as me in real life. I always thought that she was like in the game, a big sister with a great figure. But she's quite interesting. She's also a loyal fan of the goddess. Oh right, you don't know, right? When we were compiling the Holy Grimoire, she added a lot of personal stuff. If it wasn't for Brother Moo watching, she would have changed the Holy Grimoire of Life to the Holy Grimoire of Beauty, ha ha ha. And, Salty Meow said happily. Eve, who was wearing Feng's vest, smiled as she listened quietly. Although she did not participate in the online fandom of the players, she still watched it through the surveillance cameras through the network channel. However, watching the surveillance cameras was one thing. Sitting beside Salty Meow and listening to Salty Meow talk, it was a different feeling. As for the mood, it was quite complicated. There was an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. At the same time, there was also a trace of envy. In addition, there was a little regret, that's great. She sighed slightly. Happy times were always short-lived. Unknowingly, the players had fun in the central square of the City of Heaven's Chosen until midnight. What stopped them from stopping wasn't tiredness or boredom, but the system's forced offline announcement. The new version update was coming. In order to maintain the appearance of the City of Heaven's Chosen and to avoid being reduced favorability by NPCs, the players hurriedly cleaned up the trash left behind by the revelry before the forced offline time and then returned to their habitual offline location. The old players basically chose their own homes. Almost all the bosses had their own luxurious single-family villas in the City of Heaven's Chosen. As for the lazy ones, they had accumulated enough contribution points because of the long-term online experience. They stayed in some slightly inferior but expensive exclusive courtyards. As for the fourth beta players, the Liver Emperor and the Tycoons naturally had their own nests, but most of the civilian players still lived in taverns or mortuaries. Well, at this moment, the gap between the rich and the poor in the game was simply reflected incisively and vividly. Of course, no matter how big the gap between each other was, almost no one complained among the players. On the one hand, it was because of the understanding of the game that the players were naturally not so sensitive to the gap between the rich and the poor in Elf Kingdom. On the other hand, this was not a pure pay-to-win game. Although the tycoons could achieve the alternative of charging money to become stronger through reasonable acquisition of contribution points, the door to becoming a boss was also open for the ordinary players. As long as you worked hard enough, as long as you were lucky enough, as long as your brain worked fast, becoming a boss was not a dream. For example, Meng Jihan. As a third beta tester, she had relied on her daily missions, her luck, and her crazily killing monsters after the announcement of the advancement conditions. Not only had she advanced to level 40 before the version update, but she had also obtained the opportunity to advance and change professions. After saying goodbye to Li Mu and the other guild members, she returned to her home in the City of Heaven's Chosen with her best friend. Her home was the exclusive courtyard of the third phase of the Meng Meng Committee's real estate development. The scale was not as big as the first two phases, but although it was small, it had all the essentials. She had spent 20,000 contribution points to buy it. Of course, after the fourth beta players joined, the house price had increased many times. Including the property of the house, in a sense, she was considered a rich person in the game. Of course, even so, she didn't want to sell her current house and buy a new one in the periphery of the City of Heaven's Chosen. There was no other reason. The location was good, and there were many veteran players nearby. Even if it was not as grand as some of the newly built houses in the periphery, it was still a symbol of status in a sense. Not to mention, it would only take 10 minutes to reach the teleportation circle from here to the various maps. If she rode on the little unicorn that she had kidnapped from the forest not long ago, it would be even faster. Meng Jihan returned home and locked the door. Meng Han fed some fruits to her pet and chased a certain beauty-obsessed mage who wanted to sleep with her to the guest room. She then took off her equipment and laid down on her bed. After messing around in the game for so long, it was already late at night in the world of Seekers. The City of Heaven's Chosen had gradually become quiet. The gamers fell asleep and went offline. Ever since the fourth beta testers joined, the main city, which had become a city that never sleeps, gradually fell into a deep slumber. Meng Han laid on the bed and covered herself with the soft and silky crypt spider silk that had recently become popular among the gamers. She looked at the sky through the wooden window. Compared to the blue star sky that was dark and hazy due to light pollution and atmospheric pollution, the starry sky of this world was much purer. The sky was filled with stars that shined brightly. The blue-black curtain was dotted with countless stars. It was more beautiful and dreamy than the Milky Way that she had seen on the internet. Looking at the beautiful starry sky, listening to the faint chirping of insects outside the house, and smelling the natural fragrance of the elf's house, Meng Jihan felt his restless heart gradually calm down after playing for an entire day. Master said that every star in the sky represents a plane. I wonder, is there a game world like Seekers? Looking at the twinkling stars, Meng Han couldn't help but recall the legends that she had heard from the elven blacksmith Carlos. Even if she knew that this was a game, she still couldn't help thinking about it. I really hope that one day I can go to every corner of this game world and experience the culture of each race. She thought with some yearning. After this meetup, Meng Han felt that she liked this game even more. She liked this world, liked the lively NPCs, and liked the players she met in this world. This was their illusory paradise. Looking at the twinkling stars in the sky, a smile appeared on Meng Han's face. See you in a bit, Elven Kingdom, she said in a small voice before clicking the sleep button and entering the land of dreams. At the same time, she woke up in reality. Different from the late night of Elven Forest, the blue star was already bright. Meng Han climbed out of the stealth cabin and looked at the time. It was already 10 in the morning. The difference in the flow of time made her feel strange no matter what time it was. Yawning lazily, Meng Jihan dragged his body that was much heavier and slower than in the game. After washing up, he walked out of the room. There were already quite a few players that had woken up. Meng Han woke up her friend next door and went to the restaurant to eat. Considering the rest of the players, the Heavenly Stellar Hotel provided a buffet lunch. The dishes were all very good and made people's mouths water. However, including Meng Han, most of the players that had woken up didn't pay much attention to it. There were about 80 to 90 people. They hurriedly finished their meal and rested for a while in the hotel lobby. When they saw the time on the clock was about to pass 12, they couldn't wait to return to their rooms. These were the players that had drawn the job change slots. Compared to the other players, they had much more anticipation for the new version of Elven Kingdom. It was the same for Meng Han. After she went to the bathroom, she made all the necessary preparations and then went back into the stealth cabin. The time was October 1st, 12 at noon. "I'm back," Meng Han muttered in her heart. Putting on the helmet, she pressed the start button for Elven Kingdom. Starting the game, Elven Kingdom. Ding, game successfully connected, a new version has been found, Elven Kingdom 1.70, updating, ding, update successful. Logging in, game ID, Meng Han, God's Chosen One, welcome back to Elven Kingdom. With the familiar feeling of weightlessness, Meng Han returned to the game again. Unlike the previous direct entry, this time, a new plot animation appeared in her vision. The animation started with the arrival of the first beta gamers. However, compared to the previous versions, the animation this time was much faster. The arrival of the gamers, the construction of the city, the expansion of the forces. In just a few scenes, the plot animation reached the fourth arrival of the gamers. The expansion of the City of Heaven's Chosen, the exploration of the fourth beta gamers, and the start of the Underground War. The scenes of the gamers playing the game were once again made into a beautiful animation. Accompanied by the exciting background music, it was displayed in Meng Han's vision. At the same time, a solemn and vicissitude narration sounded as the animation moved forward. With the help of the Chosen Ones, the elves finally gained a foothold in the world of Seekers. The power of the goddess continues to recover, and the elven civilization continues to develop. The name of the goddess of life spreads in the world of Seekers. However, a new crisis is brewing in the world of Seekers. Magic power increases, mysterious existences recover, and a magnificent era is about to begin. In this era, only the truly powerful can leave behind their own legends. At the end of the animation, it stopped at the goddess church. A male and female elves dressed as gamers knelt before the statue of Goddess Eve and prayed devoutly. Their respectful voices resounded in Meng Han's ears. "Praise nature, praise life, praise the great Goddess Eve. We're willing to become the sharpest sword and the sturdiest shield to protect you loyally. Protect our home. Please, bestow upon us even greater power." A bright light shone on them, and the two elves emitted a dazzling light. After the light faded, more beautiful and cool equipment appeared on their bodies, as well as more eye-catching appearances. One set was for magic, and the other set was for strength. Then, a line of glittering golden words appeared on the screen: Silver Profession Advancement, officially activated. The plot animation ended. Meng Han returned to her room. However, in her mind, the cool appearance of the two elves after they had changed professions still remained. "I've never seen such equipment before, and it's even more beautiful. Could it be a new school uniform?" Her eyes lit up as she muttered in anticipation. The school uniform was the collective name given by the players to the purple epic level equipment produced by the game shop. These equipment were beautiful, cost-effective, and uniform in appearance. They were often the standard graduation equipment for players at a certain stage, so they were jokingly called school uniforms. "That should be a silver equipment, right?" Meng Han guessed. She jumped off the bed and put on her equipment quickly. She didn't wait for Bien, who hadn't come online, and ran out of the house, heading straight to the Temple of Life. Almost 2 hours had passed in Blue Star, and it was already dawn in the world of Seekers. After the update, many players in the City of Heaven's Chosen had woken up. Many people gathered near the temple, looking around curiously and expectantly. Meng Han didn't even need to think to know that they were waiting for the class advancement players to show off their skills. Thinking about this, the corner of her lips curled up, and she felt a sense of superiority. With her head held high and her chest puffed out, she gracefully walked into the Church of Life. She had already prepared for the class advancement, and her account was filled with 50,000 contribution points. When she arrived in front of the statue of the goddess, Meng Han skillfully knelt down. Taking a deep breath, she earnestly prayed, "Praise nature, praise life, praise the great Goddess Eve." The prayer was changed from before to hide the goddess identity as the world tree. Following Meng Han's prayer, a gentle light shot out from the statue and covered her body. Meng Han's consciousness was dazed for a moment before she arrived at the character creation scene, and the system's beautiful voice sounded, ding. Class advancement conditions met, initiating the second class advancement ceremony. Your class domain is Druid, please choose your second class advancement path. Class advancement cost, 30,000 contribution points. The second class advancement paths for Druids are, Magic Mastery, Wild Mastery, Recovery Mastery, Control Mastery, please choose your Mastery path. Second class advancement? Mastery path, Meng Han was a bit surprised. Although before the update, there were guesses on the forums that the second class advancement would be more detailed for each class, when it was her turn to choose, Meng Han was a bit hesitant. She didn't know which one to choose. She thought about it and carefully looked at the description of the mastery for the second class advancement. Mastery path is to use a certain path of the class as your own talent path. In this path, all skill effects will be greatly strengthened, 30%, proficiency will be doubled, and you will receive a random talent skill. Talent skills can be instant cast and magic consumption will be halved. Instant cast? Magic consumption will be halved? This is amazing, Meng Han's eyes lit up. Wait, random skills, alright, it's time to identify bloodlines again. Meng Han let out a sigh. She continued to read and looked at the descriptions of the mastery paths. Magic Mastery strengthens the druid's long-range magic skills, strengthens the effects of spells. Positioned as a long-range magic damage dealer. Wild Mastery strengthens the druid's transformation skills, strengthens the close combat ability. Positioned as a close combat tank. Healing Mastery strengthens the druid's healing skills, strengthens the effects of healing. Positioned as a long-range healer. Control Mastery strengthens the druid's control skills, strengthens the control ability. Positioned as a support control. They were all very tempting, Meng Han was a bit conflicted. But, she hadn't played the game for so long for nothing. Thinking about it, she first eliminated the Magic Mastery. With the Elven Mage in front, she felt that no matter how good the Druid was, they wouldn't be able to compare to the Mage in long-range damage. Then, it was the Control Mastery. This was more or less a support. Meng Han rarely formed teams, so this wasn't a good choice. Then she could only choose the Wild Mastery or Healing Mastery. After thinking about it, Meng Han finally chose the Wild Mastery. The reason why she chose this was because half of the skills she had were transformation skills, like Nature's Whisper, Cat's Grace, etc. If she chose this path, then these skills would be strengthened. As for the Healing Mastery, it was a pity that she was level 40 and hadn't learned a single one. Other than that, if she learned the transformation skill well, it would be good for her forging skills. Many of the elven race's forging skills required a certain amount of constitution. I'll choose the Wild Mastery. Meng Han gritted her teeth and made her choice. After she made her choice, the 50,000 contribution points in her account were deducted by 30,000. Then, a dense light once again surrounded her body. Meng Jihan only felt a gentle and sacred power enter her body, opening up every part of her body. Her entire body began to heat up as the warm energy flowed through her body, and her aura began to rise in an instant, ding. Promotion successful. Congratulations, God's chosen one, Meng Han, has become a Wild Mastery Great Druid. Great Druid was an honorific title for Silver Druids. The system's voice ended and Meng Jihan returned to the game from the character creation interface. The class change was a success, feeling the powerful strength in her body, her breathing became a bit rushed. In Elven Nation, the sense of immersion and gain of character growth was very strong. Even though Meng Jihan had yet to test out the power that she had obtained after her breakthrough, she could already feel the metamorphosis brought about by the ascension of her life force. Addictive. It really was addictive. Meng Jihan believed that even if there weren't any quests in the game, there would be many players who would play the game day and night just to experience the thrill of becoming stronger. The sense of accomplishment brought about by the gradual strengthening of one's body, and the sharp perception and strength brought about by the powerful strength were incomparably intoxicating. Right now, my battle strength should have increased greatly, right? Meng Jihan was a bit excited as she thought. She opened the server's battle strength ranking and as expected, she saw her name at the top. See. my battle strength rating increased by 5 times? Isn't this too exaggerated? On the ranking, Meng Jihan's battle strength rating had already exceeded 30,000 and she was ranked 11th. The top 10 were all silver players and all the silver players' IDs had turned silver. There was a faint metallic glow around them and they were very eye-catching on the ranking, like they were VIP members. At this moment, there were already 27 silver players on the ranking. They took up the top 27 spots and left the black players far behind. This meant that 27 people had already become silver players. Not only that, this number was still increasing. I remember someone did a count and it seems like there were only 90 people who received the class change slots. Meng Jihan thought. Privilege, in a sense, they were the privileged players in the game, although everyone wanted the game to be balanced and fair, but when the privilege fell on them, this feeling was too good. Meng Han could clearly sense that the gazes of the players who were curiously looking at him in the temple had changed. Envy, yearning, jealousy, curiosity. Even if she didn't look, she could see the envy in their eyes. Extremely comfortable. Her mood was very good. It took Meng Jihan a lot of effort to stop the smile on her face as she looked at her skills. As expected, after completing her class change, she gained a new skill. Shapeshifter, Pterosaur. This was the advanced version of Transform, but it was even more powerful than Transform. Although the shapeshifting skill could transform into different creatures, it could not exceed the Iron rank. Furthermore, the transformation could only last for 20 minutes. After that, the user would have to rest for half a day. The effect was 70% of the target's strength. In comparison, although the Shapeshifter skill could only transform one type of target, the transformation effect was stronger, the duration was longer, and it had growth potential. Shapeshifter, able to transform into a creature of the same type and gain 90% of the target's strength, excluding magic. The transformation effect lasts for 1 hour and has a cooldown of 2 hours. The transformation effect has a growth potential and can grow as the player levels up. Different druids had different shapeshifting skills. For Dream Han, the shapeshifting target was the winged dragon. The pterosaur was a type of demonic beast that belonged to the dragon subspecies. Its strength ranged from the lower silver level to the upper silver level. In other words, the skill that Meng Jihan drew could be used up to upper silver rank, transform into a pterosaur. What a great skill! Meng Jihan was very excited. In the world of seekers, demonic beasts that were related to dragons were all very strong. Moreover, from the name, this shapeshifting target could even fly. In her excitement, the girl could not wait to test her strength after leveling up. She immediately chose to spend 200 contribution points to enter the virtual training ground and simulate the Elven Forest. That was a virtual PK place for players. Occasionally, they would use it to test their magic and skills. After all, if they kept messing around in the forest, they would lose their favorability with the NPCs. After entering the virtual training ground, Meng Jihan's heart skipped a beat. She instantly cast a skill and her entire body shone with light as she transformed into a winged dragon with a wingspan of 6 to 7 meters. This feeling was very strange. In an instant, her vision and senses changed, giving Meng Jihan an experience she had never experienced before. She flapped her wings cautiously and flew unsteadily into the air. At first, she was not very familiar with it, but after falling a few times, she gradually grasped the technique of flying and began to soar around the training ground. This new experience was incomparably wonderful. Haha, I can fly! Meng Jihan was very excited. When she was young, she had dreamed of growing wings and flying, but she did not think that it would come true in the game. After flying happily for a while, Meng Jihan began to explore the other abilities of the winged dragon. She prepared for a while before suddenly opening her mouth and shooting out a frost ray. The frost ray hit the forest in the virtual training ground and instantly turned the surrounding area into an ice sculpture. So strong! This skill is definitely a rank 4 skill. Meng Jihan was very surprised. A rank 4 skill was equivalent to a rank 4 magic. It was also a skill that only a lower silver rank could use. Of course, this frost ray was not a magic skill. It was the dragon breath of the winged dragon, but it had a magic effect. After familiarizing herself with the training ground, Meng Jihan returned to reality. The current her was more confident in her own strength. If she wanted to PK, she believed that with her current strength, even if she did not wear any equipment, she could use her transformation skill to solo a small team of fully equipped level 40 players, that's right, without equipment. At this point, Meng Jihan finally understood. Perhaps the biggest advantage of a wild-type druid was that they could reduce their dependence on equipment after transforming. This was a true civilian class. It was perfect for her who had not maxed out her forging skill yet. Not only that, now that her strength had increased, it would be easier for her to farm magic beasts, and the speed at which she could earn contribution points would also increase. Perhaps, the speed at which she could earn money would increase by several times. Strength is contribution points. After reaching silver rank, I don't have to worry about contribution points anymore. It can be considered that I have reached the peak of my life in the game. Meng Jihan happily thought. Meng Jihan happily thought about the beautiful game life that was to come. Then, he opened the exchange shop. She was still thinking about the flashy equipment in the cutscenes. It was clear that in this update, the developers had put a lot of effort into the appearance of the new equipment. Even if Meng Jihan chose wild type, she still wanted to get a set of equipment. As expected, new items were already on display in the exchange shop. It was a lower silver rank purple epic equipment. The appearance of these equipment was much better than the black iron rank equipment. Even the black gold legendary equipment would not lose to it. With just a glance, Meng Jihan was attracted by the gorgeous druid equipment in the shop. However, when her gaze shifted to the contribution points required to exchange for it, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, the cheapest part is 100,000. The most expensive robe is 200,000 contribution points? 6 pieces for a set would be 700,000? This is a purple epic? Are you sure it's not a gold legendary? Why don't you just rob someone? The girl was stunned. In that instant, Meng Jihan felt that her future was going to be poor again. I really can't move anymore. Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because you've been promoted to silver. Greater power means greater responsibility, and better equipment means more contribution points. Work hard for equipment and graduation. Sitting in the temple in her own god's kingdom, Eve watched the newly promoted silver players gathered in the various temples through the simulation sand table. They were sometimes excited and sometimes wailing. Including a certain someone's avatar, 100 slots for class advancement were given out. Among them, 93 were max-level players. Within an hour after the version update, these 93 players had all been promoted to silver. Among them, 2/3 of the players were strength players, and only 1/3 were spellcasters. This was also roughly in line with the proportion of players in the whole server. For the second class advancement, Eve referred to the class system of the natives of the world of Seekers. However, in order to let the players turn their levels into strength faster, she added an additional talent skill to each of them. And each class had 4 specializations. The 6 major classes added up to a total of 24 specializations. Of course, the priest class hadn't been unlocked yet. In fact, there should be 20 specializations. It was worth mentioning that although there was at least one player choosing each specialization, most players still had a consensus when choosing a path, and that was, the damage specialization was especially popular. For example, the Elven Mage's Elemental specialization, the Archer's Burst specialization, the Warrior's Weapon specialization, and the Hunter's Assassin specialization. The Druid was an exception. Most of them chose the Healing specialization. After all, this was the only class that had the potential to be a nanny at the moment. And among the players who had been promoted to silver, the specializations chosen by the few people that Eve often paid attention to were similar to what she had guessed. Salty Meow, as always, liked to wash the floor with magic. Range was the truth. Unsurprisingly, she chose the elemental specialization, and under the blessing of the goddess, she luckily drew the talent spell, Fire Burst. This was the 4th circle elemental magic with the largest attack range, the highest damage, and the highest consumption. And as the richest person in the whole server, this winner in life graduated on the first day that the silver equipment was put on the shelves. At the same time, she secretly muttered to herself about when the silver equipment would be put on the shelves and so on. In short, the other newly promoted silver players would probably be pissed to death. Being rich was being willful. They were both mages, but Cuckoo Bird chose to specialize in magic circles. She had learned a lot about magic arrays from Alice and was very interested in magic arrays. Among the players, he was the only big shot who could draw his own teleportation circle. Furthermore, when Eve was partying, Salty Meow had mentioned that Coot Bird had been tinkering with the steam gun with a few profession players recently, trying to attach a skill to it. Rumor had it that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. All he needed was a more stable and exquisite magic array. Perhaps it would only be a matter of time before he would be able to solve the problem. Eve was also looking forward to it. He didn't think that the players would develop airplanes and cannons in the world of Seekers. That wasn't realistic because the players were just ordinary people on the Blue Star. However, it was still possible to modify some relatively simple things. Boxed Lunch chose the assassin specialization, and it seemed that he was becoming more and more elusive. In a one-on-one battle, Eve felt that this person should be the strongest among the players. Even if it was Eve, if she completely sealed her power and stood on the same level as Boxed Lunch, she wouldn't be confident of winning. This was a true king-level big shot. Of course, the reason why Boxed Lunch was so powerful was that he spent enough time online and had enough combat experience. There were 60,000 players in the whole server, and no one was more hardworking than Boxed Lunch. Fried Tomatoes chose the weapon specialization, and his combat rating in the whole server was second only to Boxed Lunch and Salty Meow. However, Demacia, who was also a warrior, chose the Guardian specialization among warriors. Well, it was called Guardian, but it was actually called tanking. It was completely aimed at tanking. And he felt that if this fellow, Demacia, continued to develop, he might really become the #1 tank in the whole server. By then, no one would be able to beat him, plus, his mouth was full of sarcasm wherever he went. He might become the most disgusting player, and the player that others were most unwilling to PK with. As for Limu, the overall commander of the players, he was still very lazy in terms of his profession. He chose the control specialization, presumably to go all the way as an auxiliary druid. Even his talent skill was the 4th circle control magic, Bloodvine Tentacles. However, for a commander, the most suitable profession for him was the healer and auxiliary profession, because these two professions were relatively safer in a team battle. And as the only 3rd beta player to reach level 40, Shapeshifter G Gang chose the burst specialization. He was one of the few archers. In addition, even among the archers, he was one of the ones with good skills. It was said that this was because when Shapeshifter G Gang was in middle school, he learned archery from his uncle and joined the archery club. He didn't expect to use it in the game. Other than these people, Eve didn't pay much attention to the other players. Well, the only one who chose the wild specialization, Meng Han, was also one. Her good friend, Feng Yu, was also barely qualified. It was also after communicating with Salty Meow that Eve knew who almost led the sacred book of life astray. However, although Feng Yu drew the advanced profession under the effect of the lucky aura, her level was still far away, and it was estimated that there was still a long time before she could advance. As for this player who seemed to have a tendency to suck up to others and was quite capable, Eve faintly had other plans in her mind. Of course, that was a matter for the future. Now, she still had a plan to try. Gently standing up from the throne, Eve's body rippled with a bright light, and her incarnation left the kingdom of God. When she appeared again, she was in the underground world. However, it was not the deep cave, nor the underdark western district, but the underground area at the root of the world tree. Here, a mysterious maze had appeared out of nowhere. The entire maze was made up of huge stones and black bricks, and there were embossments of demons, which gave people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. This was Eve's work. It was made in her kingdom of God according to some models on Blue Star, and after spending a certain amount of divine power to project it into reality, it became real. This was not only a maze, but also the place where the 7th demon god Azazel was sealed. Of course, it was also a new dungeon for the players. Like the Shadow Dungeon, it was a dungeon that could be repeated infinitely. Eve's avatar walked in the underground labyrinth. The temperature in the labyrinth was much higher than the outside world. Not only that, the closer she got to the core area where the 7th demon god, Azazel, was sealed, the higher the temperature. This was because Azazel had the earthly fire godhood. The place where he was sealed would naturally be affected. Furthermore, it was not strange for a sea of magma to appear. Not only that, but the magic power here was also very different from the outside world. It was restless and faintly carried a chaotic and evil aura. That was also Azazel's power at work. The power of a demon god was essentially one with the abyss. It was also very corrosive. When sealing a demon god, no matter how well it was done, the seal would constantly be eroded by the demon god's power. Therefore, all the places where evil gods were sealed in history would generally have guardians regularly deal with the demon god's erosion of the material world. And the reason why the demons ran wild after the magic power of the Seeker's world recovered was that in the past 1,000 years, most of the guardians of the places where evil gods were sealed gradually died out. This was also why Azazel could successfully awaken. It was just that he was unlucky. Not long after he was free, he fell into Eve's hands again. Eve continued to walk in the labyrinth. From time to time, she could hear the various monster-like roars in the labyrinth. And as she moved, she could also clearly sense the pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness, silently spying on her. Those gazes were greedy, evil, and at the same time, there was a trace of fear. And when Eve shifted her gaze, those gazes would quickly disperse. Eve's heart stirred, and she waved slightly in a certain direction. And as she moved, a few vines suddenly appeared in front of her and pierced into the darkness. Then, there were low growls and screams of fear. Soon, the vines were summoned back by Eve. And each vine was wrapped around a ferocious monster. Those monsters were very different from the underground creatures. They looked strange and varied. Many of them had sharp horns and tails, and their bodies were covered in scales. Their bodies were filled with a strong aura of the abyss. These were low-level demons, also known as inferior demons or imps. They were only one level higher than the lowest level abyssal worms. Their strength ranged from low rank to upper rank black iron. Apart from the little devils, Eve also sensed some powerful presences hidden in the deeper parts of the forest. That was a silver rank great demon. These fiends were still the handiwork of the demon god Azazel. As evil gods that had fused with the infernal plane's origin, every demon god had the ability to create demons, similar to the abyssal plane. However, unlike the demons that were born directly in the abyssal plane, the demon gods mainly lured other creatures into depravity and made them actively absorb the evil power of the abyssal plane, turning them into demons. The weak were transformed into imps, while the strong were transformed into great demons. When he was sealed, as long as there was a chance, the demon god would think of ways to create demon subordinates, enslave them, order them around, and make them find a way to save him. Although Eve had sealed Azazel, she did not completely confine his power within the labyrinth. Therefore, the evil god naturally lured the underground creatures that strayed into the labyrinth into depravity and turned them into demons. Not only that, with the clergy of lust, harmony, he even used some demons in the labyrinth, harmony, to mutate and evolve into an abyssal hive. The abyssal hive was a lair for breeding demons. It could continuously produce abyssal worms, and the abyssal worms would then devour each other and grow into imps. In this way, it provided the demon god with an endless supply of subordinates. This was the process of the demon god nurturing his forces, and it was also the method they used to break the seal. As long as the seal was not flawless, as long as they found a chance to successfully transform the first demon, they could start this process. In the end, the demon god could rely on enough demons to destroy the seal, and then devour these demons themselves to restore their strength in one fell swoop. This was how Azazel escaped the seal the last time. It was also because he had just escaped the seal not long ago, and after devouring his believers and demon subordinates, he joined the war against the Dark and Still Alliance. Otherwise, when he gathered new cultists and cultivated new demon subordinates, the Dark and Still Alliance would have to face an additional demon army. After being sealed in the labyrinth, Azazel repeated this process. Eve knew that this was actually his way of saving himself. Of course, it was very easy to destroy his way of saving himself, and that was to clear out all the demons in the labyrinth. Clear them out regularly and maintain the integrity of the entire labyrinth seal, and this could destroy the demon god's plan. However, what mythical beings did not lack the most was time. After clearing them out once, as long as the seal was not completely sealed, then the demon god could do it again. Over and over again, there would always be a chance to escape. This was a stupid method, but it was often very effective. Because there was almost no such thing as a completely sealed seal in this world. The operation of the seal required magic power to maintain, and the magic power of the seal came from the outside world. Obtaining magic power from the outside world, the seal would definitely have a connection with the outside world, and there would be a loophole. And as long as they found a loophole, relying on the connection with the plane of hell, the demon god could expand bit by bit. Eve did not have much experience in sealing, so, the labyrinth she opened up had more loopholes. Although she had successfully sealed Azazel, the fact that the other party could transform so many demons in such a short time was enough to prove that this seal was not perfect. Of course, Eve did not intend to make a flawless seal from the beginning. If there were no monsters in the labyrinth dungeon, would it still be called a labyrinth dungeon? Of course, if there were monsters, there would also be rewards. Every few steps Eve took, she would throw down a teleportation array in the corner of the labyrinth, and the appearance of the teleportation array was made into the appearance of a treasure chest by an even more exquisite array. These treasure chests could only be opened by the existence marked by Eve. They were connected to his storage space, or more accurately, to the various materials stored in his god's kingdom. Eve walked and set up all the way until she arrived in front of the demon god's palace in the center of the labyrinth. After stopping for a moment, Eve pushed open the door. In the huge palace, the seventh demon god, Azazel, was sitting on a throne expressionlessly. The ferocious appearance of a sheep-headed demon, coupled with the majestic, rough, and mysterious architectural style of the demon god's palace. It was very domineering. Of course, only mythical existences could see a few invisible ropes wrapped around Azazel in this palace. That was Eve's core seal. And this seal also limited Azazel's strength below the legend level, and it also imprisoned him in the palace. As for whether his strength was black iron or silver or gold, it depended on Eve's mood. Quite capable. It's only been a few days, and you have transformed so many demons. Throwing an imp that she had just caught to the ground, Eve looked at the demon god. And Azazel also looked at Eve. The eyes made of flame shrank slightly, and Azazel let out a sneer. Yggdrasil, I didn't expect your seal level to be so bad after your resurrection. I'll see how long you can maintain it and how many times you can clean it up. Don't give me a chance to escape. After listening to Azazel's words, Eve raised her eyebrows. She smiled slightly and said, "These guys you made naturally don't need me to clean them up." After that, she carefully looked at Azazel again and praised, "Not bad. As a boss, it's indeed very suitable. However, you don't have to say too much. 3 lines are enough." After that, Eve gently waved her hand. And Azazel sensed in shock and anger that the rope that imprisoned him was activated again. This time, the seal completely imprisoned his ability to speak. Then, Eve looked at Azazel and said mischievously, "You think lowly ants dare to step into my territory, tremble and accept your death? Damn it, I will definitely come back. How about these 3 lines? Azazel. The speed of gaining contribution points has indeed increased, but the amount of contribution points needed to exchange for skills and equipment has also increased. After farming monsters in the underground world for an entire afternoon, Meng Jihan returned to Heaven's chosen city. Looking at her pitiful account balance, she felt a bit of worry in her heart. Should I be like Brother Mu and the others, exploring further areas of the Elven Forest after reaching silver rank and looking for stronger magic beasts to fight? Although I can kill monsters faster, there is a level penalty after reaching silver rank, so the rewards have decreased. The level penalty was naturally added by Eve. It was to prevent players from finding new targets after becoming stronger and crazily farming monsters. Under this penalty, the higher the level difference between players and monsters, the higher the player, the lower the experience and contribution points gained from killing monsters. Quests are the same. The daily quests are becoming more and more limited for me. The only thing that attracts me is the favorability of NPCs. I wonder when there will be a daily quest for silver rank. The young girl helplessly thought. After returning home, Meng Jihan sorted out the materials she obtained from killing monsters. Many of these materials would become materials for her forging practice. As for the ones that she didn't need, she would sacrifice them to the goddess for contribution points. However, when she was sorting out the materials, her eyes were suddenly attracted by a strange item. It was a horn that looked a bit like a goat's horn. It gave off an uncomfortable aura. What is this? Meng Jihan was a bit confused. She thought for a bit and remembered that she had obtained this by accident when she was fighting in the underground world. At the time, she was farming monsters when a fierce-looking monster suddenly jumped out from the side, giving her a fright. It was a good thing that it wasn't strong and was killed by Meng Jihan, who had turned into a pterosaur. This horn was left behind by that monster. After thinking for a while, Meng Han used appraisal and the information of the horn appeared in her vision. Demon horn, this is the horn of a flame lesser demon, a fire-attributed forging material. Demon horn, Meng Jihan was a bit surprised. That monster that suddenly jumped out was a demon. While Meng Jihan was still in shock, a new system notification popped up in her field of vision. Ding. Triggered hidden mission, Devil's Horn, mission description, you encountered a demon that shouldn't exist in the underground world and obtained one of its horns. What does this mean? Mission objective, find out where the devil came from. Mission time, 1-day mission reward, 1000 contribution points. Quest tip, God's Chosen, 0, is the most knowledgeable being in the entire elf forest. Perhaps she knows something. Hidden mission? Looking at the system message, Meng Jihan's eyes widened. Then, he was overjoyed. Hidden mission. Was it a hidden mission? So, there will be a day when I trigger a hidden mission. Hidden quests and main storyline quests were the most desirable quests in Elven Nation. This was because they were either hidden quest chains or directly related to the main storyline. And both of these usually meant extremely high mission rewards. Meng Jihan's heart was filled with joy. She quickly took the demon horn and walked out of her home. She headed straight for the Temple of Life in Heaven's Chosen City. God's Chosen, 0. If I remember correctly, although this NPC 0 appears and disappears unpredictably, she only appears in the Temple of Life. I can go to the Temple of Life to take a look. If I can't find her, I'll ask Alice where she is. Meng Jihan jogged all the way to the Temple of Life. This time, luck favored her once again. As soon as she entered the Temple of Life, she saw the cold figure that was usually absent in the side hall of the temple. Silver gray hair, red eyes, and that iconic black skirt armor. It was God's Chosen, 0. Meng Jihan took a deep breath and quickly went up to greet her. She revealed the signature flattering smile of a player facing an NPC and respectfully said, "Good afternoon, Miss 0. Hearing her greeting, God's Chosen, 0, turned around. Looking at Meng Jihan, she slightly nodded and the corners of her mouth rose. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Good afternoon, brave God's Chosen. Of course, her expression was seen through by the careful Meng Jihan. Smiled. 0 actually smiled, the ice beauty in the game actually smiled. Meng Jihan's eyes opened wide and her heart was moved. Really, it wasn't a waste for her to raise her reputation to 90 points, even the ice beauty 0 smiled at her. Do you need something? 0's cold voice rang out once more. Yes, yes, yes. Meng Jihan nodded like a chick pecking at rice while taking out the demon horn. When I was fighting in the underground world, I accidentally obtained this. I heard Miss 0 is very knowledgeable, so I want to ask about its origin. Flame demon horn? Seeing Meng Jihan take out the horn, God's Chosen narrowed her eyes. She took the horn and looked at it. Her expression quickly became serious. I didn't think that a demon would escape from that place so quickly. It seems like the seal there isn't complete, so I need to send someone to clean it up. There? Seal? Someone new. Hearing God's Chosen, Meng Jihan's heart thumped. Hidden mission. There really is a hidden mission. It seems like it's a new scenario. Is it a new storyline mission or a new instance? Meng Jihan couldn't help thinking. Of course, she didn't forget to ask more questions to trigger the mission's follow-up. Miss 0, what is the seal you're talking about? It's the seal on the 7th demon god Azazel, the demon god that the true god chased after in the underground war. God's Chosen explained with a serious expression. In that war, the great mother goddess defeated that demon god and sealed him in the underground world, in a complex demon god's labyrinth. Now it seems like the other side hasn't given up struggling and is still trying to break free from the seal. The owner of this demon horn is probably the demon god's servant that escaped. They want to save the demon god Azazel. After saying this, God's chosen looked at Meng Jihan and seriously said, God's chosen, I have a mission for you. Are you willing to go to the underground demon god's labyrinth to clean up the demons there and strengthen the seventh demon god's seal? As soon as God's chosen's voice fell, a new system notification appeared in Meng Jihan's vision. Ding. You have triggered an instance mission, Demon God's Labyrinth. Daily Dungeon, Demon God's Labyrinth, Dungeon Objective, clear the demons in the Demon God's Labyrinth, find the palace where the seventh demon god is sealed, and defeat demon god Azazel. Refresh time, 1 day, scenario level, 40+, drop reward, advancement slot, lucky. Treasure chest, daily dungeon? Meng Jihan was slightly taken aback when she saw the mission description. The mission this time seemed to be different from the previous ones. There was a refresh time, the reward was not a mission reward but a drop reward. It sounded like another dungeon that could be repeated like the shadow dimension, but the requirement was higher. Meng Jihan's imagination ran wild as she looked at the system message. She thought for a moment and looked at Oracle Zero. Then, Lord Zero, how many people are needed for this mission? And, how do we get to the Demon God's Labyrinth? Oracle Zero's expression turned serious when he heard Meng Jihan's question. This mission has no requirement for the number of people. All chosen ones heading to the labyrinth will automatically accept this mission. Considering the large number of demons, it is recommended that chosen ones form a team. In addition, the location of the demon god's palace will constantly change. Not everyone can find the palace in the demon god's labyrinth. Only chosen ones who find the palace will have the chance to enter and defeat the seventh demon god to obtain the most generous drop reward. Depending on the number of chosen ones who enter the palace, the seventh demon god's strength will change accordingly. After successfully defeating the seventh demon god, the palace will disappear and the seal will be strengthened. The palace will refresh at midnight on the second day of Seeker's time. After the second day, the demon god's palace will reappear in the labyrinth. Chosen ones can once again find and defeat the seventh demon god. This process will repeat and strengthen the seal. As for how to get to the demon god's labyrinth, God's chosen Zero paused and said, the demon god's labyrinth is located at the root of the world tree. I've already set up a teleportation formation next to the Temple of Life on the world tree. It can directly teleport you to the demon god's labyrinth. There is no direction in the demon god's labyrinth. Once you get there, all maps will be useless. However, if you want to leave, you only need to find a quiet place and silently chant the goddess's name. In addition, due to the power of the abyss in the demon god's labyrinth, only the chosen one who has been blessed by Her Holiness the Mother Goddess is immune to the demon god's temptation. Therefore, no one other than the chosen one is allowed to enter the labyrinth. After saying that, Zero drew the symbol of the scepter of life in front of her chest. Heaven's chosen one, I wish you success. After obtaining information about the demon god's labyrinth from Zero, Meng Jihan decided to head to the instance dungeon to take a look. He did not announce the news immediately. Instead, he planned to go and take a look alone. This was because she had advanced to the silver rank, and she had a lot of confidence in her own strength. She didn't seek to clear the stage, but she was confident that she could explore the path ahead of time and escape unscathed. Following the guidance of the chosen, Meng Han easily found the teleportation formation near the Temple of Life on the world tree. She took a deep breath and walked into the array. Accompanied by a faint green radiance, Meng Han felt the world spin, and his vision suddenly changed. When her vision returned to normal, she had already been teleported to the roots of the world tree. Around her, there were vigorous roots. In front of Meng Han, there was a black and red giant stone door. The door was made of tall prisms, and there were all kinds of exaggerated demon statues. The inside was pitch black, as if it led to another space. She could faintly hear the roars of monsters coming from inside. This was the demon god's labyrinth. With anticipation and vigilance, Meng Han adjusted her state and walked through the door. As she stepped in, the girl's vision changed again. She found herself in a huge labyrinth. The walls of the labyrinth were made of black and red giant stones. There were candles lit at intervals, and the shadows were vague and gloomy. Meng Han looked back and found that the door she came from had disappeared. She seemed to have passed through space and directly landed in the labyrinth. Interesting. Muttering to herself, the girl cast illumination and began to explore the labyrinth. After taking a few steps, she found the figures of monsters. They were short and ugly humanoid monsters that were only slightly bigger than the goblins. They had sharp horns and long red tails. When Meng Jihan saw the other party, he immediately recognized the other party. It's a flame devil. These monsters were exactly the same as the one she had killed before. This made things easier. Their strength wasn't high, and they were at most upper black iron rank. Meng Han's eyes lit up as she activated the shapeshifter skill and turned into a majestic pterosaur. Then, she took off, dived, and breathed. She easily froze the flame devils that didn't have time to escape into ice sculptures. After transforming, Meng Han returned to her human form and lightly tapped on the ice sculptures. With a kacha sound, the ice sculptures shattered, and the flame devils turned into ashes. At the same time, Meng Han received 5,000 experience points. Such a high amount of experience points. Meng Han was delighted. However, she calmed down when she saw that her experience points had increased by several times, and that she needed at least hundreds of thousands of experience points to level up. It's getting harder and harder to level up. She lightly shook her head. With a sense of urgency, Meng Han decided to continue exploring. However, when she was about to leave, she saw that the corner where the flame devils were suddenly emitted a dense rainbow light. The light intertwined and formed an illusory treasure chest. This is a lucky treasure chest? Meng Han was delighted. She quickly walked up and extended her hand towards the treasure chest. When she touched the treasure chest emitted a resplendent light and automatically opened. An obscure spatial ripple flashed and the treasure chest disappeared. In its place was a beautiful and exquisite longsword. After seeing the longsword, Meng Han's eyes lit up. This is a purple epic black iron weapon. It actually dropped a purple epic black iron weapon. Although Meng Han had reached silver rank and didn't need a longsword as a druid, this grade of weapon was still very rare among the players. It could be sold for 20,000 contribution points. Isn't this too great? Such a bountiful drop reward? Meng Han was pleasantly surprised. This really was a powerful dungeon. In just a short while, she had already obtained more than 5,000 experience points and a weapon worth 20,000 contribution points. Just in case, Meng Han bound the longsword to the system and happily put it away. Then, she planned on going deeper into the maze. However, just as Meng Jihan took a few steps, there was a strong gust of wind behind him. There was an enemy. Her heart was filled with danger. Meng Han quickly turned into a pterosaur again, but the existence behind her was even faster. Before she could transform, she felt a large force smash into her body. In that instant, Meng Han seemed to have heard the sound of bones breaking. She felt the world spin in front of her as she was smashed into the ground. There was a faint pain that came from her body. It had to be known that Meng Han had already lowered the pain to 10%. Even so, she still felt pain. This meant that the enemy's attack was very strong. The truth was like this. With just one attack, Meng Han noticed that her HP bar was almost empty. She almost lost the ability to move as she spat out large mouthfuls of blood and organs. She turned around and saw clearly what had attacked her. It was an even taller and mightier demon. He was covered in black armor and his body was covered in flames. His aura was very strong and there was a wolf-tooth club in his hand. This was a great demon that was at least silver rank. Under the sneak attack, the young girl was already heavily injured. There's such a strong monster? Meng Han's mouth opened. Seeing Meng Han fall to the ground, the great demon gave a fiendish laugh and continued to charge forward. Seeing this, Meng Han quickly chanted the goddess name. Praise life, praise nature, praise the great goddess Eve. With her prayer, a light covered her body. Before the great demon could attack her again, the young girl was sent out. City of Heaven's Chosen, Meng Jihan's home. So, you were beaten half to death by that devil monster? Bayan was applying low-level herbs from an elf NPC on her best friend while teasing her with a smile. Meng Jihan's face was pale as she coughed up blood while weakly saying, "You Cough cough. Buy-in, be gentler, if you hit me harder, I'll die. If you die, then revive. You don't need those revive coins anyway. Scram. Cough cough, I'm level 41. Reviving once. Requires 41 revive coins. That's. Cough cough, 4,100 contribution points. Even if it's me. Cough cough, my heart would hurt. Meng Jihan coughed while rolling her eyes at her best friend. Wan smiled, and the movements in his hands slowed down a lot. As she applied medicine for her friend, she looked at the exquisite longsword beside the bed and clicked her tongue. She clicked her tongue and said, "In less than 10 minutes, you brought back a purple epic black iron weapon. This dungeon is really profitable. That's 20,000 contribution points, right? Even if you die once, Han, you've profited. Using my life to exchange for it. Also, I don't have that much time to prepare more revive coins." Meng Jihan curled her lips as she said in a stutter. After saying this, she looked at the door. The guild's healer isn't here yet? I went to call him. Brother Mu said that he'll come in a bit, but your injuries are too heavy. If you want to heal quickly, I think you'll have to wait for Alice. Bayan had just finished speaking when the door was lightly knocked. Please come in, the door isn't closed. Bayan said loudly. As soon as her voice fell, the door was pushed open. Li Mu and Nature Saintess Alice walked in. The moment Alice entered, she looked around and asked anxiously, "What's the matter? Where's Miss Meng Jihan? I'll heal her." Damn. Brother Mu actually called Alice over, this. How high is the affection? To be able to call a purple NPC over to heal her, no wonder he's the only person with full reputation in the entire server. Bayan opened her eyes wide with admiration. Of course, she didn't slow down as she quickly waved her hand. "It's here. Over here." As a silver priest, Alice was naturally an excellent healer. With a gentle glow, Meng Jihan's injuries were slowly healed by the elven girl's divine technique. Meng Han heaved a sigh of relief as he felt the pain fading away from his body. After a while, Alice loosened her hands that had been casting healing magic and said, "It's fine now." The effect of the divine spell still needs to be maintained for a while. It will probably take a few more hours for it to completely recover. After saying this, she stood up and bowed slightly to Meng Jihan before adding, "Young Miss Meng Jihan, please rest well during this time. I'll be returning to the temple first." "Thank you, Lady Alice." Meng Jihan quickly thanked him. "Thank you." Feng Wu and Li Mu also thanked him from the side. No need. This is what I should do. If you want to thank me, please complete Sir Zero's mission as soon as possible. Alice gently waved her hand and said with a smile. After saying this, she drew the symbol of the scepter of life on her chest. "May the Mother Goddess be with you." After that, the elven girl left Meng Jihan's house. After Alice left, the players finally discussed the hidden mission that Meng Jihan encountered. "You're saying that you encountered a new hidden mission and triggered a new dungeon? And it's a daily dungeon?" Li Mu asked with anticipation and curiosity. "That's right. This dungeon is called the Demon God's Labyrinth. It refreshes once a day and the rewards are very good. This is a screenshot of the mission I received. Brother Mu, take a look." Meng Jihan said as she privately sent a screenshot to Li Mu. "There are also some pictures that I took in the labyrinth. This labyrinth seems to be quite big and the monsters are very strong. I think we'll need to work together. Brother Mu, I suggest that our guild form a silver level team to clear this dungeon. You have to know that the biggest reward of this dungeon is the job change slot. I'm guessing that this job change slot reward is likely to be dropped after defeating the boss of the labyrinth." After hearing Meng Jihan's words, Li Mu's heart was moved. Not to mention the tempting rewards and large amounts of EXP, the job change slot reward alone was enough to beat any other mission. They were promoted to silver level. But most of the players were still struggling in the black iron level. And for most of the players, promoting to silver level was their dream. If they had this opportunity, many people would go crazy for it, not to mention anything else. If this reward could be sold, it would probably be sold for a sky-high price. Even if it couldn't be sold, it would be enough to set up a team of bosses with sky-high prices. Thinking of this, Limu looked at Meng Jihan and asked, "You haven't told anyone about this, right?" Meng Jihan nodded, "Not yet. When I teleported back to the central square, I was picked up by Rough and healed." Hearing this, Limu's lips curled up. "That's good. I'll contact the players in the guild who have been promoted to silver level. Let's form a team and explore this new dungeon together. This time, we want to be the first guild to successfully explore this dungeon. Be the first to come up with a strategy." Although Nature's Heart and the other big guilds cooperated, there was competition at the same time. Discovering a new dungeon, successfully exploring a dungeon, being the first to come up with a strategy, and so on, these were all manifestations of the guild's influence. Limu didn't think of monopolizing the dungeon. In fact, monopolizing it was impossible. But to be the first guild to explore the dungeon, to be the first to come up with a strategy, and to increase their influence in Elf Nation, would definitely be beneficial to the further growth of Nature's Heart. Although he was a lazy person, he still attached great importance to the development of the guild. However, just as Limu was about to deploy his troops, Damasia's excited voice rang out in his private chat channel once again. Alright. Brother Mu. Brother Mu. Big news. Big news. A player from the Meng committee found a new dungeon. New dungeon, Limu was slightly stunned. It can't be, he quickly contacted the other party. What dungeon is it? Demacia replied quickly. His voice was very excited. I think it's called Demon God's Labyrinth. It said that it can also drop a slot for class advancement. Brother Mu, they are already organizing a team to explore the dungeon. Should our guild follow? Limu, well, it seemed that Meng Jihan wasn't the only one who triggered this dungeon. A new dungeon had appeared, moreover, there was a chance of dropping the class change slot to advance to silver. When the news spread among the players, almost everyone was excited. This was especially true for those who had reached level 40 but had yet to obtain a class advancement slot. After the appearance of silver players in Elven Kingdom, the player's level had replaced the gold legendary equipment and became the most important criterion to judge the big shots. Advancing to silver would allow one to stand at the top of all players. If one was not silver, even if one had a full set of gold legendary equipment, it would still be somewhat lacking. For a time, all the major guilds and some small and medium-sized guilds with level 40 players began to move, preparing to explore the new dungeon. There were at least 5 people and at most 10 to 20 people. The players formed groups and formed the Demon God's Labyrinth's exploration team. They prepared the resurrection coins, brought the equipment and potions, and excitedly entered the Demon God's Labyrinth through the teleportation circle. In less than half a day, the number of players who entered the new dungeon had exceeded 4 digits. After going through the large-scale underground war mission and working so hard for so many days to obtain the class change reward, there were only slightly more than 1,000 players who had reached the maximum level of level 40 out of the 60,000 players. In other words, almost all of the max-level players were involved. That was how attractive the class change slot was. Of course, those who participated in the exploration also included players who had advanced to silver. On one hand, it was because the demons in the labyrinth gave a lot of EXP. According to the players who had entered the labyrinth, killing a black iron demon could give at most 2,000 to 3,000 EXP. If one could kill a silver demon, the EXP would be even higher. This was extremely attractive to the silver players. After advancing to silver, the EXP required to level up greatly increased. Just leveling up from level 41 to level 42 would require more than 1,000,000 EXP. According to the EXP required for black iron, the EXP required to level up would definitely be stacked up and would increase. If one wanted to level up to level 50, lower silver, the EXP required would probably be an astronomical figure. Although going further north in the Elven Forest or going deeper into the underground world would also allow one to encounter monsters that gave more EXP, since there was a teleportation circle right in front of their door, why not? On the other hand, although the silver players did not need the class change slot, it did not mean that the guild did not have one. Today, the number of silver-ranked players had become an important measure of a guild's strength. If the silver class advancement slot could be sold, it would be a considerable amount of profit. Thus, the new Demon God's Labyrinth instance dungeon successfully brought joy to the players once again. Of course, this was only limited to black iron players and silver players. Most of the iron-ranked normal players could only look on with envy and anticipation as the big shots traveled together. Then, they would continue to work hard on their quests and farm wild monsters, striving to reach level 40 as soon as possible and obtain the qualifications to enter the Demon God's Labyrinth. With the influx of players, the details of the Demon God's Labyrinth were gradually revealed to the players. This was a very grand scene. Even a player with a strong sense of direction would easily lose their way after venturing deep into the forest. Eerie and sinister background music, rough and evil demon carvings, flickering torches, complicated and winding roads. There were also the occasional roars of monsters, traps, and demons that ambushed the players. Of course, there were also the lucky treasure chests that were found in the corners of the labyrinth after killing the demons or destroying the traps. This labyrinth almost fulfilled all of the players' fantasies of a labyrinth scene in an MMORPG online game. Of course, they naturally did not know that this was originally created by Eve based on various labyrinth scenes in various Bluestar games. She took the essence and removed the dross, fusing them together, and even deliberately distorted the internal space. In the kingdom of God, Eve could do almost anything. Creating such a labyrinth was not a problem for her. In other words, when she took the labyrinth out of the kingdom of God and instantiated it into the world of seekers, she spent a lot of her divine power. However, it was all worth it. It was an early investment after all. Yes, she also had to thank the seventh demon god, Mr. Azazel, who enthusiastically provided the monster NPCs and acted as the boss himself. As the players ventured deeper, the types of monsters in the Demon God's Labyrinth, as well as the various dropped rewards, gradually surfaced. In the Demon God's Labyrinth, there were only demons. However, the types of demons were different. Most of them were dark iron level little demons. Their abilities were not high, but they were very crazy when they fought. They were also very cunning and especially liked to set up traps. Among these little demons, the low-level and middle-level dark iron level ones were not much of a threat to the players. However, they often acted in groups. If the players formed a team with too few people and did not have a silver to hold the line, it was very likely that they would fail. As for the high-level dark iron level demons, their combat power was much stronger. Even when the players reached level 40, they still had to treat them with caution. Of course, the rewards after killing them were also very generous. After ordinary creatures were corrupted by the abyss and turned into demons, the scales and weapons that grew on their bodies were excellent forging materials. As long as the polluted aura on them was eliminated, they could be excellent materials or simply used directly. Even if the pollution was not eliminated, sacrificing them to the goddess would still give a lot of contribution points. In addition, lucky treasure chests often appeared in places where demons appeared. There were all kinds of strange things that could be obtained from lucky treasure chests. Generally speaking, it could be a piece of purple epic equipment, or it could be gold pounds or precious magic materials. Of course, if they were unlucky, they could only get some pitiful white equipment. Little demons were very suitable for farming monsters, and lucky treasure chests were also widely sought after by the players. However, if they encountered a silver-level great demon, the players could only run. Or call the goddess's honorific name to teleport out of the scene. Silver-level great demons were very powerful. Unless there were more than 3 silver-level players, the players could not defeat them at all. Not to mention that these guys especially liked to sneak up on them from behind. It was impossible to guard against them. Not only that, silver-level great demons were also very cunning. Once they realized that they could not defeat the enemy, they would quickly escape. The end result was that among the players who stepped into the demon god maze, only those who suffered losses in the hands of silver-level demons, and none of them defeated silver-level demons. Fortunately, there were very few silver-level demons in the maze. It was not that they were unlucky, but they rarely encountered them. As the players went deeper, all kinds of strategies and videos about the Demon God Maze flooded the official forums and video websites. This was the best thing about Elven Kingdom. The players could surf the internet in the game and even control individual software. There were many things that the players could do while exploring the new dungeon. However, it was a pity that on the first day of the new dungeon's appearance, more than 1,000 players and hundreds of exploration teams entered the Demon God Maze, but none of them found the legendary Demon God Palace. Root of the World Tree, Demon God's Labyrinth. A group of well-armed elves were cleaning up the battlefield. They had just fought with a group of low-level iron-ranked imps. We have been in this labyrinth for a day. Where is the demon god's palace? At this rate, if we still can't find the palace, we might as well go to the underground world to kill monsters. A female mage player couldn't help but complain as she picked up the demon armor left behind after killing an imp. She was a silver mage player who had chosen to specialize in elemental mastery. She belonged to the Autobot Guild. As one of the 4 major guilds, the Autobot Guild naturally sent out a first clear team. The team had a total of 25 people, led by Shapeshifter G Gang. 10 of the players were silver professionals, and the remaining 15 were level 40 black iron players. This was the strongest combat power of the Autobot Guild. As a major guild established by 3rd beta players, the Autobot Guild was inherently weak and had low strength. Fortunately, Shapeshifter G Gang was good at recruiting players. Other than him, the other 9 silver players in the guild were actually 1st and 2nd beta players who had been recruited by the guild leader. Yes, and after walking for so long, we haven't met a single great demon. Don't they like to sneak up on players? I saw on the forum that a few first clear teams had been sneak attacked. Another silver-ranked warrior said. As a silver player, he was no longer satisfied with imps. He wanted to try killing a great demon. Great demons were all silver level. Monsters with silver level would definitely drop better rewards, Shapeshifter G Gang, the guild leader who led the team, said with uncertainty. Maybe it's because our guild's first clear team is stronger. I've asked around. Most of the teams that were attacked didn't even have silver players. The great demon in this maze is too sneaky, picking on the weak. Hearing their guild leader's words, the other silver players could only sigh helplessly. That was right. The great demons were indeed too cunning. They purposely targeted weak player squads. The complicated maze allowed them to set up traps time and time again. However, the good thing was that it was easy to teleport back to the City of Heaven's Chosen in the labyrinth. The players just had to silently chant the goddess name in their hearts. Although many first clear teams were ambushed, very few players actually died. Most of them successfully teleported away during the crisis. The players were very satisfied with this. Everyone thought that this mechanism was great and could effectively reduce the player's death rate. Of course, they did not know that a certain great being just did not want to waste his divine power to revive players. The players who came to the Demon God's Labyrinth were all experts. The cost of reviving them was much higher than the average player. Every bit of divine power he could save was worth it. After all, teleporting the players from the World Tree's roots to the ground would not take much effort. However, after a long period of exploration, the team's enthusiasm was almost exhausted. Seeing that the morale of the team was getting lower and lower, Shapeshifter G Gang quickly cheered them on. Don't worry, it's only the first day. After all, there's a possibility of a silver class change slot dropping. It's only natural that it's harder to find it. Moreover, it's not just us. No other exploration team has found the palace yet. We still have a chance to take first place. First, it was an honor, and it was also recorded in the Chronicles of the Elven Kingdom. Being able to get one's ID on the wall was very attractive to the players. Wasn't the source of satisfaction the fame and fortune? Just as Shapeshifter G Gang was comforting everyone, he suddenly sensed a familiar magic fluctuation. The other players also sensed it. They all looked in the direction of the source of the magic fluctuation. It was the corner of the labyrinth. They saw a brilliant swirling in the corner. Soon, an illusory and exquisite treasure chest appeared. This was a lucky treasure chest. After killing a few imps, they encountered another lucky treasure chest. The eyes of the players lit up, and the morale of the entire team was reinvigorated. Haha, another chest. I wonder what it will be this time. What should we do this time? Or should we roll for it? Those who have opened it before, don't participate. Those who haven't opened it before, roll for it. You get whatever you get. The items from the lucky treasure chest were not bound to the person who opened it. Therefore, every time they encountered a treasure chest, they would roll for it to see who had better luck. Of course, the items that were opened naturally belonged to the person who opened it. So far, they had opened a total of 12 chests. The luckiest player had opened a pair of Black Iron Superior Black Epic shoes, while the unluckiest had only received 50 gold pounds. Of course, compared to the unluckier players on the forum, 50 gold pounds was already pretty good. It was said that Demasha of the Nature's Heart Guild had opened 2 chests in a row. They were both white apprentice shoes. He was already doubting life, that was too much. And it was said that the luckiest player had opened a golden legendary item. However, it was only one person, and it was a mid-level black iron auxiliary weapon. Even so, it was enough to make people green with envy. If converted into contribution points, it would be worth tens of thousands. In short, the lucky treasure chest was currently the most anticipated item in the Demon God's Labyrinth. The group was extremely excited as they once again rolled for it in the team chat channel. And this time, the one with the highest number was Shapeshifter G Gang. The guild leader's face lit up with joy. Hee, it's finally my turn. Rubbing his hands fiercely, Shapeshifter G Gang chanted in his heart. Goddessy bless me with a treasure chest that is golden. Golden meant that it was a good item. On the forum, the players had already summarized the signs of the lucky treasure chest opening. If it was a white light, the item that was opened was the worst. Next was a blue light, which was also the most common. The item that was opened was relatively ordinary, but it was still a small profit. Then there was the rarer purple light, which was often epic equipment. And the best one was the golden light. It was jokingly called Golden Tremor. Shapeshifter G Gang prayed for a while before walking towards the illusory lucky treasure chest. He took a deep breath and extended his hand towards the treasure chest. The moment his right hand touched the treasure chest immediately emitted a brilliant light. However, when they saw the color of the light, the players were stunned. 7 colors? Shapeshifter G Gang was slightly stunned. There was actually a 7-colored light, the light came and went quickly. The treasure chest disappeared, and an illusory key appeared in Shapeshifter G Gang's hand. At the same time, information regarding the key appeared in his vision. Frowny face key to the Demon Palace. This is a key to opening the Demon God's Palace. Holding the key to summon the Demon God's Palace can be summoned. Holy *T. The key to summon the Demon God's Palace? Shapeshifter G Gang's eyes widened in surprise. So, did he need to search for the Demon God's Palace like this? And the other players were quickly attracted by the item he opened. What is this? Key to the Demon God? What? We can use this to summon the Demon God's Palace? No wonder we couldn't find it. Quick! Guild leader, summon it quickly. The team members were all excited. Shapeshifter G Gang was also very excited. Within a day, the Demon God's Palace was only cleared once. It seemed that this time, their guild would definitely be the first to clear it. Taking a deep breath, Shapeshifter G Gang held the illusory key and summoned the Demon God's maze. Following his call, the key to the Demon Palace suddenly emitted a black-red light and finally slowly disappeared. The moment the key disappeared, a huge palace door appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, a new system announcement appeared in the player's vision. Frowny face. Congratulations to player Shapeshifter G Gang for finding the door to the Demon God's Palace, ha ha ha. So this is how we enter the dungeon. Quick, guild leader, let's enter the dungeon before the other players. The players in the team were ecstatic. Shapeshifter G Gang was the same. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and called out to the members of the first clear team. Let's go. Let's enter the dungeon. The Autobot players nodded and then stepped into the huge palace door with anticipation. Inside the palace door, it was dark. And after they entered, the door behind them disappeared instantly. At the same time, an angry roar resounded in everyone's ears. A group of lowly ants. How dare you step into my territory? First clear, then change. The angry voice rang in their ears like thunder, causing them to tremble. All the players who entered the palace were shocked. Then, with a series of sounds of torches being lit, the deep darkness was suddenly lit up by balls of fire. The players found that they had come to a huge palace. The palace was brightly lit, and the style was rough. Ferocious stone sculptures could be seen everywhere, and there were 2 rows of huge stone pillars at least 20 to 30 meters tall on the left and right sides. The stone pillars extended to the deepest part of the palace, which was also the highest place in the entire hall. Layers of stairs gradually went up and converged to a high platform. And on the high platform, there was a black devil statue. The statue was more than 20 meters tall, with a goat body and a human body. Its whole body was covered in majestic armor, like a king that ruled the world. The sound just now came from that statue? A player rubbed his pointed ears that were a little numb from the loud sound and looked at the statue in the deepest part of the palace in surprise. This? Isn't this the appearance of the demon god during the war in the underground world? Soon, someone recognized the identity of the statue. That's right, it's our target, the demon god Azazel. Shapeshifter Ji Gang was refreshed and said excitedly. And at the same time, the statue changed. The originally black statue suddenly began to be dyed with blood-red lines, emitting a strange light. The lines continued to spread on the statue and soon covered the whole body. Finally, with a crackling sound, it turned into balls of flames. The flames completely enveloped the devil statue, and at the same time, a frightening aura suddenly came out of the statue. The black color kept fading, and the originally silent statue gradually became more and more vivid. Under the nervous, expectant, excited, and nervous gazes of the players, the statue opened its eyes. No. At this time it was no longer a statue. It had turned into the 7th demon god Azazel. He's alive. Quick, prepare for battle. Shapeshifter Ji Gang's expression became serious when he saw the demon god awaken, and he raised his bow and shouted. Hearing the order of their guild leader, the players all drew their weapons and entered battle mode. The hunters began to wander and lurk, and the archers began to draw their bows and prepare for battle. The druids and mages chanted incantations and cast buffs on their teammates. The tank warrior strengthened his defensive skills one after another and stood at the front of the team. After fighting in the wild time and time again, the players had already developed certain combat habits. At this moment, although there were slightly more people in the first clear team, everyone's cooperation was still orderly. At the same time, a new system notification appeared in the gamer's vision. Frowny face ding. Wearing. The 7th demon god Azazel has awakened. The 7th demon god Azazel has awakened. Combat mission, sealing the demon god activated. Quest description, demon god Azazel has sensed the approach of living beings and has awakened from his slumber. In order to prevent him from escaping the seal and wreaking havoc in the world, we must defeat him here and let him return to the seal. Quest objective, defeat demon god Azazel. The final mission had arrived, the players' eyes lit up. Then, as if in response, the torches around the palace suddenly burned even more fiercely, illuminating the entire hall. At this moment, the tall demon god at the front seemed to be even more domineering and intimidating under the illumination of the flames. The players looked at Azazel. Azazel also looked at the players. A cold light flashed in the red eyes on the ferocious goat's huge face. At the same time, the players clearly saw a long red bar appear on top of Azazel's head. That was a health bar. A new background music suddenly sounded. It was passionate and rhythmic. This music seemed to have a strange magical power that made the players' blood boil and their fighting spirit surge. It was as if they would step onto a fierce battlefield in the next second and become a hero who saved the world. The players almost instantly felt the surge of adrenaline. Their breathing gradually became heavy, and their eyes were dyed with traces of crimson red. At this moment, they felt as if they had become Popeye who had eaten spinach and could easily crush the entire world. Ji Gang panted heavily and looked excitedly at the demon god in front of him. At this moment, only a high fighting spirit was left in his heart. He aimed at the demon god, drew his bow, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brothers and sisters! Go! Kill! Kill him!" At the command, the players roared and charged at the demon god. Is this the existence sent by Yggdrasil to strengthen the seal? Looking at the ant rushing towards him, Azazel's heart was filled with rage. Humiliation. This was definitely a naked humiliation. 10 sprites who had just reached silver and 15 rookies who were not even silver. He was the king of hell, the 7th demon god, and they only sent such trash to defeat him. Were they looking down on him, Azazel? Azazel sneered. He opened his mouth and wanted to scold, but he was shocked to find that he could not say anything other than snorting or roaring. It was a seal. His heart sank. However, at the same time, a voice that Azazel was familiar with sounded in the hall again. That voice was exactly the same as Azazel's tone. Tremble. Die. The voice was vast and vicissitudes of life with a hint of pride. However, in the ears of this demon god, he was dumbfounded. Azazel was speechless. This wasn't what I said. He opened his mouth, but he quickly remembered the words that the damn ancient god left behind when he left. 3 lines are enough for you. Azazel was speechless. It was Yggdrasil, it was that bastard. He actually dared to play with him like this. When he escaped, he would definitely not let him go. Azazel was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He glared fiercely at the sprites who were rushing towards him with a gloomy expression. No matter what, those who offended the true god had to pay the price. He roared angrily and summoned his giant flaming sword, slashing down at them. The players' expressions changed. The tank warrior at the front had a solemn expression. He let out a long roar, used the 2 skills, Unyielding and Guardian, and raised his sword to block. At the same time, the druids' and mages' various protective spells fell on his body. Azazel's flame sword instantly hit the warrior player's big sword. Accompanied by a loud bang, violent energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. The warrior player spat out blood and was instantly seriously injured. The ground under his feet cracked. However, Azazel's expression became even more unsightly. At this time, he realized that his strength had been imprisoned to around the middle silver level. Yggdrasil. He roared angrily in his heart. As expected of the legendary demon god. Even if the seal restricts his strength to the mid-silver level, he can still exert such strength. In the kingdom of the world tree, Eve, who was watching the battle, sighed slightly. He sat high on his throne, with one of his long legs resting on the other. He held a bag of popcorn in his left hand and stuffed a few into his mouth from time to time. His right hand occasionally picked up a drink conjured by his divine power and drank a few mouthfuls of it happily. In front of her was a huge screen condensed by divine power. On it was the scene of the battle between G-Gang's Wasteland Reclamation team and the 7th demon god Azazel. At this moment, Azazel, who had become the protagonist of the movie, was in a rage. He felt that he had been fooled and toyed with. His mythical strength was sealed, and so was his spiritual magic that could lure living creatures into lust and depravity. Even his most basic transformation ability and deterrence ability were sealed. At this moment, the dignified 7th demon god could only wield his flaming sword and fight like the most incompetent warrior. Aggrieved. It was really too aggrieved. However, this was not the most unacceptable thing for him. What made Azazel most unbearable was the attitude of these elves. When he displayed his powerful strength, these elves not only were not afraid, but they were even more excited. The gazes they cast made Azazel feel disbelief and anger at the same time. Excitement, curiosity, greed, and anticipation. Those gazes were the gazes of seeing prey and toys. They actually treated the great demon god as prey and toys? Who did they think they were? It was fine if it was Yggdrasil. Could it be that even these damn ants dared to ride on his head? They must pay the price. However, although he was angry, although his strength was limited to the mid-silver level, Azazel still did not put these lowly ants in his eyes. As an ancient mythical existence, as the controller of the law, even if his strength was limited, he still had vision and skills that far surpassed other existences. In his opinion, these ridiculous, greedy, and arrogant elves were like clowns in the human world. Azazel roared again and continued to attack the elves. The two sides were completely engaged in battle. Flames shot in all directions, and the light was boundless. Azazel's every attack brought about a fierce storm of mana. For a moment, lava and flames enveloped the entire demon palace. Accompanied by cries of F***ck and screams, one player after another was easily sent flying. No one could directly resist demon god Azazel's power. By the time the players realized the problem, 5 of them were already severely injured. Those were the players who had taken the brunt of the demon god's attack. They fell to the ground, dying. The ground was covered with mosaics and dark red blood. If it weren't for the fact that every time Azazel attacked, all the players' defensive and healing spells would fall on his target, these players would have returned to the Yggdrasil long ago. Humph, weak existence. Azazel couldn't help but sneer inwardly at the sight of the elf he had defeated so easily. He waved his weapon again and smashed it toward the fallen player. Ji Gang's expression changed. Don't force yourself. You guys, quickly recite the goddess name and return to the city. Reciting the goddess name and returning to the city, Azazel was slightly taken aback when he heard the elf's words. However, the movements of his hands did not stop. The giant flame sword slashed down with terrifying energy fluctuations, aiming straight at the injured players. With a loud bang, the giant sword hit the ground, creating a deep pit more than 10 meters in size. F***CK. F***CK. Seeing such terrifying power, the remaining elves' expressions changed, and they couldn't help but curse. However, Azazel's expression darkened. He didn't hit those elves. Just as he was about to tear these ants apart, spatial power fluctuations appeared on their bodies, and they were teleported away one after another. And the familiar aura in the spatial fluctuations made Azazel gnash his teeth in hatred. It was Yggdrasil again, the ancient god who sealed him here actually. Saved them when he was about to kill those ants. Yggdrasil. Azazel roared angrily in his heart again. While he was infuriated, the players pulled themselves together. His attack power is very high. But his speed is not fast. Everyone, fly kites and look for his weakness. Ji Gang said loudly. After saying that, he added, that's right. Also, once you are seriously injured and in danger, return to the city immediately. Try to avoid death. Roger. The other players nodded one after another. Soon, the 20 players who were still in the demon palace changed their strategy and began to circle around Azazel. Seeing these hateful elves change their strategy and begin to run around him like flies, and sneak attacks from time to time, Azazel became more and more irritated. These damn annoying elves. He cursed angrily in his heart, waved the giant flame sword again, and smashed it at the elves. But this time, as the elves deliberately dodged, he didn't get much of a result. Aggrieved. Azazel felt very aggrieved. He still had a certain amount of strength, and no elves could withstand his attack, but this damn seal had greatly restricted his speed, and these long ears that he didn't care about were actually more agile than he had imagined. After a few pursuit, he only used the aftermath of the flames to seriously burn one of the slower elves. However, at the same time, the elves' attacks came later. They circled around Azazel and released their skills while he couldn't react. Colorful magic and gorgeous sword skills intertwined and fell on Azazel's body. Their attacks were very weak and couldn't cause any harm to him, who was a mythical creature. However, Azazel was shocked to find that although the elves' attacks didn't cause any harm to him, his strength was gradually decreasing with their attacks. No, it was being devoured. The skills of these elves had the ability to devour his strength. Azazel's eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly understood everything. This was the ancient god using these elves to weaken and devour his strength. On the other side, as they continued to attack, the players noticed the change in the big boss HP bar. Ji Gang's eyes lit up. It works. As long as we keep attacking him, he will lose HP. Thus, the excited players wandered even more wretchedly. Yggdrasil. Looking at the disgusting elves that kept circling around him like flies, Azazel roared in his heart. Tomorrow is a new month. I want a guaranteed monthly ticket. A thunderous roar resounded in the palace, and the blazing flames turned the hall into a sea of fire. The players surrounded the huge and cumbersome demon god Azazel and kept wandering around. Dazzling magic and gorgeous sword skills fell on his body, causing him to roar constantly. Azazel waved his flame greatsword and chased the slippery players in the palace like swatting flies. The battle became more and more intense. Azazel was indeed the 7th demon god. Even if he was restricted to such an extent, there were still no players who dared to confront him head-on. And even if the players changed their strategy and started guerrilla warfare, there were still new players who were seriously injured by Azazel's counterattacks. One after another. In the state of rage, even the aftermath of Azazel's attack was enough to destroy everything. Except for those tank warriors, no one could bear it. However, although the players were cut down one by one like swatting flies, cutting watermelons, and leaving, Azazel's mood did not improve at all. Not a single person died. These damn guys, not a single one of them died. Every time he was about to kill the other party would pray without hesitation and then teleport away. The guy who sealed him teleported very quickly and did not give him a chance to finish the job at all. This feeling of punching cotton made Azazel feel extremely aggrieved and uncomfortable. And although there were fewer and fewer players who persisted in fighting in the palace as the battle progressed, Azazel also found that these damn long ears were becoming more and more cunning and harder to catch. Not only that, but the power in his body was also constantly being consumed by the other party's attacks. Azazel could clearly feel that his power was constantly declining. His speed was getting slower and slower, and the attacks he cast were getting weaker and weaker. This discovery made him more and more shocked and angry and terrified. Because Azazel knew that once his power was exhausted, the seal would strengthen again, and he would definitely fall into a deep sleep again. Although he did not know when the next time he would wake up would be, this feeling of being unable to control, this feeling of being controlled, made him feel extremely humiliated and uncomfortable. This was even more infuriating than directly putting him into a deep sleep and then sealing him tightly. And at this time, he finally realized that with the power of these long ears, they could really seal him. No, it was not because of the power of the elves. When another player escaped from Azazel's blade and teleported away, he finally understood everything. Yggdrasil. You actually treated me as a whetstone for these ants. You actually treated me as the source of your power. He roared angrily in his heart. That's right. Since the other party had the power to seal him directly, why did they make the seal less perfect and need the elves to reinforce it? Since he needed the reinforcement of the sprite, why did he limit his ability to only a level higher than the other parties? Not to mention, the perfect teleportation every time, although it was the elves who prayed quickly, as a venerated true god. Wasn't it a little too shameless for you to grant all your believers' requests? At this time, Azazel finally understood everything. He had become the tool of the Mother of Gods, a tool for her to train her followers and restore her strength. However, even if he understood this fact, there was nothing he could do. He had been sealed, and everything was under the other party's control. Now, he had become the other party's marionette. Thinking of this, Azazel's expression became even uglier. However, even if he thought everything through, Azazel could not control the development of the battle. Everything was predestined from the start. Either he would be sealed by these long ears again, or these long ears would be seriously injured by him one by one, and then they would teleport away. And Azazel could almost guess that even if all these elves failed, there would probably be another wave coming soon, until he was sealed again. His ending was destined from the beginning. Yggdrasil. Azazel roared in his heart with grief and indignation. However, with his ability to speak and his spiritual power restrained, all his roars and curses could not be transmitted out. The battle continued. The number of players was getting fewer and fewer, and Azazel's strength was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, when only 3 of the 25 players were left, the demon god Azazel finally reached his limit. Accompanied by a loud bang, his body was drowned in a colorful light. That was the power of the seal. Azazel's strength had been consumed to the critical point. The seal that had been set long ago was strengthened again, pulling him back to the high platform in the depths of the demon palace and turning him into a statue again. It was finally over. For some reason, at this moment, such a thought flashed through Azazel's mind. The seal wrapped him again. However, at the last moment when he was wrapped, the familiar voice sounded in the hall again. Damn it. I will definitely come back. Of course, this time, the tone changed from high and mighty to exasperated. Azazel was speechless. Yggdrasil. He roared in his heart and was sealed again. The flames in the palace slowly extinguished. In the hall, there were only 3 players lying on the ground, panting heavily. It's over. Ji Gang looked at the demon god who had turned into a statue again, panting and grinning. Ha ha ha. We won. We won. The other 2 players who were lucky enough to survive also laughed excitedly. Then, the dim palace was illuminated by a soft light, and a new system message appeared in the vision of the 3 players. Ding, congratulations to players Ji Gang, attacks like hair, and come and fight me if you are not convinced. You have successfully cleared the demon god's maze and become the first player to defeat the demon god Azazel. Mission objective, defeat the demon god Azazel, completed. Mission evaluation, barely pass. According to contribution, all players who participated in the battle will obtain the corresponding experience points. The experience points obtained by players who left the battle will be reduced by 50%, ding. Starting to generate the drop reward, accompanied by the system's beautiful voice, a brilliant light began to condense under the high platform of the palace. Reward. It was the drop reward. The 3 players' spirits were lifted, and they were overjoyed. They dragged their tired bodies and walked to the high platform. The light slowly dissipated, and in front of them, there were 3 familiar chests. Those were 3 lucky treasure chests. The 3 players were stunned. That was it? Didn't you say that there would be a slot to advance to silver? Why is there only a treasure chest? Looking at the chest in front of him, one of the 3 lucky players, a tank warrior player named Attack's Leg Hair, frowned and said. Although he had been promoted to silver, it did not mean that they were not coveting the rewards of the class change slot. Although they were not sure if they could be resold, the class change slot had already been sold at a sky-high price among the players. Open the treasure chest and take a look. Maybe it's in the treasure chest. Come and hit me if you don't like it. It was a female elven mage player at level 41, lower silver. The 3 of them stepped forward and took the treasure chests one by one. Then, they opened them on the spot. Accompanied by a dazzling purple light, different items appeared in their hands. 2 purple epic, upper black iron equipment, and 800 pounds of gold coins. Honestly speaking, this was already a pretty good result. However, the 3 of them were very disappointed. Compared to the rewards they were expecting, these items were nothing. No silver equipment, no class change slot. This is too much of a scam, right? Attack's Leg Hair said disappointedly. Yeah. We fought for so long with more than 20 people, and we only got such a small reward? I thought this dungeon was quite easy, but the rewards are not good enough. Where's the class change reward? Come and hit me if you don't like it. Shapeshifter G Gang was silent for a while and suddenly said, let's look around. Maybe there are rewards in this map. Hearing his words, the other 2's eyes lit up. That's right, they haven't searched the map yet. The 3 of them acted immediately and began to search the palace. However, after they looked around, they found that there was nothing but a desolation. There were no other rewards. The 3 chests were the rewards they got after defeating the demon god. F***ck, this is too unscrupulous? Attack's Leg Hair cursed. Shapeshifter G Gang also frowned slightly. However, after thinking for a while, he said uncertainly, is it because, although we cleared the dungeon, the mission evaluation is too low? Hearing his words, the other 2 were stunned and then fell into deep thought. That's right. They did clear the dungeon. However, at the moment of clearing the level, the evaluation given was only barely. That's possible. Come to think of it, we succeeded in our first attempt. If this instance dungeon is really that simple, then it would be too boring. In the past, when I played 2D online games, which one of them didn't die over and over again before they finally succeeded? If you're not convinced, then come and fight me. At this moment, a new system notification appeared in everyone's field of vision. Ding. Battle ended, all players will be teleported out of the palace in 3 seconds. Upon seeing this message, G Gang shook his head. Let's go, it's just our first time exploring, let's try again tomorrow. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. As for the 3 of them, their bodies emitted a dense light. Then, they were teleported away by a gentle power. After the players were teleported away, the dilapidated palace repaired itself and returned to its original state. It's not that easy to get a silver reward. Come back after you get a perfect score. In the World Tree's Divine Kingdom, Eve turned off the view of the spectators and shook her head. G Gang was right. The reason why there were only 3 lucky treasure chests was that although their team cleared the dungeon, their score was not high. After all, only 3 of the 25 players were left in the end. Not only that, it took them 2 hours to grind Azazel down to a critical health point. If it weren't for Eve restricting Azazel a lot, they would have been wiped out long ago. But the fact was, Eve didn't intend to let the players be wiped out. For the players, Elf Kingdom was a game, and death was just a daily occurrence. But for Eve, it wasn't. If the players really died in front of Azazel, it was actually equivalent to unnecessary consumption for Eve. She wanted to use Azazel to absorb power, and training troops was just a side benefit. Therefore, for every player team that entered the Demon Palace, even if there was only one person, Eve would restrict Azazel's power according to the strength that they could theoretically defeat the opponent. There was no other reason. It was just to maximize the benefits. However, victory and victory were naturally different. There were complete victories, and there were also tragic victories. 25 people clearing the dungeon without any injuries was one concept. It was another concept to leave the battle with only 3 people covered in wounds. Eve also understood that it wasn't good to let the players clear the mission too easily and get the rewards too easily. For them, it would be less gameplay. After all, it was pioneering. Which game didn't they come again and again and die over and over again before they finally found the way and barely succeeded? The process of exploring new lands was full of fun for the players. However, this was for ordinary games. After all, Elf Kingdom was not a real game. For Eve, deliberately making things difficult for the players and increasing the difficulty of pioneering could increase the gameplay, but it was not in her interest. Resurrecting the players consumed her strength. Although the players had to bear this consumption in the process of earning resurrection tokens, why increase unnecessary consumption? Therefore, in the end, she started with the rewards. That's right. The boss dungeon of the Demon God's Maze would be a dungeon that no one would die as long as they were careful. As long as they were patient, there was a high chance that they could pass the dungeon. But at the same time, the rewards were also divided. If you wanted to get the highest reward, then you had to achieve a perfect pass, and achieving a perfect pass was the greatest difficulty of this dungeon. This was also Eve's setting of the dungeon's difficulty based on the rewards, not on clearing the dungeon. Of course, if there was a level 40 fierce person who could clear the dungeon alone, Eve would definitely give him the highest reward. Such a talent would definitely be promoted. The news that Shapeshifter G Gang and the others had successfully cleared the dungeon quickly spread among the players with the system notification. They had only used one time to successfully clear the dungeon, which surprised many people. They had succeeded in clearing the dungeon in one time. Wasn't this dungeon too simple? However, when everyone knew their mission evaluation and the rewards after clearing the dungeon, they were slightly enlightened. So that was the case. They had only cleared the dungeon with the lowest evaluation. This Demon Palace dungeon. The difficulty is probably not whether you can defeat the boss, but how to defeat the boss perfectly. Unless you get the highest mission evaluation, I'm afraid you won't be able to get the best reward. After knowing what had happened to Shapeshifter G Gang and the others, Limu commented. Shapeshifter G Gang's team got off to a good start. After successfully clearing the maze, they quickly uploaded the video of this clearing to the internet. They also uploaded the first-hand strategy of clearing the maze to the forum. Only 3 out of the 25 players were left, but it was not without gains. At least, the players discovered many of the boss's movement mechanisms and weaknesses. For example, the boss's speed was not fast, and kiting could effectively reduce damage. For example, although the boss's attribute was fire, using water or ice attribute skills would not cause more damage to him. On the contrary, using natural attribute skills and light attribute skills would increase the depletion of the HP bar. Of course, the players did not know that on one hand, natural attribute skills were more helpful in stimulating the war sacrifice ability that Eve had left in their bodies. On the other hand, the light attribute naturally had a certain suppressive effect on the power of the abyss. The only thing lacking was the final drop reward. Although the final reward disappointed the players, after the analysis of the bosses, everyone was looking forward to it again. That's right, this was only the lowest reward for clearing the maze. If they could get a higher rating for clearing the maze, the reward would definitely be different. With the first team to clear the maze, in the next few days, there were more teams of players who obtained the key to the Demon Palace from the lucky treasure chests while exploring the Demon God's Maze. Just like the mission description, only one key to the Demon Palace would be refreshed per day. This also meant that only one team could successfully clear the maze in a day. After finding the key to the Demon Palace, the palace would be forced to open within a minute. The opening time was only 1 minute. If the team did not completely enter the map within a minute, then those players who did not enter the map would have no chance to fight the boss. The drop of the Demon Palace's key was random. It could only be obtained from the lucky treasure chests, and the probability was completely dependent on luck. However, some players believed that the lucky treasure chests obtained from killing the silver demon should have a higher probability of color shock. As for the lucky teams that obtained the key, the scale and strength of the teams varied. The teams with large numbers, such as the Autobot Guild, had more than 20 players forming a large team. The teams with small numbers were the standard 5-man team. As for the combat power of the players, there were all kinds of players, ranging from silver to black iron. It was worth mentioning that the players also discovered that the strength of the big boss, the 7th demon god, was not fixed. It would change according to the strength of the player's team. The stronger the team was, the stronger the boss would be. If the player's team was weak, the boss's strength would also weaken accordingly. In theory, almost every team had a chance of successfully clearing the dungeon. Of course, it wasn't like there weren't any teams that were teleported away after failing to clear the stage. On the other hand, if they failed to clear the dungeon, there would be a new group of players that would obtain the key to the Demon Palace and start the quest again. As for the number of players who died in the boss battle, there weren't many. Other than those who had a death wish, most people only needed to be careful and not be careless. Even a level 40 Black Iron upper class player would be able to successfully teleport away in the face of danger. As the players cleared the dungeon again and again, the full picture of the reward rules was gradually revealed to everyone. The rewards dropped by the Demon Palace were indeed tied to the rating of the Demon Palace. According to the number of surviving players and the time taken to complete the mission, the game system divided the mission into 6 grades: failed, barely qualified, qualified, good, excellent, and perfect. If he failed, he wouldn't get anything. As for those who barely passed, only the surviving players would each receive a lucky treasure chest. As for the passing evaluation, apart from the lucky treasure chests of the surviving players, the players who were teleported away would also receive a certain amount of contribution points as a reward. The reward for a good evaluation would be doubled. With a good evaluation, the surviving players would each receive 2 lucky treasure chests. Even the players who were teleported away would receive double the contribution points as a reward. However, to achieve a good evaluation and above, the number of survivors would have to be controlled. Only when the number of survivors reached 80% would the rating be good. When the player's mission evaluation reached excellent, the rewards would change again. The number of lucky treasure chests was still 2, but they were no longer ordinary lucky treasure chests. Instead, it was a lucky treasure chest, an enhanced lucky treasure chest that might give a silver level reward. Only an enhanced lucky treasure chest might give a silver level equipment or even a chance to advance and change professions. However, if one wanted to open it, it would also depend on luck. Moreover, only level 40 Black Iron level players would have a chance to obtain a profession's advancement reward. There were also signs that Black Iron level max level players who contributed more in the battle had a higher probability of obtaining a profession's advancement reward. After opening it, the reward would be directly tied to the person who opened it. This made some silver players who wanted to earn money a little disappointed. However, to them, the silver level equipment that could be obtained from the enhanced lucky treasure chest was also very attractive. Of course, although the rewards under an excellent evaluation were tempting, it was very difficult to obtain such an evaluation. The first thing that had to be achieved was for all members to survive. As for the top-notch perfect evaluation, it was even more important for all members to survive and quickly clear the dungeon. This was very difficult. To achieve this, all members had to cooperate perfectly, and everyone had to exert their strength to the maximum. There could not be any members who slacked off. The strength of the boss was affected by the strength of the player team. To be able to clear the dungeon perfectly, it also proved that the players in this team were all big shots. However, although a perfect evaluation was very difficult to obtain, in less than half a month after the Demon God's Labyrinth dungeon was released, there were player teams that had achieved it. It was a 5-man team with boxed lunches. In this regard, the players had a feeling that this was indeed the case. After all, there were 5 big shots in the server. Even the weakest support-type druid player, Chopin, was one of the strongest druid players in the entire server. His combat rating was only second to Meng Han, who had chosen the wildness mastery and was ranked second in this class, and the strongest and most low-profile druid player, Wind, who had hidden his mastery in his personal column. The rewards for a perfect dungeon were even more enviable. The 5-man team with boxed lunches each received 3 enhanced lucky treasure chests and a chance to guarantee a color shock. In other words, they would definitely open at least one piece of purple/epic level silver level equipment. In other words, if a black iron level player cleared the dungeon perfectly, he would definitely obtain a chance to advance to silver. In this regard, the players were naturally very envious. For a time, the Demon God's Labyrinth became a place that all max-level players yearned for. If it were not for the fact that only one team could open the palace key each day, all the high-level players would have been immersed in the labyrinth. As time passed, more and more player teams cleared the dungeon, and the techniques and strategies used to clear the dungeon became more and more varied. How to clear the dungeon better, obtain a higher evaluation, and how to defeat the 7th demon god Azazel without suffering any injuries had become a hot topic among max-level players and silver players. The players were overjoyed. However, as the main character of the dungeon, the new employee of Elven Nation who had taken on all the combat missions, the 7th demon god Azazel, who had worked hard without complaint, fell into deep suspicion of the demon life. In the long years, as a veteran demon god who had been active since the Titan era, Azazel had been sealed countless times. And the forms and effects of the seals were even more varied. There were those who were pulled into endless dreams and sealed in the dream world. There were those who directly imprisoned their divine power and soul, and the main body fell into a deep sleep. Only a trace of consciousness was awake. There were those who retained a clear consciousness, but were subjected to torture and punishment that ordinary beings could not endure day after day. These, he had seen too many of them. However, Azazel felt that all the seals he had experienced before were not as disgusting as the one in front of him. He had been defeated. He had been defeated by a group of existences who had not even reached the gold level and were as humble as ants. Although this was because his strength had been sealed, this result was still unacceptable to him. Demon gods were also myths. Putting aside the involvement with the abyss, their strength was the same as that of ordinary true gods. The dignity of a true god could not be blasphemed, and this also applied to them. And now, the high and mighty 7th demon god, the ruler of a hell plane, had become a stepping stone for a group of ants. This made Azazel very angry. However, what made him feel even more disgusted was that when these long years sealed him again, and he also felt that there would be a period of peace for a while, after only a few hours, he was forcefully woken up again. In front of him was a new group of elves. Like the elves last time, they were fully armed and looked excited. The way they looked at Azazel made him very angry. That was the expression when they saw toys and prey. The excitement and joy in their eyes were like Azazel's own appreciation of those idiots who had been bewitched by him to kill each other. He did not understand. Azazel did not understand at all. Even if he was a demon god, he still had some understanding of elves. When did these long ears, which were as docile as rabbits, become like this? Why did they have such expressions, such gazes? Were they really not demons in elf skin? Moreover, weren't the existences of the material world extremely afraid of the demon gods? Even if he was sealed, even if they were here to strengthen the seal, shouldn't they be trembling in fear and reverence? What was with the attitude of fighting and laughing at the same time? These elves didn't seem to have the slightest reverence that a lower being would have for a higher being. Not only that, but Azazel even sensed an opposite emotion from their expressions and gazes. The more Azazel fought, the more he could sense the arrogance in the bones of these elves. And such a discovery made him feel even more humiliated. What were they so proud of? What were they so proud of? Who do they think they are, the center of the world? They were just a bunch of ants who had overestimated themselves, like worms that were watching the world from a nest. That guy, Yggdrasil, actually kept sending such bastards to disgust him? Azazel would never forget the moment when the elves successfully sealed him. That kind of excitement and complacency. The pleasure of stepping on him made Azazel extremely angry. That kind of feeling was as disgusting as a high and mighty king being stepped on by a beggar to pee and laugh at. Humiliation. It was too humiliating, he couldn't have his way. They must not be allowed to succeed, even if his strength was imprisoned, even if these hateful elves were protected by Yggdrasil, he would never let them win easily. Azazel's pride would never allow it, so, the great seventh demon god finally paid attention to these elves. He began to observe the actions of these elves, and he also began to change his tactics. And he only had one ultimate goal, and that was to defeat all these bastards who came to challenge him wave after wave. He wanted to let these hateful long-ears know that even if they were sealed and imprisoned, the dignity of the demon god could not be blasphemed. However, with the changes in Azazel, the attitude of these elves made him more and more puzzled. When he began to look for the fighting habits of these elves and changed his tactics, not only did these elves not panic, but they became even more excited. F***ck. This boss is also intelligent. He must have a memory function and can counter our tactics. This is challenging. Don't be afraid. Let's go together. Kill him. Azazel was speechless. However, it was not without effect. Azazel's seriousness had indeed caused a lot of trouble for the players. For a long period of time, the success rate and evaluation of the players had significantly decreased. However, such days did not last long. What made Azazel feel like vomiting blood was that he changed quickly, but these lowly ants changed even faster. These fearless long-ears seemed to be born to fight. Every time Azazel adjusted his tactics according to their habits, they would develop a new way of fighting at an even faster speed. Not only that. This time, it was clearly this group of people who were fighting with him. The next day, it was another group that had nothing to do with him. However, they seemed to have gained the experience of the previous group of people and knew everything about him like the back of their hands. It was as if they had personally experienced the previous battle. No matter how Azazel fought, the final result waiting for him was only the end of being strengthened and sealed. It was nothing more than being sealed after repelling a few rounds of elves, or being sealed after holding on for a day or two. Again and again, an infinite cycle. It was a cycle that made him feel even more aggrieved and depressed than all the previous seals. And as time passed, and as he observed again and again, Azazel finally understood his position in the hearts of these elves. It turns out that, in their eyes, I'm just a toy. Damn Yggdrasil. This is actually a maze game that he created for these lowly ants with me as the center. When he discovered this fact, he almost exploded with anger. No, I can't do this. I can't let them succeed again. He was tired. He was really tired. Azazel, who was physically and mentally exhausted and extremely ashamed and angry, finally made a decision. Do as you wish. I won't play with you anymore. No more fighting, no more fighting. Love seal seal seal. He couldn't run away anyway. He would even bring fun to these despicable bastards. However, when Azazel went on strike, the elf's reaction was beyond his expectations. Holy sh*t. The boss isn't moving. Is it a bug? Ha 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 ha. Good opportunity, good opportunity. Everyone, go. Hurry up and kill him while the bug is active. Perfect clearance. Wait for me. Wait for me. Let me take a group photo first. Let me take a group photo first. Along with the excited cheers, these elves became even more excited and happy. They attacked Azazel, who was on strike, in an even more violent and barbaric way. Not to mention, they jumped up and down around him, fiddling with him in all kinds of ways. And at the last second before falling into a deep sleep, Azazel saw that these elves were smiling even more happily than before. That cheap expression was as if they had taken advantage of him. Azazel was speechless. Why did it feel like it made these guys even happier? At that moment, Azazel was in a mess. In the end, Azazel chose to fight again. There was no other reason. No matter how aggrieved it was better than giving up the battle and seeing these long-ears' wretched expressions as if they had taken advantage of him. Of course, as for how aggrieved and depressed he was in his heart, no one knew. Time would make people numb. It was the same for the demon god. Battle after battle, awakening after awakening, Azazel felt that he was about to become an emotionless, fully constructed puppet. The only thing that comforted him was the weak connection with the devil's kin in the maze. He controlled them to fight with the elves and disgust the players who stepped into the maze. However, his manipulation in order to disgust the elves and interfere with their movements made the demon god's maze more challenging and fun. In short, as time passed, the operation of the demon god's maze was on the right track. Eve was quite satisfied with the seventh demon god, who had unknowingly become a qualified dungeon boss under the dual training of the players and the seal. Not bad, it seems that Azazel has adapted to the maze and become a boss. As expected of a demon god who has been sealed countless times. His adaptability is really strong. He nodded slightly. At first, he was worried that this guy would not be able to adapt to the indiscriminate bombardment of the players and go on strike. However, it turned out that the players were more awesome than he had imagined. And Azazel's pride was stronger than he had imagined. When the two met, there was finally a wonderful chemical reaction. No matter how disgusted Azazel was, he could not stop. Once the demon god's maze was opened, the players had a new target. During this period, there were more and more black iron players who had reached the maximum level. Of course, there were also players who had obtained the silver transfer quota. However, there were very few of them. After all, it was too difficult to achieve an evaluation above excellent, and this reward was not absolute. Overall, the number of silver players was still very rare. This was also very much in line with Eve's plan. The number of high-end players was not important, but quality. It was best to do the most with the least amount of divine power. Even the newly promoted players were the excellent players who had been screened out through the test of the demon god's maze. They were hardworking, and had good fighting instincts. They were the best leaks. The demon god's labyrinth had become a paradise for max-level iron and silver players. However, not all of the black iron tier players swarmed into the new dungeon. Only a small number of people were able to obtain a silver class advancement slot. After reaching level 40, most players did not think that they would be able to squeeze into the demon god's maze and become one of the minority. At the same time, many people thought that the new hidden mission might have similar drops. Therefore, as more and more people reached the max level, the players ushered in a climax of exploring new maps. Exploring a new map was the most likely place to encounter a hidden mission. This was the consensus of the players. Eve had limited the players' activities to a radius of 500 kilometers, excluding the Silent City Alliance. However, even though there were 60,000 players within a radius of 500 kilometers, none of them had explored the entire map. The map was too big, and it was three-dimensional. The intricate underground world had expanded the actual area of the map by an unknown amount. Previously, in order to level up, other than the obsessive-compulsive disorder of running the entire map, the players didn't spend much effort on leveling up. Now, finally, many people had started to do it. For a time, many players began to explore further north and west of the elf forest, and new information of magical beasts was constantly refreshing the database. The players were improving and developing. Eve's believers were not lagging behind. After the victory of the Underground War, the name of the Goddess of Life spread, and the news that the Goddess of Life would provide protection to the elves was also released. New elves and half-elves came to the elf forest one after another. Of course, after these half-elves returned, most of them chose to undergo bloodline purification, and in front of the statue of the Goddess of Life in the Temple of Life, they became true elves. The Silent City Alliance, which had officially signed an alliance treaty with the elf forest, also sent back a large number of elven slaves after the war. In a short time, the number of elves in the elf forest increased again, more than doubling to nearly 5,000 people. Of course, the strength of the elves also increased significantly. Naturally, Saintess Alice, God's chosen heir, and old priest Samir, who were originally silver professionals, all benefited from Eve's strength, and their strength increased. As for the other elves, with the removal of the bloodline shackles and the recovery of magic power, they also advanced one after another. Iron upper ranks had become the mainstream strength of the elves. The fastest among them had already recovered to the pinnacle of dark iron, just like the players. It was estimated that it was only a matter of time before elves with silver strength appeared. However, even with the influence of the players, the peace-loving nature of the elves was still difficult to change. Except for some young elves who were familiar with the players, most of the elves were still gentle and low-key. Because of this, their presence in the elf forest was not as strong as the players who were becoming more and more active. Of course, no one dared to ignore their strength. Especially the leaks who still had to do missions. Eve was very satisfied with the development of the elf forest. After a series of snowballs, the development of this place was getting faster and faster. And just as Eve was looking at the city of heavens chosen with gratification, suddenly, her heart moved, and she turned her attention to the distant Xianxia. Xianxia. This former holy city of the elves had become more and more lively with the return of the elves. The collapsed buildings had been completely repaired, and new gardens had been rebuilt on the ruins. The legendary city that was once magnificent and full of elven customs and natural scenery had finally been reborn after 1,000 years. All kinds of elves and players shuttled back and forth in the city, busy. Every elf had a happy smile on their face. And in the crowd, an elf with an elegant posture and a slender figure was wandering slowly. He had a head of brilliant golden hair, and his eyes were bright like stars. Even as an elf, his appearance was extraordinarily handsome, and he was not inferior to the original elf Sarandir in the slightest. However, the strange thing was that although he was as dazzling as a star, neither the elves nor the players noticed him. As he strolled, he sized up the surroundings. In his eyes, there was a trace of sorrow and nostalgia. Xianxia. I haven't been here for 1,000 years. I didn't expect that I would be able to see the day when this beautiful city is reborn. After saying that, his gaze turned to the temple in the city. His gaze paused on the symbol of the scepter of life above the temple. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his voice had a trace of curiosity. Goddess of life? Who are you? Let me explain. Recently, many readers have been asking me if I'm leaving. This book is still under the old contract, and I haven't even finished half of it. No matter what, Kabing will have to finish it until next year. Therefore, this book will definitely be written well here, and everyone can read it without worry. As for the new book contract, it might be next year when Kabing finishes it. It's still far away. Who knows what will happen by then? In fact, some of the problems had existed for a long time. It was just that this time it blew up. Now that this matter had blown up and was out of the industry, many authors and big shots had spoken out. Everyone was waiting for Yuewen to make an announcement. At most, there would be a result in 3 days. Don't panic. There are many rumors on the internet now, and some are true and some are false. Don't be led astray. If you want to understand in detail, go to the Weibo of some big shots, such as Cuttlefish and Toad. There was no need to say anything else. After all, Crabbing was just a flop. I hope that everyone will not believe the rumors and not spread them. Look at this problem rationally, and everything will pass. The golden-haired elf walked in the city with a faint smile on his face, like a traveler enjoying his journey. His gaze swept past the renovated buildings of Xianxia one after another. These buildings were tall and beautiful, surrounded by fresh flowers and vines, showing a natural vitality. What a perfect renovation! The golden-haired elf sighed. His gaze shifted again, and he looked at the elves in traditional robes who were busy with their tasks. Their faces were filled with happiness and vitality. A sigh flashed across the golden-haired elf's eyes. Then, he glanced at the elves who were wearing all kinds of fancy armor and robes as they hurried on their way. Compared to the conservative, gentle, and quiet elves, these well-equipped elves seemed to be more active and unrestrained. Not only that, but the golden-haired elf also felt a faint pressure coming from them. That was a murderous aura that would only appear on living creatures after experiencing countless killings. It was commonly seen on adventurers who often walked on the edge of death. The golden-haired elf raised his eyebrows slightly. These elves had probably seen a lot of blood. However, the golden-haired elves were different from the adventurers who were used to killing and had cruel personalities. These elves exuded a sunny aura that was completely different from the murderous aura. They were full of vitality and vitality. Not only that, they were chatting and laughing, and were especially friendly to the elves in long gowns. They were even so friendly that they were flattering. These elves walked as if they were flying in the city. Many of them carried bulging bags, and some were even riding on tall magical beasts. The magical beasts under them were even more varied. There were magical beasts commonly seen in the elf forest, such as mountain bears and wind wolves. There were also rare, noble, and beautiful unicorns, and even, what surprised the golden-haired elf was that there were crypt spiders that only existed in the underground world. Their auras were uneven, but the more powerful the elf's aura was, the more gorgeous the equipment on him was, and the more powerful the magical beasts under him were. Of course, the murderous aura on him was also more. This is the legendary chosen one that Hela and the goddess of life created, right? An existence that participated in the underground war? A little interesting, the golden-haired elf smiled faintly. He strolled through the crowd and soon arrived in front of the Temple of Life. After standing outside the temple for a moment, he nodded slightly. It was remodeled from the Temple of Yggdrasil, but it seems to have incorporated some other styles, such as sharp corners and domes. I don't think I've seen this architectural style before. It's a little similar to the Church of Eternity, but it looks more solemn and dignified. These carvings don't seem to be in the style of the elves, but they are different from humans. However, they are more realistic. It's a completely new style. The one who remodeled this shrine is probably a true master architect, the blonde elf exclaimed in admiration. After he finished speaking, he lightly praised and entered the temple. Compared to the hustle and bustle outside, the temple was much quieter. The temple was very large, and the interior decoration was solemn and dignified. The walls were painted with murals praising the goddess of life. In the temple, many elves were kneeling on the ground, praying piously to the front of the temple. There was a statue of a goddess of the same height. The golden-haired elf's gaze paused on the praying elves and quickly looked at the statue. It was a holy and beautiful statue of a goddess, wearing a supreme divine crown that symbolized the authority of life and nature. She wore a gorgeous dress decorated with complicated patterns and held an exquisite scepter in her hand. The golden-haired elf looked at the perfect face of the goddess with a smile, and a trace of emotion appeared in his eyes. It really looks like, with a slight sigh, he turned and left. He took a step, but it felt like he had taken countless steps. The next second, the golden-haired elf appeared in the southwest suburbs of Fei-Lin-Sui. There was a path that led straight into the distance, seemingly leading to the deeper parts of the elven forest. One could often see the chosen ones shuttling back and forth on this path. The golden-haired elf didn't stop and continued to head southwest. He didn't stop until he crossed a stretch of undulating hills. Standing on the last hill, the golden-haired elf looked toward the southwest. There was a towering tree that rose from the ground. Compared to that boundless giant tree, everything around it was so insignificant. However, the branches and leaves of this giant tree had withered and withered. It had died long ago. This was the world tree. Even after thousands of years, it still had countless legends in the world of seekers. The world tree, the golden-haired elf sighed. At this moment, he suddenly saw a team of people who seemed to be the chosen ones in full armor in his vision. They had come from the other side of the elven forest, rushing towards the world tree. Each of them was riding a magical beast, and each magical beast had a bulging bag on its back. Vaguely, one could even smell the scent of blood coming from the bags. Returning from hunting magic beasts? It seems that the elves have really changed. The golden-haired elf sighed. This is inevitable. Only by making changes can the elves have a new future. As soon as the golden-haired elf finished speaking, a crisp female voice sounded behind him. His eyes flashed slightly. After a deep sigh, the golden-haired elf's face once again had a faint smile. He nodded slightly and said, "Indeed. The magic power of the world of seekers has begun to recover. The seals in various places are loosening, and the ancient beings are waking up one after another. This world will fall into unprecedented chaos. If we don't seize the opportunity to strengthen ourselves, even the gods may fall in this storm." With that, the golden-haired elf turned around and looked at the figure behind him. It was a beautiful elf with silver hair and blue eyes. There was a trace of purple in her icy blue eyes. She stood there, faintly merging with heaven and earth. Her whole body exuded a kind of intimacy that made people unable to help but feel good about her. There was a faint smile on her face. It was Eve, who had slightly adjusted the color of her eyes. Seeing her, the golden-haired elf's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He raised his eyebrows slightly. The golden-haired elf smiled slightly, then put his right hand in front of his chest, nodded to the holy and beautiful elf girl, and praised gently and kindly. "Her Holiness Eve, the goddess of life, you look more beautiful than the statue in the temple." Eve's mouth twitched slightly. She smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your praise." With that, her eyes turned slightly. Platinum Dragon King, His Holiness Reinhardt. Hearing this title, the golden-haired elf's smile froze slightly. "You've seen me before? This should be the first time we've met, and I'm quite proud of my transformation magic." The blonde elf, "No." Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt raised his eyebrows slightly. He deliberately changed into an elf's appearance and concealed his aura, but he did not expect her to see through his identity. This surprised him a little. Hearing his words, Eve's lips curled slightly. Although he changed his appearance and concealed his aura, some things could not be hidden. Especially for Eve. That was the fragment of the scepter of life on him. As soon as Reinhardt stepped into the elven forest, Eve felt the scepter of life tremble, and knew that this was most likely the existence with the fragment of the scepter of life had come to the elven forest. And after seeing the other party's appearance, Eve also instantly saw through his identity. This was because during the operation to devour the Dragon of Despair, Eve had accidentally spied on the little black dragon's memory fragments in Meryl's spiritual world. And in the memory fragments, there was the image of the Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt when he transformed into an elf. The silver dragon liked to transform into human form and was active in the secular world in human form. Therefore, when she saw him this time, Eve quickly recognized him. However, Eve naturally would not explain the process. She just smiled slightly and did not say anything. And seeing that she did not explain, the Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt could only touch his nose regretfully. But at this time, a loud dragon roar suddenly came from the sky. A black dragon with a wingspan of nearly 70 meters appeared in the sky. It circled in circles and let out a loud roar, as if it was taking a leisurely stroll. Reinhardt's attention was quickly attracted by the black dragon in the sky. His eyebrows raised slightly, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes, and his expression was slightly enlightened. He nodded slightly and said, "I see, it was you who took him in." If that's the case, the black dragon rumored to have appeared in the underground world is also him. Eve glanced at Meryl, who was flying in the sky, and knew that he was taking a stroll after eating his fill. As for Reinhardt's expression of realization, Eve reckoned that he must have guessed why she could recognize him. Perhaps there were some discrepancies in the details, but the source was pretty much the same. Of course, Eve wouldn't explain too much. She smiled faintly and said, "Aren't you going to see him?" After hearing Eve's words, a trace of affection flashed in Reinhardt's eyes. However, he still shook his head. "No need. He's already an expert who can take charge of an area on his own, and he seems to be very happy. It seems, he's already found his own path, and doesn't need other forces to disturb his life." After saying that, he looked at Eve again and said with a smile, "You, on the other hand, have allowed me to see a lot of amazing and unexpected things along the way." Eve thought of something. "You came here specially to find me?" Reinhardt nodded first, then shook his head gently. "Yes and no. Your reputation has already spread with the war in the underground world. I'm also curious about you, especially when I heard that you captured the escaped seventh demon god, Azazel, and successfully sealed him. I have to say, that's really exciting news." After saying that, he looked at Eve and smiled. "You're much stronger than I imagined, and you've grown much faster. I can't help but recall an old friend. Also, your recruitment of the elves and your reconstruction of Jade Lingxue also surprised me. I heard in Jade Lingxue that you seem to have a miraculous city called the City of Heaven's Chosen. It's the holy city of the Life Church. I wonder if I have the chance to take a look." Upon hearing this, Eve smiled. "Then, do you want to be a guest? It's right ahead." Hearing this, Reinhardt fell into silence. After a moment, he shook his head gently and smiled bitterly. "Thank you for your invitation, but I don't like to enter the divine realms of other true gods." "Forget it." After hearing his words, Eve raised her eyebrows, surprised that he could detect her divine realm. Seeing Eve's expression, Reinhardt smiled and explained, "It's not that bad. I've also investigated the war between you and the half-beastmen." Eve was enlightened. After knowing some things about that war, those who were observant could guess that she could activate her divine realm in the elven forest. They weren't allies, so it was normal for Reinhardt to be vigilant. After saying that, Reinhardt paused and changed the topic. "Actually, I'm here for a former opponent of mine." I'm sure you've heard of his name, the Dragon of Despair, Nidhogg. I sensed the loosening of his seal. He's already awakened. He's an evil dragon god whose destructive power isn't inferior to that of a demon god. I'm worried that his awakening will bring chaos. After saying that, Reinhardt looked at Eve again and asked gently. Your Holiness Eve, since you've obtained the Scepter of Life, can you tell me where Nidhogg is now? His expression was serious. As an enemy of the Dragon of Despair for many years, he had always hoped to kill this evil dragon god. Unfortunately, the other party could escape every time. He was extremely cunning. Hearing this, Eve sighed slightly. She looked into the distance and said softly, There's no more Dragon of Despair, Nidhogg. There's no more Dragon of Despair, Nidhogg? Reinhardt was a little stunned. He suddenly looked at Eve, as if he wanted to see through her. There was a trace of surprise and shock in his eyes. Eve turned her head and looked at him with a smile. After a moment of silence, Reinhardt looked away. His expression had become solemn and serious. After a deep sigh, Reinhardt's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity and gradually became relieved. He sighed slightly and smiled bitterly again. It seems that you're more powerful than I thought. Can you tell me how he fell? Eve nodded and said, Yes. He tried to seize Meryl's body, but I defeated him in the end and completely destroyed his divine soul. Devouring was also destroying. However, it was too easy to let people's imagination run wild if she said that it was devoured, so Eve changed the way she said it. I see. Reinhardt sighed. After a moment of silence, he seemed to have made a decision. He took out a bag from his arms and took out a few sparkling fragments. The fragments flickered with a soft light. The moment they appeared, they kept trembling, as if they were being pulled by something. Eve's expression became serious. Those were the fragments of the Scepter of Life. She looked at Reinhardt, and the other party looked at her. Reinhardt smiled and said, Yes. Your Holiness Eve, are you willing to make a deal with me? What deal? Eve raised her eyebrows slightly, and she had some guesses in her heart. Reinhardt thought for a moment and said, The fragments of the Scepter of Life are useless to me. These fragments of the Scepter of Life are of no use to me in the first place. Speaking of which, the reason I took them was only to prevent Nidhogg from reviving. Now, since he has been eliminated by you, there's no point in me taking these fragments. However, for you, who controls the clergy of life, I'm afraid it's different. I think you should be happy to get them. Hearing his words, Eve's heart moved. Then, what's the price? Reinhardt smiled. A promise. Eve did not believe Reinhardt when he said that he had no interest in the Scepter of Life. As far as Eve knew, the Megalosaurus had been declining in the universe of Seekers since the Twilight Era. It did not mean that they were no longer powerful. Instead, as time passed, the fertility rate of the ancient Megalosaurus race became lower and lower. Not only that, but more and more of their dragon eggs did not have dragon patterns. They could only give birth to dragons with low intelligence and mixed bloodlines. There were more than 1 million Megalosaurus in their heyday, and their high-end power occupied almost half of the entire universe. But now, there were probably less than 10,000 purebred Megalosaurus in the entire universe of Seekers, and the number was still decreasing. It was also because of this that the Megalosaurus would reproduce with other races and give birth to subspecies. Their goal was to increase the number of subspecies that showed signs of atavism in the subspecies to supplement the number of Megalosaurus. As one of the most famous and ancient dragon gods among the Megalosaurus, Reinhardt had also been working hard for the reproduction of the Megalosaurus. Adopting all kinds of abandoned baby dragons was one of his actions. The Scepter of Life had the ability to activate and purify the bloodline of living creatures. Eve did not believe that he would not be tempted. Therefore, when Reinhardt said that he was willing to give the fragment of the Scepter of Life to Eve, but only for a promise, Eve more or less guessed what his purpose was. If it's something I can do. She smiled slightly and looked at the other party. Reinhardt, who had transformed into a blonde elf, had a serious expression. He did not directly state his request. Instead, he first talked about what he saw and heard in Xianxia. When I was touring Xianxia, I entered your temple. As he spoke, he glanced at Eve and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't get your permission, and I even deliberately concealed my aura. But as it turns out, you probably discovered me the moment I entered the shrine. Eve listened and did not comment. Instead, she continued to smile. Reinhardt didn't mind. He continued, "That's right. I saw your holy symbol at first glance and recognized that it was the legendary scepter of life. When I visited your shrine, I also saw some half-elves undergoing the bloodline purification ritual and becoming true elves." With that, Reinhardt sighed softly. "At that time, I knew that you had probably completely grasped the priesthood of life and become the true goddess of life." After that, he looked at Eve with a solemn expression. "Your Majesty Eve, I hope that you can help the Megalosaurus purify their bloodline after you repair the scepter of life." Sure enough, this was the case. Eve was not surprised. Reinhardt's request was similar to what she had guessed. If she guessed correctly, Reinhardt's original intention was to fight against Nidhogg, the Dragon of Despair, and complete the Staff of Life. He probably changed his mind after discovering that the Scepter of Life was in Eve's hands and that Eve had completely grasped the priesthood of life. Only a true god who had grasped the priesthood of life could maximize the effect of the Scepter of Life. And Eve's strength was not to be underestimated. Sealing the seventh demon god, Azazel, with her own strength was already a well-known fact. As for killing Nidhogg, although no one saw it, when Eve told Reinhardt, she used the ancient Seeker's language from the World Tree's inheritance. The ancient Seeker's language was the origin of the dragon, giant, and elven languages. Every sentence was magical. And when it came to the name of a true god, there would naturally be a corresponding reaction. Therefore, when Eve said it, Reinhardt understood that Nidhogg had really fallen. And to be able to kill and seal two mythical beings in succession was enough to prove her strength. In the face of such a true god, it was normal for the Platinum Dragon King, Reinhardt, who advocated justice and cooperation, to give up pursuing the Scepter of Life and instead seek cooperation. Not to mention, Reinhardt did not come with his true body, but with a demigod avatar. If they really fought, he might not be able to defeat her. If Eve made things difficult, it was not impossible for her to keep him in the elven forest. "What do you think? What do you think?" Reinhardt smiled at Eve and asked. Eve raised her eyebrows. "Help the Megalosaurus purify their bloodline? This promise seems a little vague." Reinhardt nodded slightly and continued. "Of course, there are more details. And it's not for free. Rather than a promise, I think this is more like a long-term deal with the dragon race." He raised his head and looked at Eve. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "A divine pact between true gods." A divine pact between true gods, a vow between true gods. Eve was a little surprised. It could be said that Reinhardt was clearly expressing goodwill. This was because a vow between true gods could easily evolve into an alliance under most circumstances. This made Eve a little surprised because she had guessed that he might have asked her to help him purify the bloodline of his relatives or something like that. She did not expect that he actually intended to cooperate for a long time, and it was even more likely to form an alliance. Did he trust her that much, or did he notice something? For a moment, Eve became vigilant. She should not have exposed her identity, right? He once mentioned an old friend. Could it be that? Reinhardt also knew the previous world tree. Eve had all kinds of guesses in her heart. However, even if the other party expressed goodwill, she was no longer the rookie at this moment. She was still vigilant in her heart. And Reinhardt was still looking at her with a smile, waiting for her answer. Her eyes flickered for a moment. Eve sighed softly. "Then, please tell me the details." After thinking about it, she finally decided to listen to the other party's suggestion. No matter what, the other party was extending an olive branch. As long as she could ensure that her identity was not exposed, forming a friendship with the dragon race seemed like a good idea. Although the dragon race had declined, there were still some powerhouses. After hearing Eve's words, Reinhardt's smile became even gentler. He replied, "First, I will give you the fragments of the Scepter of Life. And every month, the dragon race will send 3 dragon beasts or wyverns, or 3 dragon eggs that have lost their dragon patterns, to ask you to purify their bloodline." 3 a month, that would not consume much. Eve nodded. Reinhardt paused for a moment before continuing. "As for the return, other than the fragments of the Scepter of Life, I am willing to let these successfully purified megalosaurus choose freely and give your chosen ones a chance to sign a partnership contract with the dragon race. And I will not interfere with their beliefs. I only hope that they can grow into a true megalosaurus. Partnership contract. Eve was slightly stunned. This time, she was really surprised. Megalosaurus were arrogant. However, Megalosaurus would also sign contracts with other creatures. That was the partnership contract. The partnership contract of Megalosaurus was a very unique contract. It lasted for 500 years and could share a certain amount of dragon bloodline power with the signing partner. At the same time, it could also accelerate the growth of Megalosaurus. The disadvantage was that during the partnership contract, the lifespan of Megalosaurus would be depleted at twice the speed. Generally speaking, the partnership contract of Megalosaurus was usually seen during the Megalosaurus's childhood to adolescence. The contract would end when the Megalosaurus reached adulthood. The Megalosaurus childhood and adolescence added up to about 150 years. However, if the partnership contract was signed, this speed would be greatly reduced. The extent of the reduction was related to the growth speed and talent of the contracted partner. It was said that the fastest growth speed could be increased by more than 10 times. Historically, some Megalosaurus would choose humans with outstanding talents to sign contracts with until they died. The lifespan of humans was very short. If one did not become a demigod, even if he was a legend, he could only live for 300 years at most. Megalosaurus only needed to pay an extra 100 years, which was 300 years at most, to compress thousands of years of growth into 100 years. For some Megalosaurus who wanted to become stronger quickly, this was very attractive. After finding the relevant information from the World Tree's inheritance, Eve instantly understood Platinum Dragon King's intention. This guy was indeed an old dragon god who had lived for thousands of years. His proposal was probably not only to show kindness to Eve and provide assistance to Eve. He also wanted to use the players under Eve to let these purified Megalosaurus grow faster. Perhaps in normal times, the Megalosaurus could slow down their growth. However, when the magic power of the Seeker's world increased, the balance would be broken, and the whole world would fall into a chaotic situation that had not been seen in thousands of years. At this time, strength was very important. Without enough strength, these purified Megalosaurus would be unable to protect themselves. They would be easily captured by powerful beings and become slaves or food. Megalosaurus raised their offspring in a free-range manner. As long as the baby dragons learned to fly and hunt, they would be chased out of the nest by their mothers. A Megalosaurus that liked to take care of children like Reinhardt was a weirdo. In other words, Reinhardt was planning to use the Chosen One to let the players take care of the dragon race's children. Eve was certain that Reinhardt had seen through the players' potential. After all, they were all created by Eve based on the original elves, and all of them were geniuses. The ability of the War Priest would allow the players to level up quickly and benefit the growth of the Megalosaurus companions. Platinum Dragon King's suggestion was killing two birds with one stone. Eve sighed. Do you accept it? Of course he would accept it. In order to obtain Eve's consent, the dragon god had even promised not to interfere with the little dragon's faith. In other words, Eve could trick them into becoming her believers. Eve could understand this. Megalosaurus didn't care much about faith in the first place. For them, faith was something that didn't cost money anyway, so they would more or less believe in it. The dragon gods were the same. Most of them didn't care about their believers, they only cared about shiny treasures. Of course, for many true gods, the Megalosaurus that they got their hands on generally ended up in a miserable state. Well, it was mainly because of their miserable status. They were treated as pets or used to guard the door. However, the reason why Reinhardt dared to make such a promise was probably because he saw the free dark dragon Meryl. Thinking of this, Eve raised her head and looked at Platinum Dragon King. The other party smiled at her, and then his expression became solemn and serious. In order to continue the dragon race's population, it's all worth it. Continue the race. Hearing his words, Eve sighed in her heart. After Reinhardt finished speaking, he looked at Eve with bright eyes. And, I also believe in your character, life goddess. Eve was speechless. She raised her head and looked into Platinum Dragon King's eyes. Those amber pupils were full of sincerity and friendliness. After a moment of silence, Eve smiled gently. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation. Seeing that Eve agreed, Reinhardt's smile became brighter. After the discussion, the two true gods quickly signed the true god oath. Reinhardt returned the fragment of the scepter of life to Eve, and Eve also agreed to the other party's conditions. However, Eve also said that she couldn't guarantee that the young dragons that became the chosen one's partner wouldn't die halfway. Platinum Dragon King expressed his understanding of the situation. Of course, for every megalosaurus, growth is accompanied by risks, especially for those megalosaurus who want to be truly powerful. His tone was very proud. The dragon race was always a proud race that respected the strong and worshipped greatness. Growth was often accompanied by a price. After making the oath, Platinum Dragon King chose to leave. However, before he left, he smiled at Eve again and reminded her solemnly, "Don't worry. Her Majesty Eve, since you've already become a god and your name has already spread across the continent, then I'm sure the gods of the Pantheon will soon send messengers to invite you to leave your mark in the Pantheon. For the gods, the Pantheon is indeed an excellent platform that can unite the mythical powers. Almost all the true gods have their own seats there, including me. However, for some reason, the gods in the heavenly realm who are currently in charge of the Pantheon are deeply wary of your kin race, the elves, as well as the source of your clergy, so, I hope you'll be mentally prepared to be targeted in advance." Hearing Platinum Dragon King's warning, Eve's expression turned solemn. She bowed slightly to Reinhardt and said, "I understand. I understand. Thank you for your reminder." Reinhardt nodded slightly. "Then, in half a month, I'll send a messenger from the dragon race to deliver the first batch of purified dragon breeds." After saying that, he bowed slightly again. Then, Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt turned into a silver light and disappeared from Eve's sight. Eve put away the shards of the scepter of life that were still shining. Her figure gradually faded and finally merged into the world. At the edge of the elven forest, silver light flickered and a slender figure appeared. Beautiful silver hair, watery silver eyes. It was Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt who had transformed into a human. He turned his head and took a deep look at the elven forest and sighed softly. The gears of history are finally turning again. All the myths have to make a choice. Whether to be destroyed in the struggle or to be reborn in the destruction, there's only one result: I've already done what I can do. Accompanied by a deep sigh, his body flickered with light again, and then he completely disappeared. After reaching an agreement with the Platinum Dragon King, Reinhardt, Eve returned to her god's kingdom. Sitting on her throne, she began to think about the true god's oath with Reinhardt, as well as the possibility of the other party's attitude during this meeting. Although Reinhardt is a kind dragon god who advocates justice, isn't his attitude towards me a little too good? According to this Platinum Dragon god, he hopes to use the scepter of life to purify the bloodline of the Megalosaurus. However, although cooperating with me can make greater use of the scepter of life, at the same time, it's also equivalent to completely tying the bloodline of the dragon race to my chariot. Logically speaking, a race as proud as the dragon race shouldn't hand over such a core thing as bloodline purification to other beings, right? If I were the dragon god who wanted to revive the race, I'm afraid that no matter what, I would have to get the scepter of life and wield it personally. After all, it's most reliable to have power in your own hands. So, why did Reinhardt do this? Eve knocked on the armrest of the throne as she pondered. She had to think it through. Although she agreed very readily when signing the true god's oath, that didn't mean that she had to completely trust the other party. Her identity was too sensitive. If it was exposed, she would soon become the target of public criticism. Sighing softly, Eve summoned the fragments of the scepter of life. These sparkling fragments of the divine artifact lay in her palm, shining with dense light and exuding exuberant vitality. Looking at the fragments of the scepter of life, Eve's expression changed slightly. It seems that Reinhardt is releasing a signal to me, indicating the attitude of the dragon race. He is indeed showing kindness. However, there seems to be a deeper meaning in his kindness. Thinking of this, Eve's heart suddenly moved. Wait, what if Reinhardt guessed my identity? This thought popped up in her mind. The goddess, who was originally half lying and half sitting on the throne, instantly sat up straight with a slightly serious expression. It's indeed possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned that I look like an old friend of his. After all, anyone would know who he was referring to when he mentioned that while looking at the world tree in the elven forest. In addition, there are also his instructions. Now that I think about it, his warning was more like a hint. He was hinting that the Pantheon might send people to investigate the elven forest, so he wanted me to prepare in advance. Thinking of this, Eve's expression gradually became serious. Although this was only his conjecture, if one continued to think in this direction, they would find that many of Reinhardt's methods made sense. Or is this some kind of investment? Eve fell into deep thought. But thinking of this, Eve couldn't figure it out. But, if he recognized my identity, how did he determine it? I should have covered up everything that I could. It can't be that he spied on the thoughts of my believers, right? No, if that was the case, I would have noticed it long ago. This is my home ground. She couldn't figure it out. Eve thought for a while and checked her various concealments about the identity of the World Tree, but she still couldn't figure it out. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly. Sigh, there shouldn't be a problem with my identity being concealed. Not to mention anything else, the throne of the former World Tree in the Pantheon hasn't been activated. This is the biggest proof that the World Tree hasn't been revived. After all, no one would have thought that there would be a soul from another world that would merge with the body of the World Tree and be reborn as a new World Tree. This kind of thing is almost unprecedented in the history of Seekers. Maybe, I can ask Hela again. She was on good terms with the former World Tree, and she is also a senior true god. She should know more about Reinhardt. After making up her mind, Eve planned to ask Hela about Reinhardt indirectly. Even if the other party expressed kindness, it was best to figure out the source of this kindness. She immediately took out the casket of the dead skillfully and began to send a message to Hela. After sending the mail, Eve refocused her attention on the fragments of the Scepter of Life. The corners of her mouth curved slightly, and Eve took out the body of the Scepter of Life. The moment the body of the Scepter of Life was taken out, the fragments of the scepter in her hand suddenly bloomed with a brighter light. Almost without the need for Eve's control, these fragments automatically flew to the body of the Scepter of Life. When the two met, they emitted an even brighter light. When a damaged true god weapon encountered its own fragments, it would automatically absorb the fragments to repair itself. At this moment, the Scepter of Life automatically activated this mechanism. The fragments quickly came to one end of the Scepter of Life and formed the other one-third of the original missing part. They quickly fused together and formed a new scepter under the dense light. This scepter was two-thirds larger than the previous Scepter of Life. It had a dark green scepter body that was as tall as a person, and the whole scepter was entwined with vibrant green vines. At the top of the scepter, there was a cup-shaped scepter base. On the scepter base, there were magnificent gems that shone brightly and were drawn with exquisite and complicated patterns. This was the complete body of the Scepter of Life. However, at this moment, there were still many cracks on the Scepter of Life, and the gems at the top were even damaged. This was because the body of the scepter and the fragments had not completely merged. If it wanted to completely merge by itself, it would probably take a long time. However, Eve naturally had a way to speed it up. She gently stretched out her hand and sent out a stream of pure divine power that enveloped the entire Scepter of Life. Merge. Eve whispered softly. Following Eve's words, the scepter in her hand suddenly shone brightly, and the cracks on it began to slowly heal. During this process, the vitality emitted by the Scepter of Life was also constantly increasing. Around it, flowers quickly sprouted, as well as vines and green grass, forming a beautiful tower that fixed the Scepter of Life on it. It will probably take about half a month. Looking at the tower that fixed the Scepter of Life, Eve estimated the repair speed of the scepter and silently said in her heart. Leaving the Scepter of Life in the temple, Eve left her kingdom of God. The restoration of the scepter would take time, and during this time, she had other things to do. The first of which was to warm up the dragon race that would arrive in half a month. 5 megalosaurus in a month? Looks like I can set dragon knights among the players. The corner of Eve's mouth curled up. Although the megalosaurus in the world of Seekers was similar to the giant lizards in Western fantasy stories in Blue Star, and had nothing to do with the dragon totems of the Celestial Empire. However, among the players, there were many people who were interested in the megalosaurus. Not to mention anything else, just the black dragon Meryl alone, who knew how many players had tried to trick it, or kneel down to it, with the goal of subduing the little black dragon and becoming a dragon knight. Dragon Knight, how cool it sounded. Of course, they all failed. The only one that Meryl allowed to ride was Salty Meow. And that was also because the little black dragon treated her as a friend, and not as a partner like a Dragon Knight. A real Dragon Knight needed to sign a partnership contract. However, the little black dragon that had signed a master-servant contract with Eve was naturally unable to sign this partnership contract. However, these future megalosaurus with purified blood would be different. Thinking of this, Eve's consciousness flashed, and sank into the game system network that she had created. She manipulated her divine power and turned her meeting with the Platinum Dragon King, Reinhardt, into a plot animation, and prepared to replace the original opening animation. That's right, Eve did not intend to hide her meeting with Reinhardt. She intended to show her vow with Reinhardt to the players in the form of a plot, as a prelude to the next Megalosaurus partner. Of course, she would delete the secrets about the true gods, such as the Pantheon Temple and so on. And the players only needed to know that the Platinum Dragon God had visited the Goddess of Life and was willing to provide Megalosaurus partners to the Chosen Ones in exchange for the goddess's assistance in purifying the blood of the dragons. However, after Eve finished the new plot animation, she did not replace it immediately. There was still some time before the arrival of the dragons, and she intended to release it a day or two in advance. Not long after Eve finished her preparations, a familiar throbbing suddenly came from her soul again. Eve's spirit was lifted, and she returned to her kingdom of God. Coming to her throne, Eve took out the casket of the dead, and at this moment, the casket of the dead was shining with a deep light. It was Hela. Hela replied. Eve's eyes flashed with expectation. She immediately opened the casket of the dead, and received Hela's message. And with her actions, Hela's lazy voice also resounded in the hall of the temple. Lord Eve, as you guessed, the Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt did have some interactions with your predecessor. Or in other words, in this universe, as long as the mythical existence of the evil camp, more or less had some interactions with the Platinum Dragon King. This is an ancient god with a wide range of friends, and he is also a powerful existence among the dragon gods, second only to the ancestral dragon. As for him, I think you should still be able to trust him. As far as I know, when the gods of the heaven realm besieged the world tree and caused the world tree to fall, the Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt had angrily rebuked them. In fact, I heard some rumors that if the ancestral dragon did not forbid him to participate, he would probably have participated in the War of the Gods thousands of years ago. Of course, he was on the side of the world tree. In addition, since he has shown such great kindness to you, then I think it is very likely that he has already guessed your identity, but he just did not point it out. As for how he saw through your identity, I have no way of knowing. But from the looks of it, the reason should not be because of you. However, I have some guesses in my heart that this may be related to an ancient prophecy, but for some reason, I can't tell you what this prophecy is, at least, I can't tell you now. So, to be on the safe side, I suggest you continue to strengthen your disguise. It's always good to be careful. As for the Pantheon, if they send out an emissary, just delay it. As your ally, I will naturally assist you on the other side in your disguise. I hope you can ascend to greatness as soon as possible. Hela's voice ended here. And Eve fell into deep thought. An ancient prophecy? Thinking about the news that Hela had just mentioned, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Can't you tell me? Is it related to me? Eve was deep in thought. She sighed softly, her mood was a little depressed. Eve suddenly felt that there seemed to be a lot of things that she did not know. After all, she was an outsider, and although she inherited the inheritance of the world tree, she did not inherit much of her predecessor's memory. She knew nothing about some of the secrets of history and mythology. Of course, it was also possible that Hela mentioned some prophecy that even her predecessor did not know about. Secretly shaking her head, Eve could only put this question to the back of her mind. Maybe, if there is a chance, I can ask the Dragon Clan indirectly, or ask the players to help me find out. Knocking on the armrest of the throne, Eve murmured. However, although she did not know whether Reinhardt had seen through her identity, and how he had seen through her identity, she was almost certain of his kindness. Thinking of this, Eve was relieved for the time being. I don't know when these days of disguising my identity will come to an end. She sighed and began to further strengthen her disguise. As for how to strengthen it, it was nothing more than hiding the alternate space where her real body was in more secretive, and at the same time, using her divine power to make the fake world tree in the external space more realistic. Time passed day after day. 14 days after Reinhardt left, the Staff of Life was finally restored. The moment this true god-level weapon was successfully restored, even if she was not in the god's kingdom, Eve could feel the traces of astonishing vitality. Her spirits were lifted, and she hurriedly returned to her god's kingdom and came to her temple. At this moment, the temple was already flooded with rich vitality. In the center of the temple, the pagoda-shaped base that supported the Staff of Life had disappeared. In mid-air, the Staff of Life, which was emitting a dense radiance, was like a perfect work of art, floating quietly. And when Eve saw the other party, her soul instantly surged with a sense of familiarity, as if her 10 fingers were connected to her heart. This was the highest level of connection between a true god-level weapon and a true god, a true telepathy. As a god-level weapon made from the essence of the world tree, Eve was naturally able to completely control it the moment she repaired it. Endless joy surged in her heart, and Eve gently waved her hand, summoning the Staff of Life into her hand. However, when the Staff of Life was in her hand, Eve was slightly taken aback. Because she noticed that at the top of the Staff of Life, the corner of the magnificent gem was still incomplete. The Staff of Life. There was still one last part missing. At the same time, Eve suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. It was as if something in the distant west was calling her. Eve was no stranger to this kind of call. After obtaining the fragment of the Scepter of Life from Nidhogg and restoring it, Eve had a similar experience. That time, she sensed the call of the remaining 1/3 of the fragment, and it came from the Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt who had visited her a few days ago. As for this time, it's the last remaining fragment of the Scepter of Life. Eve's heart skipped a beat. She didn't sense the 3rd fragment before. It must be because this fragment was too small, so it was covered by the 1/3 of Reinhardt's fragment. And now, Eve had successfully restored most of the Scepter of Life, leaving only a missing corner. Naturally, there were no other fluctuations covering this last fragment. In addition, the higher the degree of restoration of the Scepter of Life, the stronger the ability to sense its own fragments. Under such circumstances, it was natural to be able to sense the call of the last fragment. Thinking of this, Eve held the Scepter of Life and left her kingdom of God. She held the Scepter of Life high in her incarnation, closed her eyes and sensed carefully. Soon, she sensed the approximate location of the call. It's in the west, about 500 kilometers to the south. This distance was still within the elf forest, and even the players could reach it. Eve opened her eyes, and a trace of joy flashed across her face. It could be said that this last fragment was almost equivalent to falling beside Eve. It was just that she hadn't discovered it. I didn't expect it to be so close. Eve breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, although she could repair the missing corner of the Scepter of Life through other methods, it would probably take a few years, unless she was willing to stab herself in the heart of the Scepter of Life again. However, Eve didn't intend to stab herself in the heart of the Scepter of Life. That would affect her recovery speed. This feeling is intermittent. It seems, this fragment should be in some kind of seal. I'm afraid that's why I haven't noticed it yet. After sensing it carefully for a while, Eve decided to go immediately. She couldn't wait to fill the gap of the last fragment. Only a complete Scepter of Life could exert the greatest effect. With this thought, Eve turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction of the feeling. The speed of the demigod avatar was very fast. Eve's avatar took less than 10 minutes to cover the distance of 500 kilometers. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that his divine domain couldn't cover such a long distance, he could even teleport directly. With a flash of light, Eve slowly descended from the sky. What he saw was a beautiful forest. This forest still belonged to the elven forest, but compared to the tall ancient trees in the core area, the trees here were much shorter and sparser. However, although there were fewer trees, vines, and shrubs could be seen everywhere. Not only that, but there were also clusters of beautiful flowers blooming on the ground, forming a colorful sea of flowers. This was a world of flowers. However, Eve wasn't attracted by these colorful flowers at all. His gaze was focused on a ruin in the sea of flowers. This was a huge ruin, far from the scattered small ruins near the core area of the elven forest. It was not inferior to the holy city emerald of the elves. On the collapsed white boulders, one could vaguely make out elf-style decorative reliefs, as if telling of the past glory of this ruin. If one looked carefully, many of the collapsed buildings could vaguely make out traces of magic and battle. Even on the ground, one could still see some potholes that seemed to be caused by magic. Without a doubt, this was another lost elven city. Eve's gaze stopped on the most eye-catching stone pillar in the ruins and saw the elven words carved on it. After 1,000 years, the words had gradually become blurry, but the content could still be vaguely made out. He reached out and gently stroked the stone pillar as he silently chanted, Cainolan, the city of magnificence, Cainolan. This was one of the 7 largest and most famous cities in the Elven Kingdom that had once dominated the Seekers' continent for 100,000 years. It was known as the City of Flowers, the City of Dreams, and the most beautiful of the 7 large elven cities. However, it had now turned into ruins. Eve's gaze swept across the ruins and sighed softly. It looks like an extremely tragic battle happened here. After coming here, Eve's inexplicable calling and feeling became stronger. Without a doubt, the last fragment of the Scepter of Life should be in this ruin. With a sigh, Eve walked into the ruins. She did not hide her aura, and as she entered the ruins, a large number of goblins immediately fled from all over the ruins. Without a doubt, like Fei Lin Sui, this place had also become a paradise for goblins. However, Eve only glanced at them and did not attack. These fellows did not have the aura of Allure, and they were not goblins that Allure had recruited. She could not be bothered to attack such weaklings and would rather leave them to the players. Following the call, Eve quickly came to a collapsed temple in the ruins. Finally, she stopped in front of a dust-covered mirror in the temple. It was a mirror of the same height. The frame of the mirror was decorated with beautiful patterns and drawings of flowers and plants. A mirror? Eve was slightly stunned. She did not expect this call to come from here. Could this be a dust-covered divine artifact? Eve's heart skipped a beat. However, this thought only flashed through her mind before she rejected it. Because she did not feel any energy fluctuations from this mirror at all. This was simply the most ordinary mirror. At most, it could be considered a cultural relic. No, that's not right. It's behind the mirror. Eve's gaze moved slightly. She tapped lightly, and the mirror hanging on the wall immediately floated up and flew to the side. Then, Eve also saw what was behind the mirror. Behind the mirror was not a wall. Instead, it was a deep crack. The crack was not on the wall, but floated in the air like a torn drawing paper. This was a spatial crack. And inside the spatial crack, it was shrouded in a dense light, and she could not see clearly what was inside. At the same time, the moment she saw the crack, Eve felt that the call became stronger. The last fragment of the Scepter of Life was in this spatial crack. It's actually a passage to the half-plane, recalling some of the descriptions in the World Tree's Inheritance. Eve was surprised. The universe of Seekers was made up of countless planes. And every plane had half-planes of various sizes attached to it. These half-planes were either created by mythical beings, born from the main plane, or simply born from the void and attracted to another plane and attached to it. These half-planes attached to planes would usually have a passage that connected to the main plane. That was the half-plane passage. The one Eve encountered was such. This discovery was out of Eve's expectations, but it was also reasonable. It was out of her expectations because for 1,000 years, the spatial passage to the outside world of Seekers was almost completely sealed. Under such circumstances, apart from the true gods who could forcefully use large amounts of divine power and power of faith to summon across planes, the world of Seekers was almost completely isolated from the outside world. Therefore, in a natural state, it was impossible to form a spatial passage to another half-plane, let alone a passage to another independent plane. And the reason why it was reasonable was because with Eve's recovery, the magic power of the entire Seekers began to gradually recover. It was normal for many sealed spatial passages to be loosened. And the spatial passage connecting the half-planes attached to the Seekers was the weakest, so it was normal for it to be opened first. No wonder I couldn't sense this fragment before, but now I can. I'm afraid it's not only because of the fragment in Reinhardt's hands, but also because the half-plane passage wasn't opened before. Now, I've almost repaired the Scepter of Life, and this half-plane passage has been reopened. That's why I can sense the existence of this last fragment of the scepter of life. But how did this fragment of the scepter of life end up in a demiplane? And which demiplane is this? Eve was a little puzzled. After all, there were only a limited number of half-planes attached to the world of seekers. And the position of each half-plane relative to the main plane was fixed. In other words, if there was a half-plane passage here, Eve, who had the inheritance of the world tree, should know about it. And even if Eve didn't know, there should be related legends among the elves. However, according to Eve's understanding, the elven forest didn't have any demiplane passages that connected to the outside world. In other words, this demiplane shouldn't have existed in the first place, unless it was born after the world tree fell. Something strange. Eve became vigilant. He pondered for a moment and stretched out his hand to sense the stability of the half-plane channel. It's relatively stable. You can enter. He had to get the fragment of the scepter of life. After all, it was the last one. As for Eve herself, she was also very interested in this strange demiplane. After thinking about it, he decided to enter and investigate. It was just an avatar. Even if it was a trap, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, just as Eve was about to enter, she suddenly sensed that the planar passageway began to shake violently. Accompanied by creaking sounds, the entire tunnel began to shake, and the dense light in the tunnel began to roll like fog, revealing the scene inside. It was a lush forest. In the distance, he could see a town with smoke rising from its chimneys. However, at this moment, the space on the other side seemed to have fallen into a huge earthquake. The entire forest was shaking, and cracks appeared on the ground. Countless trees collapsed, startling birds and beasts. Seeing this, Eve hurriedly stopped passing through the half-plane passageway. As she stopped, the shaking gradually disappeared. The dense fog spread again, covering the scene on the other side of the half-plane. It can't even withstand my power. Looks like it's a rather low-level half-plane. Eve murmured. Demiplanes also had grades. Different grades of demiplanes had different limits of power they could withstand. This was just like the Seeker's plane that could only withstand the power of a demigod. If a true god forcefully descended, it would inevitably cause the plane to collapse. Thinking of this, Eve stretched out her hand again, closed her eyes, and used her divine power to sense. A moment later, she opened her eyes. It's indeed a low-level half-plane. It should be a mid-level half-plane. In the Seeker's universe, planes and half-planes also had levels. Generally speaking, according to the strength of power that half-planes and planes could withstand, they could be divided into low-level planes, mid-level planes, high-level planes, legendary planes, and mythical planes. The corresponding strength was black iron, silver, gold, legendary, and above demigod. Seeker's was a top-tier mythical plane. It was also the most perfect plane in existence. It can only withstand the strength of a peak silver at most. With a slight movement in her heart, Eve had an idea. The strength of her current incarnation was at the demigod level. The half-plane could not withstand it. In that case, all he had to do was to create a body that was at the pinnacle of silver rank. Thinking of this, she did as she said and directly summoned an elf body from her main body. This was a backup body for players. Eve made it in her spare time. The purpose was to deal with the continued expansion of future players, as well as some other special situations. After summoning the body, Eve took out a leaf from her arms. It was the world leaf. She used her divine power to fuse the world leaf with the body, and the new body quickly became her appearance. Then, Eve took out the scepter of life and gently tapped the new body to strengthen its ability to withstand the power of the soul. She also used her divine power to raise its strength to the peak silver level. After that, Eve separated a trace of her soul and entered the new body. A new incarnation was formed. Making a demigod incarnation was troublesome, but with the scepter of life, it was still very convenient for Eve to make some weaker incarnations by modifying the body's ability to withstand the power of the soul. Then, Eve controlled the new incarnation and tried to enter the half-plane again. At first, it went smoothly. However, at the moment when Eve was about to pass through, she suddenly felt an inexplicably familiar wave coming from the depths of the half-plane and sweeping over her. Then, the peaceful half-plane actually trembled again, faintly showing signs of collapse. Eve was shocked and quickly stopped her actions. After she gave up, the half-plane's trembling stopped again. However, Eve noticed that at this moment, the half-plane's spatial passage had become very unstable because of the two impacts. If it happened again, it was likely to collapse directly. Seeing this, her brows gradually furrowed. Eve looked around and soon saw a goblin on tiptoe at the edge of the ruins, intending to escape from here. She stretched out her hand slightly, and the goblin was instantly entangled by vines that suddenly drilled out of the ground and then sent to her. The goblin was scared out of its wits and shivered. Eve glanced at it, then picked it up and sent it into the half-plane. This time, it went smoothly. The goblin was successfully sent over, and the half-plane did not shake much. Seeing this, Eve had a slight realization. I see, what caused the half-plane to shake wasn't just the unbearable power, even the power of the soul couldn't enter, just now, it was that familiar fluctuation that caused the entire space to change after detecting the strength of my soul. This feeling is like the half-plane is preventing mythical beings from sneaking in. Once a mythical being tries to sneak in, the plane will collapse on its own. Is he trying to hide something? Thinking of this, Eve was even more curious about this half-plane. She pondered for a moment and smiled slightly. So what? I can't enter, but I can find someone to enter. I can also get the information I want. That's right. Eve once again put her thoughts on the players. Since her forced entry would cause the plane to collapse, then let the players enter on her behalf. It just so happened that the Megalosaurus was coming soon. How to choose the Dragon Knight was also a problem, so it could be a mission reward. Eve had a hunch. This half-plane might be hiding some secrets. She had wanted to write this plot for a long time. Starting from this half-plane, the main storyline of the story would gradually be revealed. After confirming that she could not enter the demiplane, Eve did not force it. She planned to hand over the mission of entering the demiplane to the players. When the time came, she would directly switch to the player's perspective and command them to explore in the form of issuing missions. Of course, considering the success rate of the exploration, the candidates for this mission would naturally be chosen from the silver players. This demiplane was of the middle level. The silver level was definitely a powerhouse in there, and the possibility of a successful exploration was also the highest. With that in mind, Eve began to think of a plan to let the players explore the demiplane. There's no need for too many people to explore. After all, I don't know what's going on inside. Just send a few people in to find out the situation and think of a way to get the fragment of the Scepter of Life. It can be issued in the form of a hidden mission to a small team of silver-level players. If that's the case, I feel that the Boxed Lunch team is quite suitable. They're strong and reliable, and they happen to be the closest to here. That's right, the Boxed Lunch team was very close to Kinoran. Currently, they were exploring a place less than 30 kilometers away from here. It could be said that even if Eve had not sensed the fragment of the Scepter of Life, the Boxed Lunch team would have explored the ruins of Kinoran sooner or later. In fact, the Boxed Lunch team had already planned to explore the western part of the Elf Forest as early as the 4th closed beta. However, because of the Underground War and the Demon Palace dungeon, their actions had been delayed until now. Now it seemed that in order to find out what was inside the demiplane as soon as possible, they, who were the closest and the strongest, were indeed the most suitable. But, wouldn't this feel like an imperial decision? Eve complained to herself. So be it. I'm in charge of my game, and it's not the first time. Who asked him to be so capable? As for the reward, let's have the right to contract a Megalosaurus. Eve thought. Speaking of which, when she signed the True God's Oath with the Platinum Dragon King, Reinhardt, the other party promised to let the Megalosaurus freely choose who it wanted to form a partnership contract with among the players. As for why that was the case, it was due to the uniqueness of the Megalosaurus partnership contract. Generally speaking, when a Megalosaurus signed a partnership contract, it would subconsciously choose a partner that caught its eye. A contract partner selected in this way would generally have extremely high compatibility, which could greatly shorten the run-in period. It would allow both parties to quickly achieve a 1+1 ratio in terms of promotion and strength enhancement. However, this was not absolute. Reinhardt also said that if Eve had someone she liked, she could also choose the person she wanted to contract with. This was due to his trust in Eve. From Reinhardt's point of view, a person who could be directly contracted by a true god had the potential to attract the attention of a true god. Even if the run-in period was longer, his potential was enough to make up for it. However, Eve did not intend to take over all of the Megalosaurus contracts in the future. Reinhardt didn't know, but he knew that all the players had the same potential. The bodies of these guys were all geniuses, so it didn't matter who was chosen. If there was really a difference between the players, it was probably that everyone's online time was different, and everyone's personality and preferences were different. In a situation where the players had similar potential, it was better to let the Megalosaurus choose those with similar compatibility to let them go further. Of course, Eve did not completely give up on the appointment. She had already thought about it. In the future, out of the 5 Megalosaurus every month, she would designate 1 or 2 of them and give out the contract rights in the form of mission rewards. As for the others, she would not interfere and let the Megalosaurus choose the players that were suitable for them. After planning everything, Eve closed her eyes and sensed the location of Bento Box and the others. About 30 kilometers northeast, after pondering for a moment, Eve's figure moved and turned into a stream of light, flying toward the northeast. West of the Elven Forest, 30 kilometers northeast of the ruins of Kynoran. 5 fully armed elves were carefully exploring. It was Bento Box's team. After perfectly clearing the Demon Palace dungeon, they no longer continued to farm monsters in the labyrinth. Instead, they began the map exploration plan that they had planned many times but had always been ruined by large-scale missions. The direction of their exploration was the west of the Elven Forest. "Captain, we've been walking for many days. I don't feel that there are any powerful magical beasts in this direction. Also, are the city ruins that Guru mentioned real or fake?" In the team, a player with the ID Optimist who was a tank warrior said. "Yes, the magical beasts in this direction are not very powerful. I heard that going so far north, we've already encountered wild beasts with silver-level strength. However, we haven't even seen a dark iron-level magical beast for half a day." Calabash also chimed in from the side. He played with the purple epic-level silver-level staff that he had just exchanged for not long ago. He was almost using it as a walking stick to hurry on. It was indeed boring. Before they set off, they were still fantasizing about encountering even more powerful magical beasts and successfully finding the elven city that Guru had seen in the ancient books. However, along the way, the distance was getting farther and farther, but the number and level of the magical beasts were decreasing. There was no trace of the ruins at all. If not for Boxed Lunch's insistence, everyone would have given up. "Don't panic, it should be soon." After comforting his teammates, Boxed Lunch glanced at the minimap at the top right of his vision. The minimap showed that they were more than 470 kilometers away from the core area. Sigh, then let's persevere a little longer. I hope Guru's inference is true. If the ancient books of this game are just background settings, then we've wasted these days. The druid player Chopin said. Hearing his words, Boxed Lunch shook his head. No, the scenery is changing. The scenery is changing? Hearing Boxed Lunch's words, the few of them were slightly stunned. They looked left and right, and then they all came to a realization. Indeed. I feel that the trees are much thinner, but the number of bushes is increasing. Let's continue walking and see. The players pulled themselves together and continued to move forward. However, after a few steps, Boxed Lunch, who was acting as the pathfinder at the front, suddenly stopped. His expression suddenly became serious and vigilant. What's wrong, Captain? The other players asked. Boxed Lunch drew his weapon and looked in a certain direction diagonally in front of him. He said in a low voice, "There's a situation ahead." Hearing his words, the few of them were energized. They withdrew from their previous dispirited state and immediately became energetic. When they were pathfinders, Boxed Lunch activated the sharp ear skill. If there was any movement, he would definitely be the first to know. The other players also unsheathed their weapons and looked ahead warily. Boxed Lunch gripped the handle of his sword and then took a step forward, tiptoeing forward. The other few people also cautiously followed him. The 5 players were fully alert and moved forward quietly. Soon, they came to a patch of bushes. Gently parting the bushes, the group of them looked to the other side. What they saw was a short, green figure. Goblin. It's a goblin. The few players were delighted. After playing games for so long, they were very familiar with this kind of green-skinned creature. This kind of weak existence had low intelligence and liked to live in groups in ruins. Every time a goblin was found in the elf forest, it meant one thing: there must be ruins nearby. When the players saw the goblin also saw the players. The little guy was shocked. Then, it screamed in panic and turned to run. Seeing this, the players' eyes lit up. Chase. It must be running toward the ruins. There must be ruins in front. They cheered and then excitedly chased. The goblin's running speed was not fast. At least, it was much slower than the players running. However, the few of them restrained their speed and only followed behind the other party. They did not want to kill the other party, but they wanted the other party to lead the way. Both parties, one running and one chasing, ran like this for an hour. When the system minimap showed that it was about to reach the border of 500 kilometers, the goblin finally stopped. There was no need to wait for today's update. This is, gosh. Ruins. There really are ruins. Looking at the place where the goblins stopped, the gamers were excited. In front of them was a vast sea of flowers that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the sea of flowers, dilapidated elven buildings could be seen everywhere. Without a doubt, they had found a new elven ruin. Although it was dilapidated and covered by wild flowers and vines, they could still recognize the past glory of the ruins. The stone carvings with exquisite patterns and the tall and majestic white stone buildings, even though they had collapsed and were weathered, still gave off a beautiful and enchanting feeling. Not only that, but the ancient elven-style buildings had a trace of time and vicissitudes due to their dilapidation. They could not help but feel the weight of history. This should be an elven city. In terms of scale, these ruins were probably not inferior to the holy city of Xianxia or the forging city of Rivendell. Sea of Flowers, city, that's right. This must be the elven city that Cuckoo saw in the literature. I remember what it was called. The calabash said excitedly. It's called Kainolan. Chopin added. That's right. It's Kainolan. It's one of the 7 main cities of the Elven Kingdom. The calabash nodded vigorously after being reminded by its teammate. Awesome. There must be a lot of good stuff here. Haha, if we can find a few epic or silver meditation techniques, we'll be rich. The optimist said excitedly. The players' eyes were filled with joy, and they were filled with excitement. After playing the game for so long, the few of them were all old foxes. Whenever the gamers discovered elven ruins in a new map, they would often find some good stuff in the ruins. It could be dilapidated equipment or ancient books. These items could be sacrificed to the goddess to obtain a lot of contribution points. Not to mention, if they were lucky enough to pick up a rare item, they would really be rich. One had to know that the purple epic grade meditation technique that Limu and Demacia had picked up from Xianxia was still providing them with a steady stream of income. Who knew how many players were envious of it? Calm down, don't be anxious. Boxed Lunch reminded them when he saw how excited his teammates were. Hearing his words, the few players quickly reacted and shut their mouths. This was a new map. Even if they were excited, they still had to be careful to avoid any danger that might cause them to overturn the car. Not to mention, there were often a large number of goblins living in such ruins. With their current strength, the EXP provided by the goblins was nothing to them. However, even a mosquito's leg was still meat. Even if they accumulated a little, they would still gain a lot. Seeing that his teammates had calmed down, Bento Box made a gesture and said in a low voice, "Let's explore together. Be careful of your surroundings." Hearing his words, the players nodded in agreement. They gripped their weapons tightly, raised their spirits, and walked into the ruins together. The Boxed Lunch team's exploration was unexpectedly peaceful. As they went deeper, the monsters and traps that they had imagined did not appear. The players were surprised to find that the ruins were very quiet, as if there were no living creatures. Even the goblin that they were chasing was nowhere to be seen. Isn't this place too quiet? Where are the goblins? The ruins are so big. There should be a goblin's lair, right? If you look carefully, there are traces of goblins living here. But the strange thing is that we don't seem to have encountered any. Where's the one that we were chasing? I didn't pay attention. I think I lost it. The players discussed in low voices as they explored the ruins. But soon, they put the matter of the monsters to the back of their minds. After entering the ruins, they found a large number of damaged weapons and equipment buried here. There seemed to have been a fierce battle in the ruins. Under the sea of flowers, they only needed to dig up a layer of soil to find bones and various equipment buried below. Of course, the equipment was still mainly armor and swords. It was not that they did not find robes and bows, but 1,000 years was enough to completely decay these two pieces of equipment. Only metal armor and swords could be preserved. As for the skeletons, most of them were in the shape of humans. To be more precise, they belonged to the elves. Apart from the elves, they did not find the skeletons of other races. It was strange. But the players did not care anymore. They happily picked up the equipment that had been buried for 1,000 years and put them into the storage rings one after another. They were like 5 scavengers. The storage rings were shared by the team and were exchanged from the exchange shop by everyone. The volume of the rings was close to 30 cubic meters, enough for them to store a lot of things. But regrettably, other than the equipment left behind from the war, they did not find the ancient books that they had imagined. There were many pieces of equipment buried in the ruins. The 5 of them did not dig and pick up all of them. After searching for a while, they decided to explore the entire ruins first so that they would not miss out on more precious treasures. Of course, they did this because based on experience, exploring a new map was often accompanied by new missions. The team of 5 planned to explore and find a point that could trigger a mission. None of the players would believe that there were no hidden missions in such a huge ruin. They passed through collapsed ruins one after another, picking up the treasures that they saw as they walked. Finally, they arrived in front of a solemn temple. More than half of the temple had collapsed. The architectural style was exactly the same as Fei Ling Tsue. The tree symbol that symbolized the world tree could be seen on the damaged roof. It's a temple. Let's go in and see if there's anything good. The players' eyes lit up as they eagerly walked in. However, when they entered the temple, they were all stunned. In the temple, in front of the half-broken statue stood a figure that all the players were very familiar with. Black armor, long silver hair, a beautiful face, and a cold expression. It was the rare purple NPC in Elf Nation, the only elf whose strength had reached the gold level. The players jokingly called her Big Sister, the Blessed One, 0. The players were all stunned. Then, they subconsciously hid the equipment that they had picked up and did not have time to put into the storage rings behind them or threw it on the ground. Boxed Lunch looked surprised, and the others simply exclaimed in surprise. F***CK. Isn't that Big Sister 0? Isn't she in the City of Heaven's Chosen? Why is she here? She probably didn't see us digging bones and taking equipment, right? Or else, she'll lose her favorability. Shoo. Lower your voice, wait. Are we going to trigger a hidden mission again if we encounter a purple NPC in a new map? Their voices were not loud. However, in the originally quiet temple, their voices were very clear. In the next second, they saw a pair of scarlet eyes with a hint of purple looking at them. The eyes were calm and curious, but they also carried a kind of power that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. They also had the oppressive aura of a superior. Including Boxed Lunch, the 5 players subconsciously shivered, feeling as if they were seen through from the inside out. They subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Then, a cold unpleasant voice with a hint of surprise rang out. Chosen One? Why are you here? End of chapter 428. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.